In the realm of Westeros, the conquest has persisted for 107 years. It has been 3 years since King Viserys ascended the Iron Throne, and the prolonged summer endures, leading the populace to believe that, following the 55-year reign of King Jaehaerys, the new monarch will continue the lineage of prosperity. From White Harbor, merchant ships laden with sheep embark on their journey back to King's Landing, taking advantage of the favorable winds. The square sails of their 3-masted vessels billow majestically as they sail southward in a procession. At the northernmost tip of the Fingers Peninsula stands a 200-foot-high watchtower, modest in size yet robust in appearance, the tallest edifice on the island. Atop this tower, a blue banner flutters in the brisk sea breeze, emblazoned with the family crest that mirrors the very structure beneath it, while flames blaze from its summit. A dark-haired boy stands precariously on a wooden stool, peering through the gaps in the stone wall at the sea below. The land here yields only a sparse layer of grass, devoid of other flora, stark and desolate, where fierce winds howl against jagged rocks. The inhabitants of this realm scrape by, subsisting on fishing and herding sheep. Perhaps it is time to construct a deep harbor, Robin Moreno resolves within himself. 6 years prior, he had traversed into this world, his consciousness awakening to a vast expanse filled with an incandescent sun. Concurrently, knowledge about the utilization of this space flooded his mind. It was a realm where time flowed at 100-fold the pace of the outside world, illuminated by a blazing star. In the tangible world, he could, with but a thought, draw into this space anything flowing within a 10-meter radius. Fortune graced him only sporadically, yet the ensuing troubles accompanied him throughout his life. Upon his arrival in this new world, unfamiliar with his surroundings, he conducted a small experiment to test his ability to draw things into his space. He inadvertently absorbed the amniotic fluid that surrounded him, unaware of its nature, resulting in his premature birth after merely 220 days in his mother's Womban event, categorized as a midterm preterm birth in modern medicine. At this juncture, while the infant's lungs and other vital organs had begun their development, they remained far from complete. Young Bachelor Oliver assessed that the child would not survive beyond 2 days. Unexpectedly, however, he clung to life with the tenacity of an adult's will to survive, but thereafter, vigorous physical activity remained out of his reach. The sound of low, crunching biscuits broke the silence. Behind him, a rotund boy with unwavering eyes fixated on Robin, awaiting his command. At 15 years of age, he stood over 6 feet tall, with a waist akin to a large ball, weighing over 500 pounds. His single tunic of coarse linen could easily suffice for 2 garments for others of his age. After observing the procession of ships, Robin stealthily descended from the stool. They merely passed by without pause. The Fingers Peninsula was too impoverished to rival the consumer capacity of King's Landing. Only a few fixed vessels would arrive at month's end, bearing supplies to sustain the Moreno family's respectable living, which, in comparison to the Fingers Peninsula, was relatively affluent. "Cookies, let us descend," Robin declared. Robert, fond of honeyed cookies, earned this moniker. A fall from a horse during his childhood resulted in a head injury that left him somewhat simple-minded, being the son of Captain Garrett of the Guard. Having traversed into this realm, Robin required a confidant, and thus, he chose this fool as his attendant. Despite numerous shortcomings, such as a quick temper when hunger struck and an obstinate disposition, Robert possessed an irreplaceable virtue, unwavering loyalty. At the command of Robin, he would exert every ounce of strength to fulfill any directive. Captain Garrett ought to express gratitude for his son, for at the very least, his simple-minded child would no longer suffer from the pangs of hunger. To mitigate Robert's flaws, he was perpetually equipped with a pouch of honey cookies and a leather water flask. His sustenance, a mere morsel the size of a button, could quiet him for an extended period. In this era, corpulence was not deemed a malady, and certain indulgences were inconsequential to Robin. Yet, for the sake of Robert's health, Robin permitted him only 2 pouches of cookies each day. "Oh," Robert exclaimed, hastily stuffing a cookie into his mouth and wiping his hands carelessly before stooping to carry the young lord upon his back. Due to premature birth, Robert's physical development was stunted, leaving him breathless with exertion and experiencing sharp pains in his lungs. The path to the rooftop was neither easy nor accommodating, being narrow and steep. Navigating the winding spiral staircase, they descended to the 7th floor, where gray brick walls partitioned 3 rooms, a study, Robin's bedroom, and a storeroom. Upon entering his study, Robin plopped down in front of his rustic oak desk, with light streaming through the transparent glass window on the windowsill. To his left stood a shelf lined with meticulously bound volumes, including the 7 Stars Bible, Book of Prayers, Westeros Family Heraldry, historical records of White Harbor from the Union with the Sea, chronicles of far-flung ships, and the ballads of the 7 Kingdoms. Robin understood the importance of knowledge without needing reminders from his tutor or mother. He harbored a keen interest in the literature of this epoch, dedicating his mornings to diligently absorbing the knowledge requisite for nobility alongside his tutor, often perusing texts before slumber. On the opposite side lay a chest filled with assorted tomes, predominantly tales and legends, alongside some rather risky techniques, unsuitable for public consumption. From the drawer, Robin retrieved a stack of concept sketches and laid them before him, the paper coarse and yellowed with age. He then picked up a quill, gently dipping it into an ink pot, allowing the tip to saturate with ink before meticulously adding details to his work. In this age, the majority of common folk were illiterate, with the demand for knowledge concentrated among the nobility, scholars, and clergy. Commonly bound volumes were crafted from hemp paper, pale in hue, with yellowed edges. The intricate production process rendered them scarce and costly. A handwritten copy of the Seven Stars Bible alone was valued at 10 gold dragons, and acquiring one was a formidable challenge. Books crafted from parchment often carry profound significance, with demand remaining exceedingly low. It is known that on special occasions, the Grand Master of the Seven Gods presents the parchment tome of the Seven-Star Bible, a volume whose price could procure half a vineyard estate. Over the past 3 years, Bachelor Oliver has imparted his wisdom with generosity and care, and Robin has gradually immersed himself in this enchanting medieval world. Bachelor Oliver instructed Robin that managing a territory, developing the economy, or engaging in agriculture were not matters deserving of his exhaustive attention. A cursory understanding would suffice. Such affairs could readily be addressed by consulting the scholars within the castle or by writing to the academy for professional advice, which is the very purpose of the academy serving the nobility. Oliver emphasized to Robin the importance of focusing on the histories of various noble families, deeply internalizing the invaluable lessons from the past and remembering their crests and mottos, thus ensuring the family's enduring legacy. In the eyes of the scholars and the noble class of this world, such knowledge is paramount for the aristocracy. At the very least, it enables one to recognize the crests and mottos of other noble families during social encounters, thereby facilitating more meaningful communication and interaction. Although Robin did not fully concur with these perspectives, he found himself constrained by his youth, lacking substantial agency over his studies. Nevertheless, in his quest to better integrate into this era, he approached even the most tedious subjects with earnest dedication. The chronicles of the rise and fall of great families astonished him. He learned that lineages persisting for millennia had once faced extinction, often supplanted by collateral branches, with history only retaining their surnames in memory. Within a mere 3 years, Bachelor Oliver found it increasingly difficult to engage Robin in debate, as the young master would articulate convoluted arguments, espousing notions such as the economic base determining the superstructure and heralding technology as the primary productive force, leaving the scholar perplexed. His greatest torment arose whenever Robin sought clarification, for the young lord often framed his inquiries from the perspectives of both the rulers and the commoners, frequently shifting roles to examine the pros and cons of various situations. Robin's inquiries often left the young Bachelor Oliver at a loss, prompting him to pray to the Virgin Mary after lessons, beseeching relief from the burdens of his own inadequacies. The scholar mused that Robin ought to aspire to be a prime minister, a notion ill-suited for an heir of a noble family with fewer than 300 subjects. Chapter 2. Matters of territory. Due to his participation in the tournament held to celebrate the coronation of King Viserys I, the knights' contests were notoriously brutal and sanguinary. In a fateful duel, Albert concluded his life of freedom and ultimately returned to his fief, the Fingers Peninsula. During moments of leisure, Count Albert often regaled others with tales from his days as a wandering knight. His 12-year odyssey, spanning from the Dornish borders to the tournament in King's Landing, reached an unwilling conclusion. During the jousting competition, he was struck by a wooden lance, and fortunately, the scholars of King's Landing managed to save his life after a month of treatment. Alas, the injury to his coccyx resulted in paralysis of his lower body, and his dear friend, Sir Garrett Clyan, along with 2 attendants, escorted him back from King's Landing. Sir Garrett, being the second son of his family and temporarily without a place to go, stayed at the watchtower upon Albert's request and has served as captain of the guard for the past 4 years. When his father, Albert, spoke of the jovial King Viserys I as the last rider of the legendary dragon, Vhagar, Robin suddenly awakened to the realization that he had traversed into the world of the prequel to Game of Thrones, House of the Dragon. Having only watched 2 seasons of the series, Robin preferred to indulge in shows in sequential order, leaving him entirely oblivious to the subsequent plot developments. 3 years after his arrival in this world, he retained but a vague impression of the series. The king, without a son, appointed his daughter as heir and later married a woman from another powerful house, leading to a fierce conflict between the 2 women over the succession, of which the details eluded him. If it were not for his father's mention, he would scarcely recall which name belonged to whom. This left him in a state of despair, even as he desperately sought to remember his roommate's spoilers, ultimately recalling only that the Black Party ascended to the Iron Throne. The Moreno family is a prestigious noble house belonging to the Vale, with their fief situated on the largest peninsula of the Fingers. Their primary duty is to guard the watchtowers in the sparsely populated and storm-ravaged Fingers Peninsula, signaling approaching raiders from the sea with beacons. The family motto, guard the watchtower. The current lord, Albert Moreno, is the fourth generation to hold the title. His ancestors originally bore the surname Aaron, which was once associated with the royal family of the Vale a century ago and now stands as the preeminent noble house of the region. His great-grandfather, Atis Aaron, had the rightful claim to the Vale's inheritance and served as a protector to his cousin, the last king of the Vale, Ronar Aaron. After the Vale submitted to the Iron Throne, Atis was granted lands on the Fingers Peninsula, and thus the Moreno lineage was established, erecting a castle that served both as a residence and a watchtower. Over the course of more than a century, the family experienced a decline, leading to a thinning bloodline. And the current lord is Lady Jenny Aaron of Eagle's Nest. Knock, knock, knock. A series of footsteps echoed outside. Come in. Upon hearing Robin's consent, the stout figure of Robert slowly stepped aside from the entrance. The visitor was Josen, one of the two on duty today, a patrolman of the Moreno family, clad in silver chainmail and helmet, armed with a club and sword. He had caught Robin's attention for his cleverness and was thus rescued from a life of fishing. The Moreno family possessed only 5 sets of armor and 15 guards who took turns on duty, not due to financial constraints, but because there was simply no threat of invasion. No pirate or savage would dare to raid this desolate land, who would come to steal a few sheep from the Fingers Peninsula. The grass here is sparse, making it unwise to keep too many. On a neighboring isle, the Barrys family had 17 subjects and over 30 sheep, rumored to have prospered through mercenary work. What? You suggest robbing the lord? If one cannot storm the fortress and eliminate all the guards at once, they would soon face a multitude of male subjects from the territory ready to retaliate. The more desolate the area, the fiercer the men. While they may appear obedient to their lord, they would not be so compliant against pirates. The watchtower could serve as a fortress, and sealing the tower door would present a formidable defense. What is it? Robin's voice was barely audible, lacking strength. Josen stood at the doorway, scratching his head, before finally hesitantly speaking. My lord, there is a woman who wishes for you to exercise the right of the first knight. The lowest-ranking subjects typically addressed nobles as my lord, while those of slightly higher status referred to them as my lord. During the reign of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen, influenced by his wife, Queen Alicent Targaryen, several benevolent laws were enacted, including the abolition of the ancient lord's right of the first knight after 58 years of conquest. What does this mean? Robin's first reaction was to wonder if his father's health had improved, leading to other thoughts. The true lord of the Moreno family was still his father, albeit paralyzed from the waist down. After all, his biological mother's appearance left much to be desired. It was not entirely unreasonable for Robin to think this way. Josen, being a patrolman, had a basic understanding of the law. The territory generally adhered to the laws of the kingdom. Patrolmen were expected to learn the common script during their free days, and those who failed to pass their assessments after 6 months would be dismissed. The widow's law, due to its simplicity, was included in their study materials, and only matters requiring clarification were brought to the watchtower for the young lord's counsel. My lord, there's a new bride outside. And then I came to inform you, my lord, Josen continued. Robin was left speechless. He nearly believed that his father would stand again. His words were filled with reproach. As he surmised the situation, the barren land was rife with desperate souls, and this had nothing to do with his father. Josen misinterpreted Robin's silence, feeling awkward. While the shepherdess had somewhat rough skin, she was indeed well endowed, leading him to speculate that perhaps the paralyzed lord wished for the young lord to gain some experience. To survive on the Fingers Peninsula, there are 3 paths: fishing at sea to dry fish, raising sheep, or working for the lord to earn a wage. All these avenues were dependent on the lord's rule, and the lord must actively participate in the economic cycle by purchasing their fish and sheep, as the living standards were so low that tax collection was nearly impossible. Take me to see her. The ascent to the top floor was a steep climb of 40 meters over 7 levels. Today, he merely felt bored and wished to see the upper floor, as he rarely ventured there. Despite Robin's frail health, he had been diligently caring for himself and exercising, and as long as the activity was not too strenuous, he was comparable to an ordinary person. He descended normally. 7 levels were not excessively high, with Robert leading the way while Josen followed. The 6th floor was home to the steward, Livia, and Captain Garrett, who had 2 children. Sir Garrett was a longtime friend who had wandered with Robin's father. 3 years ago, they returned together, and he fell in love with Livia at first sight. Livia was a maid brought from the Stormlands by her mother, Talia, and hailed from House Valerion. The 4th and 5th floors housed the attendants and maids. The 3rd floor contained the master bedroom and the rooms of his 2 sisters. The 2nd floor featured the banquet hall, kitchen, and audience chamber. The 1st floor was a spacious hall capable of accommodating 12 knights, with a guardroom where armor and weapons were stored. Typically, the captain would arrange patrols and nighttime duties within this space. The exit extended across a stone bridge wide enough for 3 horses to pass simultaneously, slightly broader than a 2-horse carriage. Not far from the bridge was a small training ground, where several minor families sent their second sons to serve as attendants, learning etiquette, horsemanship, hunting, swordplay, archery, and other fundamental skills, along with literacy, writing, religious knowledge, and the cultivation of knightly virtues. The watchtower was the only territory nearby with the presence of a scholar. The mother from House Valerion had written to hire a scholar at a high price to educate her children, leading some other minor nobles within the territory to bring their offspring for learning. Though the watchtower was modest by the standards of Westeros, it loomed large over the Fingers Peninsula. The pursuit of education in the city of learning is indeed exorbitant. Often, the younger sons of families find themselves compelled to secure loans to complete their studies. Subsequently, to repay their debts, they are dispatched to serve their families across the 6 nations, devoid of surnames. At the watchtower, Bachelor Oliver possesses 2 necklaces forged from black iron, red copper, and bronze, symbolizing his expertise in the fields of raven studies, history, and medicine. A little further away stands a windmill, which houses an oven capable of baking bread, a cherished asset belonging to the Moreno family. Chapter 3. Attitudes of handling the 5-Finger Peninsula is, in fact, a misnomer, for it possesses only 4 fingers. In the minds of the fishermen, the Thumb Island has long since succumbed to the encroaching sea. The Moreno family, the sole proprietors of Index Island, dominates this desolate expanse, which, due to the family's decline, has become home to a scattering of herders and fishermen living here without permission. Out of either fear of the nobility or a desire for peace of mind, they symbolically present a few fish during the summer months as a form of tax. The remaining 3 fingers of the peninsula are inhabited by various families, most of whom have now pledged allegiance to Lady Leia of Stonehill City. Gilbert Royce passed away in 103 AC, and in that same year, his niece, Leia Royce, succeeded him, becoming the Countess of Stonehill. Robin recalls his father, Albert, recounting an event from 3 years prior when he attended the tournament held in Viserys to honor the new ruler. Lady Leia Royce represented Stonehill City at the coronation of King Viserys I, and he had glimpsed the young lady from the platform of the tournament. The Moreno family's liege is Lady Jane Eyre of Eagle's Nest, a title of distinction, yet limited in its grandeur, as the entire territory comprises but 3 villages. Rather meager indeed, were it not for the annual tribute of several carts of salted fish dispatched to Eagle's Nest. The affluent nobles of the valley might scarcely recognize this declining family. The first-floor hall is relatively bright, with light streaming through 3 rows of fist-sized wall openings, interspersed with a few polished copper mirrors that skillfully diffuse the illumination. A gaunt shepherdess, clad in a white wedding gown and a matching veil that fits her poorly, dons the only wedding attire of the 5-Finger Peninsula, having been borrowed and mended countless times. She does not know who the Lord is, but upon seeing Robin in his elaborate noble garb, adorned with intricate patterns and a family crest of a watchtower, she is momentarily taken aback. Realizing he is the Lord's son, she quickly kneels. Josen brings over a chair and a table from the guardroom, adhering to the small lord's customary sense of ceremony. He and another guard stand on either side. It is the first time someone has requested the Lord to exercise the right of the first night. Speak, Robin says in an even tone. Who taught you this? The appearance of the laboring woman is indeed hard to describe, even as a young girl. Her lack of bathing has rendered her face gaunt, her teeth yellowed, and her skin darkened. Prior to the abolition of the right of the first night, if a bride was deemed unremarkable, she could pay a marriage donation to avoid such a fate. If one were stubborn, even a noble lord might resort to such acts. Compared to other impoverished women on the island, this woman is somewhat passable, which explains Josen's lingering thoughts. The question remains, which bride dares to come alone during the day? As Robin's voice reverberates through the vast hall, an unseen authority seems to flow through the air. It is the first time the shepherdess has entered a noble's castle, and the 2 guards beside her feign anger, their expressions unwelcoming. The shepherdess, reflecting on her actions, is filled with dread, her head bowed, sorrow evident on her face. Stammering, yet unwilling to speak. Speak. Who sent you here? Josen demands loudly. He draws his baton, intending to intimidate the shepherdess before shooing her away. Yet, she appears resigned, closing her eyes and not flinching, causing Josen to halt his swing, for the small lord despises striking women and children. Enough, Josen, I will not strike a woman. Robin interjects, casting a glance at Josen. Then lash her husband 20 times. This is Robin's unwritten rule to avoid being burdened by trivial matters. Any party provoking trouble must face punishment. Josen hesitates, reasoning that the shepherdess is to be wed tomorrow, making it somewhat inappropriate. But she has no husband, he reminds. Then lash her future husband. Such concerns are tiresome. Robin rises, returning to his design plans. He has grown accustomed to disregarding the underlying reasons for issues. Managing from the Lord's position is far too cumbersome. Legal arbitration is a taxing endeavor, and while initially Robin was eager to dispense fair judgments, the constant complaints from commoners soon dulled his enthusiasm. He struggles to grasp how disputes arise daily among a mere 300 subjects in the territory. Each complaint revolves around money, land, or legal arbitration, matters of trivialities, often muddled in confusion or deliberate deceit. Yet apart from all over the scholar, few comprehend the law. As the routine of handling daily affairs increases, he gradually understands the seemingly harsh methods employed by many lords. All of this stems from their poverty, as destitution is the norm on the Five-Finger Peninsula. If every matter required thorough investigation and absolute clarity, he would inevitably plunge into an abyss of endless troubles. Since everyone is embroiled in monetary disputes, Robin devises a strategy. Henceforth, anyone who brings a financial quarrel to him shall face corporal punishment. After the lashes, even the guilty party would receive flour from Robin as compensation for lost work, a sum often exceeding the value of their original dispute. In this way, both the wrongdoers and the innocent have little to complain about. If anyone possesses the fortitude to endure a fortnight of pain without daring to move, then he would be deemed formidable. Robin is not concerned with the flour. Surprisingly, this approach yields remarkable results. For at least half a month, there is no need for Robin to personally intervene in arbitration, bringing a welcome tranquility. At night, a bright flame blazes atop the watchtower, with a maid delivering meat soup and black bread to the guards on duty. Guards are to remain atop the tower, adding firewood to ensure the flame does not extinguish, guiding nearby vessels, a testament to the family's existence. In the central hall on the second floor, stone tables and chairs are arranged, with narrow arched windows lining the walls. Between these windows, tall wooden frames hold copper basins, oil burning within. The simple hall exudes a certain grandeur, with a ceiling adorned with 3 chandeliers made of copper, each comprising layers of burning candles illuminating the entire space. Opposite a heavy, intricately carved door sits a finely crafted seat of honor, presently occupied by Robin. At the dining table, 4 others sit, creating an air of emptiness. The remaining male members of the Moreno family consist solely of the paralyzed lord and the frail Robin. "My little bird tells me you attempted to abduct a bride," Lady Elena Moreno, seated to Robin's left, remarks. She is Robin's mother, tall and slender, with a sharp chin and dark, slightly curly hair, dressed in a light lavender silk gown embroidered with delicate silver vine patterns. She bears unsightly scars from a childhood bout with smallpox. Robin has inherited more of his father's appearance, gray eyes and light brown hair, the common traits of a valley dweller. The little bird is 13-year-old Tilly, who delights in chattering about the latest happenings in the castle, a companion brought over from House Baratheon. Coughing, Elena Moreno glances at her cousin, seated in the seat of honor, wondering if he can manage such a task given his frail condition. Elena is the daughter of the former Count Moreno, her gentle nature leading her father to seek a wealthy marriage for her with the Malco family, an old anchor, fearing that her temperament would hinder the family's legacy. Before his passing, the former count designated the watchtower to his brother Albert, which is how Robin's father arrived there with his wife, residing in Windwhisper Keep. Elena is currently under Robin's mother's tutelage, learning the essential skills expected of a noble lady, such as embroidery, knitting, and etiquette. Robin has 2 younger sisters, a 4-year-old and a 3-year-old, with wooden spoons in hand, struggled to scoop porridge from their plates, swaying as they brought the mixture to their mouths. Was he spreading rumors again? Robin paid no heed, methodically slicing the sausage on his plate with a silver utensil before savoring a sip of wine. He had never been inclined to discuss trivial matters with his mother. The burden of an adult soul masquerading as a child is a heavy one. It was this very reason that allowed him to accompany the scholar and steward at the tender age of 3, learning to navigate responsibilities. A white candle illuminated the dining table from a silver candlestick, casting light upon dishes of onion soup, roast chicken, and fried fish. Vale is a fertile valley where crops such as wheat, corn, barley, pumpkins, and fruits thrive abundantly, serving as the primary grain-producing region, adorned with expansive rivers and hundreds of lakes. The food from Five-Finger Peninsula is typically transported monthly from the nearest cold-water city, occasionally supplemented by familiar captains who, while traversing to and from Seagull Town, bring back essential supplies. Seagull Town is renowned for its crafts, and the furs from the north are exceptional. At this moment, Tilly sat at a wooden table nearby, chattering animatedly about the day's intriguing events. However, in an instant, she sensed something amiss and cautiously glanced towards the distance, where the young lord sat. Once reassured that the young lord was not paying attention to her, she exhaled in relief and quickly resumed her lively chatter. After the arrival of apples, desserts, and plums, Robin took a few bites before retreating to his bedroom. Chapter 4. Plugins and Territories Cookies. No one is permitted to enter. Robin commanded before reclining on his bed to enter his consciousness space. Within this realm, he possessed a singular consciousness, rendering him oblivious to any alterations in his physical body. a perilous predicament that prompted him to augment the number of guards over the years. Initially, his consciousness space was endowed with a sole eternal sun and an infinite expanse of dark starry sky. Despite searching for over a decade, he encountered no other materials. In the first 3 years, Robin endeavored to assume the role of a creator, fantasizing about crafting a planet and subsequently drawing humanity into his consciousness space to establish a realm where he could harness a 100-fold acceleration of time to advance technology. After 10 years, equating to a millennium within this realm, he was confident in guiding civilization into an era of information. Whether to conquer the world was a matter of whim. He regarded the dragons of this world with disdain. Could they withstand anti-aircraft artillery? Yet, he ultimately failed. His consciousness space mirrored a genuine universe, where the issue of gravity proved insurmountable. The sand he had collected over the years, refined into meteorites, lacked sufficient mass to produce significant gravity. Furthermore, the meteorites could not sustain an atmosphere, rendering them unsuitable for life. To create a habitable planet, he could only consider incorporating the continents of Westeros and Essos into his space, a prospect that seemed plausible. Reluctantly, he resorted to utilizing it as a farming domain. However, as this consciousness space was a tangible world, the absence of a suitable environment made it exceedingly difficult for flora and fauna to thrive, prompting a temporary abandonment of his aspirations. Yet, he remembered that centrifugal force could simulate gravity, and he occasionally contemplated reigniting his experiments. His consciousness, traveling at the speed of light from the sun's core, took mere minutes to reach 3 spheres, each composed of water, with diameters of 10,000 meters, algae spheres, brine shrimp spheres, and salmon spheres. In a gravity-less world, cultivating fish became a necessary measure, as the space could not yield crops. Fish were the most viable resource due to their minimal gravitational impact and rapid reproduction. Nonetheless, he still faced challenges regarding oxygen, tides, and water pollution. People observed the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, naturally concluding that it revolved around the Earth. The geocentric theory posited that the Earth was at the universe's center, motionless, while the sun, moon, planets, and stars circled it. Had he not traversed into this realm, such theories would have remained confined to history books. Now, having crossed over, the depiction of this theory materialized vividly within Robin's consciousness space. In this realm, his control was rudimentary. Meticulous tasks left him utterly fatigued. According to the laws of physics, when the mass of water reached a certain threshold, it could form a natural sphere under gravitational influence. Robin had previously emulated the solar system, causing the water sphere to rotate and orbit the sun. However, uneven gravitational forces disrupted the surface tension of the sphere, resulting in erratic movements that created tumultuous waves, rendering life within nearly impossible, even if it survived. The inhabitants would struggle to find sustenance. Since the water sphere could not rotate, he decided to have the sun perform the orbit instead. Although this motion still caused the water sphere to experience tidal effects due to the sun's gravitational pull and temperature fluctuations, managing these issues could yield positive outcomes. The movement of water would help distribute oxygen evenly within it. Inspired, Robin took full advantage of this phenomenon, constructing a colossal rock pipeline with a diameter of 100 meters, allowing the water from the 3 spheres to embark on a remarkable self-circulation journey. From the year 103 AC to 106 AC, he dedicated nearly every evening to research and exploration, finding this the sole amusement in his otherwise monotonous existence. During the day, he gathered seawater and sand to enrich the materials in his consciousness space. At night, he studied biological self-circulation. His research on salmon spanned over 70 years, meticulously regulating temperature, water flow, salinity, and optimal breeding zones. Every datum was a testament to his relentless pursuit of knowledge. At last, he completed the final connection of the pipeline, enabling the salmon to reproduce and flow back without further manual adjustments, having adapted to this environment. Henceforth, Robin would merely need to remain within the rocky conduit to continuously release salmon into the external world, a splendid outcome. However, the extensive research had cultivated a demeanor in Robin that appeared aloof and reclusive to those outside. Yet, Lady Moreno, his mother, interpreted this as a sign of maturity, prompting her to involve him in matters of governance early on. 6 months later, he officially assumed control of their territory, and it soon became evident that his management abilities were exceptional, sparing her from the minutiae of governance. Robin seemed inherently suited to the role of lord. He often directed the guards with an impassive countenance, readily administering corporal punishment to errant subjects. To his mother, his authoritative demeanor was merely a customary aspect of lordship, a privilege long held by nobility. Her cousin, Duke Beaumont, employed similar methods in his dealings. Surprisingly, the subjects who faced punishment bowed in gratitude to her son, leading her to speculate that perhaps this reflected the simplicity of the people of the Fingers. Despite suffering reprimands, they remained filled with reverence and obedience. Albert Moreno inherited the Watchtower territory in 97 AC, spending 2/3 of his time in King's Landing, Old Town, Seagull Town, and Lannisport, rarely lingering on the family estate, which he deemed exceedingly dull. It was only upon his injury, rendering him unable to ride, that he returned to the watchtower, though he gradually fell into despondency. In the 3 years since Robin took charge, the family's military might, previously limited to a few swords, 2 or 3 bows, and a single axe wielded by a hunter, had steadily expanded. The beacon atop the tower was rekindled, the guard count increased to 15, patrols were established across the territory, and reward and punishment systems were instituted. Robin also repaired the training grounds, effortlessly establishing a framework that bolstered the Moreno family's authority in the region. Not only did he restore the dilapidated windmill, but he also coordinated regular exchanges of goods with neighboring territories, fostering a small marketplace within their domain, thereby stimulating prosperity. He believed that the family's gold dragons, hidden in the cellar, were better spent on circulating goods within the territory. After all, the wealth would eventually return in various forms. Robin was not opposed to taxation. Rather, he permitted debts. The entire populace owed the Moreno family 2 gold dragons, a trivial sum in the grand scheme. Under Robin's stewardship, the exodus of residents from the Moreno family territory ceased entirely, and a new generation of children began to flourish. He understood well that population was the greatest wealth of a lord. Chapter 5. Initial wealth. The Moreno family possesses a wealth amounting to 132 golden dragons, 87 silver moons, 400 silver stags, 40 golden hand coins, a small quantity of lion coins, and a substantial collection of copper coins in the basement, including copper stars, copper wheat, half copper wheat, copper pennies, and copper plates. Among these, copper plates, copper pennies, copper stars, silver stags, and golden dragons are the most widely circulated currencies, and it is rare for individuals to make change across different metals. At the tender age of 4, Robin once inquired of the scholar Oliver whether the Iron Throne permitted the private minting of gold coins. The scholar, adopting an inquisitive demeanor, pondered carefully before providing a definitive answer, leading to a brief discussion between the two. Conqueror Aegon had reclaimed the right to mint currency from the 7 great lords. All coins must be minted under royal authorization, with the minting process, exchange rates, and related affairs supervised by the Chancellor of the Exchequer. In principle, this is not permitted. The scholar affirmed. Oh, then why do inferior coins exist? Robin asked, his expression devoid of emotion as he forcefully broke a copper star in 2, revealing its notably low copper content. For the average person, this would be akin to having their wealth plundered. If used for purchases, it would undoubtedly suffer considerable devaluation. Clearly, someone had melted down the original copper stars to remint them, blending them with inferior materials. Will bad money drive out good? Robin placed 3 golden dragons before the scholar. Examining the coins, the first gleamed with a pure, bright hue, an archetypal golden yellow. The middle coin appeared paler, while the one on the right, upon closer inspection, seemed to exhibit a grayish tinge. The scholar remained silent for a moment, realizing that the gold content in the coins had diminished. He found himself at a loss for words. Thoughtfully stroking his smooth chin, he inquired, "What are your thoughts on this matter?" "As far as I know, the High Garden has consistently hoarded a sufficient supply of old gold coins for value preservation, while Duke Tarly has retained many green hand coins minted during the reign of Aegon XII. Are you concerned that these currencies may lose their value in the future?" The scholar assumed Robin's worries were of this nature, absent-mindedly touching the necklace around his neck. "I must confess, economics is not my forte." "It seems this is a well-known secret," Robin remarked as he tucked away the golden dragons. "Is the king aware of this?" The scholar hesitated, knowing that conversing with the heir of the Moreno family often evoked profound reflections. As long as the royal family possesses sufficient funds to host feasts, tournaments, and ample sheep to feed dragons, I suspect King Viserys would not concern himself with such matters. This implied that the Targaryen family too benefited, sharing in the profits. Regarding the Targaryen lineage, Robin was privy to some of their history. Conqueror Aegon had inscribed a prophecy on a Valyrian dagger, seemingly foretelling calamities for all mankind. The secret of this prophecy was passed down solely between the king and the heir. Given the show's penchant for weaving intricate plots, could this dagger serve as a pivotal plot device? There had been a time when Robin contemplated stealing the dagger, yet he quickly dismissed the idea, realizing that even if he acquired it and deciphered the prophecy, should it be filled with cryptic riddles, he could not simply seek the king for enlightenment. At times, Robin preferred ignorance regarding such matters, allowing him to indulge in the luxurious life of the nobility without qualms. Yet, the knowledge lingered in his mind, casting a shadow of melancholy that he could not shake. In a realm where one could not physically retreat to escape peril, Robin mused that if he were to perish, his consciousness might remain in this realm, potentially succumbing to eternal slumber from fatigue. How could one uncover the Targaryen secrets? This knowledge was held by Viserys and, in due time, by Rhaenyra. Thus, could the king divulge the prophecy to him? Clearly not. To obtain this secret, he devised 3 plans. The first, to marry Rhaenyra and become her consort, for she, as the princess of Dragonstone, might possess knowledge of this secret. Yet, was Rhaenyra aligned with the Blacks? This caused him some inner turmoil, as there always lay a tinge of apprehension for those on the losing side. The second, to infiltrate the centers of power, nurturing his offspring to become spies and intermarry with the Targaryen heirs. The third, to coerce Rhaenyra or Viserys militarily, compelling them to reveal the secret, though their family's dragons would render such efforts rather precarious. Regardless of the strategy chosen, the family must wield influence and military strength, aspiring to be among the foremost nobility of the continent rather than languishing on the fingers, enjoying the sea breeze for a lifetime. The simplest path to military might lay in traversing the narrow sea to procure unsullied or mercenary bands. According to the tomes and scholarly accounts, Robin was aware of a type of slave soldier known as the Unsullied in Astapor, who obeyed their masters unconditionally and faced war without fear. Before the conquest, the Cohorans had hired 2 mercenary companies, the Bright Company and the Second Sons, subsequently purchasing 3,000 Unsullied. By the time the Unsullied arrived, the Cohoran forces had been thoroughly decimated. As night fell, the Dothraki withdrew to their encampment, preparing to breach the city gates the following day, indulging in pillaging and plunder. At dawn, as Karas left the camp, the Unsullied had already formed ranks before the gates. The Unsullied's defining trait is their unwavering resolve. They must kill every foe. And positioned on the defensive with archery support, they withstood the Dothraki's valiant charges 18 times without faltering. In the aftermath of the battle, over 12,000 Dothraki, alongside their leader, Timokeo, perished. The remaining Dothraki, acknowledging their defeat, one by one, severed their braids and cast them at the feet of the 600 surviving Unsullied warriors. Initially, Robin had contemplated acquiring a group of children to brainwash into loyal warriors, but upon discovering the existence of such slaves, he promptly abandoned the idea, deeming it unnecessary effort. These warriors, more loyal than faith itself, bore the sole drawback of being sold only in bulk, by the hundreds or thousands. The cost for 1,000 Unsullied was equivalent to 3 large ships, or more than 10,000 golden dragons. The entire wealth of the Moreno family amounted to nearly 1,000 golden dragons, implying that they would need to exhaust their fortunes to procure even the minimum batch of 100 Unsullied. The price for transporting them across the sea would undoubtedly exceed this sum. Thus, wealth was the key to obtaining loyal soldiers. Moreover, the principle that wealth paves the way for roads holds true in Westeros. During the reign of Jaehaerys, a total of 5 major highways were constructed: the King's Road, the Gold Road, the Rose Road, among others. These roads bridged the vast mountains and varied terrains of the continent, gradually unifying it, diminishing the prior state of lords ruling over their domains in isolation and engaging in regional skirmishes. Relatively impoverished and underdeveloped areas also benefited from the construction of these highways, fostering their growth. Additionally, Jaehaerys meticulously planned the layout of King's Landing, enhancing its water supply and establishing the dragon pits, providing rest for dragons within the city. Robin found Oliver the Scholar's discourse on this matter particularly captivating. Where did Jaehaerys acquire the resources to sustain such monumental expenditures, as these projects demanded vast national wealth? Debts do not vanish into thin air, they inevitably burden every citizen. Was it solely through taxation? Moreover, the scholar had previously mentioned that during 104 AC, while Prince Daemon commanded the city watch, he equipped his subordinates with fine short swords and clubs, clad them in black armor, and adorned officers in chest-protecting armor, providing each with a golden cloak, which the citizens of King's Landing referred to as the Gold Cloaks, a symbol of great prestige. In this era, a knight's armor was valued at 45 golden dragons, while the standard golden cloak would cost no less than 3 golden dragons, indicating that Daemon's expenditure for this endeavor must have exceeded 6,000 golden dragons. This suggests that the Iron Throne's treasury was relatively well-stocked. Oliver the Scholar was only aware that Jaehaerys had been relieved of 3 loans from the Iron Bank by the Sea Lord, though the specifics remained unclear. Perhaps he had mortgaged something in return. Chapter 6, Constructing the Harbor. This narrative unveils a royal secret, wherein Jaehaerys, in the hand of the king, Brother Bastion, employed nefarious means to extort the Iron Bank. Upon ascending the throne, Jaehaerys appointed a wealthy merchant from Pentos, Draz, as his chancellor of the exchequer, leveraging his unique connections to secure 3 loans from the Iron Bank for the crown. It was inevitable that Jaehaerys would eventually face repayment, and given the substantial amounts already consumed, insolvency loomed. Consequently, the king dispatched Brother Bastion to Braavos to negotiate the return of 3 dragon eggs, which had been purloined by Alyssa Farman from Dragonstone. The king threatened the Sea Lord with war, asserting that he would ride a dragon to engage them in battle should the eggs not be surrendered. The Sea Lord, wary of provoking the dragon-riding Targaryens, hesitated to relinquish the eggs, fearing their potential to hatch. With numerous Valyrian bloodlines present in Essos, the strategic value of the eggs was immense. In light of the Targaryen threat, the Sea Lord proposed to purchase the eggs with gold, thus alleviating the Iron Bank of the Iron Throne's debts. This transaction allowed the Sea Lord to profit handsomely while facilitating the construction of bridges and roads to enhance the transportation infrastructure of Westeros. The 3 dragon eggs, having existed for 50 years and reached a semi-petrified state, were indeed a lucrative bargain for the Sea Lord, who had learned the hard way about the perils of ignorance. Meanwhile, Robin had successfully nurtured salmon, and according to the temporal flow of reality and consciousness at a ratio of 1:100, his stone wall pipeline with a radius of 100 meters was now overflowing. The salmon needed to migrate back to the bountiful shrimp planet to spawn, and Robin had to regulate their numbers, for in the absence of predatory fish, their population could multiply exponentially. He allowed only 1,000th of the salmon to return to the bountiful shrimp planet for spawning, a sufficient quantity to trigger another salmon run, while the remaining fish would perish and be transformed into products, ultimately connecting the return pipeline to the internal storage bubbles. However, for Robin at this juncture, the construction of roads on Finger Island could only lead to the valley, which was too rugged to accommodate the overwhelming salmon influx. Thus, a harbor was imperative for transporting the fish on a grand scale. Across the narrow sea lay Braavos, the largest trading port in the world, ensuring a market for his endeavors. In the realm of consciousness, he could not substitute sleep. At his core, he remained an ordinary man who required rest. Before retiring for the night, Robin opened the diversion channels preset in the stone wall pipeline within his consciousness, directing the returning salmon towards the frozen storage. During his slumber, the salmon swam in tight formation within the pipeline, striving against the current to reach their warm birthplace to spawn. Their silvery scales brushed against one another, resembling countless flowing stars in the darkness, as they pressed tightly together, surging towards a bubble of frozen water formed from seawater at -100 degrees Celsius. This bubble, with a radius of 10,000 meters, was remarkably robust, capable of preserving the salmon for centuries without decay. As seawater froze, a phenomenon of salt precipitation occurred, resulting in the extraction of salt from the ice, and Robin also acquired a coarse salt meteorite with a radius of 5 kilometers. Upon awakening, he returned to the consciousness space to inspect the yield from the storage bubble. The frozen salmon surged from the pipeline outlet, colliding against the icy walls of the storage bubble, where they accumulated in dense layers. The frozen salmon drifted in midair, their bodies shimmering with a cold silver sheen, forming a surreal sea of clouds that extended to the horizon. Within a single night, the storage bubble brimmed with a staggering quantity of frozen salmon, estimated to be no less than 100 million. Robin calculated that to fill the storage bubble, at least 20 trillion salmon would be required, more than sufficient to meet the storage demands. However, it would be prudent to process them within a year in the real world, for in the realm of consciousness, the frozen salmon would equate to 100 years, diminishing their value. After replenishing the seawater on the 3 planets with seawater meteorites, Robin exited the consciousness space. He was discontent with the deteriorating quality of gold coins produced by the crown each year, unwilling to let his hard-earned sustenance be squandered. Yet, thoughts of his salmon realm led him to a moment of self-reflection. What am I thinking? He mused, feeling somewhat petty. With the realization that one day in the real world equated to 100 days in the consciousness space, he contemplated the sheer volume of salmon produced during this time. Even if every individual among the 14 million inhabitants of Westeros consumed 8 salmon daily, he deemed the quality of the coins a secondary concern, adopting a mindset of abundance regarding the salmon. Regardless, swift action was imperative. Any sale would yield profit. The first step was to promptly commence harbor construction. With a clear objective in mind, Robin swiftly began formulating a plan, casting aside his doubts, fears, and insecurities, immersing himself in the vision of the forthcoming project. At this moment, he experienced a flow state, envisioning the sequential construction of the harbor. Given that most areas of Finger Island were beset by tumultuous waves and submerged reefs, the only suitable locations for a harbor were a few beaches. He resolved to enclose a chosen stretch of sand to establish the port, constructing a dock behind it, which would feature a substantial storage facility for the salmon. Then, he would mobilize the inhabitants to transport the salmon along the walled passage to the ships. Furthermore, he recognized the necessity of establishing another dock outside the harbor for the accommodation of goods. Upon generating the initial funds, he intended to procure slaves to work at the harbor, subsequently constructing ancillary urban developments such as workshops and marketplaces to foster prosperity within the family territory. In due course, he would repeatedly acquire more slaves to enhance labor capacity, and once the value generated by the slaves sufficed to clear the debts, they would be integrated as subjects of the family until the limits of the territory were reached. Breakfast consisted of a platter of bread accompanied by butter, honey, fruit, and cheese. As the golden sun rose higher in the sky, Robin, as always, was flanked by Robb and 2 knights, while 12 guards remained vigilant in the vicinity, apart from those on duty. In this era, the swiftest means of transporting salmon across the land involved horse-drawn carts. Yet with his vast reserves, sales were minimal, particularly since the nearest cold-water city boasted a mere population of under 3,000. Only maritime transport could facilitate large-scale distribution. Utilizing large vessels with saltwater ice blocks would allow for prolonged preservation of the fish, enabling sales to distant markets. Saltwater ice melts at a slower rate than freshwater ice in frigid conditions, providing a more enduring low-temperature environment advantageous for preserving goods. This substance was abundant in his consciousness space, and as long as the storage conditions remained sufficiently sealed, the salmon would remain unspoiled even upon reaching dawn. Chapter 7. The construction of the port. Robin arrived at a beach 5 kilometers from the watchtower, clutching his meticulously drawn blueprint. With the assistance of the guards, he ascended a large boulder, gazing out at the barren stretch of land where the port was to be constructed. A sigh escaped his lips. Establishing a port here would be an arduous task. Everything must be built from the ground up. In the past, his minor inventions merely required him to present the craftsman with design sketches, and the resulting products, be it a furnace, a wheelchair, or a charcoal pencil, would come to fruition. Over the years, he had thoroughly explored his territory, only to find that Food Finger Island was not suitable for cultivation, nor did it possess a fitting location for a port. After much contemplation, he deemed this sandy beach to be the only viable option for transformation. This area had been depleted of sand for the purpose of supplementing his consciousness space, resulting in a lower elevation, complemented by a cliff that extended outward, making it more suitable for a deep-sea port than other locations. Despite years of sand collection, even at high tide, only flat-bottomed boats could navigate these waters. His family's territory did boast sufficiently deep waters to accommodate large vessels. However, the dense underwater reefs made navigation treacherous, and he could not use his consciousness space to remove these obstacles. The extraction of materials through his consciousness space was limited. Substances connected to the earth were considered part of it and could not be collected. Only independent entities not exceeding 10 by 10 meters could be drawn into his consciousness space, leaving him helpless. The reason he could collect seawater was that it flowed freely at the surface, unbound to the earth, thus allowing it to be absorbed into his space. Robin subconsciously felt that it was prudent to keep his abilities concealed. A man without guilt may inadvertently attract envy. Recently, he had come to realize that witches were not feared on this continent. As the son of a lord, the future Count Moreno, once the port was completed, he could sell salmon, amassing wealth to fund an army. Who would dare demand a reasonable explanation from him then? After a moment of reflection, Robin solidified his plans for the port's construction. The first priority would be the port's walls. The port would utilize the cliff as the midpoint along its length, extending 5 kilometers on either side toward the coastline to establish its dimensions. The port's width would be determined by the extreme low tide, stretching from the shore into the depths of the sea. The thought of what would transpire next brought a smile to his face. "Sir Garrett, do you believe in magic?" He jested. "My lord, I only believe in the sword in my hand," Garrett replied with a playful tone. "If you intend to perform some tricks, my son Robert has been following you for 3 years. He will believe whatever you say." Sir Garrett, with a smooth chin, was a lifelong friend of his father, considerably older than Robin. In his eyes, he was more than just the captain of the guard. He played the role of an uncle in Robin's life. He sensed that Robin seemed unusually animated today, in stark contrast to his usual stoic demeanor. Before leaving, Lady Moreno had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on Robin. "Ha ha ha, should you witness anything miraculous, do not be astonished," Robin cautioned those around him. Garrett had already witnessed Robin's remarkable abilities, so there was no doubt in his mind. Because the consciousness entity in space caused the physical body to fall into slumber, he aimed to delineate a port centered around the prominent cliff, using the geography of Bravos as a reference to design a defensible harbor. The sister isles were not far from the Finger Peninsula, serving as a refuge for smugglers and a den for pirates, relying on trade, smuggling, or piracy for survival, primarily to guard against such threats. Robin had already envisioned the materials needed for the port. Apart from seawater, sand was the most abundant resource on the Finger Peninsula, making it an excellent choice. During high tide, the sea would batter the beach, displacing sand, which during such times would not be considered part of the earth and could be absorbed into his consciousness space. As the tide receded, it would bring in sand from other areas, causing the beach's elevation to decrease year by year. After 6 years of diligently collecting sand from the beach into his consciousness space, he had amassed a sandball with a radius of 10,000 meters. A month prior, Robin had prepared the construction materials. He manipulated the sandball within his consciousness space to melt it near the sun, then swiftly distanced it to cool, ultimately yielding a colossal obsidian meteorite. The sand contained not only silica, but also various impurities and minerals, allowing for the occasional discovery of large crystals in a myriad of colors within the meteorite. The pristine, Unblemished portions, however, were kept for his own collection. The process to obtain uniformly shaped obsidian bricks was remarkably simple. As long as the consciousness entity entered the meteorite and deceived the consciousness space into believing a cube was to be released into the external world, Robin could retrieve a cube of obsidian, a technique he referred to as the power of space. When a standard black 5m x 5m cube of obsidian materialized before Garrett, the guards were momentarily stunned before quickly rushing to Robin's side, apprehensive of the dark stone. "Young master, do you truly possess magical abilities?" Garrett inquired, tapping the obsidian with his sword, incredulity evident in his voice. "Is this dragon crystal?" All present were astounded by this sudden spectacle, particularly the guards, whose mouths gaped in disbelief as they gazed at their young lord. "Is this thing called dragon crystal?" Robin, returning from his consciousness space, opened his eyes to regard Garrett. "Tell me, is it valuable?" "My lord," Garrett adjusted his previous address. "Dragon crystal is traded as a commodity, typically used in the crafting of sword hilts, rings, eye masks, and exquisite decorative items such as obsidian archways. It appeared to hold some value, but Robin's primary concern was the potential for others to come and steal the construction materials. After some deliberation, he resolved to proceed with the port's construction. Once he had an abundance of materials, their worth would diminish. He had no time for trivial profits, nor could he consume them, and the demand for such items was likely minimal. Moreover, he had an abundance of crystals in various colors within his space. Forget it. Soon enough, this will no longer hold value. Robin handed the blueprint to Garrett, who added details to the parchment plan, inquiring, "Can you understand the blueprint?" Garrett scrutinized the three-dimensional representation on the paper, hesitantly guessing, "My lord, are you intending to construct a port?" "Yes. Is there a problem?" "I recognize the enclosed area. But what are the delineated lines for?" "I know," called out Josen, who was peering over Garrett's shoulder. "Knowing is one thing. Don't shout in my ear, you startled me." Garrett chided the fisherman, a local from the Finger Peninsula. "I believe those are docking spaces for small boats to accommodate larger ships," he articulated his thoughts. "Yet we have only dried fish and a few dozen sheep here," Garrett questioned, perplexed. "Are we to sell these dragon crystals once the port is complete? Perhaps my lord can transform them into other things?" A guard cautiously suggested. Once they finished speaking, Robin interjected, "Yes, those are docking spaces. As for what we will sell, we shall decide that after the construction is completed." "Sir, can you comprehend the blueprint?" "My lord, the design is exceptionally realistic. There is no issue. However, should we not recruit craftsmen for such a venture?" Garrett, who had only received knightly education, found his subordinates to be either fishermen or shepherds. "What? Do you not wish to partake?" No, my lord. Serving you is my honor," Garrett hastily denied. "I merely worry that is for me to consider." Chapter 8. Port Construction 2. Robin laid out the blueprints on the ground, revealing a three-dimensional sketch. The guards, perceptive as ever, gathered around to shield the young lord from the wind. You turned to listen, realizing that even Sir Garrett might not fully comprehend my intentions. There could be flaws in my design, and while some of you may not have read as extensively as I have, your experiences with other ports enable you to identify any mistakes. Robin spoke earnestly. "Once the port is constructed, you will be among the first soldiers to guard it, responsible for managing hundreds of men in the future. It would serve you well to listen attentively." In an effort to boost their morale, Robin inspired them, and their eyes brightened as they prepared to engage. He crouched among them, pointing at the blueprints, meticulously explaining each location. Fortunately, this was a three-dimensional sketch, clear and straightforward, which made it easy for the guards to understand the overall concept. Each docking position would rise 10 dragon crystal blocks above sea level, and the thickness of the protective harbor walls would be identical 10 dragon crystal blocks, much like constructing a city wall. However, the scale of this wall could rival that of a mountain. Garrett pondered quietly to himself, marveling at the enormity of the undertaking. Aside from its height, it bore little difference from the Wall of Despair. The design for this new harbor bore a resemblance to the Port of Bravos, featuring islands within it. The distinction being that these islands would eventually host shops and warehouses. If it were to be completed, it would far surpass the Port of Bravos in size. According to the design, although the harbor was planned to accommodate only 800 large ships at once for loading and unloading, with proper management, the broad waterways could handle thousands of vessels operating simultaneously. Perhaps the Wall of Despair was constructed using a similar method? The seams between the ice blocks had been fused together over centuries. "My lord, isn't the ship in trance incorrectly positioned?" Josen, drawing from his years of fishing experience, quickly identified a problem. "Please speak candidly," he was encouraged. Rubbing the back of his head, he explained earnestly, "My lord, the sea winds here blow north-south during both winter and summer. Isn't it unsuitable for the entrance to face the narrow sea? The wind direction could complicate navigation for incoming vessels." Upon hearing this, Robin experienced a moment of clarity and nodded approvingly. "Indeed, that is an oversight on my part. Josen, please see the steward for a silver stag as thanks." "Thank you, my lord, thank you." Josen exclaimed, his face alight with surprise and gratitude. The guards, who had noticed the issue but remained silent, now felt regretful. They had assumed that Robin had intentionally designed it this way, thinking their lord understood everything, never expecting there would be a lapse. Seeing this, Ike took the opportunity to speak up. My lord, I believe your design references the defenses of King's Landing. However, as this is a port with no inhabitants, the need for towers seems unnecessary. Consider that ships sway in the water. A siege ladder would be impractical. Ike, having served as Robin's father's squire and traveled extensively, was eager to contribute further. When constructing the harbor with dragon crystal, the walls can be inclined outward as they rise, making it impossible for anyone to scale them. But what if enemies climb the masts? A guard interjected skeptically. Ike chuckled dismissively. Fool, that would be even better. We could simply drop a barrel of oil from above and incinerate the entire ship effortlessly. Besides, didn't the captain suggest adding hidden reefs? Large vessels would find it impossible to navigate through. Indeed, small boats' masts aren't that tall. Other guards chimed in, enthusiasm growing as they shared their insights, each contributing their own perspectives. A fresh design emerged, transforming the original concept drastically. New features included hidden reefs, wave barriers, and the removal of densely packed towers on the walls. Silence fell over the group as they observed the port design, which now resembled an enlarged warship, with the bow and stern serving as entrances and exits. The docking areas were delineated by walls constructed from dragon crystal blocks and to enhance fire prevention capabilities. The proposal included 7 watchtowers, each 300 meters high. Robin expressed satisfaction with the newly revised plans, understanding that any issues could still be amended. The process of storing items in his consciousness was more efficient than retrieving them. Now, do we all understand what the port will look like? Robin glanced at the sea, noting the tide was currently receding. Let us commence our work. Sir Garrett, Robin handed over the blueprints. I will release dragon crystal every 10 counts in front of us. Biscuit, you must listen to your father's commands while carrying me. Yes, yes, Biscuit replied, stuffing his mouth with biscuits, though he may have seemed simple-minded. He understood the need to fuel himself for the labor ahead. The first step was to establish a solid foundation. Robin surveyed the guards. You must protect me and ensure Biscuit does not fall. Should he stumble, his front must not face upwards, as I cannot see outside when using magic. Robin finally revealed this vulnerability to the guards, recognizing that it was apparent to anyone with common sense. Everyone understood that if a heavy dragon crystal fell from above, it could easily crush the young lord and the plump boy beneath him. Should anyone dare to speak out of turn, I know who you are. But my sword does not recognize you. I swear by the name of the 7 warrior gods that I will forever guard the secrets of our lord's magic. Captain Garrett proclaimed, having been educated in knighthood and fully aware of the significance of this oath. All recognized that following a lord who possessed magic promised a bright future. And now they were among the young lord's most trusted. The implications of this trust were undeniably profound. The others followed suit, pledging to protect their most cherished individuals or causes. I swear to keep this secret, in the name of my deceased mother, Josen declared. I too swear, in the name of my departed mother. Although he did not fully grasp the nature of the secret, he raised the bag of biscuits to join in. Fool, your mother is not dead. Garrett kicked him lightly in the rear, prompting laughter from all, none questioning the jest. Robin nodded at Sir Garrett, who had yet to mention the confidentiality matter. In this era, Robin held little faith in oaths. He believed that binding interests could better preserve secrets. It sufficed that only a select few knew of his magical abilities, as possessing extraordinary power often invited envy. The potential for someone to exploit Robin's abilities to create a perpetual salmon production machine was a constant concern. The Moreno family's armed force consisted of 15 guards, with only one, Sir Garrett, being particularly formidable. The rest were recruits from the local villages. Robin required time to retrieve items from his consciousness, as he could not grasp objects beyond 10 meters. He had experimented with numerous techniques, such as projecting high-velocity meteors as projectiles against enemies. Unfortunately, items drawn from his consciousness remained inert in the physical realm. Once the port is established, it would serve the Moreno family for 3 generations. Robin made this promise. Oh, and please have Sir Garrett inform the 3 on duty today. I will ensure they are held accountable. Garrett nodded solemnly. For commoners, a stable and lucrative job held unparalleled value. Robin offered these 15 men an exceptionally rare opportunity, promising to secure their livelihoods for 3 generations. As long as Robin remained at the helm of the Moreno family, these men would have a steadfast foundation and would become Robin's most reliable allies. Chapter 9, Port Construction 3. The sea breeze howled as the scorching sun hung high in the clear azure sky. The tide quietly retreated, leaving behind a damp beach and scattered shells. The Five-Finger Peninsula, already sparsely populated, appeared even more desolate, to avoid attracting the attention of fishermen. Captain Garrett had stationed 6 guards 2 miles away for vigilance. Too many people would be of no help here. Even a dozen men would struggle to lift a single dragon crystal block, so it was better to keep them occupied. According to the plan, Robin skillfully leaped onto the broad back of Rob, whose ample girth swayed with ease. One of the guards unhesitatingly tore off his yellow linen sleeve and gently secured Robin onto the corpulent figure. At that moment, Rob stood atop a large stone with the others, all preparations complete. Robin closed his eyes and, in an instant, found himself beside the dragon crystal meteorite in the realm of consciousness. Here, he possessed a unique method of timing, a sundial. The flow of time in this conscious space compared to the outside world was 100. Thus, what equated to 10 units in the external world felt like 1,000 to him, affording him ample time to select appropriately. In this realm, the sun revolved around 3 watery planets, completing its orbit in approximately 24 hours. Nearby, a vast white disk of crystal stood out, with a 1,000-meter-tall obsidian monolith firmly stationed at its center, intricately etched with red crystal markings down to the minute. By observing the shadow cast by the obsidian on the disk, he could estimate the current time. Every time the shadow crossed 20 markers, he would release a dragon crystal cube. With a dull thud, the first obsidian crystal materialized out of thin air, crashing down steadily before Rob. Due to the smooth, mirror-like surface of the dragon crystal, it was prone to slipping, and under Sir Garrett's special directive, 2 guards were assigned to protect him on either side. The 4 men promptly jumped onto the newly appeared dragon crystal block and steadied themselves at the edge. Suddenly, another dragon crystal appeared without warning, descending rapidly to align perfectly with the preceding one. Jorson's keen gaze caught the subtle gap between the 2 dragon crystals. Without hesitation, he swiftly removed his boots and measured the distance between the gap, delighted to discover that its width matched the length of his foot. "Captain, tell your son not to approach the edge of the dragon crystal. The gap is just right for a single step to cross seamlessly," Jorson hurriedly reported to Captain Garrett. Rob was notoriously stubborn. Aside from the young lord's commands, it was challenging to sway him. Even his father was no exception. Fortunately, the young lord had foreseen this and instructed him to obey, or else there would be trouble. "I'm going to find a branch," shouted Guard Beck. "I'll help," another guard said, leaping back to the beach with Beck from the large stone. Meanwhile, Garrett quickly turned his foolish son to face the inner harbor. Boom. The dragon crystal blocks continually materialized before them, rapidly forming the foundation of the harbor walls. The thickness of the port was equivalent to 10 dragon crystals, translating to a distance of 50 meters. By the time 5 rows had been laid, the 2 guards who had gone to find branches returned, panting and clutching 5 uniformly long sticks to distribute among the group. The guards first used the branches to mark the positions, and Garrett, with Jorson flanking him, escorted Rob onto the new dragon crystal block. Garrett carefully observed the distance between the 2 dragon crystals. It was just right. After a while, as the dragon crystals ceased to appear, the guards noticed Robin had opened his eyes. For him, an hour and a half had passed in the conscious realm. A tedious wait. Now, the guards finally had the leisure to look back at the harbor's progress, and they were taken aback by the sight before them. "Did we build this?" Beck murmured, staring ahead. Captain Garrett turned around, the eerie and mysterious blackness of the realm coming into view. The dragon crystal blocks were arranged closely, uniformly, forming an impeccably structured foundation. The black surface of the dragon crystals reflected the sun's bright yet gentle light, as if standing at the edge of an abyss. Garrett, like the others, gaped in astonishment. This place imparted a suffocating sensation, as if something unknown lurked beneath their feet. "Hey, kid, you're not scared, are you? If you've seen the North's Great Wall of Despair, this is nothing," the captain said, clapping his shoulder, startling the dazed Beck. "I'm not scared. I just feel something strange," Beck replied, along with others who shared the sentiment, unable to articulate it. "I think it's incredibly beautiful," one guard remarked. "I believe this will surely become the 9th wonder of the known world," praised Sir Garrett. After a moment, the group regained their composure. "My lord, I can't imagine how breathtaking it will be once completed, like constructing a wall of gold," Jorson complimented Robin. "Really?" Robin felt no surprise. He had witnessed grander and more magnificent scenes in the realm of consciousness. He frowned slightly, dissatisfied with the progress. "At this rate, a month wouldn't suffice." "This pace is too slow, Sir Garrett. Can you release the dragon crystals at a pace of 5 units moving forward?" Garrett pondered briefly before responding. "No problem. However, for safety, let us stick to 6 units for a more secure approach." "All right. As long as we speed up, the difference between 5 and 6 units is negligible." Robin returned to the realm of consciousness, and the group resumed their labors. Shadows shrank beneath them as the tide rose. It was then that Robin realized it was already noon, and only a third of the harbor's foundation was completed. The days on the beach dragged on, and soon another week had passed. The sharp sea breeze stung their faces, akin to tiny blades slicing against their skin, erasing the initial excitement of their arrival at sea. Each day, Robin tirelessly adhered to his blueprint for the construction of the harbor. The weather had been clear these past few days, and progress had been commendable. The walls of the harbor on the beach were now enclosed. The standard dragon crystal blocks made area calculations straightforward, 300 blocks horizontally and 200 vertically, with berths densely packed, stretching endlessly. Compared to Bravos, the largest harbor in this world, Robin Port was 10 times its size. Akin to a behemoth in the realm of harbors, boasting unparalleled throughput and capacity. At this juncture, Robin was finally confronted with an insurmountable issue. The beach remained just that, a beach, yet its depth was insufficient. To accommodate large vessels without running aground, the water depth at low tide must reach at least 5 meters. A requirement that increased with cargo. Utilizing the realm of consciousness to extract sand only skimmed the surface layer. The waves could not shift the sand if they did not impact it, rendering Robin's efforts equivalent to what a couple hundred men could achieve. In this era, the only solution Robin could conceive was to excavate manually. 2,000 meters away lay an inward curving bay where sand could be disposed of without affecting maritime operations. However, the scale of such an undertaking was monumental. Chapter 10. Windmill Village. Windmill Village is devoid of pointed wooden walls and towering arrow towers. The majority of its inhabitants reside in low, flat-roofed houses, constructed with wooden walls and thatched roofs. The structures within the Moreno family's domain are loosely clustered, creating the semblance of a village, while a considerable distance away lies another settlement. At the age of 21, Josen, a fisherman from Windmill Village, shares his home with a younger brother, 2 sisters, his father, and mother. Born and raised in this secluded village, he grew up breathing the briny sea air, spending his days mending fishing nets, catching fish, and drying them. The most exhilarating event in his life was the occasional trip to Coldwater City to sell salted fish, a brief escape from his seemingly endless existence. Whenever supplies arrived at the watchtower, he would eagerly rush to assist, yearning to overhear the sailors' tales of the outside world. At times, he even entertained the thought of joining a ship as a sailor. But the prospect of leaving his family with only one laborer made him shudder at the thought of what winter would bring in his absence. 3 years ago, after Robin took charge of family affairs and began to bolster the guards, Josen, with his quick wit, recited the Moreno family's ancestral phrase favoring the watchtower, which caught Robin's attention and ultimately transformed his fate. Now, he no longer needed to accompany his father to fish, braving the howling sea winds and scorching sun, only to return home in winter, rationing their meager provisions over 3 days while huddled under blankets to keep warm. Windmill Village, named for its lord's windmill, is home to a mere 43 souls. After becoming a guard, Josen wed the most beautiful spinner in the village. Following their marriage, he spent half a year's salary to purchase a plot of land from the steward and employed his father and neighbors to construct a stone house not far from their previous dwelling, thereby establishing a family. This 2-story abode, built of stone and timber, stands as the wealthiest household in all of Windmill Village. The walls are filled with a mixture of sandy clay, left exposed, while the second floor is adorned with pine boards. The narrow wooden-framed windows overlook a straw mat, and in the corner, a few bags of flour, potatoes, candles, and a roll of woolen blankets are neatly stored. The north is rich in timber, and occasionally, cargo ships from White Harbor meet with misfortune, washing ashore on the Five-Finger Peninsula, though these belong to Lord Moreno. In the past, the Lord merely used the timber for firewood, filling the air with the scent of pine. Standard, smooth pine boards could be utilized after a simple sanding. After Robin began managing the estate, he intentionally introduced the sale of flour, distributing copper pieces among the villagers, thus transforming their barter-based economy. The villagers were eager to purchase affordable flour, no longer needing to rely on neighbors to procure it from Coldwater City, which incurred additional costs. This transformation began 3 years prior when Robin organized a small market at the training grounds. The house is modest. Descending the wooden ladder provides a view of the entire first floor, featuring a simple stone hearth, a table, and 2 stools. A figure appears at the doorway, casting a shadow over Ada, who, with a spindle in hand, spins wool by the fading daylight. Her fingers move deftly back and forth. Ada is voluptuous, her light curls pinned up with a strip of burlap. As she seldom ventures outside, her complexion is more delicate than that of other women in the village. To win her hand, Josen spent a total of 300 copper pieces, roughly equivalent to 6 copper stars, yet he deemed every bit of it worthwhile. She crafts simple sweaters from coarse wool, producing 3 each month, selling them for over 30 copper pieces after costs. In truth, Josen has indeed married above his station. Ada, by convention, could have served as a maid in the Lord's household. However, misfortune struck as Lady Moreno brought her own maid, who was both beautiful and literate. As the sun grazed the horizon, Josen returned to their stone house, proudly producing 3 copper stars from his hand. Here, Ada, aware that it was payday, received the coins with astonishment. "This is a copper star," she gasped, staring at Josen's proud face, momentarily speechless. Common folk primarily use copper plates, with copper pieces as secondary currency. 1 copper piece equals 2 copper plates. and copper stars are rare on the remote Five-Finger Peninsula. What have you done? She exclaimed, realizing that one copper star is worth 56 copper pieces. A guard earns 3 copper pieces a day, amounting to 21 copper pieces in a week. How could he possibly have earned 6 times that amount? Ada dropped her spindle, quickly pulling Josen inside. Before closing the door, she cautiously peeked outside, her head darting left and right, her eyes scanning for anyone who might overhear. She feared her husband had stolen from the Lord. If discovered, their family would be doomed. Did you steal from the young lord? Ada whispered, leaning in slightly, as if fearing that even a whisper could be overheard. In her mind, the young lord was known for meting out brutal punishments, including whipping those who transgressed. Recently, Josen had suffered a beating for attending the wedding of the black sheep shepherdess. But it had been a ruse. Her husband had gone missing while fishing, leaving her as the sole adult responsible for 4 children, with no neighbors left to borrow from. After consuming their last fish, survival was becoming increasingly dire, and she had no choice but to contemplate extorting the Lord. Josen hurried back to explain the situation to Robin, who was now involved in a serious matter. Aside from Sir Garrett, who merely oversaw the shifts and the guards at the watchtower, the entire guard team had each received 20 lashes. The reason? Negligence. Guards were supposed to patrol the territory daily, yet when one had gone missing for 6 months, not a single member of the 15-man squad had reported it. You've forgotten the pain in your back from the black sheep sham wedding. Are you not learning? She retorted, angrily dropping into a chair, her movements slightly stiff from her frustration. Stealing money is far more serious than negligence. She had heard her father say that the Lord dealt with thieves by chopping off their hands and locking them in cages to die under the scorching sun. Josen was momentarily confused. This was the salary from the young lord. Ada furrowed her brow, her eyes filled with concern. 3 copper stars in 7 days. Have you been conscripted to fight? In her understanding, even her brother, who had become a sailor, described the prosperous seagull town, which did not yield such high wages unless one was going to war. She could think of no other reason. It's 1 star for every 7 days. The other 2 are rewards from the young lord, Josen clarified. No, I wasn't fighting. What are you saying? I tell you, the Five-Finger Peninsula is destined to become the largest port in the world, Josen declared, standing tall. That must be your young lord's madness. We have only sheep dung and fish here, Ada scoffed, rolling her eyes in disdain. The majority of the sheep belong to the Lord. The dung could be used as fuel, and fishermen were required to pay 1/3 of their catch in taxes to the Lord. In her view, this place held no potential for growth. I'm not jesting. As for what we will sell, it certainly won't be fish, Josen insisted earnestly, slamming his hands on the table in an attempt to convince his wife of his words. Only then did Ada, still skeptical, take the copper star in her right hand, feeling the 7-pointed star etched upon its surface. After a vigorous exchange, Josen panted, Ada, do you understand? Becoming a squad leader is merely the beginning. Ada nestled close, satisfied, feeling her husband's racing heartbeat. Today, the young lord has already drawn up plans. He intends to construct a dock here and open trade routes. Soon, merchant ships from all corners will anchor here. Is it those black stones by the beach? Ada questioned, knowing that the secret would not remain hidden. The thousands of black dragon crystals along the shore were visible to anyone who was not blind. How they were transported? Do not ask. Josen rose, his expression grave, and lowered his voice to offer a solemn warning. This secret could lead to your husband's dreadful demise, yet it also harbors the potential for great wealth. Noticing Aida's serious nod, Josen reclined once more. Is there truly a plan to construct a port here? What commodities can possibly be traded? Should we seek out the steward to purchase a few plots of land, which could later be transformed into commercial establishments? Ida incessantly murmured in her husband's ear. Once the port is established, our family could serve the Lord for 3 generations. Josen dismissed this proposal and succumbed to slumber, for he was aware that this young lord had already devised a blueprint for the vicinity of the port, intending to erect buildings from dragon crystal, which would ultimately necessitate the dismantling of their own village, an endeavor he deemed unnecessary. In his dreams, he beheld the port bustling with an array of merchant vessels docked, the wharf laden with goods from distant lands, merchants bustling about, vociferously hawking their wares, while Josen, as the captain of the guard, maintained order amidst the throng, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 11. Human Trafficking Watchtower, 2nd floor meeting room. Engaging in human trafficking is not entirely out of the question. The family fleet embarks on trade across the narrow sea annually. However, trafficking dozens or even hundreds of individuals poses a significant risk. Thomas remained fervent in his actions, though a hint of disappointment marred his expression. He was clad in a cream-colored velvet jacket, complemented by a gray silk cloak fashioned from black fox fur. 5,000. What? Thomas rose abruptly, clearly taken aback. His family had a legacy of 50 years in maritime trade, and the white streaks in his hair and beard attested to his seasoned experience as a captain. I require 5,000 individuals. 5,000. Do you comprehend the magnitude of such a transaction? Are you certain you can manage it? Thomas regarded the boy with skepticism and turned to the side, glancing at Mrs. Moreno, who nodded slightly in affirmation. Absolutely, Robin replied coolly from the head of the long table. Can your family truly afford such a sum? We can exchange salmon. This left Thomas bewildered. Salmon? Wasn't that a specialty of the North? However, when a noble claimed the ability to procure it, to question them would seem rather foolish. Bartering is also acceptable. Thomas had no objections to this mode of payment. He was well acquainted with the trade practices of White Harbor, where goods were frequently exchanged for furs and timber. Present your offer. I have both live and frozen salmon available, Robin stated plainly, adding, by the way, I can supply ice in unlimited quantities. If we are to use salmon, such a large quantity would be difficult to preserve, and the price would significantly decrease, Thomas cautioned. Inquiring about the weight of the salmon he was referring to. All of it is from this year. It's no problem, please, make your offer, Robin insisted, confident that the price would reveal their sincerity. Captain Thomas cast a sidelong glance at his aide, his younger brother Tallis, who was 21. Both had brown hair and blue eyes, but Tallis possessed a fairer complexion, hailing from the Oxen family of Spice Town on Tide's Head Island. He was currently honing his skills as an accountant within the family fleet, primarily responsible for documenting the loading of goods, the types of local products, their quantities, and their origins. He no longer needed to consult his notebook, as these details were second nature to him. My lord, it is summer, and the North is yielding a bountiful harvest of adult salmon, which will be available at a low price in White Harbor. If you intend to settle your debt with salmon, even at the nearest bravos, the price for a slave ranges between 60 to 180 silver stacks. We can offer 3 copper bits for live fish, while frozen salmon would only fetch 1 copper bit, Tallis added, clarifying that they could only purchase live fish in limited quantities. Robin was well aware of the prevailing market conditions. 1 copper bit could buy a salmon weighing approximately 410 pounds, while the same amount could procure merely 0.6 pounds of flour. That is exceedingly low. Robin could not acquiesce. The journey from the Fingers Peninsula to White Harbor was shorter by a considerable margin, thus saving on travel time. Time is indeed money. The notion of time is money struck him as novel, something he quietly noted. The issue lies in the value of 5,000 individuals. The quantity of salmon we require would disrupt the prices of all fish across Westeros, Tallis countered. Assuming you truly possessed that many. Captain Thomas nodded, acknowledging that the price was indeed reasonable. I fully comprehend. Excess of anything leads to devaluation. What if we consider salted salmon? Robin inquired. Salted fish would be priced at 1 copper bit per pound, the young Tallis replied without hesitation. Robin contemplated the process of converting it into dried salmon. It would be somewhat cumbersome, unlike the direct shipment of frozen salmon. Yet, if processing could yield a higher added value, producing dried goods was certainly feasible, albeit with increased labor costs. The realm of consciousness was a vacuum, devoid of atmosphere, implying no air to carry away the moisture evaporating from the fish. The most sensible approach would be to arrange for drying on the island, as the Fingers Peninsula experienced not only strong winds, but also fierce sunlight during this season. As for salt extraction, utilizing gravity to filter impurities from the sun's heat, and then employing temperature variations to dissolve and recrystallize would merely enhance the salt's purity, an everyday operation. How much can you procure? He inquired. At this price, I would take as much as you can provide, Captain Thomas replied without hesitation. Dried fish, though containing bones, would have a weight comparable to flour. It should be noted that this was salted fish, containing both salt and meat, which could be preserved for a year or 2 without issue. Robin handed over an elegant sheet of white paper, already adorned with Lord Moreno's signature and family seal. The consciousness realm swelled with salmon. The initial batch had been frozen for over 2 years, yet passing fleets were reluctant to sign such substantial purchase contracts. Let us formalize our agreement. It was only natural. Thomas scrutinized the contract, pondering for a moment, his expression fluctuating between contemplation and uncertainty. He had long heard from friends about the Moreno family possessing a colossal trade order, yet no one dared to sign it. This journey was, in essence, for that very purpose. The Moreno family offers 1 pound of salted fish for 0.5 copper bits per pound. Each frozen salmon weighing no less than 4 pounds is priced at 0.5 copper bits each. A minimum trade volume of 50,000 gold dragons per month. The Moreno family shall compensate 50,000 gold dragons for any breach of contract. Should default, the family will relocate to Fingers Peninsula's Index Island and pay taxes to the Moreno family. Though the price was halved, the volume was staggering. 50,000 gold dragons was simply. Tallis, observing alongside, quietly cautioned him. Captain Thomas ignored his brother. He understood that this contract was tailored for larger family fleets, and a smaller entity like the Oxen family, with only 3 ships, would not be extended such an agreement. Robin perceived the old captain's hesitation and felt a pang of disappointment. He then withdrew another contract from a stack of burlap paper and presented it. If this is unacceptable, I have an alternative smaller contract. Previously, Robin had also reached out to other family fleets, but they were too timid and only dared to sign smaller contracts. Even if he offered prices halved, they still declined, which had been quite vexing for him. The Moreno family offers 1 pound of salted fish for 1 copper bit per pound. Each frozen salmon weighing no less than 4 pounds is priced at 1 copper bit each. A minimum trade volume of 500 gold dragons per month. In the event of a breach, if the Moreno family defaults, they shall pay 500 gold dragons and terminate the contract. If defaults, they shall compensate 500 gold dragons and terminate the contract. Yet, this contract bore only Robin's signature, clearly representing a standard commercial agreement, and the stakes were relatively low. Observing the calm countenance of the young lord before him, as if he had made a resolute decision, he returned the burlap paper with the smaller contract. Chapter 12. Completion of the harbor project. He had long since contemplated this. The contract was genuine, allowing him to employ every ship in Spice's town to engage in trade worth 50,000 gold dragons each month. Should it prove to be false, the risk he was undertaking would compel him to seek arbitration from Count Corlys of Tideshead Island, willing to escalate the matter to the king to secure compensation from the Moreno family. Upon confirming the date and drafting 2 copies, Captain Thomas affixed his family name to the document. This was the largest contract he had signed in his 30-year maritime career. The slave trade was prohibited on the continent of Westeros. Hence the agreement was reached verbally and not included in the contract. Madame Moreno's willingness to intervene was not merely due to Robin being her son. Upon witnessing Robin conjure the dragon crystal cube, she, too, was struck with astonishment, pondering which deity might wield such power, eventually attributing it, albeit tenuously, to the smith aspect of the 7 gods. When Robin demonstrated his ability to produce not only the dragon crystal cube but also salmon, ice, and coarse salt, she found herself utterly speechless. Finally, when Robin performed for her paralyzed father, he was nearly moved to stand, yet still could not. After concluding their business, Thomas inquired about their purpose in passing. "My lord, are you constructing a deep-water harbor?" Captain Thomas asked, perplexed. Having seen the Black Fortress from a distance, he only realized it was a harbor upon approaching. Noting its peculiar construction, wouldn't ships run aground at low tide? "Indeed, this is the only suitable deep-sea entrance," Robin confirmed. "You cannot be buying people to excavate a deep-sea entrance." "Can you?" Captain Thomas jested. "Why not?" Robin replied affirmatively. 5,000 might not suffice," Thomas mused. "You could hire workers. A copper penny a day would suffice to attract enough laborers in the north." Captain Thomas occasionally transported northerners southward in search of work. Then, "Captain Thomas, would you be willing to act as an agent?" "What is an agent?" "I will offer a rate of a copper penny a day, including food and lodging. For every person you refer who comes, I shall provide you with a pound of salted salmon for free." The salted salmon would inevitably become a cheap commodity, and he intended to sell as much as possible. After prolonged freezing, its nutritional value would diminish significantly. The compensation was neither high nor low. After a moment's consideration, Thomas decided it was a trivial matter. "I shall advertise at the harbor. I cannot guarantee how many will come." In the distant skyline, gray clouds enveloped the heavens, and a wall of water began to rise in the distance, shrouding the entire sea and gradually extending towards the coast. With 3 days remaining in the month, the framework of the Dragon Crystal Harbor was nearly complete, requiring only to deepen the port before it could be operational. Robin stood atop the watchtower, gazing far into the newly established Dragon Crystal Harbor. A blazing oil flame above generated a significant amount of heat, while the blue banner of the Moreno family fluttered above. Captain Garrett and Robb stood behind him. The torrential rain bore no lightning, granting Robin the courage to stand aloft. The storm surged onward, arriving at the stately Dragon Crystal Harbor on the coastline, where 7 towering dragon crystal pillars were ignited with oil. The cap, constructed from white crystal lenses, not only protected the oil but possessed the wondrous quality that when the burning oil within radiated a deep crimson glow, the light would traverse among the meticulously arranged lenses, refracting repeatedly to emit a dazzling brilliance outward. Even from hundreds of miles away, this radiance remained visible, and amidst the downpour, the lighthouse resembled the brightest star in the night sky. The scale of this harbor was monumental. The outermost breakwater was built from layers of stacked obsidian blocks, each layer ascending higher than the last. On the side facing the tumultuous waves, the obsidian formed a unique arc, efficiently dispersing the impact of the ocean's force. As the crashing waves battered the breakwater, gradually submerging it, the calm waters flowed steadily through 49 small gates into the harbor. The 5,000-meter-long dock extended beachward into the island, its width spanning several hundred meters. Dragon crystal blocks divided the dock, each section wide enough to accommodate 3 large vessels side by side, resembling a neat serration from above. By the time the seawater reached this point, it had lost its force, gently rising to a third of its depth before settling. The surface of the dock was composed of enormous dragon crystal slabs, each polished to an exceptionally smooth finish, fitting together seamlessly as if molded from a single piece. Behind it lay a square storage facility standing 200 meters tall. The sand that had once capped it had long since been reclaimed by Robin. Dragon Crystal Harbor had withstood the Tempest-S trial, and Robin's anxious heart was finally at ease. Sir Garrett, tomorrow I will construct the living quarters. When the first batch of slaves arrives, you will need to assist the steward in maintaining order. My lord, including myself, the entire garrison consists of only 56 men. Garrett reminded him, implying that the numbers might overwhelm them, aware of Robin's contract for 5,000 slaves. Captain Garrett and his 14 squad leaders had already gathered most of the adult men from the village to form the garrison, recruiting those capable of wielding the Dragon Crystal Spear, which were temporary workers without formal designation. Do not worry, the first group will not be too large. I will arrange specific tasks tomorrow. Understood, Garrett nodded, indicating that as long as Robin did not place full responsibility on him, he would not mind. Should issues arise, at least someone could be held accountable. He did not regard Robin as a mere child, recognizing his adeptness in handling matters. I believe the garrison's uniforms need standardization. Transitioning from yellow to dark brown will tarnish your reputation. The garrison was currently only equipped with weapons, and these men, previously fishermen, lacked neatly tailored clothing. Garrett had noticed this apparent issue yesterday. This is easily resolved. Have the steward procure 300 pieces of white linen, enough for each man to have 3 sets. Additionally, I expect you to have uniforms ready within 3 days. Go to the warehouse to collect flat-soled shoes. We will later transition to knee-high boots. Robin suddenly considered that since they were changing attire, it would be unsightly to have half-changed uniforms. The island's fishermen typically wore wooden clogs, crafted with wooden sawls secured by leather or cloth strips, making a distinctive sound as they walked on the dragon crystal stones. At the small market in the training grounds, many women often purchased leather to be simply tanned in workshops, with the tools being the property of the Moreno family, crafting them into basic flat-soled shoes. Due to the limited market on Five Finger Peninsula, most of these were acquired by Robin slightly above cost price, generally transported by supply ships for sale. This was part of Robin's efforts to improve the economic structure, as he did not aim to profit from them. The warehouse held an abundance of handmade goods. My lord, I thank you on behalf of the garrison members. This is what I, as the acting lord, ought to provide. Chapter 13: The Dawn of Prosperity. White Harbor. A significant port city, stands as the largest settlement north of the Neck and the smallest among the 5 great cities of Westeros. The region is rich in silver mines and boasts bountiful fishing grounds in the nearby waters. It serves as the primary trade port of the north, strategically positioned at the mouth of the White Knife River, facilitating trade ventures further north. Even during summer, the weather in White Harbor resembles early spring, imbued with a piercing chill amidst the warmth. The arrival of news heightened the atmosphere of conversation. A stout man clad in specially crafted leather armor leaned against the port's white walls, listening intently, while a group of idle sailors engaged in boasts and chatter nearby. There were no true nobles to be found here. Have you heard? The Fingers Peninsula is hiring for port construction. Is that really true? Would I deceive you? I've inquired about it. It's called Dragonstone Port. Captain Thomas had spread the word among the sailors of White Harbor, utilizing the fastest means of communication in this era. The Fingers Peninsula was aggressively recruiting, offering food and lodging at a wage of a copper penny a day. The people of White Harbor regarded this as mere post-meal entertainment. The pay was neither high nor low. The nobles who first caught wind of the news scoffed at the idea of constructing a port in a place even pirates deemed unworthy of trade. However, as numerous passing sailors confirmed the scale of Dragonstone Port, any individual, regardless of their experience, could discern that it would surely be one of the largest ports in the world. This news spread to White Harbor and countless other ports. Many sailors began preparations, convinced that every emerging locale harbored opportunities. The port's garrison was expanding significantly, with wages comparable to those in King's Landing. The second sons of northern families and the illegitimate offspring of lesser nobility took notice, persistently inquiring about Dragonstone Port. The Fingers Peninsula lay less than a day's sail from White Harbor, making it the first stop southward from the Bight, essentially right at their doorstep. As the sun ascended the horizon, with fog still lingering, the vassals of Big Wind Village had already commenced mending fishing nets and herding sheep. A sudden clatter of hooves shattered the morning tranquility of the village. Jorson rode a chestnut horse, galloping down the dirt path, his whip occasionally cracking against the walls of houses as he shouted, "Everyone up! Everyone up! The Lord requires hands for work." The villagers, bleary-eyed, emerged from their humble abodes, dressed in patched burlap garments and wearing straw sandals. Upon hearing the call for labor, they immediately set aside their tasks, eager to inquire further. Familiar with Jorson, the only rider in service to the Lord, the people of Big Wind Village regarded him as a figure of authority, having watched him grow up. "Hey, nephew. What is it today?" Yet another task of moving stones to dig a trench? An older man, limping and clad in coarse brown fabric, approached. Robin often announced repair work, such as transporting stones to build roads or erecting houses. Unlike other lords, he provided meals and wages, making it a welcome endeavor for the villagers. Uncle, in this context, you should address me as Sir Knight, Jorson declared with a flourish. How many people do you require? All can come, everyone can, Jorson reiterated. Calculating the number of hands needed for the fish preservation task, the more, the merrier. Will the Lord provide meals? Of course. Thus, even the children were roused from their beds, bewildered, following their parents. Good fortune, the Lord is hiring. In front of Jorson's stone house, over 30 villagers gathered. Their expressions animated as they congregated in the open space, clamoring in anticipation of securing a desirable job. Clad in his knightly attire, Jorson stood atop a rise, exuding a somewhat comical authority. Children on one side, the able-bodied on the other, he directed. What has to pay for a day? Someone inquired. Does the Lord appear to be in need of money? This is a long-term job. Children earn 1 copper penny a day, adults 3. Jorson feigned mystery. Drying fish. He elaborated on the task. Drying what fish? The villagers exchanged glances, the job description seeming absurd. Where would they find so many fish? Are we to catch fish as large as the castle? Some elders recalled having seen whales in their youth, which had provided meat for the entire village for months. What fish could be larger than a castle? The children's eyes widened in wonder. All proceeded along the newly constructed black Dragonstone road towards the horizon, while villagers from other areas rushed to join. They had grown accustomed to the sudden appearance of this black stone. Their initial astonishment faded as they discovered it heavy and seemingly useless, losing interest in further exploration. They tread carefully, avoiding reckless leaps. As the road led straight to the watchtower, clearly constructed by the Lord, the sound it produced was quite compelling. Any damage would be hard to repay, prompting some children to slide barefoot along the smooth surface, finding it delightful. In truth, although the Dragonstone surface was fragile, the blocks employed for the road contained a higher proportion of impurities, rendering them relatively hard. Unless intentionally damaged, they would generally remain intact. Jorson led the way up the 7-tiered staircase constructed that day, arriving at a flat plaza where a colossal building, formed from black square stones, loomed nearby. The group gradually gathered in the center of the square, a cold, briny breeze enveloping them, prompting some to instinctively wrap their arms around themselves for warmth. A horse-drawn carriage approached, bearing the steward, Simmons, responsible for the affairs of House Moreno, alongside another steward, Livia, who managed the internal operations of the watchtower. Her husband, Garrett, served as the captain of the guard. Steward, I did not expect you to come in person, Jorson greeted him. Currently, we are short-handed. How many do you have? The elder dismounted the carriage, his expression inscrutable, as he patted a wooden barrel behind him. 41, Jorson reported honestly. Steward, where's the young master? Just fell asleep. What? Does drying fish require the young master's instruction? Simmons retorted. Of course not. We've been drying fish for generations. Jorson chuckled awkwardly. Finish your meal and get to work. I shan't disturb you further. Simmons then departed to deliver supplies to other village locations. Jorson reflected on how dull the old man was, yet his meticulous nature in tasks might explain why he had maintained his role as a steward for over 40 years. The food-laden carriage made 3 trips, with preparations beginning as early as dawn, 5 o'clock a.m. Fortunately, Livia, in charge of the provisions, possessed relevant experience. Though preparing black bread for 300 people consumed considerable time, the fish soup was the simplest to prepare. The fish were chopped and cleaned, then combined with butter, salt, and beets and carrots, all tossed into a large copper pot to simmer until dawn. As they feasted on the freshly baked, soft black bread accompanied by somewhat salty fish soup served in wooden bowls, the group felt content. After a brief respite, the formal work was set to commence. Jorson led the villagers to the 7th door of the storage room, all eyes fixated on the entrance sealed with ice. Is there fish inside? Someone curiously scraped away some ice, exclaiming, What is that smell? Sweet, he replied. I don't believe it. Fool, it's just sea ice. Step aside, Jorson commanded. The crowd parted, wary of his outburst. Move aside, don't block the entrance. Are you afraid of death? Jorson bellowed. Had they not been his kin, he would have scolded them more harshly. The crowd retreated further back. Subsequently, Jorson positioned himself beside the door, using his sword to thrust forcefully against the ice. And when it did not budge, he pried it open with all his might. The ice shattered. Chapter 14 The Dawn of Prosperity 2 The ice pile was suddenly thrust aside by an invisible giant hand, and countless frozen salmon surged forth like a torrent of shimmering silver. These fish huddled closely together, each enveloped in a delicate layer of ice, sparkling brilliantly under the sun's rays. They collided and tumbled, creating a crisp crackling sound as they irresistibly surged toward the onlookers. In an instant, the dark ground was transformed into a small silver hill, with several fish sliding across the smooth surface for hundreds of meters. The crowd stood in stunned silence, their eyes wide and mouths agape, their faces etched with astonishment and disbelief. Some instinctively reached out to examine a fish closely, confirming its tangible existence. This is a mountain of fish. With so many, how can we expect to sell them at a good price? Worries about the future began to surface among the more astute individuals. Hearing such foolish remarks, Josen immediately admonished, "Fools. From now on, they'll all be working for the Lord. We won't be fishing anymore." The previous day had been one of Josen's most exhausting. Under Robin's organization, everyone had gathered to engage in a heated discussion on how to efficiently process the caught fish into dried salmon. During the discourse, a pressing issue arose. There was a dire shortage of water needed for the fish drying process. Consequently, they swiftly commenced the construction of a rudimentary water reservoir outside the storage room, with Robin pouring layers of melted dragon crystal. The guards had pre-embedded outlets, and during the latter part of the night, they assembled 6 dragon crystal pipes, which could unleash a torrent of water merely by removing the wooden stopper. This water source could sustain them for a month, and everyone toiled throughout the night. As dawn approached, Robin, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, was roused and began releasing the frozen salmon into the storage room. He controlled the quantity, filling only to a height of 4 dragon crystal blocks, as his subjects numbered less than 300, making it easy to handle. Under Josen's direction, tools were distributed, 2 daggers and a cleaver. 2 individuals carried baskets to transport the salmon to the work site. 3 men stood beside a large wooden basin, one responsible for handing over the salmon while the other 2 used daggers to scrape off the scales, tossing the cleaned fish into another basket. Laborers carried the filled baskets, using the heavy cleaver to split the fish in half. A chaotic mix of fish was passed to the next group for washing, which could consist of up to 12 individuals. They lined up before the dragon crystal pipes, immersing the salmon one by one in water, vigorously scrubbing to remove slime, impurities, and entrails. The contents extracted from the fish were discarded into another wooden barrel, which Josen conveyed to the young Lord Robin, instructing that these should be thrown into the sea for anyone in need, to prevent the area from becoming foul. Fishermen, accustomed to dealing with fish, knew well which parts were valuable and what could be made from them. They carefully extracted fish liver, swim bladders, and roe. However, given the sheer number of salmon, even the most opportunistic fishermen exclaimed they could not take more, as they had no space to store such bounty. In the final step of making dried salmon, women evenly coated the cleaned, halved fish with generous amounts of salt before tossing them into a large wooden barrel, layering salt between each layer. Once a barrel was filled, laborers would transport it to the shed for storage. After observing for a while and comparing their efforts with those from other villages, Josen noted a lack of enthusiasm in his villagers. Suddenly remembering the most crucial detail he had neglected to mention, he reminded them, "Each barrel of salmon counts as a copper piece. The more you dry, the more money you earn." This revelation instantly ignited excitement among the villagers, as they realized the payment was based on quantity rather than time spent laboring. They had previously wasted time sorting through the fish guts for valuable items, resulting in fewer processed salmon and, consequently, lower earnings. "Why didn't you say so earlier, you fool?" his lame uncle cursed loudly, his pace at cleaving fish doubling as he pondered why the others worked so swiftly. "I forgot to mention it," Josen replied awkwardly, feeling embarrassed. "Stop wasting time here," his uncle snapped, growing increasingly frustrated. He did not want to witness his nephew, who had once expended effort carrying things for the Lord, now idly lounging about. Even if Josen had found some success. Yet, Josen remained indifferent, yawning sleepily after a hearty meal, seeking a shaded spot for a nap. His involvement was limited to overseeing the guards' wages. How much work he did mattered little to him. His wife had already been assigned to assist in the kitchen and would not receive a share, so he was unconcerned. He slept until dusk, awakening to find himself surrounded by barrels of fish stacked 3 high. Climbing to the top, he realized this was the result of others' work. "You rascals!" Josen shouted in frustration. His voice carried to nearby villagers laboring in the same field. "Is old Josen scolding us?" one villager asked as he passed by, transporting a basket while tirelessly cleaving frozen fish into halves. In this era, those without their own names often inherited their fathers, such as Josen's father, Old Josen. And he was Big Josen, while his younger brother was Little Josen. Though he heard the query, he knew each village was only allotted 1 cleaver, which absolutely could not pause. He was busy and did not wish to expend unnecessary energy, but he had to stand up when prompted. "What did you say?" he called out to his son in the distance. As Josen recognized the familiar voice, he instinctively ducked back down. After 3 days of curing, a rich, briny aroma enveloped the air. Women and children joyfully retrieved the salmon from the barrels, carefully threading them onto fine wooden sticks. Outside the square, rows of cross-shaped drying racks were ready, and the densely packed salmon hung above, shimmering in the sunlight like a multitude of radiant silver scales, creating a breathtaking spectacle. The winds of Five Finger Peninsula howled, and the sun blazed fiercely, as if intent on drying everything. In just 3 days, the moisture from the salmon was rapidly extracted. The flesh firmed, and the color deepened, exuding an enticing salty aroma. A simple assembly line gradually took shape amid the bustling activity, each step executed in perfect harmony. 7 days later, the first batch of salted fish was finally completed. Chapter 15. Salary Disbursement. The sound of clashing and sliding copper coins echoed chaotically. A luxurious carriage trailed by 3 double-horse carriages arrived at Fishy Square, where the process of making dried fish had caused juices to seep into the cracks of the dragon crystal floor, rendering it impossible for water to thoroughly cleanse the decaying matter beneath, leading to a foul stench over time. Hence, the square was aptly named Fishy Square. The crowd in Fishy Square remained boisterous, standing in the shadows of the towering storage house. Slaves, fishermen, men, women, and even children eagerly awaited the day's salary disbursement. 30 soldiers arrived to separate the encroaching throng, with the addition of more slaves from Finger Island, thus bolstering the watchtower's manpower. With a creak, the door of the luxurious carriage swung open, and a brown-haired young lady, adjusting her gown, stepped down. Observing the disheveled crowd, she nervously fidgeted with her dress. Initially intending to wear a splendid ivory silk gown representing her family's colors, she ultimately opted for a deep gray long dress, paired with a black leather jacket. Her hair tied back in a high ponytail, adorned with a simple yet elegant silver necklace, exuding a competent demeanor. Following her were a scholar and 2 girls of similar age to Elena, the scholar carrying a ledger while the 2 young women clutched a pile of notes. The soldiers unloaded a table and 3 simple backless stools from the last double-horse carriage. Miss Elena, the scholar, placed the ledger on the table, which meticulously recorded the salaries due to everyone. Robin had specifically advised her that, in her first undertaking, she must establish her authority, regardless of punishment or reward, to avoid being underestimated for her gender. Elena, observing the chaotic crowd, felt a twinge of fear. She was acutely aware of the eyes fixed upon her. Despite her effort to ignore it, she knew Robin was watching her from the carriage. After a long silence, she remained quiet, her beautiful face betraying no emotion. Though her heart raced, the scholar regarded her with a puzzled expression but posed no questions. She recalled their conversation before departing. "Are you afraid of standing before the crowd?" Robin had inquired. A little, she hesitated before admitting, "I've never done this alone before." Robin had encouraged her, "You must learn to confront your inner self. You cannot remain a pretty noble lady in the castle forever. I know you dream of marrying into Coldwater City and living happily as a noble woman. However, cousin, the Moreno family's population is limited, and wealth acquired without prudent management can easily vanish. I cannot guarantee how long I will endure." That last statement sent a chill down her spine. Currently, under Robin's management, the family was flourishing, but should he suddenly depart, who would assume the responsibility of warding off the predatory gazes of those around them? The patriarch, Uncle Albert, had persistently suffered ill health. "Frankly, the vast wealth I create will be vulnerable to thievery without a suitable heir to safeguard it, and the breach could only stem from you or my 2 sisters." As Elena delayed her response, the crowd grew increasingly restless. The din around her became unbearable, and the unpleasant odor intensified her irritation. "If this continues, I wouldn't mind returning tomorrow to distribute salaries." Her voice was low, yet the people of Fishy Square fell silent, attentively listening to her words. Elena struggled to find an opportunity to assert herself, planning to reward those who had produced the most dried fish. Form an orderly line. She gathered her skirts and seated herself in the center, preparing to explain the salary structure. Suddenly, a cry of despair echoed from below the square. A child tumbled in the swirling dust as a guard kicked him from the line, mercilessly whipping him. The surrounding crowd recoiled, some wanting to intervene but too fearful to do so, while a frail woman clung to the guard's leg, pleading, I dare not anymore." "Stop it," Elena shouted, rising to her feet, causing the guard to halt immediately. Though initially a trivial matter, the guard had been given orders. Robin had instructed that this occasion must enforce Miss Elena's authority, for soldiers promoted from slavery understood the necessity of maintaining order, even if it meant finding a legitimate reason to punish a civilian. Upon hearing her call, the guard promptly approached her. His face bore tattoos, adorned with a chaotic pattern of red and green. "How can you strike a civilian indiscriminately?" "Miss," he disrupted the order, the guard replied in a low Valyrian dialect, which Elena could not comprehend. The scholar translated, asserting that disruptors should be punished. Elena scrutinized the tattooed guard's face, then glanced back at the carriage, where Robin was indeed observing her. "For your unreported aggression, I shall deduct a month's salary from you. You may leave." The guard, expressionless, stepped aside, secretly elated, while his comrades regarded him with a mix of disdain and envy. They had similar tasks, yet it was unexpected to see someone strike a child. The opportunity was fleeting, and they had missed it. She helped the child to his feet, murmuring, We are from the same village. We all know each other. The boy looked up at Elena with gratitude, wiping his tears away. Do not cry. Return to the line and take home 20 pounds of flour for a good meal. Elena recalled Robin's rules, observing the tears of the boy and his mother, suddenly understanding much more, yet she found it difficult to accept such practices. Following this incident, Elena established a benevolent image among the lower class, with the soldiers depicted as the villains, disregarding the nobility's commands. 2 slave girls assisted Elena in distributing payroll slips, calculating salaries on site. Although the paper was somewhat costly, Robin deemed it essential to reinforce the Moreno family's leadership over the common folk, even if they were illiterate. Batch, number, name, salary, division, total 1-134, Josen, 3x7 copper coins, 75 copper coins, 78 copper coins. Listening to Elena explain the salary structure, the daily wage was distributed over 7 days. As the spacious fishy square was filled only with the sound of the sea breeze from Five Finger Peninsula, everyone held their breath, eyes wide as saucers, as if ensnared in a dream. The villagers of Big Wind Village were particularly ecstatic, as the collective income on the first day reached an astonishing 3,000 copper coins. 32 adults each received 75 copper coins, and with the initial day's wage of 3 copper coins, an adult garnered a total of 78 copper coins on the first day alone. 23. Norris, 3x 2 copper coins, 1x 2 copper coins, 4 copper coins as a slave. Norris did not benefit from a pay-for-work system. His daily wage was fixed at 3 copper coins, with 1 copper coin deducted as a redemption fee, leaving him with a mere 2 copper coins daily. Norris had been bought 2 days prior to work as a laborer on Finger Island. The children were delighted to receive their own copper coins. The more sensible ones promptly handed them over to their parents, while the less discerning scurried off to the nearby shops selling supplies to purchase honey or inexpensive brown sugar. These establishments, which have existed since Robin took charge, primarily focus on the collection and sale of common goods. However, of late, the variety of merchandise available within has significantly expanded. Chapter 16. Counting copper coins. Outside the Salty Fish Square lies a makeshift settlement, encircled by wooden boards that leave only 2 openings for windows. At night, these boards are used to create a resting place. The salted fish, before being dried, requires a period of marination. Despite the Lord's soldiers conducting regular patrols at night, some villagers remain uneasy and appoint 2 guards to watch over the area. Other villages, seeing this practice, have begun to imitate it, thus forming a community. Today is payday, a day on which the young lord prohibits any work and forbids anyone from returning to their workstations. As per Jorson's repeated warnings, no one is to linger after receiving their wages at the Salty Fish Square. Those who defy this order will face dire consequences. Clatter. Some villagers gently spread their copper coins, tucked into the hems of their burlap garments, onto the ground, counting meticulously, fearful of miscalculating. Though they are illiterate, they are adept at tallying coins, checking against their pay slips. These are not particularly astute individuals, in contrast to the rare copper stars. They prefer the more familiar copper pennies, believing it might evoke a sense of prosperity. Oh, this is 78. This is 3, so that X signifies this. The villagers of Windy Village, comfortably reclining on the hay, gazed at the inscriptions above, while they should have returned home after receiving their wages. Old Jorson and a few others were harboring thoughts of their own, quietly summoning everyone together. The guards' recent display of aggression had frightened them. The slave guards wielded their whips with considerable vigor, making the timid townsfolk of Windy Village finally dare to speak out loud. This is far better than those fellows in King's Landing. They only get 3 copper pennies a day for food and lodging. Someone exclaimed in admiration. In their minds, King's Landing was the epitome of a city, home to the king, undoubtedly wealthy. Thank you to our kind and generous lord. Some villagers were already contemplating purchasing a better pot for their homes, perhaps renovating their dark, damp abodes, or maybe acquiring a few jars. For the contents of a fish's belly cost nothing. Old Jorson, do you think we're dreaming? A villager excitedly prodded Old Jorson's arm. Old Jorson grinned at him. Dreaming? Then I wish not to awaken. The impoverished understood precisely what 78 copper pennies represented. 56 copper pennies equated to 1 silver stag. And since the largest share was merely 75 copper pennies for the first day, they had already earned enough to purchase a slave. Though the funds had yet to be distributed, it was well known that the acting lord, although slightly less merciful than his predecessor, was recognized for never delaying payment. Prior to this, their daily toil of fishing yielded only 50 or 60 fish at most, with trips to sea only occurring once every 2 weeks, and even then, the best catch was worth barely half a silver stag. Haha, indeed. The villagers laughed heartily. Hey, Old Jorson, do you think those slaves will take our jobs in the future? A young man approached Old Jorson, his brow furrowed with concern. His son worked closely with the young lord and was privy to more information than others, thus holding a bit of respect in Windy Village. 3 days ago, They began to notice ships at the port disembarking a group of burly men, clearly slaves by their attire and appearance. Yet, even in bondage, they walked with a certain pride, unmistakably the demeanor of defeated captives. It was common knowledge that as long as slaves were provided with a hot meal, a roof over their heads, and dry clothing, they would be content, making them far more cost-effective than employing villagers, thus raising concerns about their own job security. Suddenly, a hush fell over the crowd. No one could ignore their future livelihoods. Take our jobs? Old Jorson shot him a sidelong glance. Those slaves have no share. Don't fret unnecessarily. Besides, it seems we'll never run out of fish to dry. Enough of this worry. Old Jorson patted the young man's shoulder. Instead, why not think about how to dry more salted fish? Robin, observing the rising number of slaves on the Finger Peninsula, issued a new decree after a brief calculation. Jorson conveyed this disheartening news to the crowd. The current profit-sharing arrangement would last only 10 days, and 7 days had already passed. The villagers were taken aback by this announcement. Frowns creased their faces as they cast accusatory glances at him. You fool! Old Jorson chastised his son, believing Jorson had forgotten to inform them, thinking such good fortune would surely last for years. Uncle Cripple silently picked up a stick and chased after his nephew. Have you no memory? Seeing the villagers' discontented expressions, Jorson quickly fled the square. Only just received the news last night. It's not too late. Jorson shouted as he hurried away. After a brief discussion, Windy Village collectively made a significant decision. Starting tomorrow, they would seize the last 3 days of this profitable opportunity and pool their resources to purchase oil for nighttime work. They clearly understood that the cost was negligible compared to the potential gains. Due to today being payday, the steward informed everyone after breakfast that there would be no lunch or dinner provided, leaving all somewhat disappointed. The midday meal was typically lavish, including an egg, a small bowl of chicken stew, and essential black bread or wheat porridge, while dinner depended on the leftovers from lunch to be reheated at home. With money in hand, they aimed for a feast, perhaps slaughtering a few plump chickens or ducks. It must be noted that feeding these animals with fish fostered rapid growth. They themselves had also acquired some chickens and ducks, though in limited numbers, aware that overbreeding could lead to disease. Merchants passing by spotted a multitude of scavenging crows circling a cliff, where discarded fish entrails from the salted fish production lay strewn about, creating a daily spectacle known as Black Crow Cliff. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity, they realized that the fish innards could be used to feed the chickens and ducks. Consequently, those responsible for disposing of the entrails began trading with these small merchants who were low in stature and status, having no means to engage in the salted fish business. A barrel of fish entrails exchanged for a single egg, which they transported in boats to sell to various lords. The majority of Westeros maintained a smallholder economy. On the Finger Peninsula, Robin was aware of this situation but chose not to intervene, only forbidding the raising of poultry on Finger Island. Should chicken plague or other infectious diseases arise, he would be unable to manage the fallout. His domain had its own plans, gradually establishing a city based on salmon sales while promoting craftsmanship and technological advancement. Not every profitable venture required the Limo family's involvement. However, as market prices continued to plummet, it indirectly fostered a buyer's market, leaving the foolish villagers as a disorganized mass unable to compete. Unable to bear the sight any longer, Robin dispatched warnings to these individuals and set price regulations. A barrel of entrails was worth 1 egg, and prices could not dip below this. Otherwise, he would order the entrails to be discarded into the sea for them to retrieve at their leisure, thus dismantling the impending price-fixing cartel. In truth, this was Robin's deliberate welfare initiative for his subjects. The port would inevitably flourish in the future, and rising prices were inevitable. Such circumstances would impact their lives, for better or worse, yet this money would ensure their survival. Moreover, Robin understood that to cultivate a prosperous market, the populace needed disposable income to spend. The impoverished would only purchase essential goods, ultimately leading to a low-end market. Coins hoarded in cellars would be as good as non-existent. The slaves purchased from Bravos had begun to acclimate, now being compensated at the rate of 3 copper pennies per day, half of which would be deducted for their redemption fees. This approach not only expanded the labor force but also stimulated the cycle of consumption. Chapter 17. Customs Officer. After Captain Thomas negotiated the contract, he returned to Tidal Island, where he promptly secured loans to purchase 12 old cargo ships in Spice Town. Unfulfilled by this acquisition, he proceeded to hire 30 large freighters for a year, backed by a mortgage of 50,000 golden dragons along with his family's fixed assets. Although the trading days stipulated in the contract had yet to arrive, the ships could not remain idle. They tirelessly transported people to Dragon Crystal Harbor, with all expenses covered by the Moreno family. For each individual brought aboard, a reward of 3 copper coins was granted. Robin's rationale was simple. As long as there were people, they needed to survive, and to survive, they must contribute to the development of Finger Island. Even mere consumption without labor was deemed beneficial. Captains often roamed the streets and alleys of White Harbor, fervently procuring furs and silver, which fetched high prices on the resource-scarce Food Finger Island. The primary advantage was the safety of the shipping routes, allowing goods to be sold without venturing beyond the bay, thus securing substantial profits. A rotund man clad in a gray woolen robe, adorned with an embroidered merman wielding a fork on his chest, made his way to the cobblestone plaza of Fish King Square. He paused beneath a sheepskin warehouse and descended a staircase into the Lazy Eel Tavern. The former barrel ceiling had been replaced with new elm wood, and the hard earthen floor was now laid with dragon crystal tiles, creating a well-ventilated atmosphere compared to its former state as a cavernous cellar, now bustling with patrons. The proprietor had partitioned the space with wooden boards to accommodate esteemed guests, adding 3 new fireplaces for warmth. 8 long tables, once laden with nauseating meat pies filled with lard and soft bones, were now graced with perfectly roasted salmon, as the prices of fish products in White Harbor approached collapse. Ships making the journey to Food Finger Island could not return empty-handed, as the only specialty available was salmon, while salted fish required intricate preparation. Frozen salmon could be dispatched directly, allowing patrons to select their own at the storeroom, priced at merely 1 copper coin each, with an enticing offer of 10 for the cost of 9. The initial onslaught of salmon flooding White Harbor severely impacted the prices of other local fish. The tavern staff wielded roasting forks, turning the fish over the flames, while an elderly woman poured beer from a barrel, her mouth never ceasing to call for assistance in roasting fish or collecting payments, occasionally assuring customers that their fish was nearly ready. Space was scarce at the long tables, and the rotund man leaned against a row of large wooden barrels, awaiting his roasted fish and bread while hoping for a seat to open up. The tavern's lemon-roasted fish was renowned, primarily for its affordability. As he surveyed the crowded tables, listening to the animated discussions among the patrons, he fell into contemplation. Sailors and captains, alongside travelers of various origins, shared their tales. A brawny blacksmith chewed heartily on a charred fish while enjoying a mug of beer, while a frail old monk, a well-dressed youth, and a soft-spoken merchant exchanged news as if they were old friends. The sailors expressed envy, acknowledging that aside from the devaluation of fish, almost any commodity sold well on Food Finger Island. Someone chimed in about a fellow named Snow, who had managed to upgrade from a small boat to a 3-man flatboat in just 7 days. There were many northern ports, but only White Harbor had evolved into a city. The reason for this was undoubtedly the talent of the Mandel family, whose exceptional abilities led to their expulsion from River Bay by the Gardner family. During their time of tribulation, only the Stark family had shown them generosity and mercy, allowing the Mandel family to survive and granting them a territory known as Wolf's Denver. After surrendering all their golden treasures to the King of the North, the Mandel family managed to flourish anew, a testament to their innate capabilities. The port city of White Harbor, established through generations of diligent effort, gradually evolved into a robust and loyal northern family. In White Harbor, wealth afforded access to an abundance of goods, unlike most northern regions still reliant on barter. The seasons in Westeros were unpredictable, often lasting for years, and in the north, everyone prepared for the harsh winters. Although summer might linger for a few more years, the arrival of winter necessitated ample food supplies for the trials ahead. Suppressing their eagerness for profit at Dragon Crystal Harbor, the patrons turned to discuss the latest news. Dragon Crystal Harbor was beginning to recruit sailors, with the Moreno family calling upon all skilled sailors to come to Five Finger Peninsula to learn the art of captaining. Additionally, they were enlisting customs officials as well. The rotund man's eyes sparkled with excitement as thoughts of Dragon Crystal Harbor swirled in his mind. If the income of a sailor was less than the pay of a guard, the prospect of other positions was intriguing. At that moment, someone noticed the rotund man leaning in the back. It was Galen from the Mandel family, known to nearly all local sailors. This young man had spent 2 years with the guard. If he was on duty that day, one could only hope the offender was a cripple, for he could neither mount a horse nor chase down a thief. Some good-natured souls had even nicknamed him Slowpoke Mandel. The Earl of White Harbor, Desmond, and his grandfather were half-brothers, and although he was distantly related to the primary branch of the Mandel family, this connection enabled Galen to become a squad leader in the White Harbor Guard. However, this life and work were not what he desired. Slowpoke Mandel, you should give it a try. Your ancestors built White Harbor from scratch, someone encouraged him. Whenever Galen failed to catch a thief, he would defend himself by explaining that it was not his forte, then launch into tales of White Harbor's origins and development, much to the listener's fatigue. A customs officer? Really? Some commoners scoffed. What good position in the port isn't held by a Mandel? Would the Moreno family allow other families to control their port? As the family reached a certain stage of development, it was only natural for crucial managerial positions to be held by family members. Not necessarily. As far as I know, a child manages the Moreno family's affairs, someone retorted, igniting a debate. I believe they will select the customs officer from outside their family. Even a few literate women chimed in. So they are applying for customs officer positions? Someone exclaimed, either out of surprise or to stir the pot. Who knows? They may be up to something else. The sailors exchanged knowing glances, their camaraderie evident, and the business was sure to be booming. Damon discreetly raised his leg and departed, while some sailors discerned the rotund man's determination. Tomorrow is the last day to apply this month. If you want to go, Thomas's fleet will set sail at midnight. Someone reminded, aware that Damon was privy to more information than others, mentioning the customs officer position specifically. Damon paused, glancing back at the informant. A lean and dark-skinned 19-year-old named Rake, who had an insatiable curiosity for any news. At that moment, Rake grinned and raised his glass in a toast. Unbeknownst to him, the deadline loomed just a day away. Thanks, Rake. If I become a customs officer, I will certainly make you my assistant. Rake was well-connected and could glean all manner of information about White Harbor and even Old Town, forming an alliance for intelligence exchange. It was said that as long as one could afford it, he could uncover any information. However, he simply relished the thrill of digging deep, finding immense satisfaction in the process. Haha, come on. It's rare to find someone willing to indulge his fantasies, Rake replied, amused. Here is a complimentary piece of information. That child is exceedingly attentive to regulations. This was merely a casual remark of his. Yet perhaps Damon's capabilities could earn the esteemed recognition of the much-needed administrator, Robin. Rake, having sensed that the information was nearing its expiration, decided to bestow it directly upon Damon, who, after all, bore the surname Mandrell. It is always a prudent choice to foster goodwill and cultivate friendships. The associates of an information broker are invariably numerous. Damon nodded earnestly in gratitude before swiftly departing, racing towards the Mermaid Palace in Newcastle to report his leave to the commander of the guard. For it is typically here that the patriarch of the Mandrell family attends to matters of their domain. Rake, the information broker, had wandered through various harbors since childhood, frequently reaping profits from the sale of news. He could discern at a glance where goods were inexpensive and how many crew members a ship required on any given day. He had sold this particular piece of information to numerous individuals, as people often overlook certain details when they are deeply concerned about a particular matter. Rake understood the significance of these nuances all too well, discreetly inquiring about the affairs of the Moreno family and the administrator's intelligence. Although it demanded considerable effort, the rewards were undeniably substantial. Chapter 18. The Glutton. The year 107 AC quietly arrived, and the Dragon Crystal Harbor at Foodfinger Island had already been in existence for half a year. A massive black dragon, with eyes glowing like will-o'-the-wisps in the night, circled low over the sea after departing from Dragonstone. It was intently searching for driftwood floating on the surface of the water. Upon spotting a target, it would dive straight down, landing gracefully atop it, and sniffing closely to discern its scent. It understood that beneath these pieces of wood, food was likely concealed. 2 months prior, a merchant ship tragically ran aground near Dragonstone, laden with salmon, as the sailors hurriedly attempted to salvage the cargo using a flat-bottomed boat. Their frantic efforts caught the attention of the Black Dragon. The creature swiftly swooped down, unfurling its colossal wings and unleashing a tempest that sent the sailors into a panic. After devouring the provisions aboard the small vessel, the dragon remained unsatisfied. It then turned its gaze toward the merchant ship, effortlessly tearing apart the hull with its sharp claws and powerful jaws, indulging in the bounty of salmon within until nothing remained. Since that day, the dragon seemingly discovered a new realm, losing interest in traditional hunting and instead focusing on the vessels that passed by. Much like humans opening cans to access the delicacies inside, this shift in behavior caused considerable distress among the merchant ships traversing from Dragonstone to King's Landing. Even when their cargo did not consist of fish, they suffered grievous damage from the dragon's presence. As time passed, fleets began to circumvent Dragonstone, opting to spend an additional half-day to avoid the Black Dragon, which, due to its inability to find driftwood, expanded its territory to encompass the surrounding sea. The situation eventually reached the ears of the Sea Minister, Count Corlys Valerion, as the losses incurred by the Valyrian fleet became increasingly significant. Based on the captain's accounts, Count Corlys deduced that a wild dragon known as the Glutton was attacking merchant vessels. Historical records described it as the most ferocious and brutal of dragons, known to attack smaller dragons, prompting those on Dragonstone to steer clear of it. Initially, Count Corlys hoped to resolve the matter peacefully by purchasing a shipload of frozen salmon at Dragon Crystal Harbor, dumping it near Dragonstone's Dragon Mountain every 3 days. After all, a shipload of fish cost only a few hundred golden dragons, a trivial sum compared to the expenses incurred from repairing damaged merchant vessels. However, the Glutton remained exceptionally vigilant, paying no heed to the offerings. It appeared to relish the thrill of hunting for driftwood, and even when it encountered ships laden with fish, it would indulge briefly before seeking out other vessels. Thus, the Glutton single-handedly reduced the cargo volume in Blackwater Bay by 1/3, and the decline continued. Corlys' wife, Rhaenys, once attempted to drive away the Glutton on her dragon, Meraxes, but quickly realized that the creature returned almost immediately after being chased off. He could not risk his wife's safety by allowing her to confront such a wild dragon, which, although not as large as a domesticated dragon, was still formidable. At a royal council meeting, Corlys requested royal intervention to permanently drive off the beast. Yet, at that time, only Daemon's Caraxes and Rhaenyra's Syrax were available for such action. During the assembly, Viserys did not consent, contemplating that it would serve to weaken the Velaryon family. I could accompany my uncle to drive away the glutton, Rhaenyra suggested, but was met with Viserys' reprimand, as he dismissed her request on the grounds of her youth and lack of combat experience. Although Daemon's Caraxes was somewhat larger than both Meraxes and the glutton, Daemon was not foolish. The Targaryens had little naval prowess and were naturally reluctant to confront the ferocious glutton solely for the benefit of the Velaryon family, especially since his cousin Rhaenys also possessed a dragon. Witnessing the Targaryens' unwillingness to address the issue, Corlys presented the losses incurred by the glutton over the past months. Additionally, the costs for repairing damaged merchant vessels constituted a significant financial burden. He expressed that should the king agree to cover these losses, he would refrain from raising the matter again. He further articulated that if the merchants and captains were not compensated, the prosperity of Blackwater Bay would dwindle, leading to inflated prices for all goods in King's Landing. Viserys was unwilling to compensate for the exorbitant losses or to send Daemon into battle. Corlys reiterated at the Royal Council that he could equip ships with dragon-hunting crossbows, asserting that eliminating the glutton would not pose a significant challenge, provided the crown permitted the kill. Nevertheless, Viserys remained resolute in his refusal, fearing that if dragons could be easily slain, it would strip away the mystique that shrouded the Targaryen family in the eyes of the public. The people of King's Landing would come to realize that dragons were mere flesh and blood, eroding the reverence for both dragons and their dragon-riding kin, which would have dire consequences for the family. As the Sea Minister, Corlys felt he had fulfilled his duty in addressing the situation to this extent. He resolved to refrain from mentioning the matter in future royal meetings, recognizing that the Velaryon family was not dependent on conducting trade in King's Landing. The Dragon Crystal Harbor on Five Fingers Peninsula was in close proximity to Braavos, providing an opportunity to shift trade routes. If King's Landing were to lose its food supplies from Blackwater Bay, relying solely on cart transportation to feed its population of 500,000 would be utterly implausible. Corlys contemplated this predicament, deciding to let the situation linger. When public discontent reached a boiling point, it would not be his concern, after all. He was not the Prime Minister. With this thought, he raised his eyes to Otto Hightower across the room. The Prime Minister appeared deep in thought, his brow furrowed. Observing Otto's expression, Corlys couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This sycophant, who typically lavished praise on Viserys, would soon find himself overwhelmed by the impending crisis, an amusing prospect. Otto was contemplating reaching out to the Lords of the Riverlands in hopes of addressing the looming food crisis in King's Landing. However, the issue remained that relying solely on two major thoroughfares for food transportation would inevitably lead to skyrocketing prices due to limited capacity and supply-demand dynamics. The sole piece of good news was that recently, King's Landing had engaged in a massive clearance sale of inexpensive salmon products, prompting speculative merchants to stockpile. Consequently, these reserves of salmon, combined with the transported grain, could sustain King's Landing for about half a year. Yet, if prices escalated excessively, Daemon, eager to flaunt his golden robes in King's Landing, would still face the unresolved food crisis. Lord Corlys, what is so amusing? Viserys could not help but inquire. Cough, cough. I apologize, Your Majesty. I merely recalled something amusing. Viserys felt a tinge of embarrassment. He typically procrastinated when confronted with difficult issues, believing that time would resolve them. After all, hadn't the Blackwoods and Brackens remained relatively undisturbed for many years? The members of the Royal Council were astute, fully aware of what would transpire if the sea routes were severed. Otto's expression grew even graver. The Minister of Finance, Bisbury, and the Minister of Justice, Leono, shared a similar mood. One fretted over the imminent loss of substantial tax revenue from the ports, while the other anticipated a decline in public safety in King's Landing, which would inevitably increase their workload. Queen Emma, pregnant for 2 months, sat beside Viserys, disapproving of her husband's inaction regarding the matter. Thus, she spoke up. I will contact my sister, the Duchess of the Eyrie, to increase our shipping routes, transporting supplies from Crab Bay to King's Landing. Queen Emma and Duchess Jenny were half-sisters. The young Jenny Arryn's ascension to the title of Lord of the Vale relied heavily on royal support, which would alleviate unnecessary challenges to her claim. The reason Lord Royce could govern the Vale with only his daughter Rhea was that he had a natural supporter. Transporting goods from Crab Bay to the Trident River and then along the King's Road would increase the distance by 1/3 compared to a direct route to King's Landing, with half of the journey being overland. The Trident was a river equipped with small ports, resulting in transportation costs doubling. Viserys' eyes brightened as he looked expectantly at his Prime Minister, as if to say, why didn't you think of this brilliant idea? Otto had never turned down the king's goodwill. In truth, he had contemplated such a scheme long before, but ultimately relinquished it. The most prudent course of action was undoubtedly to expel the black dragon. Traversing by land would render the price of salted salmon less affordable, leading to a swift exodus of the populace from King's Landing. Your Majesty, I extend my gratitude on behalf of the citizens of King's Landing, Otto mused. Recognizing that an additional route to curb price inflation was indeed beneficial, thus lending his support to this initiative, with the golden robe serving as a contingency against speculators. The people of the Riverlands would also express their gratitude to you. The Minister of Justice, Leonor, stepped forward to speak. He was the Earl of Herrenberg, and a segment of King's Road fell under his jurisdiction. It was predictable that future taxes would undoubtedly rise, money that originally belonged to Tidal Island. My esteemed Prime Minister, is this plan not feasible? Indeed, Otto nodded. With a clear response from Viserys, he did not delve into the details and departed the council chamber early with Emma, viewing the place merely as a venue for resolving troubles. Chapter 19 Report 1/3 of the coastal area of Finger Peninsula's Index Island legally belongs to the Moreno family, once a family of great prominence. The valley, however, has long been disregarded, inhabited only by a few freemen and shepherds eking out a meager existence. It was not until the emergence of Longjingport 6 months ago that these lands swiftly returned to Robin's control. He procured 5,000 slaves from across the narrow sea to produce salmon products. To comply with the laws of Westeros, he rebranded the status of these slaves as serfs, though their debts loomed over them, with half of their wages withheld daily to pay off their obligations, accompanied by provisions for their shelter and sustenance. Most would take a decade to fully repay their debts. To instill a sense of belonging among his serfs, Robin's fleet brought back wives for them. Upon marriage, they could move out of communal housing and reside freely in the residential area. Naturally, the wives' ransom would be added to the husband's debts. In this era, women of the lower classes were entirely dependent on men. Controlling the men ensured the stability of the territory's order. The Moreno family's management system kept the serfs in perpetual debt. Their monthly wages barely sufficed for sustenance, yet they occasionally enjoyed a hearty meal, with a set of linen work clothes provided free of charge each month. Medical care was entirely free, as the serfs were viewed as Robin's property. Moreover, in these times, expenses were minimal. Many scholars from the academy, lacking placements, gravitated towards the watchtower, as Robin, who could read, would employ them, offering accommodations and salaries surpassing those of other lords. The Longjing Avenue traversed the entirety of Index Island, dotted with standardized workshops crafted from Longjing stones. Within some of these workshops lay 100 hollow Longjing blocks repurposed into housing, sufficient to accommodate 1,000 individuals for lodging and dining, supplied with a clean water source. The total workforce across 320 workshops reached 50,000, though 90% were merely laborers on Finger Peninsula. Their sole task was to transform frozen salmon into salted fish, fish oil, and fried fish fillets. The most expensive product was canned fish roe, wherein Longjing stone blocks were meticulously polished into barrels using windmill-powered drills, sealed with oak lids, and the roe seasoned and steamed to perfection. The salmon roe, rich in fats, exuded a buttery aroma that harmonized with its salty essence, devoid of greasiness, and offered a hint of sweetness that rendered it a favored delicacy among the nobility. This product held substantial added value. Merchants could purchase the frozen salmon to produce it themselves, yet upon calculating their costs, they found it unprofitable. Every 7 days, Robin would release frozen salmon from his consciousness into the storage chamber, filling it to capacity as if a flood had been unleashed. Over the subsequent week, these salmon would transform into various fish products distributed throughout Westeros. This was the cornerstone of Longjingport and its surrounding prosperity, driving the economy of the entire Finger Peninsula and ensuring a continuous influx of wealth into the Moreno family. Morning. Watchtower, second floor hall. This space had been converted into a council chamber, its layout largely unchanged, now adorned with carpets and crystal windows, while the servants' dining area was relocated beside the tower. The furnishings, including tables and chairs, were crafted from oak and exhibited the exquisite wood-carving techniques of the Milna slaves, adorned with intricate designs. With a resounding thud, the doors swung open. Knights Josen and Bronn escorted Robin into the hall. One was a knight appointed by Robin as the protector of Great Wind Village. Though not particularly skilled in swordsmanship, he was trustworthy and well acquainted with the land. The other was a Bravosi who had gained fame by challenging and defeating 6 of Robin's guards, thereby becoming the Moreno family's chief swordsman, tasked with combat duties. Dressed in a neatly tailored outfit cinched at the waist, Robin bore the blue emblem of the watchtower woven with colorful threads, edged in gold. He hopped onto the main seat of the council table, with a wooden map of the known world hanging behind him, stretching from Westeros to Essos, with the farthest reaches vaguely marked as Aspi and unexplored territories. The only sound was the howling sea breeze, as brilliant sunlight streamed through the white crystal glass into the chamber. Please sit, The report begins. Robin's youthful voice resonated. Flanking him were Sir Thomas, commander of the Longjing fleet, on his left, and Damon Mandler, the customs officer of Longjing port, on his right. The council's composition was evidently military on the left and economic on the right. His mother, Lady Moreno, pulled a stool beside Robin to listen, showing up occasionally. Lord Robert of the Watchtower had again indulged in drunken revelry with nobles from Valyrian, and Robin hoped he would shoulder his responsibilities. Thus, he had resumed using his wheelchair, actively engaging in negotiations for external trade, as Robin thought it wise to keep him occupied with tasks, given that the contracts were already prepared. Sir Garrett, the commander of Longjing's defenses, was the first to rise and report. My lord, the garrison has expanded to 2,000 men this month, with sufficient weaponry, and the 30 catapults at Longingport are now in place. Very well, continue recruiting. My mother has boasted that Duke Beaumont can mobilize 40,000 troops. Let us aim for that target. For now, we are not in haste. It is better to have fewer but competent soldiers. The recruitment criteria for the Longjing garrison were straightforward. One must have a wife and children residing there. This was a rigid condition, serving both as hostages and a means of bolstering the serf population of Finger Peninsula. Lady Moreno shot her son a disapproving glance, saying, Your maternal uncle can muster barely 8,000 capable fighters. Why do you need so many? Mother, the port's trade will only grow, undoubtedly attracting those who covet our wealth. Do as you wish. After all, your gold dragons are conjured from thin air and will never run out. She fell silent, recognizing her son's determination. His recruitment of soldiers was surely not a capricious whim. The second man on the left, Thomas Oxon, stood up. His family had relocated 2/3 of their assets to the Moreno family and held their own territory on Index Island, having been bestowed the title of Baron Oxon. The Oxon family operated as free merchants in Spicetown, and this act of poaching had slightly offended the Valyrian family, but with profits at stake, such concerns were easily set aside. Thomas had entered into a contract with the Moreno family, which, in its first month, had faltered. By the month's end, he remained obstinate, believing that hiring additional fleets would enable him to fulfill the agreement. That evening, Robin took him to the storage room to demonstrate the seemingly endless supply of fish. The frozen salmon filled the entire chamber, revealing that the 30,000 gold dragons worth of salmon was merely the storage limit, not Robin's. The 41-year-old captain's eyes widened in disbelief. Muttering to himself, it cannot all be transported. It's simply impossible. Consequently, many of his uncertainties were resolved. No wonder, after each shipment, he felt as if Finger Peninsula's salmon products were nearly depleted, only to see the fleet set sail again shortly thereafter. Currently, there were 230 large cargo ships, 240 medium cargo vessels, 2,000 flat-bottom boats, 12 large warships, and 23 medium warships. The crew comprised 17,000 hired freemen and 2,400 family sailors, with numerous warships but insufficient personnel to operate them. Old Anchorland and Tidehead Island consistently dispatched 5 warships and 12 merchant vessels each month. Halting this flow was not an option. The relationship between the Valyrian family and the Moreno family remained amicable, as they regularly purchased ships, spices, and handicrafts from Tidehead Island each month. For visiting merchant fleets to profit, they must join the Moreno family's fleet. Without such affiliation, no discounts would be granted. While free captains could buy frozen salmon for personal sale, this volume-driven business often bore the nature of dumping, acquiring goods at 0.7 copper per unit, while others obtained them at 1.2 copper left them utterly uncompetitive. Chapter 20 Report 2 Robin established the pricing for goods supplied to all coastal lords according to their ranks, with higher ranks receiving more favorable prices. Dukes, marquises, earls, viscounts, and barons, although sometimes seemingly absurd, considering both Hightower and Mormont hold the title of earl, yet possess vastly different strengths. This remains the best choice under the Order of the Iron Throne, adequately catering to the majority of powerful families. The Valyrian family's title is that of earl, and while it appears that goods from Driftmark are pricier than those from Targaryen, the Valyrians wield immense power at sea. To foster good relations with this maritime minister, Robin planned to return the gold dragons in another form, such as purchasing more spices or warships from their family. The Targaryens, as the royal family, enjoy the lowest prices for goods. Yet the majority of the Iron Fleet consists of inland vessels, rendering them ill-suited for transport at Dragonstone. The treasurer, Bisbury, even devised a scheme to profit by authorizing the royal black three-headed dragon flag, accompanied by a letter of certification from the treasurer himself. Can one truly argue that this does not represent the Targaryens? As long as it serves the interests of the majority, one can achieve their desires. Robin has consistently adhered to this principle in his endeavors. I shall continue recruiting sailors. Can we relax the requirements? The necessity for having family on the island indeed deters many, Thomas inquired tentatively. That is not permissible. I will recruit sailors gradually. Robin firmly rejected the suggestion. I require a certain level of loyalty. Moreno's rise has been too swift, lacking the foundational support for a stable middle structure. Loosening these restrictions could easily disrupt the existing order. Thomas understood the young lord's concerns. Will the fleet's mission still focus on the siege of the sister islands? Indeed. Consider it a training exercise. The newly acquired warships shall remain docked for the time being, merely increasing maintenance costs. Those insufferable islands have become obstinate. Duchess Jenny even wrote to inquire about the state of the conflict. This indicates they may lack even a raven, or the Vale's rulers are entirely indifferent to the matter. As you know, my lord, no one will survive to report to Eagle's Nest, Fleet Commander Thomas assured him. Although the sister islands are regarded as part of the Vale, nominally loyal to House Arryn, Robin made favorable purchases for the local rulers, the Sunderland family, to stabilize shipping routes. However, the islanders are notoriously fickle, and the presence of pirates and smugglers remains unchanged. Hence, Robin seized the opportunity to expand the Dragonstone fleet to escort merchant vessels, capturing over 300 scattered prisoners. Subsequently, on Sweet Sister, Long Sister, and Little Sister, before the Sunderland family, he executed each one, asserting that those who reap rewards without labor must be addressed at their roots. Robin not only possesses formidable naval power but also understands the necessity of just actions. Prior to launching the siege on the sister islands, he sought permission from Duchess Jenny, only proceeding after obtaining her consent. Currently, the sole mission of the 30 warships is to patrol the sister islands, incinerating every ship that dares to venture forth and slaying every individual brave enough to set sail. The regent of the Vale, Count Royce, has no objections to this plan. As the Dragonstone port contributes 1/5 of its revenue monthly, an impressive one. 2 million gold dragons. This substantial income significantly bolsters Duchess Jenny's power, granting her greater confidence when confronting those who dare challenge her claim to inheritance, thereby intimidating potential challengers. Moreover, Regent Royce inquired whether assistance from the Seagull Town fleet was necessary, underscoring the sister island's notoriety. Situated at the heart of Bite Bay, connecting White Harbor above and the Finger Peninsula below, it is regrettable to see such a prime location squandered by these individuals. Robin intends to establish a superior port there, thereby exerting control over a vast expanse of sea beneath Bite Bay, constructing his maritime supremacy. The Valyrians of Driftmark serve as the quintessential example, as the wide Blackwater Bay has nearly transformed into their territorial waters. Those accustomed to plunder, even when subjugated, will still harbor unrest. The most effective method to eradicate this culture is to render the island uninhabited and resettle its populace. Next, Sheriff Leck reported on his duties. He is a capable talent recommended by Daemon, possessing a thorough understanding of the punitive standards set forth by Lord Robin. Within the framework of the kingdom's common code, Lord Robin has uniquely created a dual-track decree. The first is the Indefinite Atonement Decree, which mandates that anyone guilty of causing death must be immediately dispatched to the wall, clad in black garb to guard the frontier. The second is the Scorching Sun Judgment, which penalizes those guilty of assault or theft with exposure to the sun for a duration of 1 to 7 days, with any exposure exceeding 3 days requiring a report to the Lord for judgment. Leck, bearing the significant responsibility of maintaining order on the island, meticulously selected elite personnel from the 200 workshops on the island to form a security force of 2,000 individuals, implementing a district autonomy responsibility system to refine law enforcement tasks within each district. During his report, Leck clearly stated, next month, the patrol unit will expand to 4,000 personnel, and we have nearly fulfilled our recruitment target. Over this period, we have handled 240 cases, with 42 individuals sent to the north under the Indefinite Atonement Decree. Additionally, during the implementation of the Scorching Sun Judgment, 5 individuals tragically succumbed to excessive exposure. Compared to last month, the number of cases has halved. From the moment a crime is committed to the apprehension and judgment, a mere 7 days are allotted, rigorously combating all forms of vice. To ensure that the sheriff's understanding of the punitive significance is comprehensive, Robin personally provides sentencing guidelines for all cases involving punishment. Henceforth, similar cases may reference these precedents without necessitating his extensive intervention, barring the occasional unusual case. On the island, areas increasingly distant from Dragonstone Port have blossomed into vibrant hubs. Certain locales have gradually evolved into composite regions encompassing brothels, upscale residences, marketplaces, and restaurants. The more prosperous the area, the more susceptible it becomes to security issues. In response to this situation, the security force has intensified its patrol efforts, and the size of the force continues to grow. After hearing the report, Robin nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Excellent. When even beggars can sustain themselves by trading fish scales for copper, chaos loses its breeding ground." With the territory thriving, Robin has reaped substantial income. However, he has converted this income into a different form, rent, to simplify tax calculations. He decreed that every individual within the territory must possess a residence, which Robin provides in the form of dragonstone square houses, collecting a rent of 1 copper every 10 days. Should anyone attempt to evade rent, claiming to be homeless or residing in overcrowded conditions, they shall not deceive the sheriff's keen eyes. Once discovered, they will incur a 10-fold fine and be compelled to partake in mandatory labor. Currently, the number of dragonstone houses has approached 200,000, fully meeting the residential needs of the populace. Sheriffs possess management responsibilities within their jurisdictions should issues arise without timely reporting. The sheriff shall face a day of exposure as punishment, thus ensuring no one dares to neglect their duties. Although the monthly tax revenue does not exceed 2,000 gold dragons, for Robin, as a producer of salmon with a continuous output, this sum may seem trivial. Nevertheless, Robin values the stability of his territory above all, recognizing that the homeless represent a potential source of instability. If anyone lacks the means to pay rent, they may resort to transporting goods, drying fish, pickling fish, or crafting bottles. If they are unwilling to engage in these endeavors, do they still aspire to lordship? Taxation is the most direct reflection of a ruling family's governance capabilities, which he holds in the utmost regard, to motivate the sheriffs to perform their duties more effectively, in addition to their base salary. They are entitled to receive a reward equivalent to 1% of the rental income from their jurisdiction, a sum that often amounts to 2 or 3 times their basic wage. This constitutes the 3 military factions of the Moreno family. Chapter 21, Report 3. It was now time for the report from the right side of Robin, primarily concerning economic matters. The customs chief, Damon Mandrell, stood up to present the figures for salmon products. This month, the shipment of salted salmon reached 9,700 vessels, totaling 5.2 billion pounds, garnering a value of 4.44 million golden dragons, which, after deducting the Lord's taxes, amounted to 3.55 million, with 1.26 million in outstanding debts and 560,000 in goods offset. Robin deemed it a waste of time to report the figures beyond the unit, thus instructing Damon to omit the digits following the 10,000s during his presentation. In this era, vassals were required to pay taxes to their lords, ranging from 1/5 to 1/3. However, due to the absence of military protection in the valleys, they could pay at the minimum rate of 1/5. Who owed such a sum? Most of it was the royal family. Damon pointed out that customs officials had recorded that under the Targaryen name, the goods shipped from Dragonstone port reached 2,000 vessels monthly, and this was rapidly escalating. The royal fleet had expanded tremendously. Last month it was merely 200 vessels, but now it had multiplied tenfold. Robin remarked sarcastically that everyone knew those were merely the false royal ships flying the Targaryen banner, where merchants procured goods at discounted prices. And the royal family profited from the price differences, leaving only the Moreno family to bear the losses. I will write to Count Corlys about this matter and ask him to mention it to the Chancellor of the Exchequer. He should not go overboard. For this bond is too valuable, he said restlessly, considering the upcoming 20,000 vessel shipment from Earl Bisberry, although it was uncertain if Westeros could muster such a fleet. This month, the frozen salmon shipment was 7,000 units, valued at 130 silver stags and 20 copper pennies, excluding. Robin understood that this was customary, as frozen salmon occupied little space on the vessels, was not particularly valuable, and was difficult to preserve, appealing primarily to the nobility for its exquisite taste. In the future, do not report anything below 10,000 golden dragons at the meetings, he instructed. Damon quickly scanned the report and pulled out 3 sheets to place at the bottom. This month, the shipment of salmon roe was 260,000 barrels, bringing in a value of 640,000 golden dragons, and after deducting the Lord's taxes. The obsidian glass bottles containing the salmon roe were immensely popular in King's Landing, particularly due to the prevalence of nobility there, and the bottles themselves were both practical and valuable. This month, fish oil shipments totaled 170,000 barrels, valued at 330,000 golden dragons, after tax deductions. The total revenue for the month was 7.8 million golden dragons, with the Lord's taxes amounting to 1.56 million golden dragons, and after deducting the purchase of vessels, totaling 960,000 golden dragons, leaving 5.28 million golden dragons, which was an increase of 380,000 golden dragons from the previous month. The aforementioned products were continuously shipped out, rapidly enhancing the prosperity of the Moreno family territory. The second economic report was delivered by his cousin Elena, who was responsible for distributing supplies and arranging the living conditions for the subjects. Although the port was constructed in a month, Robin still needed to expend substantial funds to hire a large labor force to deepen it. The excavations over the past 6 months merely allowed medium-sized cargo vessels to enter during high tide. Larger vessels could only rely on manual labor to transfer goods to the new docks on the port's outskirts. which was a monumental task that would require many years to complete. The distribution of materials to the subjects, much of which had been deducted in Damon's report, included linen, flour, beverages, and straw, with an unaccounted expenditure of 20,000 golden dragons, while sailor and subject wages combined with slave purchase expenses totaled 320,000 golden dragons. Elena sat down, her confidence bolstered after 6 months of experience. "Thank you for your hard work, cousin," Robin said. "There's no choice. I can't drag my mother into these matters," she replied. "I expect a grand wedding when I marry." Elena reminded Robin of his promise, asserting it was not in vain. "I assure you, I will secure 777 vessels to transport your dowry. All of you noble lords, bear witness," he declared. Laughter erupted, dispelling the earlier somber atmosphere. "I will bear witness," the Lady Moreno pledged, noting that this sum was merely a week's earnings for the family. Robin continued, "Now we will enter the free discussion period. Let us speak freely." Robin had been sending emissaries to various major cities to gather intelligence, compiling reports monthly. However, relying solely on paper intelligence was bound to result in omissions, hence the free discussion segment served as an intelligence exchange forum. Although Robin had been acting in his father's stead, managing the affairs of the Moreno family, he was acutely aware that his understanding of the conditions at the grassroots level was still insufficient. He constantly reminded himself to maintain a clear mind, acknowledging that everyone makes mistakes, and thus it was imperative to listen to others' opinions and view matters from diverse perspectives. Customs official Damon, who daily interacted with major merchants, possessed the most comprehensive intelligence. He was the first to speak. "The latest news is that the Glutton of Dragonstone has completely blockaded the entire shipping route. According to those captains, no one dares to enter King's Landing from the narrow sea during the day. They all opt to sail at night." Everyone was aware of the dragon attacking cargo ships. This information had spread like wildfire. Upon hearing this, Robin immediately inquired, "What is the royal family's stance on this?" Damon shook his head helplessly. "It seems no action has been taken." Robin fell into contemplation, murmuring to himself, "Can a single dragon truly blockade the narrow sea? Would Viserys allow prices to escalate unchecked? I cannot say." Damon shrugged, opening his hands in a gesture of uncertainty. At this moment, the sheriff, Lek, respectfully interjected, "My lord, you have not seen that dragon. Excluding its wings, its size is comparable to our medium-sized warships. To my knowledge, the Valerion family once assembled warships equipped with dragon-hunting crossbows. Yet for some reason, they have never taken action." Robin pondered. "I suspect it must be that the Targaryen family forbids it. After all, a wild dragon without a rider is hardly a threat." "I have yet to see a dragon," someone whispered. Lek continued, "My lord, you are quite astute. The royal family indeed issued such an order." At this point, Jorson, who had been listening, suddenly flattered, "With your status, my lord, you will eventually marry a dragon." The individuals present were Robin's most trusted confidants, who were aware of his remarkable ability to conjure things from thin air. Yet, they all wondered why he only produced salmon in Dragonglass. Just then, Lady Moreno approached with enthusiasm, saying to Robin, "Son, have you ever considered that our family surpassing the Valerion family is merely a matter of time?" Her words carried a hidden meaning, suggesting that Robin might have the opportunity to become the son-in-law of the king, replacing the Valerion family in a union with the royal family, thereby gaining substantial influence. However, Robin responded with concern, "But the Valerion family, like the Targaryens, possesses an ancient bloodline. Their unions are quite normal." Lady Moreno encouraged him with a smile, "Son, Queen Emma also hailed from the Vale." Robin looked at his mother helplessly and patiently explained, "Queen Emma also carries Targaryen blood. She is the daughter of Daenerys Targaryen." Upon hearing this, a light bulb went off in Robin's mind, and he began to contemplate. The union between the Vale and the Targaryen family seemed to be a tradition. Perhaps, he eagerly asked, "Does the Moreno family have Targaryen blood?" Observing her son's hopeful expression, Lady Moreno hesitated before replying, "Perhaps. I will ask your father this evening." At that moment, Scholar Oliver leisurely reminded, "My lord, your ancestor, Addis Eileen, established the Watchtower and subsequently founded the Moreno family, whose lineage is equally ancient, representing the purest blood of the Undulls." Scholar Oliver finally found his purpose, gently caressing the chain hanging around his neck. Robin suddenly felt a twinge of disappointment. This meant that the Moreno family had, for the past century, lacked any ancestral ties to the Targaryens, thus shattering his aspirations of commanding dragons. Over the past 6 months, Robin had analyzed numerous pieces of intelligence, yet remained unaware of which faction the Black Party belonged to. He only knew that ultimately the Black Party emerged victorious. Standing on the side of triumph was never a mistake. He also understood that this was a civil war within the Targaryen family, and it would be wise to align himself early on with the powerful Black Party, seeking ways to uncover the secrets passed down from Aegon. Regarding the creation of gravity within the realm of consciousness, he had begun to formulate some ideas. He planned to seize an opportunity to acquire a few young dragons, utilizing the 100-fold time acceleration of his conscious space to allow them to proliferate wildly. The reason for choosing young dragons was that he could only accommodate objects within a 10-meter radius, equivalent to a spherical space with a diameter of 20 meters. Since he lacked the bloodline of a dragon lord, rendering him incapable of establishing a mental connection with dragons, he believed that taming dragons would not differ greatly from training dogs. Through years of conditioned reflex training, he was confident that dragons would not dare to disobey him. In his conscious space, he was a godlike entity. Chapter 22. The Uninvited Guest. In May of the year 107 AC. The Devourer had been wreaking havoc in Blackwater Bay for nearly 3 months. With a thunderous roar, the massive creature descended from the heavens, breaking through the clouds. Below, the expansive sea was dotted with numerous sailboats, their busy crews expertly maneuvering the sails, while passengers leisurely basked in the sea breeze. As the Black Dragon continued its approach, the outline of the port became increasingly distinct and formidable. Simultaneously, the 7 beacon towers of the port erupted with deep and urgent warning horns. Waves of alarm spread rapidly towards the watchtower. On the 7th level of the watchtower, Robin, engrossed in his study, heard the commotion and hurriedly pushed open the windows. Leaning out to gaze into the distance, there, he beheld a coal-black dragon with emerald eyes circling low in the sky. At the doorway, 2 guards, alerted by the noise, rushed into Robin's study, standing protectively behind him. In an instant, the crowd at the port was engulfed in panic. The distant cries carried by the sea breeze filtering through the air. By the gods! Robin exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. The Devourer had ventured to the Fingers, a journey that would take a full day's flight from Dragonstone. This was undoubtedly a deliberate act of provocation, though he could not discern the mastermind behind it. The only families he harbored animosity towards were those of the Sister Isles, yet he doubted their cunning would lead to such a bold maneuver. 3 months ago, discussions had centered around the benefits of black dragon hunting, with sunken salmon products promising to enhance their trade volume. Now, this once cherished prospect had turned into a grim reality. And Robin could not find humor in the situation. Damn it, let me find out who orchestrated this. He cursed, his frustration palpable. His tranquil life had been abruptly shattered, and all he desired was to develop in peace. Before the eyes of all, the Devourer violently dismantled 6 cargo ships laden with salted salmon. It discovered a black dragon crystal barrel beneath the 7th ship, filled with precious red salmon roe. Finally ceasing its rampage, the creature eagerly crushed the barrel with its claw, savoring the burst of flavor before swallowing the delectable contents. Dragons possess a sense of taste 1/10 that of humans, particularly relishing flavors enhanced with honey. Sweetness, this was the essence it craved. The sailors who had been cast into the sea could scarcely believe their eyes as they witnessed the dragon, half squinting, indulging in the exquisite treat. The dragon crystal barrel, forged from sand at high temperatures, contained various minerals. In nature, dragons instinctively consume rocks to supplement their mineral intake, crucial for their skeletal development and egg formation. Undigestible substances would be expelled as waste, while some dragons would transform stones into more easily ingested dragon crystals. Upon the port's walls, over 100 scorpion crossbows were drawn, with the guards anxiously aiming their crossbows at the black dragon. Commander Garrett glanced towards the watchtower, awaiting Robin's directive regarding the Devourer. The fleet of dragon crystal ships had already spread out across the sea, with Captain Tullius raising the sails and preparing the catapults and scorpion crossbows, all in anticipation of the signal from the watchtower. The Moreno family lacked for weaponry, and the Dragon Crystal Port had only been established for half a year, with many resources on the island still scarce. Anything of value could be offered as collateral. Robin, his brown hair tousled by the sea breeze, leaned against the windowsill, troubled as he weighed the pros and cons. Behind him, a voice filled with urgency broke the silence. It was his mother. Son, that dragon is destroying our family's wealth. Mother, I am aware, he replied, finally reaching a decision as he sighed deeply. Let it be. We must not provoke the Devourer. All attacks are strictly forbidden. Upon hearing this, Jorson swiftly exited the study to relay the command to cease all offensive actions. Robin ultimately abandoned the idea of attacking the Devourer, recognizing that the dragon had settled down. If left unchecked, it would surely return after tasting the spoils. Make no mistake, it will return, Lady Moreno cautioned her son. Robin jumped down from the stool and looked up at his mother, eager to explain, your son is not afraid of the dragon. The question is, what do we gain from killing it? The wrath of House Targaryen? Or the friendship of the Blackwater Bay captain? We would still endure losses either way. The dragon merely consumes its fill and departs. The few ships it destroys do not equate to the losses we incur from Targaryen-affiliated vessels. Do you wish for the crown to temper its ambitions? Lady Moreno seemed to grasp his reasoning. That is indeed part of it. More importantly, I want the crown to understand that I could eliminate that dragon whenever I choose, but we have refrained from doing so. I send a letter daily inquiring about the possibility of slaying the Devourer and an accompanying bill to King's Landing. What response do we receive? Likely none at all. Many lords are aware that Viserys tends to handle affairs rather casually, leaving matters unresolved. This is the desired outcome. Our losses will continue to mount until the crown feels remorse towards us, at which point we can present our demands. Robin envisioned leveraging this opportunity to escape the constraints of the Vale, believing his strength would grow with economic advancement. He harbored ambitions regarding the strategically positioned Sister Isles. Very well. You have always had your own convictions. I trust you know what you are doing. Observing her son's determination, Lady Moreno refrained from further objections and descended to calm her agitated husband. Albert, despite his paralysis, insisted on leading the fleet to shoot down the dragon. Robin, too, harbored concerns. After all, the Devourer was a dragon, known for holding grudges according to intelligence reports. Should they fail to kill it, peace would be elusive for the port. It was common knowledge that a threat is most potent before it is unleashed. Furthermore, the dragon had not approached Dragon Crystal Port since its initial dive, rendering the 100-odd Scorpion crossbows ineffective. Perhaps it was aware of their power. He was reluctant to withdraw Thomas's fleet, currently besieging the Sister Isles, fearing that any escape by the nobles might yield unfavorable outcomes. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. The losses would amount to little more than some salmon roe and a few ships. As anticipated, shortly thereafter, the Devourer consumed the cargo of 2 ships before departing, and Robin felt a wave of relief wash over him. This was his first encounter with a matter of significant consequence. In the afternoon, with a grave demeanor, Robin convened a meeting with all concerned parties. Once seated, the discussion surrounding the Devourer commenced in earnest. This time, Lady Moreno and the lords were absent. The former deemed it sufficient to listen to the reports, while the latter, after hearing his wife's recounting of their son's thoughts, found Robin's schemes too lofty and required multiple explanations to comprehend. He believed attending the meeting would merely result in drinking to excess, as Robert, the foolish cupbearer, would fill his cup whenever it was empty, leaving him no choice but to indulge. In the end, Robin established the theme, to mitigate losses without engaging the Devourer, though he refrained from disclosing the specifics to the assembly. However, we must find a way to placate the Devourer, preventing it from wreaking further havoc on our shipping routes. He asserted that they needed to lure the creature away, ensuring it was satiated before nearing Dragon Crystal Port, thus curtailing its interest in the island's workshops. Robert suggested that they deploy personnel to set up watch along the Devourer's predictable paths. Upon spotting the dragon, they could send an old ship laden with honey-flavored salmon roe towards it. As long as it was well fed, it would cease its disturbances. Rake added that the dragon crystal barrel should not be placed too conspicuously, as it must not perceive anything amiss. This dragon, inherently suspicious, requires the crew to behave as if they were under a normal attack when it approaches the vessel, leaving no room for error. Damon Mandler pointed out that if we reduce our shipment due to the interference of the glutton, it would undoubtedly lead to losses. The port is replete with inexpensive old ships, and it would be a pity to miss the opportunity for the glutton to dismantle them. He further elaborated on the cost of several old sailing vessels every 3 days, along with some goods that hold little value for Robin. As long as the glutton remains unobtrusive, these transactions are still worthwhile. He also presented a comparison between the losses incurred from halting shipments due to the glutton and the value of the ships it has dismantled, revealing that the difference in cost would suffice to purchase 3 new vessels. Ultimately, Josen proposed a rather mischievous idea. Why not hoist a family flag on the ships we give to the glutton? The assembly exchanged knowing smiles, fully grasping the implication. Robin found the suggestion quite clever and readily agreed, instructing the scribe to omit this segment from the records, as no family wishes to have such deeds documented. While Josen may adhere to protocol in serious matters, he possesses a wealth of cunning in less scrupulous endeavors. Each individual has their unique role to play. Future meetings shall indeed be replete with valuable discussions. Chapter 23. Macheria Lys is one of the 9 great trading city-states of Essos, situated in the eastern part of the Stone Steppes archipelago. The slave trading market is a vital source of income for the region, where the number of slaves significantly exceeds the local population, with a ratio of free citizens to slaves surpassing 3 to 1. Slave ships from around the world typically first deliver their cargo to Lys, allowing affluent slave owners to select the finest slaves. Slaves in Lys engage in various occupations, including laborers, guards, soldiers, and performers, while some are trained for servitude in private quarters. Those who remain unsold are dispatched to Dragonstone Port, where untrained slaves who do not comprehend the common tongue are priced modestly at 10 silver deer, whereas well-trained slaves range from 60 to 180 silver deer. After purchasing inexpensive fish products from Dragonstone Harbor for sale in Lys, many merchants and captains will also buy tapestries, perfumes, exquisite daggers in bulk, and generally visit the slave market to select affordable slaves. This transportation model not only allows slaves to perform menial tasks on the return journey, but also facilitates their direct sale to the Moreno family as subjects, achieving dual objectives. The merchant vessel, having traversed half the narrow sea, finally arrived at the most peculiar harbor of Westeros, constructed almost entirely of black dragonstone. The main entrance of the harbor is wide enough to accommodate 10 large merchant ships side by side, with a colossal transparent salmon crystal sculpture perched above the entrance, casting a prism of colors upon the sea as sunlight filters through. The merchant ship slowly navigated through the rainbow path, and the crew, engulfed in the kaleidoscopic play of light and shadow, seemed to enter a dreamlike realm, leaping joyfully upon the railings and deck, weaving a vibrant tapestry of motion. Crew members and slaves alike, visiting Dragonstone Harbor for the first time, paused in their activities, gazing in awe at the surreal spectacle. Upon entering the harbor through the Dragonstone gates, the merchant ship officially crossed into the domain of the Moreno family. Countless vessels navigated the waterways separated by the Dragonstone Islands, connected by a series of Dragonstone bridges. Each island was dotted with numerous small structures made of Dragonstone, collectively referred to by the locals as the Dragonstone Archipelago. Given the vast size of the archipelago, when there is a need for travel to more distant locales, people would follow specially constructed steps to board flat-bottomed boats. At the bow, a hooded girl spotted a tall young man leaping from an island by the exit. He bore the blue eyes and flaxen hair characteristic of Lys, with yellow silk tied around his arm, inscribed with guiding instructions in both the common tongue and Low Valyrian. "Do you require a guidebook?" he inquired. The captain nodded. He handed the captain a booklet, which detailed the geographical information of Dragonstone Harbor. Flipping through casually, the captain perused the latest news on the last page. Noticing the captain's familiarity with the harbor, the guide chose not to elaborate on its history or the 2 laws governing it. New pencils, 100 for 50 copper pieces. Pencil leads, 100 for 10 copper pieces. Salted salmon has seen another price drop, now 7 copper pieces per pound. Central Island Martial Arts Tournament. The captain gleaned the latest market changes and information, producing a silver deer for the guide, indicating his purchase of the booklet, as merely browsing would have cost only a copper piece. The booklet was then passed to the hooded girl, who had been executing a mission to infiltrate Dragonstone Harbor for nearly 6 months and was part of the peripheral network. All factions were attempting to infiltrate this area with spies, seeking to uncover the secrets of the Moreno family. Where precisely did these fish originate? The sudden and abundant appearance of salmon products, which defied seasonal patterns, perplexed not only the nobles and merchants but also the inhabitants of Five Fingers Peninsula, who were left bewildered by their sudden arrival. Most of the dispatched spies remained at the lower levels, gathering information less detailed than what was provided in the guidebook. The core of the Moreno family's power largely stemmed from the island's indigenous people, while the external recruits at higher levels remained tight-lipped, the reasons for which remained a mystery. After accepting the payment, the guide's spirits lifted, and he enthusiastically introduced basic services. Continue straight, and then take a left. Zone 33 is your docking area. The docking fee for a medium cargo ship is 1 golden dragon per day. As they walked towards the docking area, the two engaged in casual conversation. "Is this your daughter?" he inquired, noting her fair skin and youthful figure despite her hood. "No, this is my niece, Little May. She wishes to find work here, as her parents perished in a maritime disaster." The captain reflected on her fabricated identity, considering how someone without a wife could have relatives to fill an entire cargo ship. "How old is she?" the guide asked casually, aware that recommending jobs also brought him additional income, as many of them held side jobs as intermediaries, which was their primary source of copper stars. "She has just turned 14. The captain clearly understood the implication and directly handed over a silver deer. An unwritten rule at Dragonstone Harbor, perhaps articulated by Robin in passing, had yet to solidify into formal legal stipulations. Minors were not permitted to work in workshops and lacked the right to be employed, instead residing in designated welfare houses. These welfare houses were Robin's benevolence to this world, where in the mornings, residents would engage in drying fish, which included lunch, and in the afternoons, they would receive free education in the common language, with dinner provided upon completion, all aimed at making Dragonstone an aspirational destination for all, attracting more talent under Robin's rule. Talent, in any era, holds paramount significance. Should anyone violate this rule and be apprehended by the constable, the consequences were often severe. Although the wages for minors were relatively low, the risks rarely justified the rewards, and consequently, few would dare to take such chances, making it imperative to inquire about age when recommending employment. Otherwise, the guide's position would be jeopardized. The guide from Lys was momentarily stunned upon receiving such a substantial sum, equivalent to his entire month's wages. He glanced around hurriedly before stuffing the money into his pocket. "Your niece is fortunate to have you as an uncle. I assume you are not in need of money, but rather wish for her to connect with influential individuals," he said cautiously. Little May pulled back her black hood, revealing skin as pale as milk, and the guide discerned that her mother must have been a foreigner. "Sir, I aspire to better assist my uncle's endeavors in the future. Do you have any valuable advice? Little May interjected. In truth, her name was May Sharia, a dancer from Liss, who, due to her striking beauty and talent, had been purchased by a gentleman and subsequently trained for 6 months, now officially delivered to Dragonstone Harbor. She had promised to serve a certain gentleman as a spy, solely to avoid being sold repeatedly. To this day, she remained unaware of her purchaser's identity. Her singular mission was to infiltrate the core of the Moreno family and extract intelligence, for that gentleman had already lost many skilled operatives. Chapter 24. Arrival. The guide appeared to be deep in thought. I contemplated applying for the position of accountant for Miss Elena. The guide hesitated, expressing uncertainty about the availability of the position. What do you mean? I inquired. Well, Miss Elena is responsible for distributing supplies and wages to those of us at the bottom. This position has been open for over 6 months. Yet the recruitment notice remains posted on the information wall, the guide explained. Is it really possible that no one has been hired in half a year? The captain wondered internally. Let me inquire once we reach the shore, the guide replied. It is well known that Miss Elena is to be married in 5 years. The guide's implication was clear. The Moreno family lacks sufficient mid-level personnel to fill management roles, typically relying on internal referrals or recruitment. Xiaomei pulled her uncle aside. I want to give it a try, she declared. Many have attempted before you, yet none have succeeded in the interviews. You should think carefully, the captain responded, not outright rejecting her ambition. Perhaps I am different, Xiaomei asserted confidently, noting her keen ability to discern the thoughts of others. The sight of countless sails was overwhelming, and the vast harbor seemed somewhat congested, filled with the sounds of bustling crowds, various ships adorned with flags, and people from diverse races, all hailing from merchant vessels around the world. Some ships could reach the summer isles in the Sea of Summer, the trembling shores of Iban Island, and even the lands beside the Jade Sea. Dragon Crystal Port has truly become a global trade hub, with an astonishing number of vessels arriving and departing daily. The ship carrying Michelia was relatively small upon its arrival at Dragon Crystal Port, as most passing vessels dwarfed it, prompting the captain to steer carefully to avoid mishaps. Dragon Crystal Port, we have arrived, the lookout shouted from above. The captain began directing the sailors on deck, issuing commands as they approached a massive, imposing black structure at the center of the square, causing a flurry of activity aboard the Honeybee. The merchant ship slowly maneuvered into the smallest docking space, while sailors climbed the mast to lower the sails. 2 crew members jumped ashore, securing the ship with thick ropes wrapped tightly around the Dragon Crystal pillar, flanked by sturdy walls of Dragon Crystal that provided powerful airflow, essential for the ship's departure. A man clad in a red short coat awaited the vessel's arrival at the dock. He was the overseer of numerous temporary workers, also known as the orderlies. Most of the temporary workers were adult men, dressed in brown linen garments embroidered with white thread bearing different numbers, tasked with handling cargo transfers and following work assignments at the dock. The captain and Michelia disembarked, officially stepping onto the bustling city of the world's most prosperous harbor, known as Dragon Crystal City in official terms, or Salmon City among the populace. The captain skillfully presented a cargo list, which the orderly examined closely. The slaves follow 3301. The orderly repeated in both the common tongue and the rudimentary Valyrian, his tone and intent crystal clear. A man dressed in brown linen, with the number 3301 embroidered in white thread across his chest, boarded the ship and coldly surveyed the slaves aboard. He had bronze skin and dark almond-shaped eyes. His face smooth and beardless, a quintessential Dothraki. Form a line. Follow me, he shouted in somewhat awkward Valyrian, brandishing a blood-stained whip as he led the way. Some slaves, understanding his command, fell in line behind him, while others began to ascend the gangplank. The man with the numbered garment periodically stepped out from the line to maintain order. Once the slaves were taken away, only the sailors remained on board to unload the cargo. The rest is just tapestries, isn't it? The orderly inquired as usual. Indeed, the captain confirmed. Accompanied by the orderly, the captain conducted a thorough inspection, subsequently placing his handprint and signature beside every number on the cargo list. The primary purpose was to check for tax evasion, according to the figures on the list. The ship was required to pay 1% of its cargo or its equivalent in currency upon departure. If the goods brought could not be sold, taxes would not be levied. Notably, Dragon Crystal City imposed no restrictions on goods, showcasing remarkable compatibility, revealing an array of merchandise from across the known world, including peculiar creatures such as tall, long-nosed beings and eight-eyed spiders, curiosities collected by the lords. Seizing the opportunity, the guide inquired with the orderly in the red vest about the recruitment for Miss Elena. Michelia listened intently, learning that the position remained open, with minimal requirements, the ability to write and perform basic calculations sufficing for initial consideration. The most challenging aspect was the interview process, as Miss Elena had not clarified the reasons for previous rejections, leaving no one aware of their shortcomings. Upon discovering that the captain had rented accommodation and was familiar with the environment of Dragon Crystal City, the guide refrained from further persuasion to return to work. Chapter 25. The city of Dragon Crystal. The Isle of Fingers is reputed in the outside world as the Dragon Crystal World, owing to the astonishing speed at which the city has risen. It is said that the Moreno family constructed the port in merely 7 days, after which the Oxen family engaged in the trade of salmon and the purchase of slaves to expand their populace, subsequently establishing the Dragon Crystal City on the island. In a bid to swiftly acquire labor, the initial influx of population through the slave trade exceeded tens of thousands. As Dragon Crystal City began to flourish, generous wages attracted northerners from White Harbor, reducing the proportion of slaves in the population to 30%. Although slaves are still purchased to increase numbers, only the most inexpensive ones are selected, avoiding any issues of language barriers. With ongoing trade, the Moreno family amassed immense wealth, leading to a burgeoning market. Caravans from across the globe continuously arrived to procure goods. The price of dried salmon, cheaper than flour, has significantly altered the dietary habits of the Westerosi continent, with inexpensive fried fish making its way to the tables of the impoverished. This is a true city, characterized notably by its water supply system. Beside the watchtower lies a vast lake, from which robust Dragon Crystal pipes diverge along Dragon Crystal Avenue, supplying every workshop. Each residential area has essentially developed from surplus workshops. The housing structures in the living quarters largely consist of repurposed 5x5m Dragon Crystal blocks, recut into 0.5x5m slabs, with groups of individuals using these flat panels to construct 3 to 4 story buildings. Some daring souls have even attempted to build up to 7 stories to maximize rental space. But a collapse resulting in the death of over 300 people instilled fear in all. Robin personally ordered the capture of all workers involved in constructing buildings taller than 4 stories, along with landlords and their families, to gather 300 individuals to be sent to the Wall of Despair, including 2 current guards. This served to instill fear among all inhabitants of Dragon Crystal City. The first law of the city states that murderers are sent to the Wall of Despair. The constable was pleased, as this precedent allowed for the transport of murderers from prison, along with their relatives, to new lands after compensating victims' families and covering the cost of travel. If there remained any currency, it was exchanged for goods suitable for the North. Robin had no need for confiscation, as he was not lacking in wealth. This system of collective punishment instilled dread, prompting individuals to hastily dismantle unsafe structures and abandon any thoughts of further construction. To Robin, sending someone to guard the Wall of Despair effectively equates to a de facto life sentence. A direct execution would be uncivilized and cruel. This method not only serves to provide a prolonged period of suffering for reflection, but also mitigates hatred, as they would never be seen again. Women and children who committed offenses are likewise sent to live in the town of Aftercrown in the north. Offenders sent to these regions are well suited for such placements. The land is vast, and they are free to pursue any endeavors, as Robin holds no fondness for citizens who disrupt order. The land granted to the Night's Watch is divided into 2 parcels. South of the Wall of Despair lies 25 acres gifted by Brandon, which has been cultivated for millennia. But as the number of Night's Watch dwindled, many buildings and orchards fell into disrepair. With the current population increase, these areas are being revived. The second parcel is newly granted land. Alyson, greatly admiring the bravery of the Night's Watch, suggested extending the land another 25 acres to the south. While several Stark dukes agreed, family opinions were not unanimous, causing some disputes. Fortunately, the current Duke Rickon Stark, upon inheriting Winterfell, managed to maintain order and quell discontent. Residents of the granted lands typically pay taxes to the Night's Watch in the form of goods or labor to support their livelihoods. Merchants are now willing to transport tools and food to Aftercrown in exchange for beautiful animal pelts. Robin is particularly focused on the Wall of Despair. He speculates that the disaster prophesied by Aegon may indeed originate from beyond the wall, as extreme weather forces wildlings southward, overwhelming the north and leading to the collapse of human civilization amidst the Ice Age. As for the recorded tales of White Walkers in the north, Robin dismisses them as mere myths, akin to strange creatures like giants and woolly mammoths, which have not been seen for over 5,000 years and are likely extinct. Regardless, this serves as a secondary concern, allowing for the establishment of friendships in the north while simultaneously ridding the area of criminals. The relationship between Winterfell and Dragon Crystal City remains harmonious. As the nearest consumer market and transit hub to White Harbor, Dragon Crystal Port absorbs a significant portion of northern products. Anything from beets, carrots, black pigs, to furs can fetch a good price, especially since Robin's offerings are limited to salmon products, which are in high demand. Although there are numerous fishing grounds near White Harbor, the limitations of fishing technology during this era mean that quantities are not substantial. Most of the catch is reserved as winter provisions against unexpected cold snaps. They are unable to meet their own needs in the north, rendering them incapable of competing with the boundless supply of salmon from Dragon Crystal City. The prices remain low. It is more advantageous to work for 2 days in Dragon Crystal City, returning with a boatload of fish. The unprocessed frozen salmon is priced extremely low, with a daily wage of 3 copper coins for 2 days of work and a single frozen salmon valued at 1 copper coin. Allowing for free selection, even a 20-pound fish would still only cost 1 copper coin. This situation has led many in the north to flock to Dragon Crystal City in search of employment. The city is perpetually in need of labor, with a system that allows for the pledge of 7 days' wages in exchange for daily pay, should one work continuously for a month. The daily wage increases to 4 copper coins, and after a year, it rises to 5. In this year, many intriguing events have transpired. Demon Targaryen frequently rides his horse, Korik, to spend weeks here. 2 months prior, a gluttonous creature occupied a cave on the Isle of Fingers filled with honey salmon roe, occasionally seen flying out to circle before returning. A month ago, the 3rd Dragon Crystal Fleet was established, with each fleet comprising 30 warships, meaning the Moreno family now possesses a total of 90 warships. 7 days ago, a contingent of 3,000 Unsullied arrived at the port, bolstering military strength. Miseria's initial admiration and trepidation have dissipated. She has visited Bravos, where prior to Dragon Crystal City, it was considered the largest port in the world. The wealth, trade, and civilization, marvels created through the labor of slaves, have long inspired awe and aspiration in countless individuals. In contrast, Dragon Crystal City stands as a true beacon of civilization, with clean, orderly streets and industrious inhabitants. Only the constable and children wander aimlessly in the workshop district. Consequently, she was questioned multiple times by the constable about her search for work. Upon revealing her intentions to visit, the constable's captain dispatched an escort, recognizing her as someone of significance. Moreover, aside from a few workshops, there were no commercial secrets to protect, except for the workshops involved in processing fish entrails and roe, which exude a strong fishy odor. The other workshops maintain a relatively neutral scent. Having lived here for nearly a month, Miseria finds a wide, well-paved Dragon Crystal Avenue leading directly to the port, flanked by numerous production workshops, shops, and squares, with churches rivaling those in King's Landing. After exploring the workshops, merchandise district, and residential areas of the island, Miseria prepares to embark on her official endeavors. Chapter 26. The interview. She boarded a public carriage drawn by 8 horses, which consisted of 3 connected compartments. The journey from her residence to the watchtower would take an entire morning. The fare was 1 crystal coin per workshop, with a maximum charge of 4 crystal coins for long distances. This meant that even for a destination 40 kilometers away, the carriage ride would only cost 4 crystal coins, making it an exceedingly affordable means of transportation. Due to the relatively short distances between the workshops on Finger Island, each workshop was designated as a unit of distance, such as the pickling workshop or the sun-drying workshop. Every 5 workshops, there was a living area comprising a marketplace, entertainment facilities, and residences. Laborers were generally assigned to the nearest living quarters, and many, in an effort to save money, set out early. Miss, where to? To the watchtower. It's a total of 20 workshops. She deftly handed 3 copper stars to the elderly woman on the carriage, then quietly counted out 4 white crystal coins from her bag to give to her. The crystal coins were hollow and could be easily strung together. They bore an inscription of their value 1 copper points on one side, while the reverse displayed the tribal language that praised the beacon fires. This currency was not only exquisite but also abundant. Although Dragon Crystal City sold colored crystals, the cost of imitation was too high, and the denominations were too small to be worthwhile. Robin, however, welcomed the idea of someone replicating the crystal coins, as it saved him the trouble of generating currency from the realm of consciousness into the physical world, a task he found particularly tedious. There were also colored high-value crystal coins, with the red crystal coin being the most valuable at 1 copper point. These coins could be readily exchanged for copper points or silver deer and were widely circulated within Dragon Crystal City. The average worker earned only 3 copper points in a day, and the lowest denomination of copper coins was worth 0.5 copper points, due to their low copper content. These coins tended to break easily and posed challenges for change-making, leading to a gradual decline in their use, as copper coins slowly disappeared from Dragon Crystal City. All public carriages had different starting points, but they all converged at the outer watchtower. The rumbling of wheels could be heard outside. She gently lifted the curtain and gazed at the dark cityscape. In Myshalia's eyes, Dragon Crystal City appeared as a metropolis encircled by dragon crystal stones, with each district meticulously designated for its respective function. As she sat in the carriage, her gaze fell upon the rows of columns lining the road. At night, oil lamps would illuminate the main thoroughfare until dawn. Behind them, orderly rows of greenery adorned the landscape. Each workshop was encased within dragon crystal blocks, with only 2 passageways allowing carriages to enter and exit, one for bringing in frozen salmon from the salmon storage, and the other for transporting salted salmon or flavored salmon rowed to the port. Pedestrians were a rare sight along the road, as most were hurriedly traversing in carriages. After passing 5 workshops, they arrived at the living area, where the city buzzed with life. The walls made of dragon crystal were punctuated with numerous neatly arranged passageways, and the ground was paved with stone slabs. By midday, many small vendors were already preparing their ingredients. Most individuals were still at work, but during mealtime, this area would become exceptionally lively, as over 30,000 workers from 6 to 8 workshops would flood in. The cheapest food available was fried fish, with fish fillets coated in flour and deep-fried in fish oil. The flour quickly formed a crispy outer layer, providing a delightful crunch while the interior remained chewy. Most vendors offered only 3 flavors, the original taste at 0, 2 copper points, the savory flavor at 0, 3 copper points, and the sweet flavor at 1 copper point, the latter being the most expensive due to the use of sugar. The northern environment was particularly suited for growing beets, and the rise of Dragon Crystal Port led lords to cultivate beets on a large scale to produce sugar. The value of an acre of beets was equivalent to 3 acres of wheat, and the beet pulp could also be used to feed cattle and sheep. Mychalia wore an elaborate blue silk gown, standing before a 10-foot-high wall constructed of dragon crystal. Compared to the outer city, the walls here appeared slightly lower. Guards atop the walls donned brown leather armor, wielding round shields and spears. One soldier glanced at her with an expressionless face before resuming his duty. At night, the soldiers on the wall would use a winch to raise the wooden drawbridge and lower the iron gate. During the day, the watchtower remained open, allowing unobstructed passage. Many guards had already taken notice of the fair-skinned noblewoman. For fully armed soldiers in black chainmail stood on the drawbridge, their blue capes fluttering in the wind. In the guardhouse, a soldier awaited her approach. She politely addressed him. "Sir, I am here to apply for the position of accountant for Miss Elena. Please wait." The guard turned and departed. After a considerable time, the guard returned. "Follow me." He led her into the inner sanctum of the city walls. The iron gate was hoisted upward by the winch. A straight, black dragon crystal road led to the guard bridge, branching into numerous side paths that directed towards different areas. Mychalia closely followed the figure clad in blue ahead of her, striving to maintain her composure, though her heart raced wildly in her chest. Chapter 27. The spear competition amidst the waters of Longjing Port stands a uniquely designed cylindrical island, constructed from blocks of dragon crystal. The surface of the island is blanketed in thick soil, where tender green grass flourishes freely, and towering fish are planted around the perimeter, infusing the stark stone harbor with a touch of vitality and softness. At the heart of the island lies a wide and level racetrack. Encircling the racetrack is a meticulously arranged layer of fishing nets, which serves as a cushioning barrier to mitigate the injuries of knights who may inadvertently fall from their steeds. Robin perceives the events held here as fundamentally a form of entertainment. The untimely demise of a noble during a competition would undoubtedly cast a shadow over business affairs. Surrounding the racetrack is an expansive circular spectator stand, soaring 10 stories high, capable of accommodating 30,000 spectators simultaneously. Whenever competitions take place, the stands teem with excited onlookers, their cheers and shouts creating a vibrant atmosphere, transforming Longjing Port into a unique and magnificent spectacle. 2 armored knights sit astride their warhorses, facing each other as they adjust their gear. One knight rides a white steed, while at the opposite end of the racetrack stands a robust black horse, which emits a low, resonant whinny. The knight on the chestnut horse is slight of build, clad in mismatched armor, his head covered by a helmet resembling an iron barrel. He bends over on horseback, adjusting his gear. His shield bears no insignia, marking him as a mysterious knight without a house. In 3 consecutive competitions, he has performed acrobatics on horseback, deftly maneuvering his lance to strike noble knights, much to the excitement of the crowd, earning him the affectionate title of the Acrobat Knight. He has claimed numerous mounts and armors from his opponents during this tournament, yet these pieces do not suit his stature, severely hindering his agility. On the other hand, the knight on the black horse is robust, encased in heavy armor, distinguished by a dragon helm atop his head. The shield he bears is emblazoned with a 3-headed red dragon, identifying him as Demon Targaryen, who has triumphed over 3 nameless riders thanks to both luck and formidable prowess. Seated in the main spectator stand is Albert Moreno, while Robin gently taps a wooden table, appearing particularly at ease alongside his mother. Count Moreno is fervently enthusiastic about hosting competitions. Even with his lower body paralyzed, his restless spirit remains undeterred. Unable to participate himself, he resorts to organizing events. At least everyone knows that Albert was once a valiant knight, though he can no longer partake in the contests. Under his lavish patronage, competitions are held every 7 days with a prize of 77 gold dragons, and monthly contests award 777 gold dragons. Now, it is time for the grand event held every 6 months, boasting a staggering prize of 7,777 gold dragons and a Valyrian dagger. A temptation even Demon cannot resist, prompting him to abandon his duties as commander of the guard to join the fray. The competitions at Longjingport follow a fixed schedule. After 6 months of development, the fervor of these tournaments has far surpassed that of the knightly traditions in the Riverlands, the very birthplace of the chivalric spirit of Westeros. The stands are packed with thousands of spectators, eager to witness the clash between prince and commoner, with betting odds soaring to an astonishing 1:232. Robin discreetly inquires and learns that the knight is named Mikey, a renowned Northman in his own workshop, reputedly capable of communicating with animals. The competitions at Longjingport do not restrict participants by status. Anyone with a horse can enter, which deters many noble knights who regard it as an informal contest. As in traditional tournaments, the defeated lose their armor and mounts but may opt to pay a ransom. In the final showdown, Daemon Targaryen faces off against Mikey, with most spectators speculating that Daemon's imposing black dragon gear would intimidate the mysterious knight. Both riders wield hollow wooden lances designed for jousting. Though the tips have been dulled and rounded, still posing a danger, as splintered wood could penetrate the seams of their armor during the competition. Prior to the match, Mikey leans close to his horse's ear, appearing to converse through the small hole in his helmet. "Hey, I hope your acrobatics can bring me some entertainment," he murmurs. Daemon scoffs, dismissing the previous opponents as lacking formal training, thus making his journey to this point exceedingly effortless. Holding the reins steady, Daemon's black horse leaps into action, his wooden lance scanning the crowd, inciting a roar from the audience. Meanwhile, at the highest point of the spectator stand, Lady Moreno rises to applaud Daemon's gallant form, much to her husband's displeasure. "Mind yourself, you are my noble wife. Sit down, you're blocking my view." As both knights prepare themselves, the ceremonial officer raises a small flag and bellows, "Begin." Mikey, the rider on the chestnut horse, suddenly discards his shield, gripping the reins with one hand, and then sharply squeezes his legs against the horse's belly. The eager chestnut steed bolts forward like an enraged lion, eyes ablaze with hostility. Simultaneously, the ostentatious Daemon spurs his warhorse, gripping his lance tightly in one hand while raising the wooden shield on his left arm. The racetrack stretches wide enough for both steeds to gallop at full speed. The thunderous sound of hooves kicks up a cloud of dust, creating a resounding roar as the two knights charge toward each other. They are now mere strides apart, even able to discern the grime on each other's armor. With a resounding crack, Mikey's lance shatters upon impact. It strikes Daemon, sending him and his lance shield crashing heavily to the ground with a dull thud, rendering him immobile. Silence instantly envelopes the arena. The black horse continues to gallop for several meters before its rider realizes he has fallen. In the fleeting moment of the joust, the speed was too great for Robin to discern the events as they unfolded. Meanwhile, Daemon lies on the ground, clutching his abdomen as he vomits an unidentifiable liquid, gasping for breath and struggling to rise, ultimately succumbing to defeat. A nearby attendant approaches to inspect the fallen prince, noting a deep dent in his abdominal armor. Daemon has fallen onto the fishing nets, yet fortunately, he is uninjured, though his breathing is labored, each inhalation pulling painfully at his wounded midsection. The prince lies amidst the dirt and ropes, a picture of disarray. He yearns to call for his sword to continue the contest, but he lacks the strength to even shout, his legs weak and powerless. The attendant hesitates to assist him, for according to the rules, the knights must first engage in jousting before claiming the right to battle on foot if unseated, and judging by Daemon's actions, it is uncertain if the match has concluded. In that fleeting moment of their encounter, the speed was blinding. Jousting determines victory or defeat in an instant. Apart from the two jousters and the officiating judge, few can discern the intricate details of the clash. Daemon raised his lance high, simultaneously lifting his shield. As both knights focused on their lances, at the moment of their impending collision, the opposing horse suddenly lowered its body, causing Daemon's lance to miss its mark as the chestnut horseman struck with both hands, delivering a forceful blow that sent Daemon's abdominal armor flying. Caught off guard by the acrobatic maneuver, Daemon found himself unseated, bested by a mere horse. Observing that Daemon remained on the ground for an extended period, a scholar hurriedly approached to assess the prince's injuries, discovering only swelling on his abdomen, with no other visible wounds. Two attendants arrived with a stretcher, intending to carry him away for rest. "Leave me. I shall never use this," Daemon retorted, as the attendants reluctantly assisted him to rise, guiding him to a nearby spot to recuperate. As Daemon stood with robust vitality, the crowd on the subjective platform finally revealed smiles, for none wished to witness any misfortune befall him. Noticing that his opponent had not called for a continuation of the duel, Mickey exhaled in relief, removing the ironclad armor from his body. His rugged visage, characterized by defined features, a prominent jawline, and a noble nose, was adorned with a thick beard, while his gaze was profound and piercing, a visage typical of the denizens of the North. Chapter 28. The night of conquest, he dismounted from his steed, The victor was Mikey. Hailing from the fish-drying workshop, the judge raised his hand and, with a resounding voice, declared this nameless knight the champion. Subsequently, Mikey approached the dais. At that moment, Count Moreno proclaimed, "As the champion, you are entitled to request anything you desire from me. As long as it is within my means, I shall grant it to you. Fortunate lad, should you merely seek gold dragons, you may find Simmons, the steward, to fulfill your wish. 3,000 gold dragons would ensure your lineage's comfort for generations." Count Moreno regarded him with admiration, gesturing towards the elder beside him. This elder, in his 50s, had graying hair yet appeared robust. He had served the Moreno family across 3 generations of lords, managing external expenditures and overseeing provisions for the subjects during the initial construction of Dragon Crystal Port. "My lord, I harbor no doubts regarding the wealth of the Moreno family," Mikey declared with gravity, kneeling on one knee. "I beseech you to grant me the title of a Knight of Conquest. I yearn to expand the territories of your esteemed Moreno family, to forge a legacy in uncharted realms. I understand the path ahead is fraught with thorns, yet I fear no peril. I am willing, like a sharp longsword, to cut through the brambles under your guidance, fighting for the glory of our family. With unwavering loyalty, I shall dedicate my courage, strength, and wisdom to you and the family. I will prove through my actions that I am not merely a champion in the arena, but a warrior capable of forging new lands and winning unparalleled glory for our lineage. I humbly request this opportunity to embark upon this honorable path of conquest." Mikey's eloquence was striking, devoid of the stammering common to other knights, suggesting he had rehearsed this speech in private for quite some time. Count Moreno, without much contemplation, recognized that it was time to acquire more vassals beneath his powerful family. The victor over Demon deserved a substantial reward, and the request to be elevated to a land-owning knight was entirely reasonable. "I agree," he said. "Please rise. Your request is astute and just." The count turned to inquire, "Simmons, do you know which workshop is available?" Many workshops lay too far from the watchtower, requiring a day's journey on horseback. Robin had built the borders of Dragon Crystal Port haphazardly with dragon crystal blocks, leaving them desolate. Yet this was far superior to the other 3 lords' domains. At least the workshop could provide refuge from the winds, and its expanse was quite considerable. "Workshops numbered beyond 400 are vacant," Simmons, standing behind Albert, replied without hesitation. He was intimately familiar with every parcel of land in the territory, having witnessed the birth of these dragon crystal structures. Count Moreno observed his son and gestured for him to take the lead. He was at ease. Robin was his sole heir, exceedingly intelligent, capable of conjuring wealth from thin air, and he envisioned a prosperous future for the family. His own concerns revolved around how to spend their fortune, what dishes to serve at feasts, and which renowned swords to acquire for their collection. Everyone knew Robin's health was frail. Count Moreno had quietly begun considering a daughter-in-law, hoping to marry off his son soon to ensure the continuation of their vast legacy. Dressed in a brown high-collared leather tunic, adorned with the emblem of the Moreno family's watchtower, Robin exuded authority. Reluctantly, he rose from his seat and stood before the approaching knight. Taking a deep breath to compose himself, he spoke, "In light of my father's health, I shall officiate your ennoblement in his stead." At this proclamation, the dais erupted into applause, the atmosphere vibrant with surprise, while Mikey's face flushed with excitement. Everyone recognized the identity of the young man before them, the sole heir of the Moreno family, the architect of Dragon Crystal Port. Tales spoke of his ability to transform into dragon crystal and salmon. Those who visited the port dismissed these as mere legends, if not for magic. It was as if a divine being had descended to bestow fortune upon the Moreno family. Jorson and the other guards gazed on enviously. They had only been knighted without lands of their own. Robin was markedly different from his father, rarely punishing others out of emotion, even after years of service from them. "Knight, do you worship the old gods?" he inquired. Without noble endorsement, one could merely be deemed a squire. "Yes, my lord. What is your family name?" "Cook. My family name is Cook," Mikey replied. Robin nodded in acknowledgement. In the ancient tongue of the ancestors, Cook denoted horses of various hues. "No need to kneel. Recite after me as you would when praying to the heart tree," Robin instructed, articulating slowly. Upon the expansive dais, Robin recited a self-composed oath of fealty between lord and vassal, while the Moreno family and guards bore witness from a distance. Once, the ancestors had forged a pact with the children of the forest, establishing a peace and friendship that endured for 4 millennia. Robin, however, harbored skepticism towards ethereal deities, preferring concrete agreements. At least such contracts could be readily rescinded. As the focus of the crowd, Mikey bowed his head in contemplation, as if the boy before him were a sacred fish tree. The heir of the Moreno family, Robin Moreno, and the founder of the Cook family, Mikey Cook, were about to establish a covenant at Dragon Crystal Port. Both parties agreed upon the rights and responsibilities concerning the land of Finger Peninsula, Island Index 401. The Moreno family would retain ownership of the land, including military command, judicial authority, and taxation rights. The Cook family would possess usage and benefit rights, along with the right to protection and the right to appeal in the Lord Court. As the Cook family presented the covenant in written form to the Moreno family, it would take effect. Robin and Mikey alternately recited the rights and responsibilities, framing them as a formal agreement. Due to the Cook family's motto, their emblem had yet to be determined, thus they proceeded in this manner. Yet at this moment, Mikey felt a slight breathlessness, unnoticed by others, as his complexion grew flushed, akin to the blood within him igniting. He heard Robin's words, but could only mechanically echo them, lifting his gaze slightly with a bewildered expression directed towards Robin. Count Moreno, upon hearing the terms of the covenant, appeared momentarily dazed, then lowered his head to rub his brow. Realizing that his son had clearly articulated the rights and duties within the agreement, which seemed to be in order. However, standing nearby, Scholar Oliver and Lady Moreno displayed no surprise at Robin's intellect and knowledge. Lady Moreno, though, expressed concern. "Scholar, do you think Robin's words are perhaps too explicit?" she whispered. Scholar Oliver nodded, acknowledging, "The lord and vassal's obligations are indeed as such." The young master simply summarized them. "There is no need for concern, my lady. I believe the young master will allow me to review the written document." Demon stood aside, wearing a bemused expression. "Northmen, become my knights. Your petty lord shall take away everything you possess." Robin regarded this prince, notorious for his reputation as a scoundrel, with disdain. Unable to fathom the fate of the nation should it fall into his hands, debauchery, violence, and the denigration of lawful wives were not the traits one would wish for in a ruler. Presently, Viserys had but one daughter, and according to the unspoken rules of the Council of 101, Demon remained the presumed heir in the eyes of the noble families from the Six Kingdoms. The atmosphere grew tense, anticipation hanging in the air as all awaited the young lord's response. "Prince, do you believe that by remaining silent on these rights and responsibilities, they cease to exist?" He merely responded with a rhetorical question and then chose to disregard him. Damon, indifferent, spread his hands and remarked, "This is indeed your prerogative." As the protagonist of this contest, Mickey accepted his victory, the accolades, the prize money, and perhaps for the first time in his life, the adoration of the crowd. As he departed the arena and returned to the workshop to gather his belongings, the crowd erupted in joyous cheers, celebrating him. Chapter 29. King's Landing. A few days later, an important message arrived at Dragonstone. A raven took flight from a grand ship in Spice Town and flew directly to King's Landing. It first perched on a windowsill before fluttering down to the top of the tower's raven cage, an imposing structure made of pale red stone that overlooked the inner courtyard of the Red Keep. The staircase of the tower was exceedingly narrow, and beneath the raven cage lay the Prime Minister's chamber. The sound of the raven feeding caused the cage to sway, and a silken thread tied to it indirectly rang a silver bell downstairs, its chime echoing into the small hall of the Prime Minister's tower. A servant, ascending from below, retrieved the message from the raven and hurriedly dashed down the stairs. In Maegor's hold, the king's bedchamber, King Viserys had just finished dinner with Queen Aemma and Princess Rhaenyra. Queen Aemma was once again with child, and each time, Viserys was confident that a son would be born, for he believed in the prophetic dreams of his ancestors, which spoke of a song of ice and fire and a prince destined to mend a fractured kingdom. In recent days, Viserys' spirits were buoyed, especially with the absence of Lord Corlys, the master of ships, which alleviated many burdens discussed in council. The warmth from the fireplace enveloped the royal family as they engaged in light conversation. "Rhaenyra, I must insist you do not spend all your days. I need to cultivate my bond with my companions," Rhaenyra protested, pushing her stool closer to her father as a form of dissent against her mother's admonition. From the corridor outside, the soft sound of footsteps approached, and a man clad in a finely tailored dark gray robe arrived at the door of the spacious chamber on the 4th floor of the tower. Knock, knock, knock. The sudden interruption of their warmth caused Viserys to appear somewhat displeased. He adjusted his attire and composed his expression. "Enter, Your Majesty, it is the Prime Minister," announced Ser Laenor, captain of the King's Guard. Ser Laenor entered alongside Otto, moving towards the fireplace. 3 stools stood before it, adorned with a tapestry depicting the Targaryen sigil, while a nearby table displayed exquisite wooden carvings. The entrance of the 2 men drew the queen's attention, prompting her to rise and take the young princess by the hand. Intending to depart, "Your Majesty," Otto addressed, and Aemma turned her head slightly, finally noticing him gazing in her direction. "I hope you will remain to listen," Otto urged, the flickering flames casting a complex expression across his face. "Take the princess back to her chamber, Illy." Rhaenyra sensed the atmosphere growing grave with Otto's arrival, yet she was buoyed with delight from her mother's teachings and skipped joyfully out of the king's bedchamber. Otto stood beside the fireplace, facing Viserys and the pregnant queen, while a maid added logs to the fire before departing. "My Prime Minister, is there something you cannot disclose in council that necessitates a late-night visit?" "Your Majesty, this matter transpired 5 hours ago, just as my raven returned with news." I deem it urgent. What is it? Lord Corlys has set sail aboard the Sea Snake with his family northward. To my knowledge, their destination is Dragonstone, Otto replied gravely. As the Prime Minister to two kings, Otto wielded a vast network of spies across all known regions, particularly in Westeros, aware of any occurrence within the realm, thus proving his competence in his role. What of it? Perhaps he merely finds King's Landing stifling and wishes to seek adventure elsewhere, Viserys remarked dismissively, leaning back in his chair. I too occasionally take my family hunting. I hear there are delightful amusements to be had there. During our last council, Her Majesty's proposal for the princess to wed the heir of Dragonstone was rejected. Oh, are you suggesting he fancies that frail child? Viserys recalled the Moreno family. Aware of the sickly offspring often beset by fever due to premature birth, is he not concerned that young Robin might perish suddenly? This was a private space, and Viserys spoke his mind freely. Viserys, the queen's voice, sharp with reproach, pierced through. Realizing the impropriety of his words, Viserys frowned slightly. After a moment of silence, Otto spoke again. Perhaps it is a fortuitous development for Lord Corlys. Viserys appeared perplexed, his expression one of confusion shared with Emma, unable to grasp the notion. Otto elaborated. The Earl of Moreno's condition is unlikely to endure until his son reaches maturity. Regardless of whether Robin has heirs, it does not affect the Valerian control over Dragonstone's fleet. Your Majesty, you are aware that a woman struggles to manage such an extensive military force. Otto's words carried a double meaning. Should Robin produce an heir, whether male or female, the Valerian family would exert considerable influence over the Moreno lineage. Even in the absence of an heir, the laws of inheritance dictated that Dragonstone would pass to the eldest daughter, Maria, and a child would inevitably rely on their mother for governance. Yet Lady Moreno appeared rather indecisive. Given House Valerion's status and influence, it was certain that she would strive for her daughter's interests. Viserys contemplated this analysis, realizing that should this union come to fruition, House Valerion would undoubtedly grow stronger. He recalled his errant brother, perplexed by their grandmother's arrangement for such a favorable match, which he had sought to dissolve, not comprehending that a child with Lady Rhea would grant him a castle. Are there no collateral branches to inherit? Queen Emma inquired, only to quickly recollect the context. The most recent collateral branches of the family traced back to the conquest. The progenitor of House Moreno was stripped of his surname by the last ruler of the Vale, Lord Ronald Arryn, due to severe misconduct. A matter not concealed from the royal family or House Arryn. Your Majesty, under their circumstances, it seems they lack alternative heirs. Moreover, Lord Lannister could also wed a daughter of House Moreno. Regardless of the choice, a union is inevitable, Otto remarked, exasperated by the situation. Seven hells. What is Corlys plotting? Viserys cursed, vexed by the predicament thrust upon him. He understood all too well the terrifying potential of such an alliance, should conflict arise. The narrow sea would be effectively sealed, leaving no convenient maritime routes. According to Otto's latest reports, the taxes collected by the Eyrie last month amounted to 1.2 million golden dragons, and the Moreno family was actively recruiting sailors for their fifth fleet. The maritime strength of Dragonstone was daunting. A single fleet comprised 5 large warships, 20 medium vessels, and numerous smaller ships and supply boats, totaling no fewer than 100 warships across 4 fleets. Towns capable of shipbuilding were laboring tirelessly to meet the demands of House Moreno for warships and merchant vessels, as they waived gold to secure their orders, pushing shipyard timelines to a year in advance. The salmon harvested from Dragonstone's ports seemed to materialize from thin air, providing an unending stream of wealth. Otto dispatched spies continuously, yet none returned with useful intelligence. The storage facilities were under strict curfew by nightfall, and all spies attempting to hide ahead of time vanished without a trace, alive or dead. Such glaring secrets captivated Otto's interest, leading him to focus intently on Dragonstone, with the latest news indicating that merchant vessels had begun transporting unsullied slaves back, numbering no fewer than 1,000. Chapter 30. Determining the union. The nature of this matter has incited fervent debate within the small council. On one hand, Corlys fervently defends it, asserting that, like other slaves, he serves the islanders and hails him as a liberator of slaves, in accordance with the laws of Westeros. Conversely, Otto, as the king's mouthpiece, contends that augmenting military power during a time of peace and stability is highly inappropriate, deeming them an element of instability. Others remain neutral, yet lean towards the Valerian family, as the influence of the Golden Dragon permeates every lord in Westeros. Viserys, however, harbors no concerns about the military strength of the Valerians. The Unsullied and the Navy pose no difference to a Targaryen with dragons, merely an increase in the breath of dragonfire. A union with them would exponentially enhance the power and influence of the Valerians. This action would amalgamate the most formidable naval power of the Valerians with the wealthiest house, the Morenos. Viserys acknowledges he comprehends Otto's intentions. Rising from his seat, he ponders deeply. Your Majesty, this is a situation we all wish to avoid, Corlys interjects, taking action without uttering a word. suggesting he has already contemplated your objections. Then, dear Otto, what is your suggestion? All three recognize that the sole means to break the deadlock is for Rhaenyra to first become engaged to young Robin, yet Otto refrains from voicing this. He understands the princess's nature, having been pampered since childhood, raised amidst flattery, a spoiled princess. If she were to disapprove of this betrothal, knowing it was his idea, she would bear a deep-seated resentment towards Otto. Furthermore, this is a Targaryen family matter, and how it is handled is of no concern to him. The 8-year-old Laenor and the 7-year-old Robin indeed appear well-matched. Otto begins to speak aimlessly. If that is the case, then it would be a good thing? Viserys' tone indicates his disapproval. Otto lapses into silence, contemplating that if the Valerians were seated upon the Iron Throne, it would undoubtedly be advantageous. However, as Hand of the King, he must remain closely aligned with the monarch, serving as the king's advisor and considering the implications for Viserys' reign. Your Majesty, this is precisely why I have come at such an hour. They have only just embarked. We can also form a union, Queen Aemma finally speaks. Casting a glance at her husband, Otto breathes a sigh of relief, as this part of his task is nearing completion, unfolding as he anticipated. I am more concerned about Rhaenyra's thoughts. Viserys does not decline the proposal, recognizing his limited options. You indulge her too much. You are the king, and thus your primary responsibility lies with the realm. There is no need to consider her opinions. Perhaps sensing the harshness of his words, he adds, she will understand when she matures. Queen Aemma is also aware of the upheaval their union would bring to the national order, especially since they too possess dragons. When the Grand Council announced its verdict, Corlys's gaze was ominously dark, and no one doubted his resolve to champion Rhaenys' claim. The queen now comprehends Otto's motives for wanting her to remain. Viserys is indecisive, and if a decision is not made before Corlys officially arrives at Dragonstone, can the Targaryens truly annul the engagement under the guise of royalty? The resulting rift may prove too great to mend. How much do we owe their family in golden dragons? Queen Aemma inquires. Excluding the losses caused by the greedy one, approximately 1.73 million, Otto replies. Bills arrive each month, yet Viserys, after reviewing one, instructed his chancellor to refrain from burdening him with such matters. The greedy one? Has it not fled? Queen Aemma, who seldom attends the small council, queries. Your Majesty, it has nested on the fingers, Otto responds. What losses has the greedy one incurred? She asks, somewhat intrigued. Over 3 million. Ah, how could it be so much? She exclaims, realizing that not all the losses were incurred by the Moreno family. Primarily, 2.7 million worth of damage was inflicted in the first half year at Blackwater Bay, with the Morenos contributing relatively little. Can we repay their family estates? Viserys suddenly considers that approaching the Moreno family under the pretext of repayment could serve as a face-saving measure. It would require approximately half of the royal treasury. Yet this would necessitate halting the expansion of the tournament grounds for a year. Otto promptly provides the answer. During the Targaryen dynasty's rule over the continent of Westeros, theoretically, all 6 realms fell under the dominion of House Targaryen. According to the rules of feudalism, vassals are obliged to fulfill certain duties towards the Targaryens, including economic support, namely taxes. In earlier times, tax payments varied significantly, often involving goods such as grain and ore. Nowadays, most noble houses have begun remitting golden dragons, having discovered that selling their goods at Dragonstone proves more profitable than using them for tax payments. The Arryn family, ruling over the Vale, is among the wealthiest, with Dragonstone under their control, overseeing both Goldtown and Dragonstone ports, and their tax contributions have steadily increased. With the treasury swelling, Viserys has commenced the expansion of the royal fleet, the refurbishment of the walls of King's Landing, the restoration of the Godswood at the Red Keep, and the enhancement of the Gold Cloak's benefits, primarily to prevent a significant disparity with the Dragonstone garrison, in a bid to emulate Dragonstone's practice of hiring cleaners. As long as funds are sufficient, the Chancellor has no objections, provided Viserys is willing to sign the bills. He is eager to serve. In summary, a series of measures has rendered King's Landing increasingly prosperous, albeit with rising maintenance costs. Thank you for your late-night visit. I shall send a raven to Dragonstone shortly. Queen Aemma expresses her gratitude to Otto. Preventing the kingdom from falling into chaos is my duty as Hand of the King. The Moreno family, before Aegon's conquest, bore the name Arryn, being a prominent branch of the inheritance of the Eyrie. None are more suited for this task than Queen Aemma. She turns to her husband. Regarding the union, I shall communicate with Rhaenyra. Ultimately, Queen Aemma's attempts to persuade her daughter bore no fruit. Princess Rhaenyra's screams and the sounds of destruction echoed throughout Maegor's holdfast, showcasing her might to the Kingsguard and the handmaidens alike. The queen transitioned from gentle admonitions to stern reprimands, as lofty missions, noble traditions, and national responsibilities fell on deaf ears, leaving all restless throughout the night. Were it not for the queen's midnight command to confine her in her chamber, no one would have found rest. Chapter 31 Visit as the Owl hooted. Two figures emerged from the crow's nest above the residence of the Grand Maester in the Red Keep. Two ravens flew vigorously northward across the night sky. The wind howled past them, and the intentions of House Targaryen to forge a marriage alliance with House Moreno swiftly reached the Eyrie and Dragonstone. After a night of contemplation, Rhaenyra realized that seeking her mother's approval was futile. It would be more prudent to head directly to Dragonstone and persuade her betrothed to refuse the match. However, she needed to secure an opportunity to ride out on a dragon. Thus, on her way to the council chamber for a royal meeting, Rhaenyra deliberately avoided Queen Aemma, pleading with her father for an outing to alleviate her boredom. Soft-hearted Viserys, feeling guilty, acquiesced, aware that the steward would undoubtedly inform her mother of her absence. Rhaenyra acted swiftly, so much so that she forgot to bring food and water. Taking flight from the dragon's lair, she soared along the coast, passing familiar landmarks such as Dragonstone and Gulltown. Upon reaching Dragonstone's port, she began inquiring about the location of House Moreno's castle. It was widely known that the Moreno family possessed only an unfinished castle, their residence being a watchtower. Initially, Rhaenyra assumed she was visiting a noble family's new castle until she spotted a structure of similar size to Harrenhal, unfinished and imposing. She circled back on her dragon, demanding to know the whereabouts of House Moreno, causing onlookers to suspect she sought vengeance. Panic ensued as they rushed to alert the constable and notify the lord while attempting to placate the dragon rider. Rhaenyra soon became aware of the treachery of humankind as she flew further away until she spotted Pebble Island. Realizing she had been deceived, she quickly turned her dragon around. As the sun began to set, the watchtower ignited its orange beacon. The yellow beast landed heavily in a training yard, and Rhaenyra slid off Syrax. Her gaze swept around her surroundings, and upon seeing the watchtower adorned with the Moreno family crest, she confirmed she had arrived at the correct location. The aromas of roasted meat and simmering broth wafted through the air, accompanied by the rumbling of her stomach. As she stealthily approached the watchtower, she realized she had been flying for too long, with the sun just a quarter of the way past its zenith. "Welcome to Dragonstone, Princess Targaryen," a voice called out as the dim light settled in. Rhaenyra turned her head toward the sound, spotting a young man dressed in a blue velvet tunic, a slender sword at his waist, and a blue tower insignia emblazoned on his chest. Rhaenyra regarded Robin and thought him a handsome boy, but after locking eyes with him, her perception dramatically shifted. The noble boy exuded an intangible aura, an air of confidence that suggested he approached every endeavor with ease. Flanked by 8 torch-bearing guards, 4 knights and 4 mercenaries, Robin's entourage revealed the loyalty of his family and the martial prowess of hired swords. Robin narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing the princess he had long anticipated. Her signature silver hair and pale lavender eyes sparkled like gemstones, undeniably captivating. He hesitated to speak, taking a moment to appreciate the moment. "This is Robin, heir of House Moreno," Joran introduced loudly. "Your family is remarkably elusive," Rhaenyra complained as she approached him. Their heights nearly equal. Robin detected the strong smells of blood and burnt flesh, remnants of dragon encounters clinging to her clothing and skin. With only the young Robin and his guards present, Rhaenyra's mind began to race. She whispered to him, "I am about to be betrothed to you, and it would be wise for you to refuse. I dislike your swordsmanship. Otherwise, my dragon." Syrax snorted dramatically, shaking his head. Rhaenyra threatened Robin to dissuade him from the match. Robin was taken aback by her navet. "If the princess can persuade your mother, I wouldn't be receiving 2 letters about marriage proposals this morning, one from King's Landing and another from the Eyrie." Robin slowly unsheathed his sword, a soft gray leather scabbard, presenting it to Rhaenyra. The hilt was tower-shaped, encrusted with rubies. Although ornate, the sword's significance lay more in its symbolism than its practical use. In true danger, Robin could effectively utilize his mind to capture enemies within a 10-meter radius, creating a secure enclosure for himself. Rhaenyra carefully drew the blade, inspecting the edge as moonlight illuminated the dark crimson surface. The sword glimmered with a deep gray metallic sheen, the embedded rubies sparkling. "Is this a Valyrian steel sword?" she inquired, surprised. Despite being a Targaryen, renowned for their heritage, such swords were scarce. "It is named Order," Robin replied. "A fitting name. What is its history?" "I had it specially crafted by a master smith from Kohor. To speak of history, I have once used it to knight 4 warriors. Humph. It pales in comparison to the legends of my family's Black Fire and the Dark Sister." "Huh. What are you laughing at?" "Thus it is named Order. If I ever must wield it against foes, the Moreno family would be no more." Rhaenyra was perplexed by his words, thinking it nonsensical. Nearby guards stifled their laughter. Knowing Robin's ability to dismiss living beings with ease, Robin stepped aside, gesturing towards Syrax not far off, lamenting that even at over 20 meters in length, the dragon could not be contained within the confines of his mind. "How about it? Have you never seen a dragon?" Rhaenyra proudly lifted her slender neck. "As long as we do not finalize the betrothal, I might consider taking you for a flight," she whispered into Robin's ear. Robin's expression turned serious, his tone stern. Princess, while your words may seem trivial to me, refrain from such remarks. If my father hears you insult House Moreno in such a manner, the consequences could be dire. Rhaenyra was unexpectedly delighted, mentally noting his words. What consequences? Will he cancel my father's plans? I do not know. Let us return. It is rather chilly here. He turned away, heading back. Previously, markets would gather beside the training yard, creating a lively atmosphere, yet now towering walls surrounded the watchtower, and the shepherds had long departed. Exhausted from her extended flight, Rhaenyra did not linger in the training yard. The two conversed as they walked along the smooth path of Dragonstone, heading toward the massive tower on the distant hill. A feast? Rhaenyra caught up to match his pace, surprised that a banquet required days of preparation. Did you not know that Lord Corlys Velaryon and his family arrived this afternoon? Robin seemed taken aback, quickly deducing the situation. This girl had come unaccompanied, unrelated to politics. He summoned a guard to notify the maester and sent a raven to King's Landing to inform the king of the princess's safe arrival. Chapter 32. The visit. Did Laenor and Laenor come as well? As a princess, her social circle was primarily confined to royal family members and the nobility in close proximity to King's Landing. She had known Valyrian's Laenor and Laenor since childhood. Indeed. Robin nodded in affirmation. Suddenly, the princess recalled her dragon, which had been raised in captivity and was quite unskilled in hunting. Oh dear, my dragon requires sustenance, Rhaenyra remarked. It has a penchant for sheep. Arrangements will be made. With the expenses charged to the princess, came the response. You are being rather stingy. It's merely a few sheep, she retorted. Then have 1,000 barrels of honeyed salmon roe delivered, with the bill attributed to the royal treasury. What? Robin. Isn't 1,000 barrels excessive? The princess had witnessed the size of dragon crystal barrels. They could even accommodate an adult cow if pressed. Are you truly so miserly with your own dragon? Surely, a mere 100,000 gold dragons is not beyond the Targaryens. Robin teased the young girl. How could that be? I merely think it would be an extravagant waste, Rhaenyra replied, somewhat embarrassed, striving to maintain her regal demeanor. Lady Mornov appeared from the watchtower upon seeing Robin return with company, a smile adorning her face. Robin is jesting with you. Your scent is rather overwhelming, she commented, guiding her into the watchtower, observing the lively little princess and remarking on her apparent fertility. As they walked, Lady Mornov conversed with Rhaenyra. By the way, 10 sheep should suffice. Rhaenyra was genuinely concerned that he might send the bill back. Robin is merely teasing. He wouldn't truly ask for your coin. What? Rhaenyra shouted back towards the door. Robin, send 1,000 barrels for my dragon. Your mother says it's on the house. Tilly, take the princess to freshen up. Lady Mornov instructed. Let her choose her own attire. The banquet may be delayed, and we have ample time. The sound of the princess ascending the stairs echoed from below, prompting Lady Mornov to finally speak. What do you think of the princess? Do you fancy her? She is acceptable. At least she possesses a strong will. Robin replied while leaning against a pillar. Very healthy and lively. Surely, she will bear many sons in the future. His mother seemed pleased, stating simply, she is well suited to you in every regard. So you do like her? Consider this. She is a princess, Lady Mornov reminded her son. I genuinely hope for your union with her. In my view, a marriage between our families would be far more advantageous than with Velaryon, lest chaos ensue in the court. Indeed, you have a point. Robin thought deeply about the matter. I shall endeavor to bring her back to Dragonstone. My son is quite astute, she continued, but I sense she may not hold me in high regard. Son, whether it comes to fruition depends upon the king's decree. True. Rhaenyra had followed to an unknown floor of the tower, where maidens lit candles in the wine bottles, casting a warm glow across the garments displayed. This level, devoid of walls, appeared spacious, resembling a small circular ballroom. Nearly 100 headless crystal forms were meticulously arranged, each adorned with various styles of clothing, while heavy fur coats hung above. How can there be so many garments here? Rhaenyra exclaimed, feeling as though she had been transported into a vibrant ocean of color. To her right, a row of noble ladies' gowns caught her eye. One was a burgundy velvet gown, intricately embroidered with golden rose vines that twisted from the hem to the waist, with the neckline and sleeves trimmed in exquisite white mink. Beside it hung a light blue silk dress, its hem cascading in waves, the fabric shimmering with delicate silver threads that resembled scattered stars. In the center of the room was a rotating clothing rack adorned with various scarves, shawls, and hats. At just 10 years old, Rhaenyra understood that she would receive the utmost courtesies from the Mornov family, yet she couldn't shake a sense of disappointment. Surely, that countess regarded her as a future family member, but she had no desire to become one of them. Inwardly she thought, how can they be so wealthy yet so stingy? Turning to the maid beside her, she remarked, your young master is quite miserly. Lord Robin is not stingy, Tilly replied. A slender girl with her chin raised, a fervor evident in her dark eyes. Here, everyone has a role, and as long as one works, life can be quite pleasant. Then why am I being charged for 10 sheep? One of these garments could feed my dragon for a month, Renner countered. What? The princess's dragon consumes 300 gold dragons worth of sheep each year? Tilly ignored the 10 sheep comment. Recalling how she had once gazed at the yellow beast from afar, frightened when it opened its mouth, she had no notion of how much a dragon could eat. Yet she knew a sheep was worth 2 silver stags, translating to 30,000 sheep for a single gold dragon. Renner's expression turned complex. The garments here were far more costly than she had imagined. The lady of the house often has nothing to do but stroll the fabric streets, purchasing what she fancies. Tilly explained. Surely, your Count wouldn't he object? Renner, dazzled, stroked the exquisite fabrics, aware of their significant value. You have no idea. The Count is even more extravagant. He has a menagerie filled with shadow cats, ice wolves, deep-sea octopuses, and eight-eyed spiders. Tilly continued to expound on the wonders of the menagerie. Describing the strange creatures within, she sensed Syrax's mood brighten, as it would surely be enjoying roasted sheep at that moment. Let us go with this one, Renner announced. Stopping at a crystal form that matched her figure, having selected her attire, she no longer admired the beautiful garments but wished to bathe and attend the banquet. Her hunger now evident. Why does the Mornov family reside in a tower despite their wealth? Renner unconsciously inquired as she made her way to the bathing chambers. The new castle is still under construction. The Lord has ordered it to be finished day and night, came the reply from another maid. While Tilly cautiously began to remove clothing from the crystal form, Renner nodded, having seen the castle with only one completed level. The foundation was vast, indicating the lengthy duration of construction ahead. She was curious about the significance of such a grand land-based fortress for defending against maritime threats on the island. One maid explained. This is a project the Lord is adamant about, but the specific reasons remain unknown. In truth, the Count had been profoundly moved by the grandeur of Harrenhal during his travels, having once remarked on how the Blackheart Heron dared to claim that stone would not burn. Had it not been for the subsequent dragon fire that melted it, how many lives would have been lost to conquer such a formidable fortress? Thus, he silently vowed that a powerful lord ought to possess a castle of equal might. Chapter 33. The Black Party and the Yellow Party. Tilly hung a striking red and black gown by the door. The bath, adorned with colorful tiny tiles, featured 3-step levels, where maidservants diligently massaged the princess to alleviate her fatigue. Renner luxuriated in the warm water, comfortably closing her eyes as the steam enveloped the space in a hazy white. The soothing warmth flowed into the bath, ensuring a perpetually comfortable temperature. Tilly approached and noticed that the hot water valve had been turned to its maximum. Your Highness, is the water not too hot? She exclaimed, swiftly withdrawing her right hand to test the temperature. This is rather high, she thought to herself. This temperature is just right, came a languid response. Tilly observed closely, noting that the princess's skin had not turned red from the heat. She mused quietly that the unclothed princess was not much different from her maidservants. She discreetly took a bar of soap to further assist the princess, as Tilly's fingers inadvertently brushed against Renner's developing bosom. She remarked to herself on the exquisite quality of the princess's skin. Renner opened her eyes, her face quickly flushing with a rosy hue. She then reclined upon the edge of the bath, while the maidservants meticulously groomed her silvery hair, untangling the knots and repeatedly cleansing the grease and grime with goat's milk, rendering her tresses even more lustrous. Once the bathing was complete, the elder maidservant helped her rise and exit the bathing chamber. At that moment, the bellows sounded, and the folding windows embedded in the wall ushered in a warm breeze. They dried her body with towels and lightly applied a hint of floral essence. Next, she donned the undergarments of her choosing, followed by the splendid attire she had meticulously selected. Please braid my hair, she requested as her silvery locks were gathered into a braid, adorned with all her chosen accessories. Is this not a tad too imposing? Tilly remarked in astonishment once her transformation was complete. Renera turned to gaze at her reflection in the dressing mirror, a smile gracing her lips. Draped in a black and red ensemble, with a Valyrian steel sword at her waist, she sat regally in the hall, her silver hair cascading in a braid over her chest, a red gemstone circlet resting upon her forehead. With her characteristic Valyrian silver hair and purple eyes, she exuded an air of nobility. The young princess resembled a reincarnation of Queen Visenya. Albert found himself increasingly enamored with the striking princess. Though he could not fathom Robin's methods, sometimes baffled by his actions, the outcomes were invariably favorable. Yet Albert felt that Robin lacked the brutality of nobility. There was a saying in Dragonstone, legality of procedure outweighs the outcome, for even if the sheriff collected more taxes, he would still face Robin's merciless reprimand. Count Moreno considered this rather unnoble, perhaps due to a deficiency in knightly education. He mused that perhaps a valiant knight was needed to balance his temperament. Most significantly, marrying a dragon-riding princess held immense significance, transforming a lineage marked by humiliation into the genesis of a great family, a most splendid prospect. Ah, is that so? The princess expressed a hint of disappointment as she inquired of a loquacious maidservant about their lord's taboos. She had intentionally adorned herself in the visage of her ancestor Visigna, hoping to provoke Count Moreno's disdain, yet it appeared he was either indifferent or oblivious. Lord Albert, what of the Corlys family? Rhaenyra inquired, having yet to spot her cousins. The banquet had yet to commence, and the lords remained either silent or engaged in hushed whispers about her, none exhibiting any impatience. The nobles residing in Dragonstone were primarily lords of the valley and their offspring, although Rhaenyra's mother was the sister of Duke Jade. She was not well acquainted with these individuals. To evade her mother Emma's grasp, she had fled on her dragon without preparation, and being without coin. She temporarily dulled her hunger amidst the indulgence of her bath, now feeling languid. Another guest, Corlys Valerion, had not yet returned from an outing, causing the banquet to be delayed. Albert, seated in his chair, heard Rhaenyra's words and turned to speak. Corlys has accompanied Lady Rhaenys to the islands of Dragonstone to inspect the latest products, while Ellen is at the market with their 2 children. Rhaenyra nodded slightly, internally lamenting. Corlys, do return quickly. I am quite famished. Noting the young princess's restlessness, Albert assumed her early arrival was with purpose, perhaps to negotiate with Count Corlys. He scrutinized her meaningfully, stating, Your arrival is indeed rather abrupt. We received no prior notification. At such a tender age. She had flown a dragon to a foreign noble's abode, and Count Moreno held a genuine admiration for her. The royal visit to House Moreno was scheduled for a week hence. Albert surmised the underlying motives, as the family's military and economic power posed a threat to House Targaryen, merely a matter of marriage. With House Valerion arriving first, House Targaryen would follow closely behind. Though this brought Albert a sense of satisfaction, the concern remained that if not handled properly, it could lead to calamity. The girl sat alone on a nearby chair, accompanied only by fruit and red wine, acutely aware of the dozens of gazes fixated upon her. She could sense the attention directed at her. Hearing the ebb and flow of whispers and laughter. I possess a dragon. Naturally, I am ahead of my parents, Rhaenyra thought, feeling somewhat awkward, suspecting they believed her to be merely playing. Indeed, Robin, accompanied by his guard, had gone to feed Syrax and enjoy her company before returning. Upon seeing the girl's boredom, he approached her, his boots echoing on the dragonstone floor. Princess, Rhaenyra looked up immediately, disheartened to see him alone. Robin surveyed the room. What could a child possibly discuss with adults? Noticing the focus of attention on the princess, he reasoned that no one enjoyed being scrutinized. Even a princess would feel discomfort. Thus, he said, Downstairs, they are roasting lamb. I have a study upstairs. Come, let us go enjoy the lamb. I can already smell it. Before he could finish, Rhaenyra eagerly took his hand and rushed outside. Rhaenyra stood in the courtyard beside the watchtower, one hand savoring a skewer of lamb, the other occasionally tending to the coals, the aroma of roasted meat wafting through the air. The banquet had not yet commenced, with the barbecue supplies kept cool by ice. Servants passing by observed Rhaenyra and Robin grilling, murmuring amongst themselves, though from a distance, Rhaenyra remained unaware of their conversation, too engrossed in her own enjoyment. Robin diligently seasoned the skewers of meat for her, yet he could hardly keep pace with her voracious appetite. Eventually, Rhaenyra grew somewhat weary of the meat and opted for an apple instead. Robin, eager to impress, found his formerly fair and handsome visage slightly tarnished by the smoke. Marveling at how the princess managed to consume so many skewers without a trace of grease or soot upon her lips, truly a testament to her royal upbringing. Seizing the moment to foster goodwill, Robin began to inquire, Are you familiar with the prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror? Huh? Why the sudden topic? Rhaenyra pondered, somewhat taken aback. Wary of whether he would utter something overly sentimental, yet her mind raced through the tales of Aegon's landing and the conquest of the 6 kingdoms. The secret of the dragons? She speculated, wondering if it pertained to the Targaryen bloodline's ability to tame dragons. Forget I mentioned it, Robin noted, recognizing that the king had yet to pass down the secret to the silver-haired girl. Rhaenyra, feeling a twinge of annoyance, replied, Just give me a hint. I have read many books. In light of this, allow me to pose a question. If you were to become an heir, what colorful name would you bestow upon your faction? Should I ascend to the status of Princess of Dragonstone, I would undoubtedly be the Yellow Party. What prompts you to choose this name? Robin mistakenly presumed it to be the White Party. The contrast of black and white indeed aligns with the conditions of opposition. This is naturally determined by the scales of my dragon. I see. Robin's mind illuminated with understanding. It dawned upon him that the term Black Party signifies that the woman destined to triumph in the struggle for the throne possesses a black dragon. The Black Party and the Yellow Party? That does not quite align, for presently, only one gluttonous dragon bears a coal-black exterior. Will the future heir be able to command the glutton? Yet, would not such a dragon's venture to the Five Fingers Peninsula disrupt the narrative? Alas! Are you aware of which of your family's dragons is black? He hastily inquired. You have indeed posed the right question, Rhaenyra replied, her hand resting contentedly on her abdomen. To my knowledge, there exists but one wild dragon, known as the Glutton, with black scales. However, there are no black eggs among the dragons of Dragonstone. My Syrax is a female, and perhaps in the future, she may lay a black dragon egg. Rhaenyra regarded him with skepticism. What scheme might he be concocting? Given their prior conversations, was he selecting dragons for the offspring they might one day have? The princess was exceedingly irate. I assure you, there is absolutely no possibility between us. My husband shall be a valiant knight. Moreover, you are far too weak. Rhaenyra punctuated her words by tapping Robin's physique, causing him to retreat a couple of steps. The surrounding guards became tense. Should Robin make even the slightest move, they would immediately intervene to separate the two. In truth, Robin harbored little affection for this spirited girl. Very well, should you possess the capability to disrupt this marriage arrangement, I am indifferent. Ultimately, Robin could not ascertain whether the Black Party aligned with Rhaenyra. What none could foresee was the calamity she would soon unleash at the Watchtower. A disaster significant enough to warrant a mention within the annals of House Targaryen. At that moment, a voice echoed, "Young master, Lord Corlys and his family have returned." A tall woman with a round visage stood at the entrance of the courtyard. This woman was Lady Moreno's steward, Livia, who had been responsible for the internal affairs of the Watchtower since Robin's birth. She was one of the few women who had witnessed Robin's growth. Can you still manage to eat? Chapter 34. When Lannel and Rhaenys first laid eyes on Rhaenyra, a flicker of surprise was evident in their expressions. The two exchanged glances, communicating a silent understanding as the banquet continued late into the night. At the pinnacle of the Watchtower, another scene unfolded quietly. The oil lanterns blazed overhead, while the recesses of the battlements were adorned with transparent glass, through which the howling cold wind relentlessly struck, producing a cacophony of sounds. Typically, this space served as a cozy gathering for Robin and his sisters to share light refreshments. A sanctuary where they would engage in leisurely conversation whenever the sun graced the sky. Robin was acutely aware of the reason behind Count Corlys' sudden visit with his daughter. As a formidable noble and the Minister of Maritime Affairs, he sought to formalize a military alliance, thereby strengthening House Valerion's maritime power and averting any challenge from Dragonstone to the supremacy of Tidewatch Island. However, such an alliance appeared to offer little advantage to the burgeoning Moreno family, prompting House Valerion to propose a deeper bond with the Morenos through an advantageous marriage. Albert was quite pleased with this arrangement, as the terms presented in his correspondence were remarkably favorable. Although the Moreno family had rapidly ascended to the ranks of major nobility within a year, their brief rise and dwindling numbers left them without significant influence in the political center. They required the support of a powerful family, illuminated by the glow of the embers. 7-year-old Robin sat across from 8-year-old Lannel. This young lady of House Valerion possessed a tall, slender frame, her elegance already beginning to emerge despite her youth. Her deep, dark eyes, prominent nose, delicate chin, fair skin, and cascading silver curls framed her countenance beautifully. Dressed in a purple gown, it was clear she had received excellent upbringing. Her hands rested neatly on her knees as she recalled her father's teachings. At that moment, she sat upright, her gaze fixed nervously on the boy opposite her. What does it feel like to manage a city? What of establishing a city and harbor? Outsiders claim you will master the art of crafting dragonstone from sand. Robin was momentarily taken aback, expecting her to inquire about mundane matters such as hobbies or preferences. He hesitated, opening the stove before him, shoveling in some charcoal, and pouring oil from a nearby bottle onto it. He struck steel against flint, producing sparks that ignited the oil. After a while, the charcoal glowed with a fierce intensity. Like tending to sheep, one must feed them regularly and discipline the disobedient with a few lashes. Robin intended to lighten the mood with a jest, but it seemed Lannel did not grasp the humor, leaving him feeling somewhat awkward. As for the Dragonstone, that is a family secret. I am not privy to such knowledge. He deflected, fabricating an excuse. While speaking, he fetched a copper kettle from the shelf, drawing fresh water from a wooden barrel and placing it over the fire to boil. Lannel observed Robin's every movement with quiet interest. With meticulous care, Robin picked up a knife, slicing lemons into neat wedges. Each golden slice fell gracefully into a crystal glass, after which he poured in a measure of honey from a nearby jar. He patiently awaited the kettle to boil. On a small table beside them lay an assortment of fried delicacies and fruits. He offered a piece of fried potato to Lannel and sampled one himself, declaring, "These fried potatoes are quite delicious." He then poured 2 large cups of hot water into the crystal glasses, presenting the freshly brewed honey lemon water to Lannel. The drink was a delightful balance of sweet and tart. "Thank you," she replied. After a few moments, having sipped half her glass, she licked her lips and relaxed, shedding some of her earlier restraint. "If we were to," Robin began, but interrupted her recitation with a gentle hand. "That is what your father taught you to say." Lannel appeared to Robin as a naive girl, devoid of ulterior motives. He understood that at her age, she likely had no independent thoughts. "What did your mother say?" Lannel hesitated, biting her lip as she wrestled with her response before quietly whispering. She said I would remain in Dragonstone once we are betrothed. Not necessarily, Robin replied nonchalantly, his tone revealing little emotion. Do you not like me? Lionel's expression tightened with anxiety. Not at all. You are quite charming, Robin reassured her, adding, if circumstances allow, you would indeed be my choice. Just then, hurried footsteps echoed from the staircase, shattering the delicate atmosphere between them, followed by a heated exchange. Princess, you cannot come up. I am looking for Lionel. Do not obstruct my path. Rennie's voice rang clear and imperious, exuding an undeniable authority. Lionel, this is the reason, Robin gestured with open hands. The king is arriving in 7 days. We have no room for negotiation. From above came a voice. Jorson, do not block the princess's way. Jorson, relieved, stepped aside, having witnessed the princess poised to force her way through. He was not particularly concerned about stopping her, but rather the potential mishap should she tumble down the stairs. Humph. Rennie scoffed, casting a glance at Jorson. She had seen the two ascend the stairs in secrecy from Robin's study. Logically, she should have felt pleased for Robin in finding a suitable match, yet turmoil and unease swirled within her. In that moment, an inexplicable emotion surged, compelling her to take action. Lionel, what are you two discussing? Are you plotting something clandestine? Rennie's questioned as she approached. Indeed, as the princess suspects, Robin replied candidly, pulling a chair closer with an inviting gesture. However, Rennie's disregarded him entirely, moving directly to Lionel's side and squeezing onto the same chair. Fortunately, both children were small enough for the chair to accommodate them. Lionel, Rennie suddenly exclaimed. The little girl instinctively turned her head, and before she could comprehend, Rennie seized her face and planted a hard kiss upon her cheek. Startled, Lionel quickly wiped her face. Bewilderment and confusion etched across her features. How was that? Rennie smirked, narrowing her eyes in triumph as she flaunted her actions to Robin, as if showcasing a monumental achievement. Robin, unable to contain himself, retorted, Are you implying that you actually fancy women? Rennie's pondered for a moment before finally mustering a suitable justification. Humph. Lionel is my dearest friend. I merely want to convey that should you ever dare to bully her, you shall face my wrath. She patted the sword at her waist, as if entrusting her best friend to him. That is my decree. How petty. You can have it back before you leave. But let me borrow it for a few days first. Chapter 35. Reception. Despite Albert's early preparations for the dragon's banner and tapestries, and his notification to the king of the impending arrival, Corlys remained undeterred, incessantly advocating for the advantages of a union between the two families. Ultimately, he was unable to persuade Count Albert. Aware of the formidable resistance posed by the king to the proposed alliance, Corlys temporarily relinquished his efforts, abstaining from visiting the watchtower again, presumably awaiting the king's arrival to provide a dignified explanation, as his actions were far from befitting his status. The Dragon Crystal Avenue traversed Finger Island, flanked by workshop buildings. Robin guided Rhaenyra on a tour, fostering mutual understanding to at least mitigate the princess's hostility. As July approached, heralding the peak of summer, the Five Fingers Peninsula exhibited its distinctive climatic traits, with relentless winds howling throughout the year. However, due to the fortifications surrounding Dragon Crystal City, the highest temperature here rarely exceeded 30 degrees Celsius, with refreshing mornings and impeccably clean streets. In Rhaenyra's memory, districts inhabited by lower-income families were characterized by filth and disorder, a stark contrast to her current observations. Come, savory fried fish, fresh black bread, no sawdust, 1 white coin for a piece. This white coin equals 0. 1 copper pieces. Hot and flavorful seaweed soup. 1 bowl in the morning keeps you energized all day. Carrots delivered from the port. 10 for 1 white coin. Take your pick. Meat pies. Eel soup paired with wine. Oysters, fresh oysters, every morning. Freshly harvested vegetables from Coldwater City, both cheap and fresh. On either side of Dragon Crystal Avenue in the residential area, street vendors loudly hawked vegetables, fruits, and prepared foods, beckoning hurried passers-by. Some patrons would pause, intrigued and tempted to purchase, while others waved dismissively in impatience. Rhaenyra examined each stall, observing the offerings, and purchased anything that caught her fancy, comforted by the presence of someone to handle the payments. Typically, Robin traveled with 6 guards. However, today, due to the princess's presence, the number was doubled for safety. Despite the generally secure environment of Dragon Crystal City, the conspicuous presence of so many guards drew the attention of the crowd at every market they visited. As they proceeded, Rhaenyra heard a melody and looked up to see a street musician playing the accordion, his tune oscillating between melodious and fervent. Surrounding him were numerous children clad in modified workshop attire, their rosy faces beaming as they danced instinctively to the rhythm, exuding joy. Is that the princess? Someone exclaimed, followed by another. My goodness, that is order. A curious onlooker asked why the princess was carrying order, prompting Jorson to sharply retort, Have you nothing better to do? His authoritative voice silenced the crowd, deterring any further bold stares. This exchange repeated itself along the route. Rinara had grown accustomed to such attention and paid it little mind. As they approached a row of workshops emitting plumes of white smoke, Rinara curiously inquired, "What is that?" Robin glanced in the direction she indicated and replied, "That is the weapons workshop." The girl frowned slightly, dissatisfied. "I can read. I meant to ask what is made inside." She scrutinized the workshop, noting it didn't differ significantly from others, save for the rhythmic clanging sounds and the noticeably larger number of guards. To her surprise, as she drew closer, the guards immediately adopted a vigilant stance, hand poised on their swords. There was undoubtedly a secret within. "This is my father's secret. Let us explore elsewhere," Robin suggested, deflecting her curiosity towards his father, a tactic that proved effective given his tender age of 7. Rinara shot him a disdainful glance, thinking him foolish. "Is it not the place where your family develops those new inventions? Take me to see. You know it's a secret." Robin attempted to dissuade her once more, but Rinara was relentless. "I merely wish to take a look. Do you fear I might learn something?" With that, she seized Robin's arm and began to jog toward the entrance. As they passed the stoic guards, Rinara huffed in discontent. The guards merely cast a fleeting glance their way before returning to their duties. They entered a long, dark corridor with fist-sized openings in the walls that intrigued the girl. Peering inside, she gasped in surprise as she spotted a soldier staring back at her, the interior surprisingly bright, adorned with a row of peculiar boxes behind him. At the corridor's end lay a spacious hall, where a wave of warmth enveloped them, the temperature noticeably higher than outside. Above, openings in the dragon crystal walls were fitted with transparent glass, illuminating the space brilliantly. Within the hall, everyone was engrossed in their tasks. Upon noticing Robin and Rinara's entrance, they merely exchanged brief greetings before returning to their work. Beneath a chimney, a towering iron canister stood, fueled by burning charcoal that cast a crimson glow throughout the hall. Ahead, a cast iron disc spun rapidly, emitting a low hum. A group of workers clustered around wooden frames, extracting unsealed weapons, focusing intently on sharpening the rapidly rotating disc. As ominous orange sparks flew, accompanied by the sharp sound of grinding, arrows, crossbow bolts, and spears took shape in a disorienting flurry. As they advanced, they observed a row of massive iron blocks being hammered from above, while craftsmen used tongs to shape the heated iron below. Rinara's eyes widened at the efficiency of the weapon manufacturing scene, a stark contrast to her previous notions of smithing, where a fine sword required weeks of meticulous forging and an arduous process of heating and hammering. Here, one could swiftly produce a weapon simply by placing the iron at the correct angle. "How many swords can be made in a day?" "Approximately 300, Jorson answered, being a frequent visitor, while Robin had long ceased to concern himself with such details. "Why do these iron blocks move?" "The power of steam," Robin explained, addressing Rinara's inquiries as they continued onward. Ahead lay the manufacturing area for scorpion crossbows, where various semi-finished products and tools were scattered, and workers busily assembled components into formidable weapons. "They do not seem intimidated by your noble status," Rinara observed, unable to suppress her curiosity as the workers barely acknowledged their presence. "Would you fear your dragon?" Robin countered. "I share a magical bond with Syrax. I can sense her emotions, as if she were a companion," Rinara declared proudly, her unique connection with the dragon a source of great pride. "Because everyone is aware of the laws I have enacted, as long as they do not infringe upon them, they are merely individuals working under my command," Robin patiently elucidated. "Every law in Dragon Crystal City is crafted to be as straightforward and comprehensible as possible, and I am responsible for the final review of these statutes. They trust that my laws will not bring them harm, just as you trust that your dragon will not suddenly devour you. My father is also a staunch believer in the law." He placed a stone sphere, symbolizing his position, upon the council table, easily discernible to anyone who might glance at it. Rinara reminisced about the moments spent pouring wine for the lords during the court assembly. Punching in, Robin blurted out, "What do you mean by that?" Rinara inquired, her expression one of confusion. "It's nothing," Robin replied, sensing her bewilderment and choosing not to linger on the topic. "It sounds as if you perceive the territory as a business venture." Rinara shifted the conversation, continuing her inquiry. "Why do they all refer to you as Little Lord rather than Young Master?" "Because everyone believes I shall inherit the title," Robin answered with an air of certainty. Finally, he stated, "We ought to return to the watchtower." After touring the workshop, the group set off on their journey back. As they passed the guardroom, Rinara abruptly halted, her keen sense of direction reminding her of the guard who had startled her moments ago, seemingly inside. She gently pushed open the door and discovered a soldier aiming a peculiar box in her direction, at which point she realized it was a remarkably small crossbow. "That is the princess. Lower it," Jorson commanded urgently. Rinara, standing still, then moved forward, disregarding the guard, and picked up a series of boxy crossbows hanging on the rack, examining them with great interest. Typically, she was not so reckless. Her actions were driven by a desire to create an impression on Robin. Although she was aware that the soldiers would not shoot, her heart raced at the sight of the crossbow, yet she managed to maintain an outward calm that went unnoticed. She opened the arrow chamber located above the crossbow's arms and found it filled with numerous small bolts. Is this a crossbow? She speculated. Though a peculiar box atop it piqued her curiosity. Indeed, Robin replied, explaining that he was responsible for the design of the repeating crossbow while the craftsmen and scholars were tasked with its modification and enhancement. Why is it so small? Rinera remarked, attempting to draw back the bowstring, only to discover that the string was surprisingly resilient. Gritting her teeth, she pressed it down against the ground with considerable force. With a soft click, the bowstring surprisingly yielded. Rinera raised the crossbow, a playful smile lighting her face as she looked up. Princess, that thing is quite dangerous, Jorson exclaimed. Prompting the guards to swiftly form a protective barrier around Robin, their expressions tense. This type of crossbow could unleash 7 small bolts in a single shot, allowing multiple users to create a concentrated hail of fire at close range capable of penetrating light armor. Do not play around with it here, Robin cautioned. If you wish, we may go shoot at crows. This space is too confined and could easily cause injury. And do not aim it at me. You could kill me now. Robin's consciousness could not retrieve unseen objects. His vision served as the anchor point for his abilities. Oh, I see. My apologies, Rinera said, sticking out her tongue as she recognized her inappropriate conduct and quickly retracted the crossbow. Jorson, take a pouch of arrows, Robin instructed. Chapter 36, Conversations by the Sea. Rinera spent 5 days in Dragonstone, where the corpses of crows littered the cliffs, a testament to her handiwork. In a matter of days, these remains, along with the refuse of fish, would decay, attracting waves of crows to feast, leaving only hardened bones behind. She had experienced shooting seagulls with a repeating scorpion crossbow aboard a fleet and indulged in peculiar delicacies at the market, fried spiders, roasted snakes, and raw lamb hearts. Dragonstone was a haven for the affluent, ever in search of new sensations. Where there is demand, a market flourishes. On the afternoon of the 6th day, the only sounds were the rhythmic tides of the sea as the two walked along the coastline, engaged in conversation, with 4 guards standing sentinel around them. Thank you for your company these past few days. Although I do not harbor much disdain for you, the thought of being sold to you tomorrow does not sit well with me. Sold? Robin was taken aback by her line of thinking. Is it not customary for noble families to marry for alliances? Duty and family must always take precedence. To be honest, if I must be betrothed, I wish for my husband to be a valiant knight. You remind me too much of my father's hand. Oh, Robin mused. If all goes as planned, you shall meet him tomorrow. He always acts as though he has your best interests at heart, presenting you with many choices. Yet you can only select from his predetermined options. With him by your side, I am constantly reminded that I am a princess. Indeed, that is quite bothersome. Robin nodded in agreement. Compared to me, you likely prefer Laner. He is more obedient and compliant. Rinera sought to rationalize their predicament. Acknowledging that Robin was not entirely willing to partake in this union, she extended a token of order toward Robin, who declined it. Return it to me before you leave. At least your father will be pleased for a time. Rinera retracted her offer upon seeing his refusal. I harbor no ill will towards you. Regardless of what agreements our forebears may have forged, it does not alter the fact that I do not like you. Robin sensed an underlying tension. Do you have someone you favor? Rinera pressed her lips together, halting to face him. No. Fulfilling the responsibilities of the realm falls to my unborn brother. It is his kingdom, and the future belongs to him. I shall not sacrifice my marriage for a sibling yet to be born. He may wed your sister. You have two. Rinera stated, either one will suffice. Robin chuckled in disbelief. Both families were actively pushing for the marriage negotiation, and the situation was abundantly clear. It seemed absurd that a young girl could sway the will of a king. He deemed her thoughts fanciful. I believe you should embrace your responsibilities and leverage this union to secure an alliance with House Valerion. Your brother remains an uncertainty, yet Laner stands before you. Robin sought to remind the princess not to forget her identity, family, duty, honor. She recited, these are the tenets of House Tully. I am a dragon of the heavens, not a trout. The young woman made her stance clear. In accordance with her sentiment, Robin refrained from making his position too rigid, as if it were imperative for him to marry her, which would feel disingenuous. Very well, he conceded. If you can persuade your kingly father, I would not object. He then uttered some insincere words. Had it not been for the king and Lord S correspondence, Laner and I would have been betrothed long ago. Laner was but a child, lacking in substantial thoughts. Yet, their recent interactions had made him somewhat fond of this headstrong princess, in the realm he envisioned in Dragonstone. Few could engage with him as equals, aside from family. Rinera murmured to herself, I will. It was unclear to which question she was responding, whether it was about shouldering responsibility or persuading Viserys to relinquish his plans. Robin furrowed his brow, gazing at her, and ultimately, their conversation ended in silence. Chapter 37. The King's Arrival. A colossal double-masted merchant ship slides through the waves, accompanied by 12 warships as guardians. The sails bore the emblem of a three-headed red dragon. The relentless sea battered against the vast hull, yet it felt merely like a gentle breeze, failing to sway the vessel from its steadfast course. Otto was aware that the king suffered from seasickness. They had embarked the previous afternoon, and by morning, they would reach their destination. Upon seeing Viserys, he breathed a sigh of relief, noting that the king's spirits remained relatively high during the voyage. "Your Majesty, we shall arrive at Dragonstone in approximately half an hour," Otto announced. The Fingers Peninsula lay to the southeast in the valley, at the outlet of the Bight, not too far from King's Landing. With the favorable winds propelling them forward, the ship was poised to reach its destination swiftly. "Otto, why are there so many merchant vessels along the coast?" the king inquired. "Your Majesty, I have inquired. The Moreno family has deliberately cleared Dragonstone's harbor in anticipation of your arrival," Otto explained. A smile graced Viserys' lips. "This attitude could serve my naval minister for a lifetime. If so, he would not be the Earl of Driftmark, commanding half the navy of the realm." Otto seized the opportunity to remind him of this obvious truth. Perhaps today would bring about a change? Perhaps. At that moment, the king sat quietly by the cabin window. Ahead loomed 7 towering signal towers, their flames flickering red, while an endless array of anchored ships dotted the horizon, stirring a twinge of envy within him. Dragonstone had truly supplanted Braavos across the narrow sea as the epicenter of global trade, amassing an immense fortune. Any vessel adorned with the sigil of the watchtower surpassed the tonnage of the Targaryen fleet's flagship, the Black Death. Queen Aemma had intended to accompany the king to meet Robin, but her delicate condition led Viserys to firmly decline her request. Had it not been for Count Corlys' presence in Dragonstone, it would have been the Albert family representing the Targaryen lineage to discuss a potential union with King's Landing. He advised the queen to wait until after the birth of their child, assuring her that there would be a grand celebration then, and she could meet the child in due course. Over the course of 7 days, Viserys pondered the curious fact that his precious daughter had remained quiet all this time. It was a mystery he found difficult to comprehend. After a day at sea, he exhaled deeply, finally catching sight of Dragonstone's famed crystalline salmon, the sunlight refracting through them to create a mesmerizing rainbow upon the harbor's waters. At that moment, warships lined up on either side of the harbor to welcome him, while soldiers aboard waved small flags, keenly observing the red three-headed dragon emblazoned upon them. The city walls and docks brimmed with soldiers, all fervently welcoming the king to their city. "Long live King Viserys!" they shouted in reverence. Ahead, a small boat guided their approach. As the royal vessel and the 12 warships entered a region of stark black islands, Viserys noted a diverse array of people: Braavosi, Carthene, Lyseni, and even a few Dothraki, perhaps merely drawn by curiosity to catch a glimpse of the king of Westeros. Viserys had previously journeyed to Stonehelm for his brother's wedding, yet he had never sailed to the northern reaches. Even when he traveled, it was typically along the King's Road to Winterfell for feasts, bypassing the Fingers Peninsula altogether. However, he could envision that this area had once been a desolate land. Now, as far as his eyes could see, it had transformed into a flourishing urban landscape, with islands crafted from dragonstone, adorned with grand mansions, bridges, brick warehouses, inns, marketplaces, taverns, and houses of ill repute, each more splendid than the last. Every island of Dragonstone resembled a vibrant thoroughfare, and in the distance, he spotted the marble Church of the Seven, with 7 crystalline towers rising majestically. Throughout the journey, soldiers maintaining order stood stoically on the square-shaped islands, their faces devoid of respect or emotion, likely the unsullied purchased from Astapor. Flat-bottomed skiffs darted back and forth as boatmen paddled between the islands, while merchant ships continuously unloaded goods from Braavos, Pintos, and Lys. Viserys caught sight of an opulently adorned yacht, bearing the sigil of the Moreno family. As the royal ship distanced itself from the merchant vessels, those docked on the opposite side were finally permitted to unfurl their sails, and the sailors were allowed to row. After a period of time, the royal vessel reached its docking point. The straight dock, divided by rectangular dragonstone, created numerous berths, and the area where the king's fleet anchored was eerily empty, while other positions overflowed with countless vessels. Viserys surveyed the dock from the railing, his gaze falling upon a massive, imposing black square building, surrounded by 7 towering fortifications of iron, each bristling with arrows, all constructed from gray stone. The sheer scale of this dragonstone city-state hinted at its formidable potential for warfare. Should conflict arise, it would become an impregnable labyrinth, where invaders would first have to scale the walls and vanquish the fearless Unsullied, then eliminate the encased arrow towers before breaching the 7 larger towers. Completing such a feat would require time to summon reinforcements from the watchtower and the Dragonstone fleet blocking the exits. The Moreno family could undoubtedly assemble a fleet of over 1,000 double-masted galleys in a remarkably short span. Those who dared to provoke the Moreno family would find their maritime trade routes severed, significantly diminishing their capacity for war. However, the Dragonstone fleet posed little threat to the nobles of Westeros, for no matter how vast their armada, they could not encircle the entirety of Westeros. Cutting off maritime routes would only inflict minor losses. Salmon remained a cheap staple, hardly sufficient to wound the great houses. Presently, the entirety of Westeros was nearly inundated with salted salmon, and even the 500,000 citizens of King's Landing would struggle to consume it all within a month. The Moreno family's maritime strength was fast approaching that of House Valerion, who commanded half the navy of the realm. This was precisely why Corlys and he had come to this place. Nonetheless, Viserys did not perceive any treachery from the Moreno family, merely a blind ambition for political stature through military expansion. Not far from the dock, an expansive square awaited, where Robin, Daemon, and Rhaenyra, along with several nobles, had been waiting for what felt like an eternity. The moment had finally arrived. A contingent of Red Keep guards first ascended the constructed bridge, forming two lines to maintain order alongside the Dragonstone garrison. Following closely, a figure clad in a white cloak, flanked by two King's Guard, approached, none other than the king himself. The visiting party resembled a magnificent river of red and steel, flowing majestically onto the Dragonstone dock, led by Ser Garrett. Their number totaled 300, comprised of King's Guard, Red Keep guards, and servants, their heads held high, brandishing numerous black banners that rustled in the howling sea breeze, each emblazoned with the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. The king's entourage of 16 white horses had been transported from the warship and was now assembled not far from the crowd. Viserys eyed on a black fur coat, intricately embroidered with the iconic three-headed dragon motif, while a deep red cloak, similarly adorned with golden trim, draped over his shoulders. As he stepped onto solid ground, the sensation of weightlessness vanished, and though fatigue lingered, a smile illuminated his face. Sir Laenor, the Iron Guard, fixed his gaze upon Robin to assert his identity. King of the Undulls and the First Men, protector of the Seven Kingdoms, Aegon I Targaryen. The king did not consider it overly grandiose to emphasize legitimacy and authority to this 7-year-old child. According to reliable intelligence, he was the true master of this city. At that moment, Viserys surveyed the crowd, fully aware that he would not encounter the Valerians, yet still feeling a pang of unease. Robin, representing his father, approached to greet him as the acting Lord of Dragonstone. Kneeling on one knee, "Your Majesty, Dragonstone welcomes your presence." He regarded Robin closely. Unlike other children of his age, he appeared somewhat slender, yet overall, he was a handsome boy. Viserys helped him to his feet and embraced him. "Child, my daughter has not caused you any trouble, has she?" "Your Majesty jests, Princess Rhaenyra is gracious and well-liked by all." Robin left a favorable impression on him, demonstrating impeccable manners and eloquence. Viserys had little recollection of Lord Morin, but upon seeing Robin, he was reminded of the injured knight from his coronation tournament. Robin bore many of his father's features, unmistakably marking their kinship. Daemon lingered silently in the crowd, still holding the position of commander of the city guard, anxiously fearing that his brother might suddenly decide to send him back to Dragonstone, where he would encounter that tedious woman. "Do not think this will earn my favor," Rhaenyra thought, disdainfully curling her lip to the side, wondering if her father truly could not discern the pleasantries. Only King Viserys laughed heartily beside them. As the king passed by, he reached for Rhaenyra, drawing her into the spacious carriage, where Robin was also invited to enter, and the two engaged in earnest conversation. As they spoke, Viserys suddenly cast a curious glance at his daughter, noting that she resembled a warrior, adorned with a sword embellished with rubies at her waist. "Rhaenyra, where did you acquire that sword?" Upon hearing her father's impending lecture, Rhaenyra pouted slightly, directing her gaze toward Robin. "Your Majesty, the princess finds it beautiful. She merely borrowed it for a few days." Over those days, Rhaenyra became increasingly enamored with the sword, often wearing it at her side as she roamed freely, unrestrained by anyone. Her mother, Emma, had never permitted her to wield weapons, even though she had mastered the arts of courtesy and etiquette. Perhaps the sword, touched by a hint of royal elegance, could be deemed legendary? Robin jested, but Rhaenyra forced a strained smile in response. At last, the frown on Viserys' face began to ease. Chapter 38. Determining the betrothal. The carriage, guided by the guards, traversed through the marketplace, the training grounds, and the sentry bridge, finally arriving at the Wheel Castle where His Majesty, Viserys, alighted. Before the grand entrance of the watchtower stood a middle-aged man in a wheelchair, accompanied by a woman in resplendent attire, whose scarred visage rendered her somewhat unappealing. "Your Majesty," greeted Garrett, the commander of Dragonstone's garrison, alongside Thomas Oxen, the admiral of the Dragon Fleet, Daemon Mandler, the customs officer, and several other nobles who had gathered to behold the king's presence. This was the highest level of reception the Moreno family could muster. "Albert, it has been quite some time," the king acknowledged, his demeanor still regal. The The man in the wheelchair nodded respectfully and politely inquired, "Your Majesty, it seems your grace remains undiminished." Viserys recalled his interactions with Albert Moreno, the Lord of Dragonstone. Having met him on several occasions, before the Grand Council at Harrenhal, he had hosted the noblemen of the Vale, including Count Albert. During a time when the Moreno family was in decline, the king had also paid a visit during Albert's injury, primarily to showcase his own prowess as the new monarch, resulting in a conversation filled with pleasantries. Despite his disability, Albert appeared in good spirits, not at all despondent, though his complexion did bear a hint of gloom. He then smiled wryly, saying, "I hope your Majesty can forgive my lack of personal greeting." The king's smile faded instantly, replaced by a serious expression. "The Seven are cruel. Albert, I still remember how close you came to the finals at the tournament in Harrenhal." His voice was steady, laced with nostalgia. The Count of Moreno slightly inclined his body and responded with respect, "Your Majesty's concern is appreciated, but that is all in the past." With that, he gestured for the king to enter. "Your Majesty, it is quite windy outside. Had you arrived 2 years later, you would have witnessed the magnificence of my family's castle." Viserys smiled graciously, "No matter. While I have grown accustomed to the grandeur of the Red Keep, those days spent in the Prime Minister's tower are still fondly remembered." His tone was warm, exuding an approachable air. As the formalities concluded, the king stated, "I believe we require some private time for discussion." He had intended this all along, as pressing matters were at hand. Should they encounter Corlys later, the situation might become awkward, and it was imperative to establish clarity. Albert understood the king's implication and sought to clarify matters with him as well. Upon receiving news of Corlys' intention to arrange a marriage, he had initially felt elated. But the king's correspondence had left him in a quandary. Although Corlys' marriage proposal had stalled, he understood Albert's position. Even if they could not become allies, they should not become adversaries. Faced with the expectations of both his liege and the king, certain matters were indeed beyond his control. "Your Majesty, please follow me to the council chamber," Albert announced. Lady Moreno led her husband in the wheelchair, with Viserys and his entourage following closely. After navigating through a path adorned with greenery, they finally halted at a garden, where a few young girls appeared to be playing. Drawn to the crowd and gazing from a distance, "Those are my 2 daughters and some noble children," Albert remarked. "Quite adorable," Viserys replied. Continuing down an unusual path lined with various crystal sculptures, each intricately carved from different colored crystals, Viserys observed with interest. To his left stood the deities of Westeros. 7 distinct faces representing the old gods, while to his right were gods from Essos, featuring 3-headed figures, yellow stone bulls, red steeds, and black lions. "Your Majesty, this path is known as the Road of the Gods, where people of all faiths may find solace," Albert explained. "Indeed, I see the 7. The king acknowledged with a nod. Not long after departing the Road of the Gods, they arrived at an exquisite building. Viserys stood at the foot of the steps, facing a hall constructed from neatly cut square stones, supported by 16 columns adorned with the sigil of House Moreno, complemented by small towers protruding from the roofline. Sir Garrett approached to open the grand door, revealing a long table within, typically used by Robin and his officials for meetings or briefings. The watchtower, serving as the administrative center, felt somewhat cramped and inconvenient for personnel movement. At this moment, Sir Laenor observed that serious matters were about to be discussed, and he closed the door, standing guard alongside another Kingsguard. With a decisive click, the door shut, leaving only 4 individuals inside, and the atmosphere grew slightly tense. Viserys took his seat at one side of the long table, hands spread open before him, gazing at Count Moreno as he initiated the conversation. Prime Minister Otto stood behind the king, while the wheelchair-bound count sat opposite them. Lady Moreno poured 2 cups of warm water from a brass thermos and offered them to Viserys and Otto. "No, thank you," the king declined. The thermos, with its double glass interior and silver-plated layer, was a novelty to Viserys, who mistakenly thought it contained wine due to the differing dietary habits of the time. "Your Majesty, this is honey water," Lady Moreno clarified, prompting the king to take half a cup before placing it back on the table. Otto found the absence of alcohol in the council chamber intriguing, considering that courtiers might prefer something warm during cold meetings. "What would you like to discuss, Your Majesty?" Albert inquired, observing the king seated across from him. Although both were aware of the king's purpose, it ultimately fell to Viserys to broach the matter. "I wish to arrange a marriage for your son, Sir Robin, with my daughter, Princess Rhaenyra." At this juncture, the king was untroubled by concerns of succession. Everyone knew he was still young and likely to bear a son. Count Moreno and his wife exchanged glances, then turned to the king with smiles. "Our 2 families are indeed well suited. This would be a tremendous honor for both me and my family, Your Majesty. However, before my wife and I accept this proposal, you must consider the feelings of the master of ships, for stirring the waters over my son's marriage would be quite unwise. I understand, and I shall handle it appropriately. If there is nothing else, let us finalize this matter." Viserys exhaled softly, recognizing that aligning with the Valerian bloodline was more in keeping with the interests of traditional nobility, both militarily and commercially. As the conversation concluded, Lady Moreno guided the king once more through the garden's moon gate, veering toward another side. The path was flanked by numerous courtyards enclosed by walls. Soon, they arrived before a large door painted in crimson. Lady Moreno turned to the surrounding guards and commanded, "You may withdraw now." Instantly, the soldiers saluted in unison before departing. Otto observed them discreetly, noting their impassive expressions, having long suspected they were the Unsullied from Pintos. An excellent choice for a guard detail. Viserys and his accompanying entourage were then granted a moment of respite in this courtyard. The guards of the Red Keep and the Kingsguard replaced the previously untainted sentinels within the courtyard. Viserys entered a secluded courtyard, which housed a two-story stone edifice featuring a lavishly appointed bedroom on the upper floor. Surveying his surroundings, he noted the spaciousness of the room, adorned with a sunlit balcony, a sumptuous velvet bed, and a mahogany bookshelf. After the servant familiarized himself with the environment, he ascended to the second floor and ignited a fire in the fireplace using charcoal. A nearby copper pipe initially released a stream of murky water, which he skillfully regulated, eventually yielding a flow of warm water. The servant brought forth a bathtub, and under the attentive care of a maid, Viserys indulged in a soothing hot bath. Clad in soft woolen pajamas and slippers, he ventured into the corridor to open the window, allowing the sea breeze to dry his hair. His mind wandered, contemplating the nature of the concessions required to persuade Corlys. The artificial hill, the flowing water, and the greenery, the courtyard was expansive and remarkably tranquil, save for the guards below and the bustling servants. Chapter 39, The Intoxicated Maiden. The second-floor hall of the watchtower was brilliantly illuminated, with 50 torches flickering on the wall sconces, exuding the enticing aromas of roasted meats and freshly baked bread. The surrounding gray stone walls were adorned with the banners of various houses, the blue of the burning watchtower of House Moreno, the black, three-headed dragon of House Targaryen, the sea-green seahorse of House Valerian, the golden crown stag of House Baratheon, the ash-gray white tower with its beacon of flame, and a touch of blue representing House Aaron's moonlit eagle. At the center of the hall lay a salmon, occupying a third of the length of the table, which artisans had meticulously crafted an oversized roasting set to accommodate its impressive size. While large fish were commonplace in the sea, such a colossal salmon was exceedingly rare, with seasoned fishermen estimating it to be no less than 30 years old. Servers continuously placed sliced delicacies upon the long central table, where pastries, roasted meats, breads, and fruits were presented with tongs or knives, resembling a buffet-style feast. A singer strummed a harp, serenading the guests with the conquest ballads of House Targaryen. Amidst the clinking of goblets and the raucous chatter of inebriated conversations, the atmosphere was particularly lively, as the welcome banquet for the king had been underway for a full hour. At the elevated main table, Viserys was engaged in jovial banter with Albert, attired in a recently donned black and gray formal ensemble, embroidered with the emblem of the three-headed dragon, complemented by a fitting black cloak. Two Kingsguards stood vigil behind him. Unlike her usual position beside her father, Rhaenyra wore her black dragon rider attire and had deliberately swapped seats with Robin, who was further away with the Valerians. She leaned glumly against the table, watching the small figure before her, Robin, bustling about under the guidance of Lady Moreno, mingling with the nobles. As she consumed glass after glass of orange honey juice, she contemplated her own predicament, feeling like a trophy, akin to the unfortunate giant salmon caught in the hall center, except that it occupied the table while she remained on the dais. Meanwhile, Robin seemed to revel in his apparent triumph, further fueling her disdain, especially as he engaged in spirited conversation with the ever-pedantic Otto. Noticing her niece's discontent, Rhaenys shifted her seat to sit beside her. Yet the previous occupant continued to converse, and amidst the cacophony, she found it nearly impossible to discern their discussion. She signaled to a servant, took 2 cups of wine from him, drank half of one, and refilled the other. Finally, she offered the half-filled crystal cup to her niece. Surprised, Rhaenyra glanced at her father, who seemed oblivious to their exchange. "Summerred, just a sip," Rhaenys advised gently. Rhaenyra raised the cup slowly, taking a taste, finding it sweet. Rhaenys smiled faintly. As a scion of nobility, marriage and alliances were mere instruments of power, an inevitability even for those who could ride dragons. "I refuse to accept such an arrangement," Rhaenyra declared. "And I do not like him." Rhaenys replied, somewhat exasperated, "Your father has gone to great lengths for this match. What can you do if you dislike it?" "I will persuade him," Rhaenyra asserted. Rhaenys chuckled. "You are still young. The interests of the realm surpass your personal preferences. You will understand in time." Curiosity piqued, Rhaenyra asked, "So, you do not like your husband?" "On the contrary. I expressed my desire to marry Corlys Valerian to your great-grandfather and received his blessing," Rhaenys revealed, referring to King Jaehaerys I, when on the Shield Islands. Rhaenys had articulated her wish to wed Corlys Valerian, and by the time she turned 16, their wedding had taken place. Why can't I choose for myself? Rhaenyra lamented, her frustration mounting. The man you shall wed will achieve feats more legendary than my husband. Within a year, he completed the monumental Dragonstone, a marvel of construction whose methods remain a mystery even today. Rhaenys countered. Just him? Rhaenyra scoffed. He is merely clever. Look, even the hand of the king is frowning. Rhaenyra pointed at the two conversing across the room. Uncertain of their discussion, Rhaenys followed her gaze, noticing Otto's once shrewd expression now overshadowed by confusion, suggesting they were discussing something incomprehensible, and no one dared interrupt them. Isn't it good to be clever? Rhaenys mused. Besides, he possesses wealth beyond your wildest dreams. No, he is too frail. I could poke him with my finger and see if he can stand. Rhaenyra jested, emboldened by the wine. As the alcohol emboldened her further, she straightened her posture, feeling the need to be more conspicuous. In a moment of reckless abandon, she stood on her chair and leaped onto the dining table. A plate clattered to the floor, drawing the attention of all in the hall, who gaped in disbelief as the princess appeared to be inebriated. Rhaenys felt a twinge of foreboding and reached out to pull her down, but unexpectedly, Rhaenyra drew a sword. Corlys quickly urged his wife away. Aware that even the slenderest blade was still Valyrian steel, and the Kingsguard were present to handle any disturbance. I will only love a knight, one who can ride a dragon or not sit in a sedan, Rhaenyra proclaimed vehemently. Silence enveloped the hall, broken only by the crackling of torches. After a moment, the king's voice rang out, "Come down. This is unbecoming of a royal, bringing disgrace to the Targaryen name." His face was stormy with anger, and two Kingsguard awaited orders to remove the princess. With a slight smirk, Rhaenyra casually grabbed a wine jug from the table and took a hearty swig. "I do not wish to marry," she declared. "Anyone but him." Her words embarrassed Albert and his wife, eliciting a reaction from the king. "Do you think this will absolve you of your responsibilities, my daughter?" Viserys stated, maintaining his composure, merely stating the truth. "I will never marry someone I do not love," she asserted emphatically, directing her final words at her father. "Never. If you are not, pardon the interruption, your majesty." Princess Rhaenyra appears intoxicated, Otto interjected, addressing Viserys from the dais. All eyes were fixed upon her, casting judgmental glances, yet Rhaenyra's objective had been achieved. She leaped off the dining table with a resounding thud, discarding the Valyrian steel sword behind her as she stormed toward the exit. "I am going home." As she passed Robin, she shot him an apologetic glance before darting away without looking back. The crowd parted, creating a path, as Sir Laenor Velaryon hurriedly retrieved a torch from the wall and rushed into the night, followed by several guards. "I believe the princess has had too much to drink," Robin remarked casually, summarizing the chaos she had caused, as if it were a trivial matter. A chorus of agreement resonated through the hall, affirming his observation, and the once silent ambience resumed its chatter. The king's expression remained inscrutable, though he cast a lingering glance at his cousin Rhaenys, pondering the implications of the evening's events. Rhaenyra must be heading to the training grounds to ride her dragon home. Earlier that morning, Viserys had glimpsed Syrax while passing by the training grounds in his carriage. It was not far from here, and given the towering walls surrounding the Red Keep, with the Kingsguard trailing behind, her safety was assured. At that moment, his emotions were a tumultuous blend of anger and helplessness. His daughter had brazenly rebelled at the banquet, vociferously expressing her discontent with the marriage, which left Viserys utterly humiliated. Her actions had planted a thorn in the hearts of the Hightower family. What should have been a joyous occasion had devolved into this, primarily due to Viserys' failure to communicate effectively beforehand. His daughter's inebriated display of defiance left him feeling powerless. After all, she was his own flesh and blood. He could only stifle his rage and resolve to persuade her gently upon their return, hoping that as she matured, she would come to understand. Subsequently, Lady Hightower announced the conclusion of the banquet, and Viserys, along with the other nobles, found it impossible to continue, forcing a hasty end to the festivities. Although the engagement had been arranged prior to the banquet, and such an incident would not warrant its cancellation, it undeniably cast a heavy shadow over the union of their families. Yet, one must pay the price for the impetuousness of youth, and this price was steep. The history of House Targaryen recounts a moment in the life of the young Queen Rhaenyra. Despite her temporary exhilaration at resolving her personal crisis, Viserys had indeed secured an excellent match for her, allowing her to inherit her father's Iron Throne in peace and, with the support of House Hightower, to ascend undisputedly as queen of a nation that had flourished for 2 generations and would continue to thrive. At that time, the populace could only chatter about the princess's rebelliousness and strong-willed nature. However, when the Dragonstone princess proclaimed herself the rightful heir to the realm, the common folk found their laughter extinguished as the kingdom swiftly descended into war. As scholars reflecting from the downstream of time gaze back, we recognize that the drunken banquet incident involving the princess was merely the inception, laying the groundwork for the ensuing struggle for the Iron Throne. Some scholars have speculated that had the King's war not erupted, there would have been no discussion of the second and third conquests. and countless knights would not have left behind such rich legendary tales. This era is often referred to as the Golden Age, a period marked by exceptional prosperity and success across history, culture, art, technology, and economics. Chapter 40. The Sister Islands since the formation of the First Fleet by the Long Crystal Fleet in May 107 AC. The families of the Sister Islands have transformed from predatory hawks attacking merchant ships to timid mice evading assaults. This archipelago has since been under an unyielding blockade. Despite its prime geographical location, in close proximity to the flourishing Long Crystal Harbor, all of this has become irrelevant to them. Besides the ships adorned with the blue lookout tower flag that supply resources to the Long Crystal Fleet, no merchant vessels dare approach the area. 3 years have elapsed, and the sailors of Long Crystal Harbor can only vaguely recall the existence of those 3 islands, recognizing them as a haven for pirates and smugglers. The ruling Sand Island family has faded from collective memory. Throughout these years, the Long Crystal Fleet has endeavored to eradicate the pirates with multiple military campaigns. Yet they have consistently returned empty-handed. In the face of an existential threat, the Sand Island family has allied with other clans, leveraging their intimate knowledge of the terrain to repeatedly repel the forces of Moreno's navy. At the war's outset, the families of the Sister Islands united to confront external threats, inflicting significant damage on Moreno's naval forces. Robin, upon receiving reports, refrained from blaming his fleet commander. The essence of war lies not in swift victories but in the endurance of both sides, testing their collective strength, wealth, confidence, and resourcefulness. The outcome of any single battle was of little concern to Robin. A powerful dragon cannot easily suppress a local serpent. He rejected a somewhat reckless proposal from Sir Thomas, the commander of the Long Crystal Fleet, and replied with a detailed explanation. Such inhumane warfare cannot be resolved overnight. The scale of the fleet continues to expand, with victory assuredly on our side. I have no desire for the Sister Islands to be substantially controlled without my consent. There is no need for haste. The tone of the war has been established, steady and methodical, relying on logistical advantages and a steady influx of naval reinforcements. The significance of these 3 islands has gradually faded from public consciousness, even though they lie directly along the main route between the North's largest port, White Harbor, and Long Crystal Harbor. Ships passing southward from the north deliberately navigate around the waters surrounding the Sister Islands, as entry is strictly forbidden. Captains attempting to take shortcuts are warned from a distance. Should they proceed, they would encounter warships flying the lookout tower flag, resulting in the confiscation of 1/10 of their cargo before being sent back on their way. Over time, the Sister Islands have become isolated from the world. Unless these pirates can ride dragons, no one shall leave those islands alive. This is the assurance Thomas, as commander of the Long Crystal Fleet, has made to Robin. Thus far, the Moreno family has established 6 major military bases surrounding the islands, maintaining a perpetual presence of 14 fleets for encirclement and patrol. 2 connecting points between the 3 islands have been fortified with an array of derelict ships and iron chains, creating a maritime supply point distant from the shore to avoid disturbances, while thousands of naval personnel are stationed within. In King S Landing, the political center, Viserys has only heard of the initial conflicts at the Sister Islands, but no further news has emerged since then. Even when relevant events were occasionally mentioned by Prime Minister Otto in meetings, they were quickly forgotten by the court ministers. The kingdom remains tranquil and prosperous. As for the feudal lord of the Sand Island family, the Island family is well aware of the situation's intricacies. However, Janie Island, the Lady of Eagle's Nest, would be foolish to offend the powerful Moreno family, the staunchest supporters of her claim to inheritance. What purpose would it serve to demonstrate her protection over her vassals by antagonizing the foremost maritime power? Is she seeking the fleeting gratitude of these capricious pirates? In Long Crystal City, the Moreno Castle has been constructed at an immense expense, modeled after Huron Castle but twice its size. After a year and a half of relentless labor, with costs nearing 10 million gold dragons, the site remained illuminated day and night, resulting in the injury and death of over 700 workers. The laborers involved do not complain, as the Moreno family compensates them generously, offering double the daytime wage, attracting many eager to join the project. Gawain Hightower and his band of knights traverse through multiple inner gates, along wide corridors capable of accommodating 8 horse-drawn carriages side by side. The Great Hall of Moreno Castle is expansive enough to allow 100 knights to charge freely. Clad in the green livery of his house, Gawain Hightower stands at the forefront, facing Count Albert, who is elevated above him. Behind them, the crimson walls are adorned with an array of weaponry, broadswords, one-handed swords, heavy hammers, spears, and daggers from various corners of the world, including some Valyrian steel swords. Though most lack renown, the hall's black stone walls are draped with the banners of allied families, the most prominent being the silver seahorse of House Valyrian and the flag of the Lookout Tower. This alliance banner was custom-made in the fabric district of Long Crystal City. even though the two houses have not united in marriage since the king's intervention. Count Albert gladly accepts the banner, recognizing its profound political significance. Robin leans against a tall chair, spinning a blue crystal between his fingers, his expression inscrutable. He is pleased to meet the master of Long Crystal City as an envoy. Galwin places his hand over his heart in a gesture of respect, shedding his usual casual demeanor for a more formal posture. Last night, I just arrived from King's Landing, my lord. He then turns to Robin, the rumored master of Long Crystal City. Nodding in acknowledgement, Robin merely glances at him, casually tossing the crystal in his direction before turning to depart. When his father, Sir Otto Hightower, was appointed by King Jaehaerys I as the prime minister, Galwin and his siblings, along with their mother, moved to live in the Red Keep of King's Landing from 101 AC to the present 108 AC. With a swift motion, Galwin catches the crystal, revealing a diamond-shaped azure gem, intricately hollowed, with the words "Behold the Lookout Tower" inscribed in the common tongue on one side, while the reverse bears the name of its owner, Robin Moreno. The technique used to etch words within the crystal is beyond imitation, originating from the mysterious space of Robin's mind. With this token, you may traverse the territories of the Moreno family freely. It serves as your passport to the sister islands, Count Albert explains. Observing the young knight below, the golden-haired youth stands tall and proud, exuding a sense of enthusiasm. Sir Galwin, I must remind you of the dangers that lie ahead. The pirates do not adhere to the noble rule of sparing invoice. They are unpredictable, and even if they swear oaths, they may. My lord, I appreciate your concern. Since I have chosen to come, it signifies my readiness, Galwin replies confidently, viewing himself merely as a mediator between two warring factions, engaging in a dance of interests and compromises that he believes should prove uncomplicated. Courage deserves commendation, but is this your own decision, or does it stem from your father? Or perhaps it is Viserys's wish. Albert muses, internally labeling him as presumptuous. At sea, our family's fleet can protect you. However, once you enter the island, the situation becomes uncertain. His tone carries a blend of threat and caution. Regret may still be an option. You could easily offer a substantial bounty for mercenaries to fulfill your mission. If you lose your life there, it would create an awkward encounter between your father and me in the future. I have never regretted my decisions. No one is more willing than I to uphold the will of the kingdom, and I trust that the seven gods will protect me, Galwin asserts. A hearty laugh escapes Albert, who scrutinizes the young man's expression, feeling that King's Landing has dispatched a fool. He senses this youth genuinely does not comprehend the gravity of the situation, rather than merely pretending ignorance. If that is the case, there lies a path to the gods. Perhaps a few prayers before departing might bring him good fortune. Thus it is said, the Earl has exhausted all superficial efforts, and even in the event of unforeseen circumstances, he cannot be held accountable. I wish you luck, sir, and hope you may fulfill your mission. Albert wore a cryptic smile, suggesting that while the Moreno family would permit your entry into the Three Sisters Islands, we can only provide you with a flat-bottomed boat for your departure. I bear the king's command to facilitate your peaceful coexistence. Sir Galwin intended to remark that the king's list comprises heirs from 134 families invited to King's Landing. How could a mere flat-bottomed boat accommodate them? Well, if there are no further matters, let us set forth promptly, as the Fourth Fleet's rotation concludes today. Those automated vessels far outpace the sailing ships. Delay would be ill-advised. Albert waved his hand, signaling the end of the audience. Regarding the conflict over the Three Sisters Islands, it is Robin's will to leave no survivors. 3 years of suppression have stained the Moreno family with the blood of all clans from the islands. Each pirate has lost kin or friends at his hands. If not utterly eradicated, are we to await their vengeful return? The siege of the Three Sisters Islands serves two purposes: to train the navy and to maintain maritime order in Biting Bay. The island families combined could not assemble a single large vessel, and the ships of the Three Sisters have been worn down through prolonged confrontation. The notion of escaping the encirclement of 14 fleets on small boats is utterly fanciful. The decision to conclude this campaign stems from agreements reached. Lady Janie has consented to the Moreno family's effective control over the three islands, contingent upon 3 stipulations. First, the Moreno family must eternally uphold her claim to legitimacy. Second, during Lady Janie Eileen's tenure as the sovereign of Eagle's Nest City, the Moreno family shall remain vassals of the Eileen family without alteration. Third, the Moreno family shall make no claims of ownership over the Three Sisters Islands. Chapter 41. The king's interference. Robin readily consented. This agreement was not a matter of confidentiality. Perhaps Lady Jenny had intentionally spread the word, or perhaps a servant from Eagle's Nest had inadvertently leaked it. Regardless, Otto, the prime minister, who closely monitored the Moreno family, quickly learned of the situation and sent a letter to Dragonstone via the Royal Council, inquiring about the matter. To ensure that the islands would not fall solely under the dominion of the Moreno family, which was flourishing and poised to acquire suitable territories, King Viserys, I felt a sense of apprehension. The silent acquisition of such vast lands during peacetime could inspire other powerful families to emulate the Moreno family's actions, leading to potential turmoil on the continent of Westeros, which could adversely affect Targaryen rule. Such a precedent could not be allowed. When the king inquired about who from Otto's faction would be dispatched, the prime minister did not provide an immediate answer. He merely stated that he had a suitable and sufficiently weighty candidate, but needed to consult the individual's thoughts first. Otto, having analyzed the received intelligence, deduced that the crisis surrounding the Sisters Islands and Dragonstone Harbor would soon reach a conclusion. Dragonstone Harbor was poised to send an additional 8,000 unsullied, nearly depleting 70% of the unsullied forces from Dragonstone. Of the 14 fleets that had previously besieged the area, only 2 remained to guard Dragonstone Harbor, while the remaining 3 began to patrol the mouth of Bite Bay day and night. All indications pointed to the imminent end of the Moreno family's siege. The king felt compelled to take action. The tragic downfall of numerous families had only been witnessed in recent years with the Hurin family of Harrenhal. The Targaryens had neither the reason nor the obligation to assist the Sunderland family, who were vassals of vassals. Even the Arryn family had permitted this, and it was indeed their fate. After a lengthy discussion between Viserys and Otto, it became apparent that unless the Targaryens aligned with the Valerians and joined forces with the Old Town and Redwyne fleets, along with 4 dragons, they could not hope to suppress the Moreno fleet. However, this was clearly unfeasible. The losses incurred in naval warfare often took years to recover from. Should the crown absorb the losses of the fleet, the Targaryens risked bankruptcy. Ultimately, a less than ideal solution was proposed to take the heirs of the Moreno family in the king's name, thereby ensuring the continuation of their lineage and providing a constraint on the Moreno family in the future. Lady Jenny's stipulation that no oath of allegiance to the Sisters Islands could be sworn allowed Otto to exploit this loophole. The king sent ravens to the guardians of various realms, acknowledging the families on the island's authority over the Sisters Islands and listing over 100 family names. This action demonstrated to the lesser lords that the current king was capable and had made efforts. When Robin received the raven from Eagle's Nest, Sir Gawain, representing the king's will, and his entourage were already en route, their actions endorsed by the 6 realm guardians. The prime minister's son intervened in this matter, and although the Moreno family was displeased, they took it seriously. All customs were under the management of the Iron Throne, or at the very least, shared between the Iron Throne and local lords. For instance, a portion of the customs officials at Dragonstone Harbor were dispatched by the Iron Throne to oversee the lord's compliance with the king's tax obligations, which had always been customary. At Seagull Town, Old Town, Lannisport, and White Harbor, customs officials were appointed by the Iron Throne's finance minister, and personnel were also sent to manage the gold mines of Casterly Rock and the silver mines of White Harbor. Naturally, Dragonstone Harbor was no exception. If the king exerted considerable authority over his vassals, he could even manage the vassals of his vassals. However, the Targaryens seldom engaged in such practices. The Iron Throne simply wished for the lords to pay their taxes in a timely manner. For example, the conflict between the Blackwood and Bracken families often found its way to the royal council, as Duke Glover Tully, now elderly, could not control his vassals. Consequently, their disputes were frequently pushed back to the Tully family of Riverrun, and the Targaryen kings had consistently maintained a uniform stance on the matter, following the principle that a vassal's vassal is not my vassal. The taxes from Dragonstone Harbor were submitted to Eagle's Nest and ultimately delivered to the king in the name of the Vale. Although the king's influence encroached upon the Sisters Islands, Robin merely perceived it as a minor inconvenience. The date for the formal assault on the Sisters Islands remained unchanged, with all military actions proceeding as planned. Supplies were stockpiled, and reinforcements were gathered. Viserys' administrative orders could not be wholly disregarded. Allowing the king's emissaries to take a portion of individuals away was already a considerable concession. With only 3 days left until the assault, Sir Gawain, as the emissary, hastened towards the Sisters Islands, but was intercepted. The naval officers informed him that without a family order or token, no one could enter. After a prolonged argument with the sailors, Gawain revealed the prime minister's insignia, but it proved ineffective. On board, the highest-ranking officer was the captain of the Eagle, a patrol warship belonging to the 9th Fleet, which was not a primary combat vessel. They had yet to meet even the fleet commander, and these lower-ranking naval personnel lacked the authority to grant them entry to the islands. According to the captain, even if they returned to Broken Ship Island to meet Commander Thomas, they would still need to send a raven to Dragonstone for instructions. After some deliberation, Gawain considered that if the Moreno family deliberately delayed their entry to the islands and did not remove the heirs listed before the Dragonstone fleet launched its attack, he would have to pursue the military line into the scattered enemy territory. At that point, not only would finding these heirs be challenging, but the danger to himself would significantly escalate. With this in mind, Gawain promptly ordered the ships to change course toward Dragonstone. As expected, upon reaching Moreno Castle, They were left waiting outside for an entire night. It was not until dawn that the guards lowered the iron bridge, granting them entrance to meet Count Albert and Robin, thus setting the stage for the scene in the Great Hall. Seeing that Gawain, as the emissary, had not even grasped the essence of the situation and lacked the qualifications to sit at the chess table at best. He was merely a pawn. Robin had no interest in testing him. Upon receiving the crystal token, Sir Gawain departed from Dragonstone, promptly recruiting individuals familiar with the geography of the Sisters' Islands. Initially, he had set out in haste, accompanied only by a few knights and sailors from his family, intending to seek guides in the small towns of the Sisters' Islands. However, Gawain suspected the situation on the islands was likely dire. Prior to his departure, his father Otto had cautioned him that his mission was highly incongruent with the interests of the Moreno family, and he should not expect their support, though he would not face overt obstruction. Word spread rapidly about Gawain's high-paying recruitment efforts for the Sisters' Islands, and soon, several individuals volunteered to join his mission, including skilled swordsmen from Bravos, scholars from the Citadel, and sailors with relatives living on the islands prior to the siege. Regardless of their motivations, be it for money or renown, he unexpectedly assembled a crew of 32. Upon boarding the Fourth Fleet's deck, which had just concluded its rest period, the so-called automatic ship utilized steam power generated by burning coal to rotate the propellers beneath, propelling the vessel forward at remarkable speeds, far surpassing the technology of the era. The earlier a fleet converted from sailing ships to automatic vessels, the more advanced its equipment and weaponry. Once they arrived aboard, the crew learned of their mission, which stirred intense reactions among the Navy personnel. Some mocked their naivety, questioning whether they would even find anyone on the Sisters' Islands. Given that the inhabitants were scattered across 3 islands, they warned that if they spent the night in the interior, they would surely be attacked by enemies. Others admired their courage, but neither side would take prisoners. From the moment Robin ordered the execution of prisoners one by one at the ship's bow, rather than instilling fear, it ignited their ferocity. The audacity of attempting to rescue these individuals astonished those sailors who had executed the siege for years, sparking considerable discontent amongst them. Are you truly intent on entering those islands? The laughter of the assembly echoed throughout the hall, as none believed that Gawain could accomplish such a feat. They merely considered him a fool rushing towards his own demise. Even his father refrained from endorsing his audacious endeavor, viewing Gawain's role as a mere conduit between King's Landing and Dragonstone as an opportunity for growth, a lesson in the intricacies of nobility that did not necessitate facing peril head-on. Little did they anticipate that Gawain would take it upon himself to embark on such a perilous adventure, driven by his dissatisfaction with the frequently praised Robin, and a desire to prove his own worth. The onlookers regarded the group with a mixture of pity and scorn, as though they were witnesses to impending doom. Unfazed by the derision, Gawain surveyed the crowd, his voice resonating with conviction as he declared, "We carry the will of the kings. Embarking on this perilous journey for the sake of peace, to halt your bloodshed. Is such courage to be met with disdain?" He believed that by bringing these heirs forth, King's Landing could intervene to quell the conflict, akin to the practice of nobles exchanging hostages. Yet, the diminished power of the nobility from the 3 sisters rendered them incapable of sending anyone to King's Landing, relying solely on the king's authority, a notion Gawain had come to understand. As he revealed the crystal token, the assembly realized that this too was a manifestation of Robin's will, prompting them to dismiss the matter entirely. Chapter 42. The arrival of the attack news. As the ship sailed towards the 3 Sisters' Islands, Gawain stood at the bow, savoring the sea breeze. The coastline drew ever closer, the speed of the motor vessel surpassing that of the sailing ships by more than double. The voyage proceeded smoothly, and none dared to intercept a naval fleet boasting 20 warships. They had now entered the waters of the Moreno family, particularly the most formidable area of Bite Bay, the front line of war. Every so often, automated vessels passed by their line of sight, devoid of sails, with the small patrol ships typically manned by merely 10 men. As Gawain's gaze approached the island, he noticed something unusual. Wooden stakes dotted the island, each tethered to an unknown object. As the ship drew nearer, Gawain could not help but gasp in horror. On the cruciform stakes were bound numerous corpses, tattered banners affixed to some of the posts, clearly denoting noble lineage. For commoners could hardly afford such fine fabrics. As a knight, it was his first encounter with so many remains, and upon closer inspection, he recognized several crests embroidered on the banners that resembled those of the families whose heirs he was tasked to retrieve. May they still have someone to carry on their family names, Gawain silently hoped. The companions accompanying him remained silent, their eyes betraying an increasing sense of unease. He retrieved a parchment map and located the island across from them. It was the southern protrusion of Miss Island. The map indicated a nearby village, once a haven for sailors and pirates many years ago. "Here, we once had fierce confrontations with the Sunderland family," a soldier with a black beard quietly remarked, standing silently behind Gawain, sadness evident in his voice. Gawain turned to him, gesturing for him to continue, as he was ignorant of the local conflicts. That was our first assault on the island. Despite our heightened vigilance at night, we were ruthlessly ambushed. Many unfamiliar with the terrain fled in disarray. Those who could not reach the shore were slaughtered at dawn by the locals, avenging what we had done to them. They mutilated the captives and cast them into a pit, where hundreds of wounded writhed in agony. They referred to this as the Sisters' Stew. The soldier's eyes darkened with dread. Now you must rescue these remnants. Had it not been for the token in your possession, you would never have seen the light of day. With that, he stormed off in fury. Galin, shaken by the sailor's account, turned to his companions with an awkward expression. We shall disembark here, locate them, and bring them back. A group of figures arrived at a small town on Sweet Sister Island. The town had evidently once thrived as a fishing community, with residents relying on the sea for their livelihood, a common sight along coastal regions. The air was permeated with a scent of decay and antiquity, unmistakably a place long fallen into ruin, overgrown with weeds. No sooner had they reached the town's center than they were ambushed. The sound of crossbow bolts whistled through the air. Though not particularly powerful, they were densely fired. 2 knights were immediately struck, their bodies pierced like hedgehogs. Gawain rolled behind a stone wall, suffering a minor wound to his right calf. Most of the others had combat experience, quickly seeking cover. Cease fire. We are envoys of the king, not of the Moreno family, Gawain roared. Suppressing the pain, his veins throbbed on his forehead. The arrows crafted in the weaponry workshop were of fine quality, featuring barbed tips and blood grooves, while those shot by the island's assailants bore only simple triangular heads. Despite the inferiority of their weaponry, the crossbows modified by the Moreno family delivered significant force, piercing through flesh. Do not retaliate, Gawain commanded his companions, who were preparing to aim. The attackers had merely 3 crossbows, supplemented by a few short bows delivering continuous fire. Gawain understood that these assailants' weapons were spoils of war, limited in number, and given their frequent hunting down, could not mount a large-scale operation. Before their departure, he had utilized the crystal token to procure 5 crossbows and 300 standard bolts aboard the 4th Fleet's vessel, equipping them to vastly outmatch their foes. Despite his confidence in their ability to defeat the attackers, the purpose of this mission was not to engage in battle. Inflicting casualties could severely impact subsequent operations. After a while, the rain of arrows began to subside. Gawain broke off the shaft of the bolt embedded in his head and, with the help of a scholar, bandaged the wound. He raised the 3-headed dragon banner and, limping, emerged from behind the protective wall, flanked by 2 family soldiers holding circular shields. Come out, Gawain called out loudly. Clad in a green robe embroidered with white flames, he hailed from the Hightower family. The attackers, lacking noble education, failed to recognize his identity. Is Alex seeking the king's aid? A voice, faint and weary, called out. Gawain searched for the source. Unable to pinpoint the speaker, perhaps from a patch of grass or behind a dilapidated building. I know not who Alex is. I am here to assist you. Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are? Unless that child commands it, someone of your stature could never accomplish such a feat after 3 years of hiding. The information about the captives and the rumors from the outside world coalesced, revealing the driving force behind the invasion of the 3 Sisters Islands, Robin Moreno. Who could have anticipated that a place they deemed unworthy of plunder would suddenly boast a harbor, maintaining a stronghold over trade routes and growing increasingly formidable until they could obliterate them at any moment? They were acutely aware that with so many warships surrounding them, their daily resource consumption was substantial, and this siege had persisted for 2 years. The cost of such a blockade was evident. The most valuable prizes lay in those 3 islands. The king had only just learned of the turmoil engulfing the 3 Sisters Islands and thus sent me to. Who are you? The initial speaker interjected. I am the king's envoy, the son of the prime minister, Sir Gawain Hightower from Old Town. The king's envoy? What is your purpose for coming here? The tone on the other side dripped with contempt. For peace. We do not require that. Do you wish for us to surrender? Miss Island is my home. We shall never depart. Then how do you intend to defend it? Gawain demanded angrily, causing an immediate silence to fall upon the assailants. What must we offer? The king will assist you, but you must send hostages to King's Landing. Finally broaching the crux of the matter, Gawain hastily made his request. I am not authorized to make that decision. Please allow me a few days to inform the island's lord. You have 2 days. If you do not comply, the Moreno family's army will commence their assault. Gawain had no choice but to relay this grave news in advance. What? Came the astonished response. Shock evident in their voices. The day had finally arrived. Some had anticipated it, accepting the reality with a calm demeanor. Chapter 43. The girls' letter. Moreno Castle has become increasingly administrative, nestled at the heart of Finger Isles. With the Dragon Crystal Workshop and market scattered around it like stars orbiting a central sun. By night, Robin returned from Moreno Castle to the watchtower, preferring the familiarity of the place where his journey began, with its comforting environment, well-worn desk, and a soothing sea breeze. Most of the items from the watchtower had not been transported to Moreno Castle, save for a few mementos. The new castle was entirely unfamiliar, and Robin found it unappealing. Despite the Moreno family relocating en masse to the castle and the guard numbers at the watchtower being reduced to a mere third of their original strength, its security remained unquestionable. This was a fortification system crafted by Robin himself, housing a training base for the newly arrived Unsullied. In times of war, the watchtower could more effectively mobilize troops and warships, located merely 2 miles from the bustling harbor, which Robin had strategically chosen to be close to home. Atop the stone drum tower, a circular chamber boasts 4 tall, narrow windows facing the cardinal directions. Within, a grand wooden table is intricately carved with a detailed map of Westeros, used by the conqueror Aegon to devise his battle strategies during the conquest. The table extends over 50 feet in length, its widest point approximately half that, while its narrowest section is less than 4 feet. A meticulously designed seat corresponds to the location of Dragonstone, allowing a complete view of the table's surface. The first floor has been transformed into a war chamber, where high-ranking commanders from the Unsullied Legion, the Dragon Crystal Garrison, cavalry squadrons, and fleet commanders convene to discuss military matters. As its name suggests, the hall's primary function is to orchestrate warfare. Surrounding the hall are 77 hefty black stone chairs, and at its center lies a massive transparent glass panel, occupying a third of the floor. Beneath it, stone carvings depict the map of the known world, painstakingly rendered by 20 master craftsmen over the span of a year, utilizing precious information provided by the Sea Serpent Corliss. The intricate representation of Westeros is complete, while much of Essos remains a work in progress. Robin is aware that Dragonstone also possesses a map chamber, containing a table carved with a map of Westeros that Aegon used for military planning during the conquest. Although he has never seen it, he believes the map he commissioned would be more detailed, as the Conqueror's era is a distant memory. The war chamber is manned daily, tasked with drafting operational plans and overseeing logistics to prepare for unforeseen events. Ravens, messengers, and signal fires serve as their instruments of communication. Robin designates this role as an advisor, lacking military authority at present, but he intends to gradually assume the position of a mid-level commander, thereby accumulating real power and a promising future. Even at night, half the seats in the war chamber are filled with advisors, and 20 elevated bronze basins blaze with oil, illuminating the room as preparations for impending conflict unfold. The second floor, once home to a dining hall and conference room, has been stripped bare, leaving only a round table accommodating a mere 10 individuals. This space serves as the epicenter of power in Dragon Crystal City, where only the highest military commanders may find a place capable of influencing the course of war. With conflict looming, all but the commander of the Dragon Crystal Garrison and the First Fleet commander have gathered at Broken Ship Island, a military base constructed from wrecked vessels, alongside another aptly named Rotten Ship Island. The tower rises 7 stories. What is this? Robin picked up a letter from the table, its red wax seal intact, bearing the family crest of a white tower with a burning signal fire atop a gray-ash background, unmistakably from Hightower. This left him somewhat perplexed. Garwin had visited earlier that day. Could it be that Prime Minister Otto had urgent matters he feared his son would miscommunicate? Only the simple-minded Rob, son of the former captain of the guard, Garrett, is permitted access to the study. Sir Garrett now commands the Dragon Crystal Garrison, overseeing the harbor's patrol and order. As Robin matured, he no longer required Rob's assistance. Thus, it seemed increasingly unnecessary for Garrett's son to remain by his side. Realizing this, Garrett proposed that his simple son Rob take up watch duties at the watchtower, mainly to relay visitors and manage the opening and closing of the gates, an uncomplicated task. Although Robin did not agree to this, he understood Sir Garrett's intentions and arranged alternative responsibilities for Rob. Rob's status has risen alongside the ascendance of the Moreno family, and he finds himself with fewer friends capable of engaging with him as equals. People respect, fear, love, and idolize him, their emotions tinged with a cautious reverence for one in a higher position. Rob's head injury, which rendered him simple, has paradoxically become his strength, as he remains blissfully unaware of the disparities in power and status. His interactions with Robin retain the innocence of their past, never presuming to act independently on matters he does not comprehend. For a nobleman of Robin's caliber, the contents of the letter often hold greater value than gold dragons. A particular task suited Rob perfectly. Under Robin's guidance, he underwent 2 years of instruction from various scholars, successfully learning to train ravens. Though his appearance has not changed much, having shed his former rotundity, he is now more robust and vigorous, hardly resembling an assistant scholar in raven lore. The study of ravens is merely a skill. Being illiterate does not impede Rob's learning. Robin entrusted him with managing the raven coop upstairs, where he frequently occupies himself sending and receiving messages. While entrusting the daily affairs of the study to Rob, he cannot fathom why this task is not assigned to him directly at Moreno Castle, instead being sent in a roundabout way to Rob at the watchtower. Peeling away the red wax, he extracted the letter within. The elegant script revealing it was penned by a girl, and a flicker of understanding ignited within him. Illuminated by the flickering oil lamp, he began to read carefully. Dear Lord of Dragon Crystal, I am delighted to write to you. Recently, the Academy has collected many paintings of Dragon Crystal City. Your castle is magnificent. Truly a great marvel. I once read in books that during its zenith, the Valyrian Empire boasted thousands of dragons and a vast fleet traversing the oceans of the world. I speculate that, given time, your union with Princess Rhaenyra may restore the former glory of Valyria. I believe your achievements far surpass those of Lord Corlys Velaryon, the master of ships, with his 9 great voyages. He opened new routes for explorers to unknown lands, propelling House Velaryon to become the wealthiest family. Yet, your establishment of Dragon Crystal City and the harbor has eradicated hunger from the continent of Westeros. The fleet bottom of King's Landing is notorious for its brown stew, primarily due to the outrageous prices of salmon. The bishops of the Great September often purchase cheap remnants of dried salmon from cargo ships, although they occasionally discover wood shavings within. However, this is far preferable to the bizarre creatures that once surfaced in the brown stew, as a silent sister informed me. They have enjoyed a much more leisurely existence in recent years. Long ago, I heard Prince Demon, the commander of the garrison, declare that Flea Bottom is the filthiest, most lawless district in the city, rife with poverty and crime, even featuring rat pits. It sounds rather novel, though I have never witnessed it myself. Later, when I inquired about Flea Bottom with Rhaenyra, she claimed she would not approach the area even if riding a dragon, as the stench was unbearable. Now, I imagine Flea Bottom must have improved significantly. The Master of Coin has allocated funds to emulate the cleaning system of Dragon Crystal City, which has been in effect for 2 years. The changes in King's Landing are remarkable. I have observed that the presence of dried salmon in Flea Bottom has improved the order of the city, for which I am deeply grateful. Of course, it is not just the dried salmon of Dragon Crystal City that has gained fame. There are also the bamboo pins, white paper, wheelbarrows, and many other new inventions. The multiplication tables you devised for calculations are remarkably efficient. My father often reports to the lords and the king in the form of tables during the council meetings. Allow me to share a secret. Rhaenyra's dragon has begun to lay eggs, producing 5 on its first attempt. She herself mentioned this, however. It is not much of a secret, as many in the Red Keep are aware of it. Indeed, the content of this letter was clandestinely delivered by my younger brother, and I hope you will extend your kindness towards him. Should there be any offense, I implore you not to hold it against him. Yours sincerely, Alicent Hightower. The edges of the letter are adorned with intricate floral patterns, clearly indicating that Alicent invested considerable thought into its composition. A smile unconsciously crept across Robin's lips, as he realized that there exists someone in this world who observes and appreciates him in silence. The sensation of being acknowledged is truly delightful. Filled with joy and pride, he read the letter once more, experiencing a profound mental elation. Though he had previously received letters of praise and admiration, they were merely filled with clichés. And who could discern whether the words of the nobility matched their true sentiments? Yet, he was certain that this letter came from the depths of the girl's heart. Alicent Hightower of the Old Town? How intriguing. Leaning back in his chair, he gently tapped his finger against the table. Reynold, a slender guard approached, his footsteps barely audible. You encountered Sir Gawain this morning, did you not? Indeed. I require him alive to deliver a letter on my behalf. As for the contents of the letter, I have yet to decide. At your command, my lord. The inhabitants of Dragon Crystal City refer to Albert as my Lord Count, while Robin is addressed as my lord, signifying him as the master of Dragon Crystal City. Subsequently, the attendant Reynold quietly withdrew to the shadows to assign tasks. There exist 3 distinct teams within the Dark Division, each focusing on different training aspects: security, assassination, and intelligence. When a mission arises, personnel will be drawn from these teams to form a temporary squad, with leadership determined by the nature of the task. Robin maintains a firm grip on Dragon Crystal City, where vast quantities of gold dragons and formidable military strength are indispensable. However, the Dark Division, this military force operating behind the scenes, plays a pivotal role. It exists independently of all departments, serving solely Robin, and even his father, Albert, remains unaware of its existence. This department, comprising over 300 members, consumes enough gold dragons annually to procure 10,000 innocents, as long as it benefits the development of Dragon Crystal City. Robin has never been stingy with his financial approvals. Currently, the Dark Division is engaged in long-term missions corresponding to security, assassination, and intelligence, recruiting supernatural talents, stealing dragon eggs, and transcribing historical texts from the Academy back to Dragon Crystal City, though progress has been limited. Given that Lord Albert had promised Sir Gawain the departure of a flat-bottomed boat with a certain number of people, it would be unwise to jest about such matters. Should Galen attempt to bring additional individuals, unforeseen circumstances would certainly arise to ensure their disappearance. The Dark Division unwaveringly enforces Robin's will, and that is the essence of their existence. Chapter 44. The award ceremony 2 days prior, Sister Village, the largest stronghold of the Sister Islands, was officially breached. As the stronghold of the Sunderland family, its fall signified the annihilation of the majority of the populace on the Sister Islands, marking the conclusion of the inaugural conflict that heralded the rise of Dragon Crystal City. Capturing such a modest settlement was effortless for the naval forces of the Dragon Crystal Fleet. Their previous hesitance to engage was rooted in the concern that the island's inhabitants might disperse throughout the region, significantly undermining their strategic objectives for the conquest of the Sister Islands. Robin was reluctant to expend effort on maintaining order to decisively conclude this war. He spent 3 years subtly directing most of the male residents towards this location. The other families on the island, led by the Sunderland family, failed to recognize the peril in their attempts to consolidate control over the islands, believing they could resist by leveraging the extensive network of paths emanating from Sister Village. They fantasized about coercing Robin into negotiations through prolonged harassment of the Dragon Crystal Fleet's landing forces. Sister Village, once a rudimentary port town and a hub for smuggling, had streets cobbled from dirt and wood, with its residents residing in thatched huts. As chaos ensued, more and more male inhabitants sought refuge here, while the nobles compelled the lower classes to toil day and night, utilizing stone, and went to erect new defensive structures. By the time of the Dragon Crystal Fleet's assault, Sister Village had grown to a scale comparable to that of a first-rate noble's castle. When the date for the formal attack arrived, the disturbances surrounding Sister Village were swiftly quelled by a formidable force of 24,000 fully armed professional infantry. Following closely were 8,000 purified ones, sweeping through the area repeatedly. Aside from the Dragon Crystal garrison and 2 fleets, as well as the retrained purified ones, 80% of Dragon Crystal City's military strength was committed to this conflict. Sister Village could not withstand for long. 300 catapults launched fiery projectiles, igniting 1/5 of the town, which extinguished the residents' morale. They wailed as they fled the walls, engulfed in flames, only to be met by a merciless rain of arrows, ultimately turning into burning hedgehogs. The inferno raged for half a month, leaving behind only charred ruins, with some ashes still emitting faint wisps of smoke. The swiftness of the battle meant that 90% of the soldiers never experienced combat, leaving them to clear the battlefield of corpses. The total population of the Sister Islands was merely over 20,000, with the soldiers from the Moreno family outnumbering the island's male inhabitants, ensuring that most would gain no distinction. Robin was not particularly invested in the outcome of this decisive battle for the Sister Islands. The military capacity was primarily utilized for training purposes. The inclusion of the purified ones was motivated by a concern for any potential survivors. He understood that no matter how grand his public justifications might be, they could not mask the essence of his invasion of the 3 islands. Such ignoble actions were better kept from the eyes of the fewest possible witnesses. Shipwreck Island lies between Miss Island and Sweet Sister Island, an artificial landmass formed from abandoned vessels acquired by the Moreno family. Sturdy iron chains connect the ships into a cohesive structure. The iron chain hull, situated at its center, is supported by 8 large cargo ships, with a web of chains serving as its foundation, and layers of grapefruit wood planks laid overhead to form the flooring. On this calm day, if not for the slight undulations, one would scarcely discern that this was situated upon the sea. At the head of the hall, a broad wooden chair rested at the top of the stairs, adorned with thick bear skins. Robin, clad in formal attire of blue and white stripes, with intricate battleship designs embroidered on the shoulders and a white lookout tower insignia on his chest, presided over the gathering. 12 personal guards flanked the chair, clad in black armor and cloaks, their left hands gripping the hilts of one-handed swords in readiness for any unforeseen circumstances. The others stood at the sides of the stairs, donned in light leather armor, their swords varying in design yet all remarkably nimble and slender. Uniformly, their garments bore the embroidery of a silver salmon. Bronze basins of burning oil flickered with flame, encircling the walls of the central hall, casting a crimson glow upon the faces of those present. Nearly 100 high-ranking officers filled the hall, including commanders of various fleets, senior commanders of the purified ones, and logistical advisors. Naturally, not all of the many who had distinguished themselves in battle could be present for the awards. Only a select few, particularly those with notable contributions, would be honored with accolades and Golden Dragon tokens to inspire the lower-ranked soldiers. The Golden Dragon, a noble title and a land grant, was part of a carefully devised plan by Robin, as an award ceremony of collective joy was underway. My lord, I led my squad into the Sunderland family's territory. A squad leader proudly recounted his exploits before Robin. The crossbowman, known as the Flying Arrow, had already donned new leather armor, basking in the glory of his achievements. Akin to a nimble bobcat, his presence felt throughout the search and slaughter in Sister Village. However, this was not the sole reason for Bryce, a lower-ranked officer, to step forward for recognition. Following the war, soldiers tasked with clearing the battlefield discovered a collapsed estate gate and half-demolished walls, uncovering the remains of Theodore Rick Sunderland amidst a pile of charred corpses. A crossbow bolt protruded from his abdomen, its shaft truncated. Yet the iron tip bore the name of Bryce, signifying the primary achievement and marking the conclusion of the conflict over the Sister Islands. Squad leader Bryce and his team had gained renown during this war, consistently achieving victories that elevated their fame. Notably, of the 300 crossbow bolts they carried, a third were found embedded in the bodies of enemies, affirming Bryce's rightful claim to represent his entire squad in receiving honors for slaying Theodore Rick Sunderland. I have heard that you can strike ahead from 300 yards? Upon hearing Bryce's account, Robin expressed keen interest, for he found such a feat hard to believe at such a distance, roughly equivalent to 0.91 meters per yard in this era. Bryce's smile faded, replaced by a serious demeanor. Please allow me to demonstrate. While one could carry weapons when meeting Robin, only personal guards were permitted to bear ranged arms. Outside of his conscious realm, Robin was an ordinary person, his physical condition compromised due to premature birth. Very well, you may demonstrate following the award ceremony. If you can indeed accomplish this, I have a special reward for you. But first, allow me to bestow honors upon the others. Bryce stepped aside. His unit affiliated with the Navy, standing behind him were the commanders of 17 fleets and their deputies. Chapter 45, Demon. The sound of the alarm echoed through the air. A sharp, urgent signal of warning. Moments later, a lookout rushed in, kneeling on one knee. My lord, a dragon is approaching. In a state of astonishment, Robin led his companions out of the iron chain hall and onto the deck. Beneath the bright azure sky, a long-necked dragon soared above, escorting a merchant vessel laden with people, adorned with numerous family banners, the most prominent being the three-headed dragon. What brings Demon Targaryen here? In an instant, Robin discerned the situation. Galwin had successfully sheltered a group of family heirs using Robin's token, and Demon Targaryen was escorting them to Shipbreaker Island. His expression darkened, casting a shadow over the festivities. The ceremony concluded hastily, with Robin bestowing knighthoods and medals upon those who had excelled in battle, while the newly anointed knights pledged their loyalty to House Moreno. Meanwhile, the dragon, Caraxes, landed not far from the Iron Chain Hall, its silhouette obscured by the sun, rendering it almost unapproachable. The beast's powerful legs pressed down, causing two sections of the deck to buckle under its weight. With no warning, its elongated neck arched skyward, releasing a torrent of dragon fire, instilling fear in the hearts of many soldiers on Shipbreaker Island. Robin had intended to intimidate the renowned Lord of Dragonstone by riding the dragon. But upon seeing the dozens of towering crossbows ready on the deck, alongside arrows thicker than spears, and the unseen archers lurking in the shadows, he opted for caution. These men had recently faced war, and prudence was paramount. Passage is forbidden. Demon was halted on the path to the Iron Chain Hall, as two rows of elite guards crossed their spears before him. These were the Crme de la Crme, selected from thousands of unsullied 300 silent sentinels clad in black masks, their chests marked with fish insignias, shields in hand, exuding a palpable air of lethal intent. A single step forward would undoubtedly result in their spears aimed at Demon. The commander of the guards, intentionally left by Robin's side, would adhere strictly to the orders of securing the Iron Chain Hall, while Robin continued to honor the valiant, dismissing the prince. He was curious to see how Demon would react in this predicament. Would he lose his temper and unleash dragonfire? Such a response would delight Robin, as the grounded dragon rendered him fearless. Demon had undoubtedly come with a royal mandate, intent on securing the shipload of heirs. The emergence of chaos would be expected, and some loss of life would be deemed unfortunate yet necessary. If Demon dared to clash with the Dragonstone fleet over these heirs, Robin would not show mercy. Demon, clad in dragon rider armor, slowly drew his sword, the Black Sister, while behind him, the beast prepared to unleash dragonfire, displaying a brazen demeanor. This audacity provoked a fierce response from the guards. In unison, the guards brandished their hand crossbows, aiming at Demon. Even if each of the 300 guards unleashed a single bolt, it would be sufficient to overwhelm the intruder before he could unleash his flames. Robin would never allow such threats to escape unscathed. Permitting Galwin to leave with a few individuals using his token was a considerable concession to the king, allowing Viserys, his father-in-law, to retain some leverage. However, if Demon sought to extract nearly 100 individuals, it would be a direct affront to Robin, bringing inevitable complications. My commander, do you believe this sword-loving prince possesses such wisdom? Robin leaned against the iron chain, closest to Admiral Thomas, who fixed his gaze upon Caraxes. The Navy, eager for conflict, had begun contemplating their position post the annihilation of the Sisters' Islands. However, engaging the Targaryens was not a viable option, Dragons wielded immense power in this era, and the strength of beasts resonated deeply. With Robin's marriage to Rhaenyra, conflict with the Targaryens seemed unlikely. Even in the event of bloodshed, royal compensation would suffice. This thought eased Robin's anxiety, albeit with a tinge of disappointment. According to regulations, soldiers' wartime pay consisted of base salary, seniority, rank, expedition allowances, and merit rewards. In peacetime, the Dragonstone Navy provided food and lodging, with soldiers earning 50 copper stars monthly. However, wartime salaries were thrice that amount, and frontline troops earned astonishing sums. The further from Dragonstone, the greater the expedition allowances, an additional 10 copper stars for every 100 miles, culminating in at least 200 copper stars monthly for a century, translating to approximately 7 silver stacks. This surpassed the monthly taxes received by knights on the Westerosi mainland. And even crafting salted fish in Dragonstone's workshops would require a year of toil, without sustenance to achieve. The Dragonstone Navy's distinctive merit system, comprising 5 tiers of metals, iron, copper, silver, gold, and ruby, was exceedingly rare and required significant contributions to the cause. Even a squad leader who eliminated the head of House Sunderland would merely earn an iron medal, as their presence bore little impact on the battlefield's dynamics. Nevertheless, iron medals remained precious, as long as the recipient lived. They could collect 10 copper stars monthly for life and recommend 3 relatives for positions in Dragonstone's administration. Many joined the Navy solely to earn a medal, which represented both honor and a pathway to nobility, provided one dared to risk their life for it. This created a distorted war machine. Apart from wartime, the Navy underwent annual assessments, with standards devised by the staff based on recruitment numbers. Those with medals or honors were assured positions in ports or cities for law enforcement, while those without any accolades over 3 years would be dismissed, receiving a sum of silver stags, mockingly termed dismissal fees by the sailors. The end of the war was palpably near. Even if large-scale reductions of the Navy did not occur, most warships would transition to trade escort duties, leaving officers and soldiers to subsist on base salaries. When monthly earnings dwindled to a mere tenth of wartime pay, who could endure such hardship? This discontent simmered among the lower ranks, eventually reaching Admiral Thomas. The achievements against the Sisters Islands were insufficient to warrant satisfaction, as many soldiers had not even engaged the enemy before the swift conclusion of hostilities. It is worth noting that no family would maintain such a sizable navy in peacetime. 17 fleets boasted over 500 warships, with daily expenditures and soldier salaries capable of draining any noble's coffers. Even affluent bravos would hesitate to expand their iron fleet to such an extent. Not only was the navy vast, but its soldiers were full-time combat-ready troops, having trained day in and day out for war. All of this connected to Robin's subconscious, reflecting his belief that, in non-wartime, soldiers should engage in rigorous training to prepare for future conflicts. Soldiers ought to fulfill their roles, remaining in training or on the path to battle. He found the common practice on Westeros of conscripting soldiers somewhat awkward. One could be tilling fields in the morning and then, in the afternoon, be expected to gather weapons and provisions to serve their lord. Except for knights or their squire, most soldiers seemed to merely fill ranks. However, there were exceptions, such as the city guard in King's Landing, which appeared more professional, although they seemed perpetually occupied with city management, leaving their combat prowess in question. And their battle history remained largely unknown. The nomadic slarks of Essos, the Unsullied of Slaver's Bay, and a handful of mercenary bands resemble a professional army more than Robin might assume. The Dragonstone fleet is in dire need of a worthy adversary. Chapter 46. Breaking defense. It remains uncertain whether it was the Prime Minister or the King who orchestrated the events behind the scenes. Those around Robin could discern the anger in his tone, leaving no one brave enough to respond. The sight of various family banners adorning the ship was rather distasteful, as the exchange of interests among those families had long been concluded. What was the current situation? Why was the Airy Eshawk also among them? As for Demon and his dragon, they were not the focus of Robin's attention at the moment. Could it be that these families had united against him? If so, the matter had escalated significantly. "Be clear, my lord," whispered one of the shadowy operatives in Robin's ear. "There are merely banners above, along with Sir Gawain." The newcomer bore a blue bird embroidered on his chest, belonging to the intelligence department. In this world, there exist individuals with peculiar abilities. They can penetrate the consciousness of humans or animals and manipulate their thoughts. Such individuals are known as shapeshifters. Though they can only control the minds of very weak-willed creatures and are utterly incapable of influencing humans. All shapeshifters hail from the north, with ancestral ties to House Stark. To varying degrees. Not only do they enjoy lucrative positions within the intelligence department of the Shadows, but Robin has also invested heavily in ensuring their progeny remain in Dragonstone. He harbored a profound interest in the supernatural. Understood, Robin contemplated, realizing it was merely a case of the fox borrowing the tiger's ferocity. He summoned Commander Zero of the Kingsguard. The King's Guard possessed unique code names, unlike the Unsullied who drew random names from a barrel daily. Zero was a 20-year-old Unsullied of Dothraki descent, characterized by the typical almond-shaped eyes of his nomadic heritage, bronzed skin, a clean-shaven face, and clad in blue and white stripes. According to Robin's regulations, those reaching the rank of mid-level officer must dress appropriately, which meant being capable of commanding over 100 men. Take control of that ship. Await my command, he instructed Zero, who promptly withdrew. Welcome to Broken Ship Island, Prince Demon, Robin greeted with a smile, while the King's Guard gradually lowered their weapons. Though their crossbows remained aimed at Demon, the threat unmistakable. I believe Dragonstone would be more suited to host noble guests, Demon retorted disdainfully, cutting straight to the point. You lack the King's permission to privately occupy this island and instigate war. You ought to follow the commands of His Majesty King Viserys and withdraw your forces from the Sisters. This land does not belong to you. Robin approached Demon, his tone stiff. The King? When did King Viserys issue such orders? The Sisters belong to the Vale. Even your liege, Duchess Jenny, must submit. Prince, tread carefully. Are you certain you wish to discuss this matter here? Robin interjected. Did you come here to put on a show, or did your brother Viserys send you? Robin expressed his annoyance with the King. This was not his affair to meddle in, and Demon had overstepped. What do you mean? Demon's expression was filled with amusement. If you have come to curry favor with your brother, Dragonstone will not look kindly upon you. You stand to lose much, Robin warned. Demon was still the presumed heir to the Iron Throne. Sending anyone would offend House Moreno. Robin realized that Demon's appearance on the Sisters foretold his fate with the Iron Throne. Not only was Dragonstone's stance clear, but the influence of House Moreno was substantial in Westeros, with their low-cost salmon products continuously impacting the lives of the common folk, essentially controlling the tables of the people. Moreover, the Duke of Storm's End, Boromund, was Robin's uncle, indicating that politically, the king had seemingly blocked Demon's path. I do not comprehend your words. I am merely following the King's orders to return. That may prove difficult, Robin replied. Look at these ruthless soldiers. Demon gestured to the King's Guard's shields with the Dark Sisters. Upon witnessing this, the officers behind Robin drew their swords, the tension palpable. Are you prepared to strike? I am aware of your crossbows and Dragonstone, capable of rapid fire. Demon was constantly vigilant, seeking an opportunity to seize the King's Guard's shield and escape under the cover of Korlach, perhaps even incinerating Robin in the process. Eliminating the kingdom's threat would not only bolster his reputation but also alleviate his brother Viserys' concerns regarding the annulment of his betrothal to the bronze harlot of Storm's End. After all, they had already offended the Vale. Perhaps his niece would even leap for joy. Grr! Korlach elongated his neck, roaring at the assembly. His eerie cries resonating throughout Broken Ship Island. Acting now would equate to declaring war on your king. The Targaryen dragons would reduce both you and Dragonstone to ashes. I wager that before I am drowned in iron arrows, Dragonfire will first descend upon you. Demon calmly asserted, his eyes revealing unmasked madness. And you shall be the first. 6 heavily armored bodyguards silently formed a wall before Robin, while another 6 dispersed among the King's Guard, poised to deliver lethal strikes to any threat. Robin glanced at Korlach, then at the brash demon, the distinct scent of sulfur from dragons permeating the air, as if they were within reach. In disbelief, he regarded Demon. Was this madness? A prince was risking his life alongside his dragon in confrontation with him. What could he possibly gain? It was absurd. Yet, at a mere 30 meters distance, it was indeed within the realm of possibility. While he could contain the Dragonfire in his consciousness, if Korlach were to tread closer, he would truly be doomed. At this moment, Robin felt a breach in his defenses for the first time, contemplating that he must acquire a dragon in the future. This situation was undeniably passive. Silence enveloped the scene, save for the sound of the sea breeze fluttering the banners. Moreno Robin, Lord of Dragonstone and heir to House Moreno, glared at the flea-ridden demon for a considerable time, ultimately lacking the resolve to act. With that, Robin turned and departed without uttering a word, having expected merely an exchange of noble interests, only to encounter barbaric threats. Demon watched as Robin retreated with his bodyguard and a host of officers back to the Iron Chain Hall. Once they had departed, a somber horn sounded from the lookout, signaling the cargo ship escorting Demon to proceed. Understanding the command, the King's Guard lowered their crossbows. Fortunate, Prince, a knight approached. You may depart safely. And what of those I was escorting? Demon inquired. The same, but I recommend you leave promptly. Lingering here is unwise. What is your name? The prince may call me Jorson, he replied. Demon then exhaled a sigh of relief. His racing heart began to calm, his back already drenched in sweat. He could not fathom Robin's intentions. From his expression, it seemed he was unconcerned with the possibility of being burned by Dragonfire. Do you not fear my dragon? Demon jested, voicing his curiosity as he sought an answer in the prince's gaze. A little, Jorson opened his mouth, then closed it again, searching for the right words. We never question the Lord's decisions. He is our deity. After attempting to inquire further, Demon received no response. His interactions were predominantly with Count Albert, and it was evident that Robin held little regard for conversing with him. Demon had no desire to make himself a fool, knowing very little about Robin. On the cargo ship, a raven landed heavily on Zero's shoulder. He deftly opened the message tube and retrieved the note inside. Let them pass. It bore Robin's personal seal. Zero waved the commander's whip, and the Unsullied began to withdraw, as he, the highest commander of the King's Guard, possessed the authority to mobilize any Unsullied unit within his sight. A power granted by Robin. The deck was stained with blood, leaving behind only 32 kneeling sisters and brothers, most of whom were children or women. Those who had bravely fought against the innocents had become part of the corpses strewn across the ground. After a considerable time had passed, Sir Gawain crawled from the corner of the ship, limping as he ascended to the deck. Chaos reigned after the arrival of the innocents, and he had yet to reveal the token given to him by Robin, unaware of who had rendered him unconscious. When he regained consciousness, only a third of the 97 family heirs he had painstakingly gathered remained. He still did not comprehend the ultimate purpose of this journey. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He patted his person and felt the token still intact, but there was an additional letter addressed to his sister, Alison Hightower. Chapter 47. The reactions of King's Landing. The gentle sound of knocking roused Viserys and Queen Emma from their slumber. Your Majesty, the Prime Minister requests an audience, announced the King's Guard from beyond the door. What is it? Your Majesty, I have summoned the council for an urgent meeting. Otto's voice reached them. Prince Demon has returned from the Three Sisters. Ah, I see. The council chamber was unusually full, with nearly every significant figure present, their expressions grave. Only Rhaenyra moved with a light-hearted step, pouring wine for the counselors, her uncle's adventures often bringing her distant gifts and fresh tales. In the early hours before dawn, Ser Lena Redwine placed 2 signet balls into a tray. King Viserys and Queen Emma took their seats, and the council convened formally. A profound silence enveloped the room, and Viserys sensed the unusual atmosphere. Something significant must have transpired in the realm. Can someone tell me what has occurred? He directed his gaze towards Otto. Prime Minister? Otto sat upright. Yesterday, Demon returned from the Three Sisters, bringing a host of people, including my son. To be honest, the number of individuals he brought back was beyond my expectations, and Prince Demon was instrumental in this. As the morning light streamed through the windows, Demon strode in, placing the last signet ball belonging to the King's Landing garrison into the tray at the center of the table. Brother, he greeted. Demon, Viserys nodded. How did you manage to bring back so many noble offspring? The king was intrigued. Did the game of cat and mouse in Dragonstone go awry? It seems quite a feat to have gathered so many. When we dispatched Ser Garwin, we only hoped the Morenos would, out of respect for the crown, return 2 or 3 heirs from House Sunderland as a gesture. Once the Targaryen banner appeared on the islands, none dared to challenge the Dragon Lords. Despite some setbacks, the mission was not dishonored. Seeing his uncle drain his cup, Rhaenyra rose from her small stool at the wine table and hurriedly poured Demon a full glass. Brother, you finally achieved. This is a good thing. Viserys rarely praised Demon in council, largely due to his history of failures. Prince, is your so-called setback referring to the looting of Dragonstone's Garment Street and the display of various family banners on ships laden with smugglers? Otto interjected, clarity in his tone. For Corlys, the people from the Three Sisters were all smugglers, and the cumulative losses to House Valerion were substantial. Of course, I do not hold it against you for using the Valerion banner. Viserys' smile vanished instantly. It was merely a matter of rights during an operation. I shall personally pen a letter of explanation. In public, Viserys consistently defended his brother, for here he had no allies. Observing the expressions around him, Viserys realized the situation was far more complex. Is there anything else I am unaware of? Perhaps it is best to share it all at once. All eyes turned to Demon, the focal point of the discussion. The prince began to pace the hall, recounting the details of the operation. The tale unfolding like a story of a noble knight from a wet nurse's tale, unafraid of peril, outsmarting demons, and ultimately triumphant. The counselors listened in a state of bewilderment, exchanging glances, clearly finding the narrative too far-fetched. The one most aware of the conflict, Otto, was silenced by Viserys' gaze. While Corlys only knew that their meticulously crafted banners had been seized, lacking the timely intelligence that Otto's extensive network provided. As Demon recounted the moment when Bloodworm Corax had readied his dragon fire, Queen Emma gripped Viserys' hand tightly, and the king felt her tension in the strength of her fingers. His expression darkened, and he remained silent. Rhaenyra listened with rapt attention, her wide eyes filled with excitement and anxiety as she glanced at her uncle, occasionally worrying for Robin, who was portrayed as the weaker side in Demon's Tale, a wicked lord. Despite the conclusion being favorable, the repercussions were dire. After Demon departed, Otto succinctly summarized the implications of this affair on the kingdom. Later in the night, Demon was escorted back to the Red Keep from a brothel by the King's Guard. The throne room's heavy doors creaked open, for King's Guard stood solemnly by, draped in white cloaks. their gleaming scale armor forming a crescent around the base of the Iron Throne, their backs bristling with blades and thorns. Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne, grasping black fire in one hand, his countenance stern in the firelight. Daemon approached with a nonchalant demeanor, his left hand clutching Dark Sister, striding down the long aisle and pausing at the steps. "Brother, you look quite imposing tonight, though not as much as the day before." "I am uncertain of what you speak," Daemon replied, perplexed. "Rumors abound that you frightened Robin while riding a dragon. Is there any truth to this?" Viserys inquired, his tone growing serious. "Rumors and reality often diverge," Daemon conceded with a satisfied smile. "I was a bit distant at the time. Perhaps the boy did not soil his trousers. Why did you ride a dragon to Shipbreaker Bay?" The king pressed, his tone thickening. "Their warships were too numerous. The prime minister's son could not manage to bring back that many people. I have returned them to you. You ought to host a celebration in my honor." Viserys' face flushed with anger. "Do you believe the kingdom is too peaceful? Or do you wish to incite a war out of sheer boredom? The rift created by Rhaenyra has yet to be mended, and now you create further trouble. But they are invading the Three Sisters," Daemon protested. "I do not care. As long as the powers on the islands remain loyal to the crown, those smugglers can perish. This is merely a show for the nobility. And you represent me in this performance." Viserys finally articulated his true feelings. Daemon was taken aback, struggling to defend himself. "It could have been my own initiative." Seeing Daemon's dismay, Viserys' tone softened slightly. The intentions were well-meaning. "You are my brother, the prince of the capital. Your every action reflects upon House Targaryen. Should you unleash Dragonfire, the kingdom would swiftly plunge into war." Viserys spoke earnestly. "I merely aim to eliminate a threat to the realm in my own way." Daemon felt profoundly disheartened. He had intended to alleviate his brother's burdens, yet it had escalated into this. "A threat? Are you aware that the counselors believe you are the greatest threat of all? Impulsive and violent, they fear you may become the next Maegor." A sudden thought struck Daemon. Maegor was a king, implying he was considered a potential heir to the Iron Throne. Viserys then made a decisive proclamation. "You have not visited the Vale or Stonehaven in quite some time. I wish for you to return to Stonehaven, to your lady wife. If I do not appear, my bronze harlot may be quite pleased. Lady Rhea is your lawful spouse. Allow me to ease the tensions." Noting Daemon's indifference, Viserys sighed deeply, rubbing his forehead in exasperation. "For the love of the gods, my brother, do not create more troubles for me. At least until I resolve this matter." Chapter 48. The year 100 of the Conquest Era. The time has arrived at the centenary of the Conquest Era. The war that transpired in the Sister Isles has concluded 2 years prior, with the region now renamed the New World, nominally governed by Yarosandral, a mere infant of less than 3 years. Contrary to the expectations of General Thomas, disarmament has not occurred. Instead, the Dragon Crystal Fleet has expanded its formidable presence, boasting a total of 17 fleets. The 3 islands of the New World have been rechristened. The eldest sister island, located near the Inner Bight Bay, is now known as Navigation Island, a prime location for receiving timber from the north. To the south of Navigation Island lies the world's largest shipyard, where coal-powered steam turbine vessels are gradually usurping the wind-powered ships. The warships are produced using standardized dimensions, allowing for an assembly line process that yields 5 new warships or 30 large cargo vessels daily, each sold at exorbitant prices, nearly threefold their production costs, yet still in high demand. In just 2 years, the Dragon Crystal Fleet has burgeoned dramatically, with over 400 new warships and 600 mast ships stationed at naval bases across Bight Bay, Shipwreck Bay, the Dorne Sea, and Pandos Bay. The Moreno family's maritime supremacy has firmly established itself, effectively controlling the Narrow Sea. Robin, the heir of the Dragon Crystal City and the sole successor of the Moreno family, has acquired the title of King of the Narrow Sea, in addition to his prior titles of Lord of Dragon Crystal City and Lord of Salmon. The erstwhile Sweet Sister Island has been transformed into Awakening Island, a hub for the collection of books from around the world, dedicated to the development of new innovations. Miss Island has been designated as the Moreno family's training ground, where all military-related activities, including weapon production and cavalry training, have been relocated, now called Night Island. Originally, Crab Island, situated a few hours' journey from Dragonstone Island, was intended to host a military base, thereby extending control even over Blackwater Bay, an ancient territory of the Sidega family. Under favorable conditions, 1/3 of the commanders at this naval base were to be appointed from their ranks. At that time, Count Sidega had consented to the establishment of a base for the Dragon Crystal Fleet there, but it faced vehement opposition from the king and the Valerian family, ultimately leading to its abandonment. Most areas of the Narrow Sea remained tranquil under the protection of the Dragon Crystal Fleet, with the exception of the Stepstone Islands, a collection of isles situated within the Narrow Sea, extending from the eastern Dorne to the disputed territory. Among these islands, only Bloodstone Island and Grey Gallows Island bear names. The free trade city-state of Tyros also resides within the Stepstone Islands. Once a haven for pirates, the Stepstone Islands were liberated by the Tri-Cities Alliance formed by Lys, Mir, and Tyros, who expelled the pirates and lawless elements, collectively defending against incursions from Dragon Crystal City. This territory does not belong to Westeros, nor has Viserys ever laid claim to the Stepstone Islands. Astute politicians have surmised that the ultimate objective of the Lord of Dragon Crystal City lies in the disputed territory, utilizing the unclaimed Stepstone Islands as a springboard to establish a foothold in Essos. For the formidable Moreno family, renowned for its naval prowess, the acquisition of land suitable for development is essential. The Dragon Crystal Fleet continues to expend the resources of the Tri-Cities Alliance at sea. For if the war cannot swiftly vanquish the adversary, the contest will hinge on the potential for prolonged conflict. The Tri-Cities Alliance, unable to withstand the onslaught of the Dragon Crystal Fleet's 3 detachments of 90 new warships, quickly depletes 2/3 of their fleet. While the Dragon Crystal Fleet only suffers a reduction of 7 vessels, a result achieved through a well-executed ambush with catapults. Ultimately, the Tri-Cities Alliance finds itself unable to sustain the daily losses of warships and must retreat to the islands, relying on massive catapults to fend off attacks from the new warships. This precarious standoff allows for the opening of maritime passages around the Stepstone Islands, enabling the Dragon Crystal Fleet to navigate freely in these waters. Within 2 months, a rudimentary naval base is established on Bloodstone Island. While many city-state rulers believe the purpose is merely to safeguard maritime routes, Dragon Crystal City begins to amass troops on Bloodstone Island in significant numbers, an implication not lost on observers. If not for the desire to claim the disputed territory, it is difficult to fathom what other ambitions the youthful king of the Narrow Sea might harbor. Robin has a history of territorial expansion, having acquired the 3 fingers of the Finger Peninsula, annexed the Sister Isles, and rented islands from smaller families to serve as naval bases. Over the past 2 years, these military maneuvers coalesce into a clear conclusion. The Moreno family covets the disputed territory. In response, certain leaders in Essos have begun to support the Tri-Cities Alliance. Volantis is the first to respond, offering either supplies, gold, or military support, recognizing the aggressive neighbor now looming over the disputed territory. Subsequently, Braavos is persuaded by the Tri-Cities Alliance, particularly by the terrifying military prowess brought by the steam turbine warships, prompting the Sea King to agree to provide low-interest loans to the 3 city-states of the Stepstone Islands for the purpose of constructing similar vessels. On the surface, the Dragon Crystal Fleet appears to be at war with the Tri-Cities Alliance, but in reality, it is simultaneously engaged with 5 free trade city-states. Braavos dares not openly oppose Dragon Crystal City, as the giants are too distant from the Stepstone Islands, while the New World, the Sister Isles, is merely a sea away. Serving as the headquarters of the Dragon Crystal Fleet, Braavos boasts a renowned fleet commanded by the Sea King, yet upon witnessing the volley of rockets from the new warships, their previous confidence wanes. These rockets, as thick as an adult's arm and filled with flammable substances, unleash a fiery barrage upon impact, ensuring that no wooden vessel can escape the fate of being consumed by flames. The principle of this weapon is not complex, however. The Dragon Crystal Fleet's rockets are faster and possess greater range. This, however, is not the crux of the matter. The significant concern lies in the fact that even if they successfully replicate the rockets, the new warships of the Dragon Crystal Fleet are enveloped in uniformly thick iron plating. Without vast ironworks, even the most skilled blacksmiths would struggle to forge a single iron ship in less than half a year. This vast disparity leaves the Sea King and the ruling class of Braavos in a state of anxiety, as they monitor the latest progress in the shipyard's replication of the new warships. Volantis stands as the southernmost of the free city-states, being the first colony of the Valyrian freehold, and is in close proximity to the Slave Bay, thus making slave trade prevalent. Other goods include glass products and wine, and Volantis is unwavering in its support for the Tri-Cities Alliance due to trade interests. The low-cost glass products and new commodities could inflict immeasurable losses on the ruling class, a consensus reached by both the Tiger and Elephant factions in Volantis. It is imperative to curb the Dragon Crystal Fleet's incursion into the Summer Sea. Thus, through secret agreements, Astapor in the Slave Bay ceases to sell unsullied to Dragon Crystal City, regardless of the offered price, while slaves with other skills remain unrestricted. According to intelligence gathered by the Shadows, many unsullied are active in the Stepstone Islands, lurking amid the uninhabited isles, awaiting their moment to strike. Chapter 49. A century of conquest. As time progressed, the naval forces of the Tri-Cities Alliance increasingly amassed at the Stairs Isles, with an estimated 1,200 vessels of varying sizes forming multiple defensive lines, effectively controlling the narrow waterways between the islands. Although this did not obstruct the primary route to the Summer Sea, these sailing warships frequently launched nocturnal assaults on merchant vessels. Maritime trade constituted a significant pillar of the economy for Longjing City, necessitating the Longjing fleet to periodically undertake escort missions. Here, one could observe an array of warship styles, including some inferior steam-powered vessels, which appeared excessively bulky due to the creator's inability to breach the manufacturing methods for pressure-resistant and high-temperature metals. Currently, mercenaries, pirates, the Pure Ones, the Tri-Cities naval forces, enslaved soldiers, and hired knights could all be found on the Stairs Isles. In response, Commander Thomas dispatched a contingent from the naval bases of Tass Island in Broken Ship Bay and Isman Island in the Dorne Sea to join the campaign against the Tri-Cities Alliance. At this moment, 150 steam warships and 32,000 professional soldiers congregated at Bloodstone Island, while the Tri-Cities Alliance entangled no fewer than 120,000 troops and 200 various warships on the Stairs Isles. It could be asserted that if this military force were to be obliterated, the Tri-Cities would be incapable of organizing effective resistance, leaving the disputed lands devoid of any means to confront Longjing City. The lords of Slave Bay observed the conflict with keen interest as the slave trade flourished. The Pure Ones and enslaved soldiers ordered by the Tri-Cities Alliance would not be available for 3 years. The prolonged conflict aligned with their interests. Regarding the Longjing fleet, traversing the Sea of Smoke to Valyria Island raised questions about their remaining combat effectiveness upon reaching Slave Bay. The lords of Astapor faced the Tri-Cities' request for support with pragmatism. Buying slaves was acceptable, provided the payment was substantial. As for why they would not confront Longjing City on land, it was due to the near-total acquisition of Pure Ones by Robin in recent years, alongside a trained force of 150,000 soldiers divided into 7 legions, all waiting for the enemy fleet from the Stairs Isles to perish. Anticipating the opening of the disputed lands gates to achieve military accolades and establish themselves as figures of admiration. Should they be defeated at sea, their hopes for land combat would be utterly futile unless they commanded dragons. Speaking of dragons, Varys had received a plethora of correspondence from the city-states of Essos, nearly filling half a room, most of which remained unopened. Only Otto, with nothing better to do, occasionally perused a few letters from distant lands, finding them quite intriguing. The Longjing fleet set its sights on the continent of Essos, as transporting the required war materials from the New World to various naval bases was impractical. Thus, they opted to procure supplies from local lords. The produce from the fields flowed steadily to the nearest naval bases, where warehouses constructed from Longjing stones functioned as transit points. It could be said that even a mere carrot would find a buyer, with Longjing City pouring substantial amounts of copper stars, silver deer, and golden dragons into the economy of Westeros. Frequent trade brought forth considerable tax revenue. King Varys, however, harbored concerns. Following Daemon's advice, the Royal Knights were established within the King's Guard, emulating the professional cavalry of Longjing City by recruiting retired officers from Longjing City as trainers. Thus, aside from disparities in equipment and numbers, the Royal Knights bore a striking resemblance to the Longjing Knights. During the council meeting, Daemon repeatedly proposed the formation of 3 Royal Knight divisions to counter the 3 Knight orders of Longjing City. Yet Otto consistently dismissed these suggestions on financial grounds, asserting that Daemon's trained Royal Knights already exceeded their intended size. Initially intended to consist of 10,000 troops, the registered number had swelled to 15,000. While the kingdom had indeed collected significant taxes in recent years, it could not sustain such extravagance. Merely maintaining the Royal Knights would deplete a third of the national treasury. The king had numerous responsibilities, including road construction, banquets, renovations of the Red Keep, widening the Blackwater River, and procuring new warships, many of which consumed resources without end. Daemon suggested increasing taxes on Longjing City, but Otto turned away, seemingly uninterested. The Minister of Maritime Affairs, Corlys, quipped that perhaps Daemon should lead the Royal Knights in a raid on King's Landing, as it would have a lesser impact. Laughter erupted in the chamber. The Royal Knights were the sword defending the kingdom. Prince, you are training cavalry, not hunting dogs. Otto chastised Daemon for his absurdity. They were enforcing the law for the kingdom. According to regulations, the Kingswood was the private hunting ground of the King of Westeros, and poachers must face severe punishment. Daemon declared with righteous indignation. Lord Strong, is that not so? Leonor Strong, the Minister of Justice, wished to remain uninvolved in the verbal sparring between Daemon and Otto. Your Highness, I believe. The Minister of Justice began, only to be interrupted by Otto. For merely poaching a few rabbits. You have hung a man on a tree to be exposed for 3 days. The king has not enacted such a law. Displaying brutality cannot be deemed lawful enforcement. The king interjected to classify this minor issue. My brother has done well in training the Knight Order, he added. But I hope you will deliver captured poachers to the prison for the Minister of Justice to adjudicate. Faced with his brother Varys' unwavering gaze, Daemon capitulated. Very well. I shall take note. As for forming another Knight Order, that can wait until the finances improve. With a sense of dissatisfaction, Daemon donned his helmet and strode out, accustomed to the proceedings. Subsequently, the chamber doors opened and closed once more. Varys gently caressed the table, patiently explaining to the assembly, as you know, Demon has harbored animosity toward Longjing City since his return from Dragonstone. Perhaps, a measured expansion of the Royal Knights could be beneficial. Let him indulge in his cavalry games in the Kingswood. Let him expend his energy there. Even if he dismantles the Kingswood, it would be preferable. As long as he ceases to stir up trouble for me. Varys's jest lightened the atmosphere of the council meeting. Most of the attending lords silently agreed, nodding in recognition. Finally, the king turned to Otto, who never opposed the king's will, and he too nodded in assent. However, Your Majesty, I must remind you, Otto interjected, sustaining 15,000 individuals is already the fiscal limit of the kingdom. Any further expansions would halt the connection project at Tumbleton, awaiting next year's taxes. Otto spoke in light of the increasingly frequent maritime trade, which necessitated that large cargo ships navigate the rivers to deliver goods throughout Westeros. Otto proposed a state-led initiative to connect the Mander and Blackwater rivers. As the emergence of new steam turbine cargo ships eliminated concerns regarding wind direction and water currents while facilitating rapid transit. This connection would allow more cities to link with King's Landing. These two rivers span much of the Riverlands in the majority of the Crownlands, extending south to Dorne and Highgarden, west to Silverhill, and north to Harrenhal. Once completed, it would forge a closer connection between a third of Westeros's territory and King's Landing, a feat worthy of being immortalized in song by scholars. Chapter 50, Marriage in the Heart of Summer. Moreno Castle is refreshingly cool, thanks to the vast reserves of ice stored beneath its foundations. Servants periodically retrieve these frigid blocks to place in the castle's grand hall. Robin, possessing a conscious space, is never lacking in ice. Apart from the areas exposed to sunlight, the remainder of his realm is nearly at absolute zero. For the past fortnight, Count Moreno has succumbed to a prolonged state of unconsciousness. Rendered immobile from the neck down, his appetite has dwindled, and he is acutely aware that his time is running short. On the third floor of Moreno Castle, Albert sits in a stone chamber by the window, observing the outside world. He has witnessed the transformation of Dragon Crystal Harbor from a desolate wasteland into a magnificent city. He personally established the 1st Cavalry Regiment and erected the initial structure of the God-given city. The flames of civilization were kindled on the Fingers Peninsula, propelling the Moreno family from the periphery of politics to its very center. He has seen the 7 watchtowers of Dragon Crystal Harbor illuminate amid storms, watched the sun rise over a fleet stretching for miles, and seen the family's glorious banner fluttering in the northern winds. Now, he observes the sun's last rays casting their glow upon the orderly black edifices of Dragon City. While the sun of the family has just begun to rise, he feels himself on the verge of twilight. Count Moreno was fond of merriment, hosting countless banquets, balls, and tournaments during his prime. Singers and actors vied to extol the union between Moreno and Targaryen, ultimately celebrating the birth of a perfect heir, every noble's dream for their progeny. During such times, Albert would generously bestow golden dragons, and to all, it appeared to be a most harmonious match, including Albert himself. Despite some unpleasantness at the banquet of yesteryears, it was swiftly forgotten by the public. In recent years, the entire kingdom has lauded the union of the two houses. Indeed, from an outsider's perspective, the offspring of the true dragon bloodline and the current most wise and powerful lord seem a match made in heaven. Yet, only a select few are aware that the louder the praises ring, the more Princess Rhaenyra detests them. As the sole male heir of Albert, some ill-intentioned observers even speculate that the Targaryens have long coveted the wealth and fleet of the Moreno family. An almost invincible navy paired with the sky-dominating dragons could yield unprecedented power under the ambition of King Viserys, potentially leading to the conquest of Essos. Undoubtedly, the kingdom would thrive under Viserys' rule. Why else would the king remain silent about the war in the Stepstone Islands, rarely mentioning it in council? After all, they were nearly family, and thus would not be overly critical. Lady Moreno approached her husband from behind, embracing him. The king has replied. The wedding will proceed as scheduled in 7 days. The south is somewhat unsettled. As planned, Robin will dispatch 3 detachments to escort the bride. A smile crossed Albert's face. This is good. It is his final regret that he will not witness the birth of his grandson. After the wedding feast, I shall bestow the title upon him, personally handing over this land into his care. Lady Moreno returned from the view outside, gazing at her steadfast husband. Is it necessary? He does not care. For the Moreno family, the geographical position of the Fingers Peninsula is far from ideal. It is only because Robin still resides in Moreno Castle that it serves as the family's political hub. Oftentimes, it is less convenient than the Watchtower's location, which is closer to the harbor. Alternatively, the sister-s keep of the 3 sister islands would serve better as the family's administrative center. Robin typically manages military affairs from the Watchtower, rather than Moreno Castle, which is more suited for the family stronghold. But I care, regardless of what the future holds. The foundation that our family has guarded for generations lies in the Fingers Peninsula, in the valley, We are the bloodline of the Valley Kings. After a pause, Lady Moreno finally spoke. You know, this place is too small. He is destined to leave. Even Albert struggles to discern Robin's intentions. If it is for the prosperity of the family, what is the purpose of the war in the Stepstone Islands? A veil of mystery shrouds Robin, his eyes often flashing with worry, as if he foresees impending calamity while planning his departure from this continent. I do not know how high he will soar in the future. I only hope he remembers that this is his home. I fear my time is limited. After I pass, let my remains be interred beneath the watchtower, and may the family's oath end with me. The tradition of the Moreno family is to bury the deceased underground. Not far from the watchtower lies a small ridge, the family's burial ground. Lady Moreno suddenly shed tears, nodding slightly. Do not cry. I am not dead yet. Besides, I have no significant regrets in my life. I have lived more extravagantly than the king, enjoying everything life has to offer. Albert comforted his wife. King's Landing, the Red Keep. According to the itinerary, the Dragon Crystal fleet will arrive at dawn with gifts to escort Rhaenyra. Generally, a princess's wedding should take place at the Red Keep. But considering Count Albert's health and certain political motives, the ceremony was shifted to Moreno Castle. King Jaehaerys once decreed a law regarding the construction of castles. Any lord wishing to build, expand, or repair a castle must pay a hefty sum for permission. The larger and sturdier the castle, the more easily the lord might harbor treasonous thoughts. Taxes would deter their ambitions. If a lord insisted on construction regardless, they must finance it from their own pockets to replenish the royal treasury. Consequently, the kingdom received the largest tax revenue in history from the Fingers Peninsula, tripling the treasury's funds, enabling the commencement of the connection project between the Blackwater and Mander rivers, thus alleviating the kingdom's vigilance. This indicates that the lords far to the north in King's Landing are willing to adhere to the laws of the kingdom, setting an example for all lords under the king's rule. Even a family as powerful as the Morenos must dutifully pay taxes to the king. Do you have any other thoughts? However, persuading the king to relocate the wedding to Moreno Castle required considerable effort. For this, Robin compromised on numerous interests, such as upgrading the Royal Navy's warships and providing food to King's Landing at a lower price, assuring that future offspring would return to the Targaryens through marriage. The king promised to place a dragon egg in the cradle of Princess Rhaenyra's child according to family tradition, prompting Albert to continually make concessions, to which Robin had no objections. Much like how Princess Daenerys Targaryen married outside the family, ultimately her daughter, Aemma Arryn, returned to the Targaryens, thereby reclaiming the outward bloodline of the Targaryens. The Princess Syrax is a prolific mother dragon, thus, any price paid is worth it to gain the bloodline of the Dragon Lords and Dragons. As for the gluttons of the Fingers Peninsula, they have incinerated hundreds of Valyrian descendants, all of whom possess the blood of Dragon Lords. Robin ultimately confirmed that those with diluted dragon blood could never tame dragons. Such notions are mere folly. He had considered sending someone to attempt to tame those lost dragons, yet such an act would be tantamount to treason. He had no intention of embarking on a campaign to conquer Westeros. In terms of land and environment, the warm and vast expanses of Essos were far more enticing. As the nation rejoices, the populace of King's Landing has already erupted with excitement. Captains returning from Dragon Crystal Harbor bring the latest news, claiming to have witnessed no fewer than 1,000 merchant vessels awaiting to be loaded with gifts, silks, porcelain, spices, and armor. Some allege that just the boxes filled with golden dragons would fill 10 ships, and as the rumors spread, they grow increasingly extravagant, with people in taverns, brothels, and on the streets claiming to have seen it all with their own eyes. Although the kingdom was covertly embroiled in conflict, those who witnessed the grand naval review of the Dragon Crystal Fleet instinctively believed that the victory of Dragon Crystal City in the war over the Stone Steppes Islands was merely a matter of time. As long as Dragon Crystal City remained willing to submit to the Iron Throne, turmoil in Westeros was deemed impossible. The realm was currently experiencing the zenith of Targaryen rule. Prime Minister Otto suggested that the king engage in revelry with the populace, leading the king to enact a temporary decree. All ports would see a 1-year reduction in taxes on fishery products, a crucial pillar of the kingdom's revenue, which the king was reluctant to sustain in the long term. In a show of goodwill towards the Targaryens, Dragon Crystal City offered a promotion of buy 10, get 1 free, as the surplus of salmon products was overwhelming. The city had excavated caverns for storage, and many dragon workshops had been converted into warehouses due to the prolonged stagnation of sales. The populace's capacity for consumption had been exhausted. Should Dragon Crystal City's fish products be distributed among every individual in Westeros, it would suffice to feed them for a decade. Under this policy, grain prices plummeted nationwide, and the common folk hailed King Viserys I as a wise ruler, proclaiming him the greatest monarch in Targaryen history, while scholars showered him with accolades. Even before the wedding commenced, an atmosphere of anticipation brewed among the masses at this moment. Even the blind beggar in the alleyways of Flea Bottom was aware of the grand nuptials, as the frequency and quantity of alms distributed by the church had notably increased. It was said that the Archbishop of the Starry September, along with most regional bishops, would arrive at the colorful September in Dragon Crystal City. As the influence of the faith of the Seven gradually radiated throughout the nation and even across the Narrow Sea, facilitated by Dragon Crystal City as a global trade hub, Robin did not impede religious activities, provided they did not incite the populace. He saw no significant issue with the faith's teachings that encouraged ascendance and disciplined knighthood. Those who came from Essos to propagate cruel beliefs were forcibly expelled or judged to face the perils of the wall, a frigid place that had since acquired a touch of foreign color. At this juncture, the Red Keep was in disarray, all stemming from the mysterious disappearance of Rhaenyra. Accompanied by her dragon, Syrax, who was also absent from the dragon's lair. During the Owl's Hour, the maidens and servants of the Red Keep were still preoccupied with arranging the princess's dowry and preparations for her voyage. The King's Guard, unable to await Rhaenyra's return, reported this shocking news to the king. Viserys sat upon the Iron Throne, hands resting upon the sword's hilt. He only assumed this position during events of national significance, as the blades that adorned the throne occasionally inflicted wounds upon his hands, necessitating prolonged healing. From her confidant, Miss Alicent, he learned that Daemon had sought Rhaenyra prior to this incident. When the King's Guard reported their inability to locate Prince Daemon as well, the king reluctantly accepted the grim reality. The princess had a history of vanishing without a trace, and Daemon's involvement raised questions of whether it was an act of humiliation towards Robin. How could so many fail to keep watch over the princess? Viserys furiously reproached the King's Guard for their negligence, yet soon regained his composure. Forgive me. My emotions have betrayed me. I am indeed a remarkable Targaryen king, utterly powerless regarding my own daughter, he mused, his head slightly bowed. A self-deprecating expression etched upon his face. Sir Laenor, the captain of the King's Guard, remained unfazed. His white beard and graying hair bore testament to his long years in the court, having witnessed the intricacies of court politics. He understood the potential turmoil this situation could incite within the kingdom. He silently lamented, "Oh, princess, even if you wish to escape Daemon's marriage, you must at least fulfill the political engagement first. Who could possibly restrain a Targaryen with a dragon?" The thought of terminating the betrothal rite before the wedding filled Viserys with suffocating dread, as the repercussions of humiliating a king of the Narrow Sea were all too palpable. The ailing Lord Morhanos had long anticipated this day, his correspondence to the court always infused with hopeful expectation. Chapter 51. Marriage to Your Majesty. The King's Guard has already dispatched the Red Keep guards to search. Should we enlist the city garrison as well? Sir Laenor suggested. Viserys promptly declined. If the news of the princess's disappearance spread throughout King's Landing, it would likely exacerbate the situation. He had already instructed those privy to the matter to maintain silence. It was not suitable for more people to be aware. 5 years ago, she lacked understanding, and 5 years later, she remained just as naive. The king lamented his unprecedented loss of composure, exclaiming, "By the seven hells, does the stability of the realm hold no value in her eyes?" The urgent task was to locate Rhaenyra. Queen Aemma, her belly round with child, entered the throne room. Viserys quickly approached to shield her and urged her to return, assuring her that his presence sufficed. Aemma refused, insisting on staying with her husband until dawn. That night, Viserys sat in silence upon the Iron Throne, his gaze shifting gradually from uncertainty to resolve. The King's Guard turned King's Landing upside down in their search for any trace of the princess, and only at dawn did they receive a lead. Ser Harwin hurried before the king. "Your Majesty, we have a lead on the princess." A returning sailor had reported seeing 2 dragons take flight, seemingly heading towards Dragonstone. "Daemon, damn him!" Viserys shouted vehemently, rising and striding towards the door. His brother had once again wounded him. "Where are you going?" Emma's concerned voice followed him. "Have Corlys send a letter. Only Rhaenys has a dragon that can find her." "Seven, save us." "Do not fret. Perhaps Rhaenyra has gone ahead," Aemma suggested, but the king ignored her words, acutely aware of his rebellious daughter's nature. He stormed out of the throne room. Though he had not slept the entire night, his fury ignited a new strength within him. If Daemon dared to appear before him, he vowed to sever his head with black fire. As the sun rose above the horizon, the king convened a council. Prior to the assembly, only Otto Hightower had a vague understanding of the events from the previous night. The Hand was well aware of any stirrings within the Red Keep. Even though it affected the stability of the kingdom, it was ultimately a Targaryen family matter, since the king had not called for an emergency council. Otto chose to act in accordance with the king's wishes, a strategy befitting his position. It was no wonder Daemon referred to him as a sycophant. The lords returned to their residences in King's Landing after the meeting, while the Hightower family sent invitations to the nobles. Most of the nobility in Westeros had trade ties with Dragonstone. The king's only daughter was to be wed far away, marking the most significant event in the kingdom in years. The majority of nobles would bring their wives and children to the bustling Dragonstone, a place teeming with novelties and a true center of world trade. Traveling by sea during this era was perilous, particularly with the ongoing conflict in the Stepstones. Yet no one seemed to worry about safety. The invitation promised the protection of 3 fleets comprising 90 new warships, with the Royal Navy accompanying them. As the initial skirmishes against the Triarchy were merely 3 ships, the Alliance would find it hard to counteract such might. It was unimaginable that anyone would dare to challenge them. The Dragonstone harbor was offering free transportation for all nobles and knights to the city, underscoring the Moreno family's commitment to this union. It could be said that the entirety of Westeros, save for Dorne, was enveloped in a celebratory atmosphere. The master of ships, Corlys Velaryon, strode into the hall, speaking as he walked. The Dragonstone fleet has docked, and they are celebrating throughout King's Landing. The news of the princess's wedding is upon us. The good news is that the welcoming party includes Elena Moreno and her husband, Joran Malco, Robin's cousin. I have made arrangements. We now have ample time to discuss matters. He turned towards the assembled lords, finally resting his gaze on the king. As one of the foremost advisors who understood the entire situation, it was fitting for him, as a close ally of the Moreno family, to welcome them. Robin was unable to endure the back-and-forth sailing, as Albert's health was declining. Lady Moreno would need to attend to her husband and could not travel to King's Landing alone. Hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief, as long as the bride was found before the wedding commenced. At that moment, Rhaenys entered the hall, her dragon gear emanating the distinct scent of dragons, appearing travel-worn. She glanced at her husband and swiftly approached the king. "Your Majesty." Rhaenyra and Daemon were indeed at Dragonstone yesterday, but only to replenish their dragons before departing swiftly. "Where did they go?" The king inquired urgently. "The other side of the narrow sea. I believe they are headed for Braavos." Rhaenys did not sit in the chair brought by the guards, merely standing beside her indecisive cousin. "We must hold Daemon accountable for treason," Corlys exclaimed, highly vexed. The previous betrothal had been forcibly interrupted by Viserys. What was happening now? Furthermore, the principal trade route to the Summer Sea was under the control of the Dragonstone fleet. If Dragonstone's relations with King's Landing soured, how would House Velaryon fare? Everyone detected the reproach in his tone directed at the king for failing to discipline his children, resulting in such a debacle. "Lord Corlys, let us set aside the matter of treason for now. That is a concern for later," Otto interjected on behalf of the king. Corlys was about to retort, but was stopped by his wife's subtle gesture. "Then, esteemed lords, what shall we do next? Shall we brace ourselves for the storm from the sea?" Corlys proposed, the analogy fitting the situation aptly. "I know Robin. He would not go this far," Otto asserted. The Lord of Dragonstone acted with a sense of righteousness, making decisions with cold rationality, and would not act irrationally out of anger. His daughter Alicent frequently corresponded with Robin, from which he gleaned some of the Lord's thoughts on governance. "If Rhaenyra does not arrive before the wedding," the king began, sounding weary and resigned. Laenor Velaryon could. The implication was shocking yet reasonable. Although his words went uncompleted, all present understood the king's intent. Laenor could fulfill the political objectives that had previously eluded them. At that moment, Laenor commanded Vhagar, the largest and oldest dragon of the Targaryens. And though Viserys was most unwilling, he resolved to do so for the sake of the kingdom. Corlys was momentarily speechless, astonished by the king's generosity. He exchanged incredulous glances with his wife, Rhaenys. "Indeed, in the absence of Rhaenyra, for the good of the realm, I believe, there is no better solution." Viserys spoke slowly, his voice laced with mixed emotions, revealing the difficulty of his resolution. "Then perhaps the storm will subside," Corlys said, settling down, his tone calm. "However, it is conditional." The king's voice turned stern. "I will manage the gossip in King's Landing," Otto assured, as the other lords began to depart. Even with such a compromise, it remained a royal scandal, leaving only the Targaryens and Velaryons to negotiate. Soon after, Rhaenys rode Melias northward, carrying the results of the discussions between the two families across the realm. Chapter 52. The marriage proposal. The uncoronated queen, Rhaenys, rode alone atop her dragon, Melias, over the skies of Harrenhal. The great dragon flapped its wings and alighted steadily upon the Dragon Tower, one of the 3 towers of the castle, which housed the newly constructed domed dragon lair for Syrax, destined to become the Lady of Harrenhal. The lair was open on all sides, with the most spacious entrance facing south. The interior of the Dragon Tower was a vast cave-like structure, constructed from molten rock quarried by Albert's workers from volcanic regions. To ease construction, the only access to the interior was through a spiraling stone staircase and a wooden lift carved into the tower's face. Melias snorted excitedly, curiously exploring this comfortable environment. Soon, some attendants brought forth salted and frozen lamb, beef, and fish, setting them aside. Melias deftly snatched the pieces of meat, tossing them into the air and precisely breathing dragon fire to cook them. Before the cooked morsels could hit the ground, she devoured them, filling her belly after several repetitions. Once satiated and unwilling to move, Malaise, at Rhaenys' command, lazily soared to the top of the dragon tower. The Targaryen princess was deeply troubled. Even the dragon lair in King's Landing did not possess such luxury. It was evident that Albert held a significant regard for the union of their families. Rhaenys recognized that Laena's identity and lineage were indeed worthy of her brother, Robb. However, she perceived Albert as a traditional nobleman, one who placed oaths, family, and legacy above all else. How would he regard the forthcoming changes? The soldiers on the ground turned the winch, and the wooden staircase slowly descended. Rhaenys observed the main tower of Harrenhal, adorned with countless square windows. The steward, Ely, explained that this fortress was designed for defense against external invasions. Equipped with fixed crossbows and catapults capable of striking targets 2 leagues away, any intruder who dared approach would be met with aerial bombardments. Ely was the son of the former steward, Simmons, who had passed away from illness before the castle's completion. Your Highness, the wedding ceremony has yet to commence. Yet the entire city has already descended into madness. Did you know? The Dragon Crystal Fleet has brought shiploads of food and gifts from around the world, distributed to the populace in the name of Princess Rhaenyra. Every day, thousands of carriages traverse the Dragon Crystal Avenue back and forth. In the streets and alleys under the jurisdiction of Dragon Crystal, stretching over 40 leagues, as the grand wedding approaches, anyone with silver hair and purple eyes, or bearing the 3-headed dragon emblem on their chest, need not pay for their drinks, for the esteemed Princess Rhaenyra, celebrated as the light of the realm, is soon to take residence in Harrenhal. Everyone in Dragon Crystal eagerly anticipates the splendor of the ceremony. I have seen it, Rhaenys simply replied. When the wooden staircase reached the ground, carriages awaited her. Harrenhal was remarkably vast, with sturdy black bricks paving the main path. The internal structures were separated by 3 massive gates. The outermost layer served as a reception area for thousands of nobles, where no merchants were permitted to operate. All necessities were supplied promptly by House Hightower. The first gate was also known as the Noble Gate, where the sons of nobles would train with the city guard, the majority being lesser nobles from the Vale. As Rhaenys lifted the carriage curtain, she passed by stables, a sword training hall, a library, a small chapel, a dining hall, and public restrooms. In comparison, the citadel paled in insignificance. Some soldiers among the city guards recognized the steward and greeted him warmly. The deeper they ventured in, the thicker the walls and gates became. The second gate, known as the War Gate, was unusually busy due to the current circumstances, with foot traffic exceeding normal levels by tenfold. To facilitate passage, those of high status were exempt from inquiries and inspections. Rhaenys noticed the abundance of black dragon crystal architecture surrounding them as they navigated the labyrinthine streets. These locales were designated for storing armaments and provisions. Steward Ely, riding alongside the carriage on a young mare, continued to describe the burgeoning castle. I, too, am a witness to the rise of Dragon Crystal. The space here is immense. The entire castle can accommodate 50,000 soldiers. Look, a group clad in black masks, wielding round shields, their bare skin branded with fish patterns, patrols by. Their eyes lack vitality. Those are Lord Robb's personal guards, tasked with overseeing supplies and guarding the war gate. The armament area also serves as a military camp. Alas, if only Astapor had not torn up the agreement, the personal guard could have numbered more than 3,000. The Hightower residence, known as the Mist Tower, lay concealed in the heart of Harrenhal. It was a colossal independent spire with a unique defensive structure, encircled by a deep, impenetrable moat. When temperatures began to rise, this city within a city would vanish into the mist, hence its name among the locals. For iron chain bridges led to the Mist Tower, all mechanically controlled by winches. The bridges were crafted entirely from teak, the main bridge being the widest, capable of accommodating 5 carriages side by side when lowered. Each operation of the drawbridge required the simultaneous effort of 30 winches. As the wheels rolled over the main bridge, Rhaenys felt no tremor. The sound of hoofs ceased, and the carriage door slowly opened, revealing the grand staircase of the most magnificent spire within the Mist Tower. Rhaenys lifted her gown and stepped forth gracefully. Welcome, Your Highness. The Grand Princess, Sir Garrett smiled as he stepped forward to greet her. Since the establishment of the New World, most functions of Dragon Crystal's port had been supplanted, with the workshops gradually relocating to the New World, where the geography and mineral resources were far superior to the barren Fingers Peninsula. Following a geographical reassessment, it was found that not only were there a few gold mines, but Robb also discovered a natural giant cavern, more suited for storing frozen salmon. Each time Robb filled it, it could supply nearly 500 salmon workshops for a year. The production workshops of Dragon Crystal predominantly moved to the New World. Dragon Crystal transformed into a livable city, with many of the original workshops being rented out, causing the volume of trade ships to plummet to 1/10 of what it once was. Most visitors were nobles or merchants discussing business. The interior of Dragon Crystal's harbor remained vibrant, with shops displaying only small sample quantities, while bulk goods needed to be delivered at the New World port. The factory owners, who determined product prices and production plans, mostly resided in Dragon Crystal. This unique trading structure reshaped the era's perception of commerce, with concepts such as reservations, discounts, and customization emerging as captains and sailors set sail across the seas. Merchants from around the world flocked here seeking opportunities, inevitably leading to trade disputes. The Dragon Crystal Harbor had two significant positions: the customs chief, responsible for overseeing tax collection and tariffs, held by Damon Mandler, and the commander of the Dragon Crystal Harbor Guard, Garrett Klein. The Harbor Guard commander required a flexible and adaptable manager, capable of swiftly adjusting to policy changes. However, Sir Garrett, a traditional nobleman from the Riverlands nearing 40, struggled with issues such as trade disputes, contract fraud, and tax evasion. During an audit, Rob discovered that some individuals had caused losses to Dragon Crystal through conceptual misrepresentation. Feeling that his uncle, who had watched him grow, was unsuitable for managing the harbor's security, Rob engaged in discussions and decided to relieve Sir Garrett of his position, appointing Jorson instead. Thus far, he performed admirably. While Sir Garrett returned to his role as head of the guard, a decision fully supported by Albert, the Earl consoled his friend, "Do not take it to heart. We are better suited to wield a sword. At least you performed better than Sir Lion, who left a terrible reputation in the king's hand." Sir Lion had been appointed prime minister by King Jaehaerys, but was dismissed within a year due to his poor performance, and now serves as the captain of the King's Guard for King Viserys in the Red Keep. At such moments, Sir Garrett invariably replies, "Sir Ryan has triumphed in the Old Town tournament held in the name of the king. Even in the direst of circumstances, he remains the greatest knight in my heart. The worth of our Sevens tournament far surpasses that of the one hosted by the king, and it does not diminish our stature." He refers to the grand competition held every 7 days at the heart of Dragon Crystal Island, where the champion is awarded an astonishingly valuable golden dragon. At that time, while Dragon Crystal Port was still quite majestic, its reputation was not particularly notable. Sir Garrett achieved a month-long winning streak, earning the illustrious title of 6-time champion in the jousting events, a record that has yet to be surpassed in the annals of Dragon Crystal City. At both ends of the stone staircase, imposing statues stand guard, while sentinels hold their spears before them, imparting an unspoken sense of solemnity and authority. Rhaenys ascends alongside Sir Garrett, their entourage of guards trailing behind. Upon reaching the vast, empty hall, she notices a peculiar stone chair on a raised platform in the distance, with the walls adorned with an array of weapons. The external rumors prove true. The seat, symbolizing the lordship of Dragon Crystal City, is indeed fashioned in the likeness of a salmon. Rhaenys ponders whether, upon Robin inheriting his father Albert's title, their family crest will be altered to feature a salmon. The third floor houses Albert's chambers, featuring an exceptionally spacious parlor adorned with exquisite items and numerous portraits of the Moreno family. In these depictions, Count Moreno is always seen galloping with vigor. Opposite the master bedroom on this floor lies a broad corridor that resembles a smaller open courtyard, with transparent glass allowing sunlight to pour in, creating a warm ambience. Count Moreno's health has deteriorated. He rests in this small garden, basking in sunlight while dreaming of galloping steeds. In just a day, his condition worsened beyond anyone's expectations. The Count reclines in a wooden chair, attended by scholars and servants who come and go, bringing warm water or collecting soiled garments, while Lady Moreno, weary and frail, sits close to her husband. Robin approaches. The meeting convenes in the spacious parlor on the third floor, where a sturdy table crafted from golden heartwood, with its golden yellow grain, can comfortably seat 30 without feeling cramped. Initially, Robin's marriage to Rhaenyra was a cause for joy, but Rhaenyra's sudden departure compelled Viserys to regret the betrothal. Now, in an effort to mend relations and stabilize the kingdom, Viserys and his informed ministers present a united front, leading to the news of Rhaenyra's grave illness being relayed to the Countess and Robin by the uncrowned Queen Rhaenys. "Madam, I extend my sincerest apologies and seek your forgiveness." "Ah," Lady Moreno replies, "this is indeed unfortunate. But why have you come? If Rhaenyra can no longer wed Robin, what should follow?" The invitations for the banquet were meticulously dictated by her husband, who had her transcribe each word for countless nobles over the years. With a furrowed brow, Lady Moreno's thoughts are etched upon her face, prompting Rhaenys to reveal her true purpose. "The king's missive will arrive shortly. I am here to fulfill the marriage that was never initiated between our families for my daughter, Laenor. However, she has not yet come of age," Rhaenys adds. "Laenor?" Lady Moreno attempts to recall Rhaenys' daughter. She remembers the young girl visiting the watchtower, recalling her as a well-behaved and obedient child. A sense of relief washes over her. For being a royal princess is not a misfortune. The marriage of her son is fraught with political implications, and with her husband unable to manage the situation, it ultimately hinges on Robin's sentiment. While she can oversee the wedding arrangements with guidance from scholars, all preparations thus far have been tailored for the bride, Princess Rhaenyra. Given the haste, it seems unlikely. The implication is that a wedding planned for years now requires a complete overhaul, as time is far too short. Fear not. As long as both families can reunite in marriage, it will be akin to the wedding of my grandfather, J. Harry's Eye, which initially took place in the spacious courtyard of Dragonstone under the watchful eyes of gods, mortals, and dragons. As I now represent my husband in assuring you that House Velaryon will not mind such trivial details. The situation indeed bears resemblance, as both Laenor and Rhaenyra had not yet come of age at the time of their respective weddings. Both women glanced simultaneously at Robin, the sole decision-maker of the Moreno family at the tender age of 13. Robin lightly taps the edge of his seat, his mind racing with shock at the news. Despite Rhaenys' eloquent words, the reality of the king's dissolution of the marriage looms large. Your cousin agreed with my father to wed Princess Rhaenyra to Dragon Crystal. Now, however, he seems to have broken that promise. Is this not somewhat frivolous? Robin refrains from directly invoking the king's name in reference to Viserys. Even in illness, the wedding can be postponed. Robin still harbors hope that the Dragon Tower will house a young, egg-laying Syrax, rather than the aged Vhagar, the largest dragon in existence. This misstep lies with the Targaryens. Any fortunate soul chosen to be your wife is afforded the utmost honor. The king is not to be diminished. There must be a valid cause. Thus, the king has sent me to discuss the harm brought upon you and your family. I represent the Targaryens in seeking your forgiveness. Rhaenys earnestly expresses her contrition. Upon hearing this, even Lady Moreno realizes that the illness is merely a pretext. Robin recalls a moment years ago atop the watchtower, facing the delicate girl who recited her parents' wishes word for word. Meanwhile, Rhaenys observes the true master of Dragon Crystal City, who demonstrates wisdom beyond his years, the hallmark of a worthy heir capable of ensuring his family's legacy. He envisions his son, Laenor, and contemplates sending him to Moreno Castle as a squire once Laenor weds Robin. But now it feels somewhat amiss for the boy to spend his days with other lads. Since it cannot be undone, it is truly a pity for the Targaryens, Robin remarks. The king and queen will still attend the wedding. Rhaenys explains with a confident smile. Shifting the conversation to her daughter, she describes Laenor as tall and slender, with waist-length silvery golden waves. Her beauty rivals that of Rhaenyra, and Laenor possesses the most ancient and formidable Vhagar. In summary, Laenor's union with Robin seems more fitting, as both families share a maritime heritage. And in terms of bloodline, the Velaryons also hail from Valyria. If your father were in his right mind, he would surely concur. The entire kingdom is watching. Chapter 53. The marriage proposal too. In this moment, he recalled a seemingly ordinary yet chilling prophecy. As the most renowned trading hub in history, Dragon Crystal City naturally attracted diverse cultures from across the globe. The city's walls and workshops were constructed from black dragon crystal, a stone that embodies mystery itself. Fire sorcerers, believers of foreign deities, alchemists, and shapeshifters, all these practitioners of the arcane arts willingly chose to reside here in seclusion. On the bustling goods street, there was a witch reputed for her remarkably accurate prophecies. Robin, ever curious about such extraordinary abilities, invited her to the castle for a visit. The witch, with her sharp, gaunt features and gray hood, greeted him. Greetings, Grey Witch. I come seeking prophecy, Robin cheerfully announced, having previously witnessed various mystical performances that were mere tricks. The old woman scrutinized him intently for quite some time. Do you wish to know your fate? Alas, even the gods cannot discern it. Much like the splendor hidden within the mist of dawn, only by ascending can one unveil its brilliance. The Grey Witch understood the true purpose of the young lord's invitation. I can offer a golden dragon, Robin added eagerly, or anything I might provide. Such generosity from the Lord. You may pose 3 questions, and I shall do my utmost to answer. The witch's aged voice was tinged with approval. What lies within the cold winds of the north? She paused momentarily, clearly taken aback. Robin keenly sensed that she possessed some knowledge. Forgive me, but I can only predict personal destinies. However, I can reveal that it shall be the site of your ultimate fate. That is worth a copper star. The witch extended her gnarled hand, her skin so aged that even when fully extended, it remained riddled with wrinkles. Is that so? This answer aligned perfectly with his expectations of the witch. Such individuals seldom speak plainly, maintaining their air of mystery. Regardless of how events unfold, they can always retroactively justify their prophecies. Robin gestured for his guard to pay her. Intrigued, he continued his inquiries. Will my father witness my wedding? After a moment's hesitation, the Grey Witch set her terms. 1 silver stag. Her voice bore a hint of fatigue, and Robin noted her performance was commendable, albeit seemingly taxing. He paid the fee, for money had become merely a number to him. Very well. The witch offered no further explanation. Then Robin pressed on. How many children will Rhaenyra and I have? He tossed a golden dragon directly to her. No children. The Grey Witch replied, turning to leave, seemingly anxious not to invoke Robin's ire. As she departed, she muttered, Oh dear. My porridge will surely burn while I chat with you. The 3 coins she had earned remained on the table. Did this woman, akin to a psychologist, possessed such audacity? However, he felt no anger. He had never believed in the ability to predict fate. It was merely a diversion. Yet, what astonished Robin was that 3 days after the Grey Witch returned home, she passed away in her sleep, having encountered the true deity of her faith. The materials she owed to the shopkeepers equated precisely to 1 golden dragon, 1 silver stag, and 1 copper star. Previously a skeptic, he now found himself compelled to reconsider the ethereal nature of destiny as prophecies encroached upon reality. With interests aligned, the political marriage could proceed. Robin suppressed his inner discontent. His father, Albert, had invested too much effort into this union. He did not wish to become a laughingstock for the Moreno family. Now, he had no one to consult. No longer able to shirk responsibilities behind his father's back, and as for his mother, she only inquired about his thoughts. Thus, Robin nodded in agreement. If a new bride was required, then so be it. Rinola and Lana had not been in contact for 5 years, making either equally unfamiliar to him. It mattered little who came. Both possessed the esteemed genes of Targaryens, exuding the unique and regal beauty of silver hair and violet eyes. Let us toast to the union of our families, forging a legacy of brilliance for generations to come. With the accord reached, the leverage prepared by Rhaenyra was no longer needed, serving as compensation for the harm inflicted upon the Moreno family in this affair. My husband believes you are more suited to the position of Minister of Marine Affairs than he is, and I cannot fathom anyone more fitting for this role. The king shares this sentiment. Even though Dragon Crystal City's influence was immense, the political center of Westeros remained King's Landing. Although Corlys served as the king's Minister of Marine Affairs, he often absented himself from less significant councils, also holding the title of head of House Valerion and Earl of Driftmark. Abandoning the ministerial position would not diminish Valerion's power. Rather, if the marriage succeeded, the political influence Robin would bring to Valerion would surpass any previous era. With 2 dragons and a military force poised to conquer the continent, King Viserys pondered all night upon the Iron Throne, troubled by these considerations. To abruptly terminate the marriage would offend 2 powerful maritime families. It was he who, in the name of the crown, had dissolved their political alliance years ago. Such an act would undoubtedly incite numerous troubles within the realm. The complications arising from the marriage alliance of these 2 formidable maritime families would manifest long after, and after weighing the pros and cons. The king still believed in his dream. He envisioned himself fathering a son who would wear Aegon the Conqueror's crown, mending the fractured kingdom. To be prudent, the king further arranged with Corlys that upon Rhaenyra's return, they would discuss her engagement to Laenor. As these 2 children had shared a good rapport since childhood and were unlikely to object. This was tradition, and Corlys acquiesced. These were favorable terms for House Valerion. Corlys had never relinquished his ambition for his wife to ascend the Iron Throne, firmly believing it was her rightful place. Should the king fail to produce a son, the nearest heir to the Iron Throne would naturally be Daemon. Yet, no one in the council would support this brutal, impulsive prince who disregarded the greater picture. The king's edict could not silence those with ulterior motives. The adverse repercussions of Daemon taking Rhaenyra away were that he had nearly offended all the nobility, whose interests were inextricably linked to the Moreno family. Under the king's leadership, Westeros was gradually progressing toward prosperity, much attributed to Dragon Crystal City's continuous supply of affordable goods and the maintenance of stable maritime routes. Contrary to the external perception of the Moreno family as warmongers, the reality was quite different. The Stepstones posed an unstable factor for the Southern Lords. Before the Dragon Crystal fleet engaged in battle, pirates had long occupied the area, extorting tolls or engaging in robbery. After the onset of conflict, however, they dared not plunder merchant vessels, fearing that Viserys would overtly support Dragon Crystal City's aggressions. Officially, the Moreno family proclaimed their aim to maintain the stability of trade routes, albeit with a slightly outrageous number of fleets for this purpose. 5 squadrons of 150 steam turbine warships had rendered the Triad Alliance powerless. The Dragon Crystal fleet delighted in using cargo ships as bait to lure enemy ships ambushed behind catapults, as each destroyed enemy vessel would yield substantial rewards for every participating sailor. This was the driving force behind the Dragon Crystal fleet's relentless enthusiasm. The warships of the Triad Alliance, unable to compete, found no means of escape. The speed advantage of their advanced vessels was fully realized, as long as they could not return to the safety of the catapults before the steam turbine ships closed in. Their sailing vessels would certainly be destroyed by volleys of fire arrows, leading to their sailors meeting a frigid demise in the night sea. With so many such occurrences, no warship was willing to risk venturing out. It was simply a suicidal endeavor. The common folk of Westeros are only aware of the ongoing conflict in the Stepstones, while the noble merchants engaged in maritime trade understand the advantages that the Dragon Crystal fleet brings to their commerce. The sailing ships are being supplanted by the Dragon Crystal City, with prices plummeting to the extent that even some coastal lords can afford to acquire a few for trade. Wealthy coastal lords are willing to invest substantial sums in steam turbine cargo vessels. These modern cargo ships not only boast remarkable speed, but also possess significant carrying capacity. A small vessel can transport 200 tons of goods from the East Sea near the wall to the stepstones after a full coal load. Along the route, for naval bases are stocked with abundant refined coal for purchase. This coal is mined in the north and transported to the New World. While the region north of the wall is rich in various natural resources, coal being just one of them, thanks to the continuous influx of prisoners to Dragon Crystal City. Labor is not in short supply, and the demand for coal is steadily rising. The 16 abandoned castles along the wall have been repurposed for habitation, making the wall, alongside Dragon Crystal City, a significant employment option for the Northerners. This economic ripple effect has allowed House Stark to flourish. Nobles from various regions have also received invitations. For Robin's wedding, they bring numerous precious gifts to offer their congratulations. The deeds of Demon will undoubtedly be carried by the sea breeze throughout Westeros. Moreover, the king lacks a suitable heir, making Princess Rhaenys the most fitting candidate, especially since she has a male heir, Laenor. Following the Great Council of 101, it has become widely accepted that Rhaenys was overlooked solely due to her gender, with the notion that women cannot inherit the Iron Throne becoming a customary belief. Had Viserys declared Rhaenyra as his successor, the Iron Throne would have maintained the Valyrian male lineage, which is not without merit. The wedding proceeds as planned. Laenor Velaryon. I believe she will make a splendid wife. So be it. As for the gifts sent to King's Landing, I trust that the Velaryons and Targaryens will negotiate accordingly. Robin has not raised the matter. When Lady Moreno informed the bride of the change to Laenor Velaryon, all those in Dragon Crystal City preparing for the wedding furrowed their brows, caught up in a whirlwind of activity. The garrison must replace all the prepared blessings. And within 6 days, they must remake the wedding attire to fit Laenor's size. The tailors in the ready-made clothing district grumbled upon receiving this order. The golden wedding dress, crafted over years by master artisans for Princess Rhaenyra's frame, now must be recreated in a short time frame for a 10-year-old noble girl, making it impossible to attend to every detail with the same care. What was initially an opportunity to enhance the reputation of their shop now seems a challenge to merely avoid disaster. Yet, the distress extends beyond them. The craftsmen are equally perplexed. The specially crafted jewelry and exchange rings, prepared years in advance, are rendered obsolete. And even scholars are rising late into the night to discuss how to revise the complimentary verses, as nearly every performance must be rearranged. Given the stark differences between the histories of seahorses and three-headed dragons, the most awkward situation arises for the lords who embarked on their journeys early or for envoys from the trading city-states of Essos. If their gifts bear special significance, they must be hastily replaced. Chapter 54. Domestic Affairs. When the message from the intelligence department of King's Landing arrived, Robin was seated at his desk on the 4th floor, diligently attending to plans from the Watchtower's staff. The task of enticing a cumbersome navy, boasting thousands of traditional warships, to take action had truly taxed the minds of the strategists. The Tri-City Alliance had consistently evaded direct conflict. The skirmishes at the Stone Steps Islands yielded scant rewards. The narrow channels between the islands, countless hidden caves, supplies from contentious territories, support from 2 affluent city-states, an abundance of catapults on the beaches, the unsullied arriving from Slaves Bay, hired adventurers, and the letters of condemnation sent to King's Landing all demanded the strategist's attention. Robin's 2 sisters, Saran and Mary, were seated opposite him, engrossed in their books. The younger sister, Saran, not yet 9 years of age, had long, raven-black hair cascading down her back, adorned with a shimmering hairnet. She delighted in music, composing melodies, donning soft velvet garments, and incessantly trailing after Robin with questions. Her passions included reading and playing with kittens, and she was enamored with dance. In contrast, the elder sister, Mary, sported a boyish haircut she had given herself, with gray eyes and light brown hair. When clad in attire akin to Robin's, she could easily bewilder even Thomas, the commander of the Dragon Fleet, into momentary confusion. The 2 sisters bore an uncanny resemblance, as if carved from the same mold. Mary relished running about the city, capturing crows, riding horses, and wielding a slender sword. It was rare to catch a glimpse of her outside mealtime. She had countless companions, and curiously, she could accurately recall each person's name, from the children of soldiers to the offspring of fleet commanders. She exhibited little interest in family or history, yet she was ever eager to consult scholars regarding the knowledge of the unknown world. Their mother often expressed concern, questioning how Mary would manage to marry a lord and oversee his castle. Mary would respond with indignation, declaring her disinterest in castles. Robin inquired, "What do you wish to become when you grow up?" "I will be the greatest adventurer in the world, a greater navigator than the sea serpent," she proclaimed. "Foolish sister. Not all seas are as calm as the Bight. You must be prepared to face death at any moment." The Minister of Naval Affairs has explored many realms and lands in the East that most Westerlanders have never seen, and while it is indeed remarkable, are you prepared for the perils of such endeavors? Robin admonished in a tone of warning. Mary, however, adopted a mature demeanor, her eyes filled with determination. Ah, no wonder you are the second son of our father, truly resembling him, he remarked. In that case, you must study diligently, learn to read maps, understand wind patterns and weather. You must know that Corlys had his own ship and completed his first voyage at 13. He never sought to dampen his sister's enthusiasm. Whenever they expressed a desire to learn, he always sought the finest teachers for them. Their mother would handle the wedding arrangements. He merely awaited the arrival of the bride. Sipping apple cider from a clay cup. By now, afternoon had settled in, and a whole day had passed since negotiations regarding the betrothal with Rhaenys. Sir, intoned the voice of the chief of intelligence, as deep as ever, signaling the arrival of a raven from King's Landing. He gently pushed a tightly rolled parchment sealed with hardened black wax toward Robin before quietly departing. The missive detailed the movements of the Red Keep, the collective return of the King's Guard and the Red Keep's guards, and the impending wedding festivities. It began with the lines, "The two dragons have not returned since the sun set." The intelligence department had been monitoring every dragon that existed in the world, meticulously recording their sizes. After reading the letter, Robin could only think to himself, what a willful princess. Since events have transpired, let us endeavor to prevent them from worsening. Seizing the disputed territories had long been the strategic aim of House Moreno. It was too close to the north. Knowing that a calamity lay hidden in the north of Westeros, any wise individual would choose to depart, thus affording Robin time to react to any impending crisis. Before that, he would do his utmost to avert all possible conflicts. Mary watched her brother's movements from a distance, seeking an opportunity to slip out of the fog tower. She noticed that he occasionally closed his eyes to rest, a state in which no amount of noise from outside could rouse him. In recent days, due to the wedding preparations, Dragonstone had been 10 times more bustling than usual. Robin set down the parchment and said to Mary with resignation, "Enough of this book. You cannot concentrate. Go see what troubles the wedding might bring. Mother needs to attend to father." Realizing that she had recently made some new friends, he knew she would not return until the drawbridge was raised. Since picking up the book, she hadn't turned a single page, her thoughts entirely focused outside. "Ah," Mary exclaimed joyfully, leaping from her stool, then catching herself as she made a face at Robin. Granted formal permission, she dashed toward the stairs, leaving the book behind, as if someone were urging her on. Meanwhile, Saran remained engrossed in her reading of The Fire of the Freehold, a renowned tome detailing the history of Valyrian freehold. Authored by Galando, Westeros lacked a complete manuscript. The only existing copy resided in the citadel of Old Town, and it was missing a staggering 27 volumes. However, Robin's bookshelf held a complete copy, a wedding gift from the governor of Volantis, who sought to curry favor. One should not strike a smiling face. Among those captured in various battles were some nobles from Volantis, released as an act of goodwill. As for the missing Fire of the Freehold, Robin had already read it in its entirety. "Sister, what do you think the delivery of the entire volume of Valyrian history from Volantis signifies?" "Oh," the girl replied, snapping back to reality from her book. Saran pondered for a moment before responding. "I believe it is a wish for our fleet to cease its invasion of the Stone Steps Islands." "Invasion?" Robin asked, surprised, narrowing his gaze at her, yet hesitating to dismiss her assertion. "Oh, come now, brother. No one has incited me. I came to this conclusion on my own. The books you have read would note your thoughts, analyzing each person's motives and interests. After years of reading, I ought to understand something, right? Indeed, it is an invasion. Be it the Finger Isles or the New World, without me, the family could not sustain its ever-growing army. Yet, the family's forces are sufficient to defend our territory. Why continue to expand?" Saran inquired, seeking clarity on her confusion. "Ah, what calamity lies within the northern winds?" Robin mused inwardly, swiftly shifting the topic. "I will explain later. The time is not yet right. Returning to our previous discussion, can you guess which party's governor sent this?" "The Elephant Party." "Why?" "The Tiger Party consists of Volantis' old nobility and warriors. They advocate for world conquest through force, but the Elephant Party wields greater control in Volantis. Composed of merchants and lenders, they benefit more from trade. Peaceful seas favor them." Saran summarized confidently. Robin nodded. "Incorrect, but your analytical skills are impressive." He elaborated slowly. "The Elephant Party would prefer the tumultuous Stone Steps Islands, as our inexpensive goods are encroaching upon the trade routes of the Summer Sea, directly impacting the interests of the Elephant Party in the surrounding city-states. The Tiger Party is spreading rumors of dragons returning, attempting to amplify the threat posed by dragons, claiming we will re-establish dominion over the colonies of the former Valyrian Empire, especially as we are on the verge of possessing dragons. If the free cities rise in opposition, who will become our sole ally on that continent? Thus, the Tiger Party, long suppressed by the Elephant Party, sees an opportunity to reclaim their former political status. This is their scheme. She leaned, with a hint of understanding yet still a child, inquired, "Brother, do you have aspirations of conquering the world?" The brother, who could conjure salmon out of thin air, seemed to her far more extraordinary than the dragon kings capable of taming mighty dragons. One approached divinity, while the other was an act only achievable by the divine. Robin pondered for a moment before responding affirmatively. No, the continent of Essos was far too expansive. Neither his financial resources nor his military strength could support such an endeavor. It would require a generation of prudence and accumulation, without a sufficient reserve of talent. Even if he were to conquer this vast land, he would only find himself ensnared in a tumultuous sea of rebellious free cities, a path to self-destruction. Moreover, he had no such intentions at present. When the time was ripe, he would lead a great army northward to explore beyond the wall, with conscious space serving as a supply line. The most fearsome cold winds of the outer realms posed no threat to him. Everything would have to wait until he resolved the calamity in the north of Westeros. Chapter 55. The Green Bride. The Mist Tower, a Gothic structure, is adorned with rose quartz and malachite on its exterior. Atop it, a gilded weather vane gleams in the wind, while its interior serves as a venue for displaying garments. Ebony columns support a pointed arched ceiling, casting colorful shadows through stained glass. The expansive hall features a crystal chandelier draped with rubies, encircled by 12 silver mirrors, illuminating the white marble floor. A cloak embroidered with golden threads rests on an iron hanger, and at the central display, a wedding gown with a green base is embellished with sapphires, while platinum threads form a silver seahorse, embodying a pronounced Valyrian motif. The maids in the hall line up, each holding exquisite crowns, rings, necklaces, and earrings, anxiously awaiting the wedding bells, yet the bride is nowhere to be found. Linnea claims she has gone to see her dragon. Accompanying Linnea in changing her attire, Alicent Hightower subtly senses her friend's unease, peering out the door repeatedly until Vhagar ascends from the dragon tower and flies away towards the narrow sea, heading north toward Braavos. This scene leaves Alicent utterly astonished. Among the guests, she catches a fleeting glimpse of Daemon, initially dismissing it as an illusion, but now realizes that something significant is unfolding. This ceremony is widely known across 2 continents. In the memories of both Westerosi and Essosi, no wedding has ever been as grand as this one. Invitations were sent out 3 years prior, and although the bride has been replaced by the Valyrian Lady Linnea, it does not diminish the blessings bestowed upon the Lord of Dragonstone. Some even speculate that this young man secretly covets the greater, older Vhagar, as the presence of a great dragon could tip the balance in the ongoing conflicts surrounding the Stepstones. To both allies and adversaries, Robin's wedding symbolizes the union of sky and sea, still referred to as the Blue Wedding, with the light blue sky and deep blue ocean. The guests ostensibly gather to congratulate House Moreno, though this is not their sole purpose. They truly wish to discern Robin's plans for Dragonstone, weighing the intentions of the soon-to-be elevated young lord. The nominal ruler of Dragonstone is Count Albert Moreno, whose administrative commands bear his name, yet true authority lies with Robin, who often isolates himself in the Watchtower or the Mist Tower, making it difficult for others to grasp his true intentions. Many hope to seize this opportunity to meet Robin. To those unfamiliar with the young lord, Robin's demeanor has always been gentle, perhaps not as inclined toward martial prowess as his father, who frequently instigated clashes upon the sea. This must be Daemon's doing, Alicent muses, incredulous at the absurdity of her 2 friends. She is a close confidant of Rhaenyra, having grown up alongside her, while Linnea, as a member of the royal family, often visits the Red Keep. Despite the conflicts between their fathers and the council, their friendship remains unscathed. Alicent cannot comprehend why Linnea insists on viewing the wedding gown once crafted for Rhaenyra, which starkly contrasts with the one she is to wear. Hastily prepared in just 7 days, particularly in the details. "I am not a substitute," Linnea keeps repeating before her departure. She understands the gravity of this statement. Daemon's actions directly provoked the 2 maritime sovereigns. Dressed in a simple ceremonial gown, Alicent leans against a stone pillar, recognizing that, barring unforeseen circumstances, this is a grave incident. Unconsciously, she begins to pick at her fingers, unable to fathom the turmoil the kingdom may soon face, and realizes she should have been the first to know. It is not until her fingers are marked with red that she snaps back to reality. "Quietly summon my father." Otto Hightower. The soldiers stationed at the entrance appear bewildered. How can she quietly summon him dressed in such conspicuous blue? Surely, her entrance would be the most noticeable. The 2 guards exchange glances until Alicent threatens them. "If you do not go, I shall report you to your lord." Reluctantly, the guard hands over his spear and sword to a comrade and blends into the distant throng of guests without drawing too much attention. Meanwhile, Tilly, the head maid responsible for the bride, remains oblivious to the implications of the dragon's departure and continuously urges more guards to retrieve the bride. The Moreno and Valyrian families do not worship the Seven, and with no Targaryen present at the wedding. The originally planned ceremony at Dragonstone's Great September has been moved to the Mist Tower, where towering golden statues of the father and the mother preside, officiated by the High Septon of the Faith of the Seven. In compensation for the absence of Targaryens, the king has decided to officiate personally, a tremendous honor that could mend the rift between the two families. The wedding ceremony is set to occur between these two statues. Robin stands before the guests, a faint smile gracing his lips as he anticipates the approaching moment. A white dove flutters its wings and alights on Robin's hand. He silently glances at the note attached to its leg, then nonchalantly stows it in his pocket. A flash of anger momentarily flickers in his gray eyes, yet his smile remains, though a keen observer would note the tension etched on his face. When the dove no longer symbolizes peace, the crows of the Seven Kingdoms will be particularly busy tonight. The church bells toll 7 times, as he watches his future bride approach from the entrance. Robin is momentarily speechless, taken aback for several seconds. He glances at Viserys and Corlys, who display no uncertainty, as if they had anticipated this turn of events. Otto escorts his daughter Alicent into the hall, bringing her before Robin. She wears a tentative smile directed at him. The girl is adorned with an exquisite jeweled crown. Her gown is splendid gold and white, lined with deep crimson, intricately patterned with the 3-headed dragon emblem and a unique metallic dragon wing adornment on her chest. Though a green Hightower brooch on her breast appears incongruous, guests are taken aback, uncertain of the unfolding developments. The transition from Princess Rhaenyra of House Targaryen to Lady Linnea of House Valyrian had seemed a natural progression. However, the emergence of Miss Alicent Hightower as the bride is perplexing. While her status is notable, being the daughter of the hand of the King Otto is merely a second son, lacking a fief, and the position of hand cannot be inherited. The disparity in their standings is vast. Even the daughter of Lord Hobart Hightower marrying Robin would not suffice. Alicent feels tears welling in her eyes as all eyes focus on the couple. Otto does not retreat to the guests as per custom. Instead, he stands beside his daughter. Sensing her trembling frame, she is exceedingly nervous. Otto himself is anxious, aware that his proposal was accepted by the king and tacitly approved by the Valyrians. His daughter's flight from the impending wedding would be a more significant blow to House Moreno than the king's potential withdrawal, whether in public or private. One must consider if there exists anyone more suitable than Alicent for this role. There may be, but most crucial is whether Robin will accept her. They are at least somewhat familiar, having exchanged letters frequently. If Robin accepts, Otto's maneuvering will allow the wedding to proceed smoothly, minimizing adverse repercussions. Privately, the Hightower family would find itself aboard the burgeoning ship of House Moreno. Should he reject her, the most that could be said is that he is politically astute. Yet he would also gain favor with both Targaryens and Valyrians. Each passing second is excruciating for Alicent, and if Robin cannot accept her, her reputation will be irreparably tarnished. Her best option would then be to serve as a nun devoted to the Seven in the church. Am I truly so dreadful? Robin inquires, smiling as he reaches out to dry her tears, prompting Otto to silently step back. Whispering softly in her ear, "You are far more suited to be by my side than they are." Chapter 56, Death and Inheritance. Upon the conclusion of the wedding, Robin guided Miss Alicent by the hand to the 3rd floor of the main castle. Albert had not awakened during Robin's nuptials, his breath growing increasingly feeble. A woman with chestnut hair, elegantly clad in a blue gown adorned with jewels, sat in the room she shared with her husband, her countenance markedly wan. Madame Moreno was solely attending to her spouse, yearning only for solitude as she accompanied him on his final journey. Observing his mother's weary visage, Robin, fresh from exchanging vows, felt a pang of compassion. "Mother, brother has arrived," Helene whispered softly, rousing their distracted mother. Helene and Mary retreated to the side, while Elena maintained her distance. Robin approached and grasped his father's hand, feeling a faint pulse of strength. He understood that his father was aware of his presence, yet lacked the energy to open his eyes. "Father, the bride is here." Straining to pry open his father's eyelids, Robin witnessed Albert's half-dreaming gaze fall upon the visage of his bride. It was not the silver-haired, violet-eyed girl he may have anticipated, but Miss Alicent Hightower, the daughter of the Prime Minister. Robin endeavored to present his wife's identity in a manner that would be palatable to his father. At that moment, he felt a surge of energy in the hand he held, a manifestation of anger. As Alicent prepared to speak, Robin gestured for her to remain silent. "I cherish this girl. There is no cause for concern." After a brief pause, Robin sensed that his father sought something beyond mere reassurances. A sigh escaped his lips as he pondered. Is glory truly paramount? With a frigid tone, he made a solemn promise. "The Moreno family shall not be so easily belittled." The Count's throat emitted a soft sound of acknowledgement, and he relinquished his grip, his heart ceasing to beat. The lamentations of the women in the room commenced. As the sorrow lingered, Tali furrowed her brow and addressed her son. "Robin, I wish for your safety." Upon inheriting your father's title, may you govern Dragonstone. I hope to witness your happiness, your marriage, and the continuation of our lineage. As for your father's thoughts on revenge, know that it is not merely through bloodshed and death that one's authority is asserted. Mother Tali did not disregard her husband's views, for she understood that if vengeance brought turmoil to the family, Albert, even in life, would not wish to witness such chaos. Yet, it did not imply her lack of indignation. Tali Baelish, hailing from the noble house of Windwhisper, had faced the humiliation of 2 broken engagements, an affront that even lesser nobles would find intolerable. Should no action be taken, they would become a laughingstock in Westeros. However, she advised her son to exercise restraint. Indeed, I understand the boundaries, Robin replied. The wedding had devolved into a jest for the Moreno family. Neither the young dragon nor the elder had achieved anything, ultimately resulting in Robin marrying Alicent Hightower. Although the bride was the daughter of the Prime Minister, Otto's position was not derived from familial status but rather served as the king's aide. Robin's union with Alicent, a family of no political advantage, left the great nobles incredulous. As the ceremony concluded, the green bride incident spread like wildfire. Although Alicent wore a meticulously crafted golden wedding gown, no one dared to vocally deride it within Dragonstone. The mockery remained merely whispers, not affecting the Moreno family's standing, which rested upon their formidable maritime hegemony and military prowess. Thus, the Lord of Dragonstone was formally recognized as Count Moreno. By tradition, the heir must undergo a public homage ceremony from the vassals to affirm the legitimacy of his rule. However, Robin deemed this ceremony unnecessary. Prior to the rise of Dragonstone, the official subjects of the Moreno family consisted of 2 villages with a mere 50 or 60 inhabitants, none of whom were qualified to be knighted. After the emergence of Dragonstone, the knighting ceremonies were wholly conducted by Robin. Albert had meticulously planned, knowing Robin was his sole heir. In the covenant, the vassals explicitly pledged their loyalty to Robin Moreno, the heir of House Moreno. The legitimacy of all titled nobles in Dragonstone was predicated on Robin's claim to inheritance. The residents of Dragonstone referred to Robin as their lord, not solely due to his role in constructing the Grand City, but also as a reflection of their true master and the future sovereign. While some may not recognize the Moreno family, the name of Dragonstone was well known. The fish served at their tables over the past 5 years left a lasting impression. The second phase of the homage ceremony involved receiving the family heirloom, which was equally unnecessary. The Valyrian steel sword had always adorned Robin's side, often resting beside the seat of the 9-colored salmon throne. Occasionally, Robin would carry it to honor those who had made significant contributions to technology or soldiers who had achieved valorous feats. The final step in inheriting the title was to announce it to the lords across the continent of Westeros. However, before the ravens could fly forth to deliver the official notification, Robin had a matter to attend to. The mastermind behind the Green Bride incident had not managed to escape Dragonstone unscathed. One should not underestimate Robin's intelligence network's grasp over the city at that moment. An individual was enduring severe torture in the dungeon, having narrowly evaded capture. Chapter 57, Life Imprisonment after the conclusion of the wedding ceremony. The king and his retinue of courtiers hastily departed from Dragon Crystal City under the pretext of pressing state matters, journeying southward back to King's Landing, thereby foregoing the evening banquet and the month-long tournament. This was a trial held within the Salmon Hall. Robin sat upon the iridescent salmon throne, his form obscured amidst the sharp fangs surrounding it. The hall was brilliantly illuminated, supported by towering stone columns engraved with the sigils of House Moreno, which upheld the dome above. Flanking the columns were oil lamps ablaze with fierce flames, casting light upon the ranks of the King's Guard. The King's Guard, wielding round shields and long spears, stood stoically, while the guards flanked either side of the throne, presiding over a formidable and noble criminal. Not long passed before the sound of metal scraping echoed from the open doors of the Salmon Hall, heralding the entrance of the Dragon Knight Daemon Targaryen, who had been apprehended for the crime of abduction. 8 members of the King's Guard escorted him, their spears perpetually aimed at Daemon. His silver hair was disheveled, and he strode with a defiant gait down the central aisle of the hall, finally halting at the foot of the steps. This was a private and secret trial, with only the King's Guard in attendance. Daemon's whereabouts had been discovered by the Intelligence Division of the Shadows, necessitating the mobilization of nearly half of Dragon Crystal City's garrison, 2,000 men, to secure the area for his capture. Had it not been for a dozen local constables familiar with the terrain guiding the search, Daemon might have escaped Dragon Crystal City with the aid of an insider, resulting in the unfortunate loss of 13 soldiers during the pursuit. He was shackled with 3 sets of irons, one on each ankle, one on each wrist, and one around his neck, the latter being firmly controlled by a chain held by a King's Guard, resembling a dog being walked. After enduring nearly an entire afternoon of brutal interrogation, Daemon's body was marred with bloodstains, his black Dragon Knight attire stained a deep crimson. Robin cast a glance at the dark sisters presented before him, then returned his focus to Demon. "Kneel," commanded a member of the Kingsguard, noticing Demon's cold, indifferent gaze. Another Kingsguard struck him repeatedly, while they forced him to kneel by kicking his knees. Yet, Demon stubbornly resisted, standing tall. "Very well. Let the prince retain some semblance of pride." Robin gestured for the Kingsguard to stand back, allowing him to better observe the man before him. Demon exuded an air of fierce defiance. "So what insurmountable obstacle has led the esteemed prince of the capital to become a kidnapper?" Robin inquired. Demon spat blood in response. "Hypocritical child. I still cannot fathom what benefit you seek from this." Robin expressed his confusion over Demon's motives. "Did you acquire a dragon?" Demon smirked, revealing a hint of contempt. "If that was your goal, you have indeed succeeded. 2 families with dragons. But whom do you represent?" "My brother is indecisive, unable to discern your ambition. I should have incinerated you with dragon fire long ago on Shipbreaker Bay." Demon implied this was solely his decision. "I harbor no intentions regarding Westeros." "Hard to say," Robin mused, doubting Demon's loyalty to his brother's reign, especially considering both princesses had coincidentally ventured to Braavos. "I suspect if you still harbor aspirations for the throne, you have assistance from across the narrow sea," Robin posited. "Queen Emma has yet to bear a suitable heir, and Viserys has never publicly acknowledged Demon as his successor. Demon's reputation is too tarnished, devoid of allies within the court. Although he holds the title of commander of the King's Guard, all high-ranking appointments require Viserys' approval. Demon may have realized this, making it plausible he sought aid from across the narrow sea. "Do not test me with your intellect, child. You possess dragons and have abducted my—" Robin's words trailed off as he suddenly realized. 3 dragons? With Aegon resurrected, Demon merely required an army's support. Thus, his willingness to jeopardize Robin's marriage became clear. If he stood with 3 dragons, his standing in Westeros would be immeasurably elevated. The tale of the conqueror Aegon is not far off, and the Black Dread, written by Maegor, has further instilled fear of dragons among the nobility, who perceive dragons as more formidable than fleets. "Are you not afraid of death? As you can see, I alone stand trial." This implied that should Robin act irrationally, Demon would perish in an unnamed dungeon, rendering all schemes futile. "You consider yourself clever. You may yet find out." Demon exhibited no trace of fear. In the face of Demon's provocation, Robin contemplated the ramifications. "I must admit, you are indeed a hot potato," he remarked. "Are you so certain your brother will not produce a competent heir?" Demon's demeanor faltered, a hint of confusion crossing his features, as if the word struck a nerve. Confinement in the war readiness vault, under strict supervision. Subsequently, Demon was escorted by the approaching Kingsguard to the underground vault beneath the War Keep, a location suitable not only for storing military supplies but also for imprisoning offenders. After all, the guards assigned there were all unsullied, impervious to corruption and communication. A cunning manipulator of the rivalries within Dragon Crystal City, Demon was not impulsively violent. Rather, his animosity towards the city and his enmity with Robin warranted a permanent solution. However, executing Demon was not feasible, for his death would leave the realm in disarray. And Viserys was overly protective of his brother, not wishing to provoke the king. Demon's actions were also supported by the city-states of Essos, suggesting that a life sentence in the dungeon would be his most suitable fate. Robin's judgment concluded swiftly. Seated upon the iridescent salmon throne, he felt little joy in revenge. The nobles were not fools, they had their own schemes. Viserys, having ascended to kingship, was far from dim-witted. Demon's actions may have even received his tacit approval. This night, Dragon Crystal City transformed into a city of light, adorned with lanterns and bustling with crowds. Within the harbor of Dragon Crystal, ships were illuminated with festive lights. To celebrate the arrival of the Lady of Dragon Crystal City, all activities except for security and sales would cease, and the personnel affiliated with the city were granted a reward and a 7-day holiday. Since Emma Hightower had yet to bear her monthly cycle, the couple had not engaged in any further intimacy beyond sharing the bed on their wedding night. As for the noble tradition of raucous wedding nights, Robin had long ago prohibited such customs in the name of Albert, outlawing over 100 vile practices. Reports of infractions were rewarded, and all participants faced flogging, including the bride and groom. This indiscriminate approach to punishment firmly ingrained the prohibition in the public consciousness. Those who had endured the lash would remember it vividly. Having risen from a mere lord to the esteemed Lord of Dragon Crystal, renowned across the narrow sea, Robin was well versed in the law. Strictly speaking, the prohibitions were not formal laws. However, in Dragon Crystal and the territories under Robin's dominion, they were regarded as divine decrees. Chapter 58. Naval Warfare Simulation. Albert's funeral took place on the very first day of Robin's wedding, concluding early in the morning. In the cemetery not far from the watchtower, mourners clad in black gathered, including the heir Robin, Miss Allison, Miss Helene, Miss Mary, Lady Tally, and Sir Garrett, who descended into the grave to cover the coffin of Count Moreno. Scholar Oliver recited Albert's life history, while everyone bowed their heads in solemn remembrance. Under the gentle caress of the sea breeze, guests and acquaintances took turns casting a handful of earth upon the grave as a final farewell to the Count. I leave behind a son and 2 daughters on this land. The bloodline of the King of the Valley continues to flow. However, this marks the final fulfillment of the Moreno family's duty to guard the once great kingdom. A century has passed, and the past has been carried away by the winds. This poignant eulogy was penned by Albert himself, breaking the shackles of family tradition. Today, the waters of Biting Bay lay tranquil under the bright sun. Meanwhile, outside the longing harbor, a simulated naval battle was unfolding, featuring 30 turbine steam ironclad warships pitted against 300 traditional sailing ships. The first fleet of the Longjing fleet advanced at full speed, with the ships Justice and Peace leading the charge. Maneuvering into a line formation with a spacing of no more than 20 yards between vessels, before adjusting to an even distance, the sailing ships arranged themselves outside Longjing harbor. Slowly advancing toward the enemy vessels, their sails devoid of any family insignia, simply draped in plain gray fabric. As the turbine steam ironclad ships entered the range of the sailing vessels, a volley of crossbow bolts was released. Yet only the front row sailing ships managed to strike the ironclad hull. The turbine steam vessels remained unfazed, continuing their advance. After several volleys, only the crossbow bolts from the flagship found their mark in the hull of the opposing ships. The turbine steam ironclads did not retaliate. Once the sails of the sailing ships were adjusted to the proper angle, the sailors collectively boarded flatboats to depart the exercise area, their gazes wistfully lingering on their old companions with whom they had spent 3 to 4 years. With the wind at their backs, the unmanned sailing ships surged toward the first fleet, and as the last flatboat drifted away, a thunderous battle call echoed across the sea. Thomas, peering through a high-powered monocular, carefully observed and readied for action, commanding, "Load the arrows." The turbine steam ironclads could easily annihilate the sailing vessels from outside their range, but for now, this was merely a display, a military showcase to exhibit the superiority of their warships and deter any ill-intentioned observers, all while concealing their true capabilities. As the vessels on sail were merely truncated versions, the First Fleet commenced its official assault, opening portholes on the ship's exterior as rockets whistled forth from within, striking the wooden ships with explosive force, erupting into 16 clusters of fiery projectiles. After a few breaths, these clusters detonated violently, setting the sailing ships ablaze. A second volley was prepared, targeting the second zone. The rocket's range covered all advancing sailing vessels. The turbine ironclads swiftly retreated, distancing themselves before pivoting to unleash 16 rocket ports toward the enemy ships. A single turbine ironclad could simultaneously engage 16 targets, accurately striking those behind the front line, as rockets were launched directly or in arcs. Ultimately, except for a few sailing vessels that suffered minor damage due to angle discrepancies, the remaining ships were rendered powerless. Seeing the cessation of attacks, the sailors of the original sailing vessels onshore swiftly organized a group to operate the remaining seaworthy ships in an attempt to escape. However, after the sailing ships had moved a short distance, the sound of the First Fleet's call resounded once more. The flagship Fairness issued the command to pursue at full speed. The turbine ironclads deftly maneuvered through the fiery obstacles, rapidly surrounding the fleeing sailing vessels. In terms of speed, the turbine ironclads outpaced the sailing ships by 2 or 3 times, with their portholes aimed at the enemy. Some of the sailing vessels attempted to flee further, their 200 oars plunging into the water to accelerate before crashing violently against the turbine ironclads, leaving only a massive dent and deforming 4 rocket launch ports. While the main structure remained intact, some sailing vessels hurled flaming barrels of pitch, striking the turbine ironclads, yet none of the crew emerged to extinguish the flames. They merely let it burn. Although termed ironclad, the alloy was merely half an inch thick, a special composite remarkably resistant to high temperatures. A mystery to the blacksmiths of Blafos, who could not decipher its composition. If made from iron, the vessels would be too heavy to float. Consequently, they resorted to covering only critical areas with steel. Fundamentally, they remained wooden ships. All attempts by city-states to replicate the turbine ironclads faced this obstacle. The alloy process remained a stumbling block, and even with generous rewards offered, progress was slow. In truth, Robin was open about the layout and structure of his warships. The alloy process was a marvel he had devised within the realm of consciousness. Should any city-state manage to replicate it, it would be a boon. With the industrial foundation and knowledge possessed by the New World, they could directly copy the design, subsequently reducing the price of turbine warships, rendering the technology developed by the imitators unprofitable, while rewarding the original developers with a substantial share of profits, an approach that had proven successful time and again. Many of Robin's smaller inventions had been copied by inexpensive workshops, which subsequently integrated this model into the New World's Enlightenment Island. Standing atop the city walls alongside his wife Allison, Robin observed the naval battle, flanked by nobles who peered over the battlements with low-powered telescopes, their hearts filled with astonishment. They beheld the fleet of sailing ships, large enough to defeat any family fleet, engulfed in flames, the scent of smoke carried by the sea breeze to the black walls. The nobleman's eyes widened in disbelief. The new warships were unsinkable and impervious to flames. How were these vessels constructed, and what would it take to sink them? In truth, many of the imitators on the opposite shore were equally baffled by how steel could float. Thus, their craftsmen meticulously copied the internal structures and external appearances, even replicating the colors, creating a formidable facade. However, a close inspection would reveal stark differences between the counterfeit and the genuine article. Many had never actually seen the original turbine steam warships. Those who had witnessed their prowess often did not return, and they believed that the new warships of Longjing were merely layered with iron and had improved attack methods, differing little in essence from the original vessels. Now, it was evident that the disparities were vast. Facing 10 foes with such ease, some nobles calculated that given the scale of the Longjing fleet, traditional warships from both continents would be insufficient for battle. They understood why the three-city alliance of the Stone Steppes Islands, despite the support of Blafos and Volantis, remained shrunken to their islands, relying on the power of large catapults to deter the Longjing fleet. They realized that the times had changed. On this day, Longjing City retired its final batch of sailing ships, leaving a profound impression on the nobility of both shores at the cost of 10 subordinate vessels. The series of sailing ships gradually withdrew from military service. All of this was worthwhile. The burning wooden vessels on the sea for 7 days stood as a glaring testament that sailing ships were utterly no match for turbine ironclads. No longer would anyone believe that mere numbers could triumph over these new warships. Observing that no soldiers ever appeared aboard these new vessels, even the hatches were sealed tightly. The familiar nobles began to murmur in confusion. Thus, the presale of the turbine steam warships in the New World extended to 10 years into the future. No amount of discussion could compare to the reality of a true battle. Were they expensive? In truth, they were far from it. Very well. If you choose not to purchase, there are certainly others who will. Indeed, the price is sufficient to acquire 30 sailing warships. Take your gold and make your purchase. And we shall see when you encounter a turbo ironclad whether you can conjure a miracle. A slight difference in speed could mean the difference between life and death. Chapter 59. The Minister of Marine Affairs in the year AC 110. The atmosphere was exceptionally tense as the repercussions of the Green Bride incident began to spread. The young count embarked on a protracted and terrifying quest for retribution. As 2 years elapsed, the arrival of AC 112 loomed nearer. During this time, the 3 edicts issued by Robin cast a profound influence over the entirety of Westeros. The prices of salmon products from Dragon Crystal City returned to normalcy, while all transactions outside of contracts were entirely halted, including the supply of affordable provisions destined for King's Landing. The 5 combat fleets of Dragon Crystal City stationed at the Stepstones were fully withdrawn to their base in the Dornish Sea, throwing the waters of the Stepstones into immediate disarray. Dragon Crystal City besieged Bravos under the pretext of kidnapping 2 princesses, yet they found themselves unexpectedly assassinated by the Faceless Men, which incited Robin's wrath. Though Bite Bay was far from the Stepstones, it was alarmingly close to Bravos. Every fleet that had completed the retrofit of its turbo steam warships was dispatched to bombard Bravos, reducing the myriad islands of Bravos to ruins, littered with debris from catapults and the wreckage of warships. The once celebrated port of global trade had devolved into a wasteland. Their renowned fleet of warships, celebrated for its purple sails and hulls, sank in the harbor during the initial skirmish, with nearly 60% of their vessels succumbing to the turbulent seas. No free trade city-state was willing to extend assistance. As soon as the Dragon fleet withdrew from the Stepstones, the Iron Bank sent emissaries holding promissory notes demanding repayment. The Tri-City Coalition naturally rebuffed these claims, asserting that such actions constituted aid and questioning their means of repayment. Furthermore, the notion was impractical. Their nearly 1,000 wind-powered ships, if they attempted to venture northward en masse, would be swiftly decimated within a day. The 5 fleets in the Dornish Sea remained steadfast. Should they dare to leave the Stepstones, they would be discovered and unable to escape, while other free trade city-states promised assistance. It was merely in the form of a transactional relationship, necessitating payment. The interest rates from the Iron Bank were exorbitant, and they were notorious for their ruthless pricing. Bravos, a city-state built on the backs of slaves, opposed all forms of slavery in the world. Yet, now, under the military pressure of Dragon Crystal City, they resorted to purchasing Unsullied from Astapor to bolster their defenses, publicly labeling them as a free army rather than slaves. The navy had been entirely dismantled, and should Bravos falter against the might of Dragon Crystal City, it would be relegated to the annals of history. Viserys received correspondence from the Sea King, expressing a willingness to return 3 dragon eggs, provided he repaid the principal borrowed during the reign of Jaehaerys, foregoing any interest. Although the royal coffers were currently capable of settling this debt, It was evident that the 3 petrified dragon eggs could hardly be worth such a sum. The funds borrowed by his grandfather had dwindled to a mere fraction since he ascended the Iron Throne, most of it having been expended on repairing roads in the Red Keep, and the popular ballads did not sing his praises. Thus, Viserys disregarded the emissaries from Braavos, instead inquiring of the Sea King why Princess Rhaenyra and Prince Laenor were visiting the Sea King's palace without notifying the king via Raven. Were they unaware of the political risks involved? The envoy stammered and faltered in his explanations before Viserys dismissed him. After 2 months, the envoy returned, crestfallen, from Tyrosh, traversing the land back to war-torn Braavos. It was not only the upper echelons of power who harbored ill feelings towards Braavos, the lower echelons yearned for its collapse. The lords, possessing vast tracts of land, found their grain unsellable at fair prices. Many nobles within the 7 kingdoms had teetered on the brink of bankruptcy, barely surviving due to high-interest loans from the Iron Bank. What would happen if the Iron Bank were to falter? It would be a monumental boon for them. The lesser nobility of Westeros predominantly supported the conflict north of the Narrow Sea, as Braavos' influence had long been supplanted by Dragon Crystal City. Braavos' fishing industry had been utterly devastated, unable to fetch a fair price, while Dragon Crystal City's alloy technologies far surpassed that of Braavos. The once prized dark purple dye derived from sea snails had been replaced, and the fabrics dyed in Dragon Crystal City boasted an array of more vibrant colors. Now, maritime trade with Braavos had ceased entirely, as Dragon Crystal City began to supplant them in commerce with the Isle of Ibn. Moreover, Braavos' brothel industry paled in comparison, as Dragon Crystal City imposed heavy taxes on such enterprises and enforced numerous prohibitions against practitioners. Offenses related to bloodlines, same-sex relations, minors, multiple partners, abuse, and public nudity were all deemed severe crimes, with organizers and offenders facing equal culpability. Dragon Crystal City was, to date, the most regulated place in the world regarding such matters, rendering its brothel industry almost impossible to flourish. As for Braavos' advanced financial sector, none understood its operations better than Robin. In Dragon Crystal City, one could earn interest on fixed deposits, and anonymous savings accounts were among a series of groundbreaking financial innovations that attracted wealth from all corners of the globe, with a track record of timely interest payments over 3 years and the security of naval dominance. Dragon Crystal City's financial sector became increasingly bustling as Braavos descended into chaos. The colossal turbo merchant ship, Dragon Crystal No. 1, sailed triumphantly across the Narrow Sea, currently advancing at full speed, anticipated to reach King's Landing before sunset. The vessel boasted 7 levels of accommodations, capable of housing 300 families under normal circumstances. The internal space and decks could serve as a base for a cavalry regiment of 2,000 men, powered by an impressive array of 36 steam turbines. Surrounding the ship was a contingent of 30 escort vessels from the Dragon Fleet, arranged in a diamond formation. The very fleet that had incinerated 300 of its own wind-powered warships during naval exercises. The fleet commander was Tormund, while his brother, the Grand Admiral Thomas, commanded operations in the waters near Braavos. The waves continually crashed against the immense black metal hull of the ship, yet it felt as though a gentle breeze caressed its surface, failing to sway its resolute course. Robin, pale-faced, stood silently on the deck, gripping the iron railings, his fingers lightly tapping as he gazed out at the tumultuous sea. Who would have imagined that the master architect of the Dragon Fleet would succumb to seasickness? As the fierce sea winds tousled his short brown hair, numerous sailors busied themselves with their tasks upon the deck, while 6 guards were scattered around. Suddenly, Robin was seized by another wave of nausea, but his stomach was empty. Knock, knock, knock. Someone gently patted his back. "How are you feeling? Better?" came the soft voice of a girl from behind. It was his companion, Allison, clad in a flowing green dress, her belly slightly rounded with pregnancy. Upon waking and discovering Robin's absence from their quarters, she had hurried to check on him, having noted his earlier distress at sea. "What are you doing out here? You should return. It's chilly." Robin gestured for the maid to escort her back, but she waved her hand in refusal. "I've been asleep for quite some time." She then took the thick black bear fur cloak from the maid and draped it over her husband. "I'm not cold." Seeing that she had already covered herself, Robin ceased his objections. "Very well, let others attend to these matters. Just ahead is Tideshead Island. We'll reach Blackwater Port in 3 hours after passing through the strait," Allison informed him. "I know. The sea breeze is strong. You should return," Robin replied. Allison embraced him from behind, resting her head on his shoulder and glancing up at him. "Do you have something on your mind?" she inquired. "Is it the King's invitation for you to become the Minister of Marine Affairs? If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask my father." "It's not that," Robin pondered. "It is precisely because your father remains in the King's favor that I find myself perplexed. I cannot comprehend why Viserys, who has always favored a balance of political power, would summon him to serve as the Minister of Maritime Affairs. Should he not seek another family with maritime influence to guide the kingdom as other naval forces? Once Robin is brought in, he would wield considerable authority over maritime matters. Both in strength and title, how would Viserys navigate this intricate game? Moreno has no amicable ties to the Targaryens, and if nothing else, he should dismiss Otto and seek another competitor for the political arena. Now, with one in the king's favor and the other as Minister of Maritime Affairs. According to the power dynamics of the Privy Council, will Robin not soon hold unrivaled influence? Robin. The king's letter states he will host a banquet at the Queen's stage in Maegor's Holdfast to welcome you. I suspect he wishes to summon me to pledge loyalty to his heir. Are you reluctant? After a moment of contemplation, Robin nodded. Since our sovereign has relinquished a measure of power for the sake of his unseen son, I see no reason to disrupt tradition. Should Robin decline to swear fealty in King's Landing, the populace may perceive that the king has lost his grip over the seas. Viserys once believed that even the mightiest fleet could not encircle Westeros, yet he has realized his error. The widespread leasing of islands by Dragonstone is indeed encroaching upon Westeros. And it is merely leasing, an act that requires annual payment in golden dragons, lawful and compliant, leaving the king unable to pinpoint any legal fault. However, should a law be enacted specifically against leasing, it would equate to a denial of the lord's ownership of their lands. A provocation to the nobility akin to Aegon's conquest of Westeros. The current king dares not tread such a path. The queen is nearing her time, and the king seems convinced that this time a son will be born, even organizing an elaborate tournament for the occasion. Alicent gently placed Robin's hand on her belly. Though the child is likely still in the embryonic stage, and he felt nothing. I too hope for a boy, she said, gazing at Robin with an expression brimming with anticipation, her eyes shimmering with affection. Robin kissed her in response, parting only after a long moment. A boy or girl matters not. Should the girl prove exceptional, Dragonstone's fortunes might yet fall into her hands. Alicent, however, shook her head in dissent. Robin had two objectives in coming to King's Landing as the Minister of Maritime Affairs. The first was to expand his influence and validate his actions. The more significant aim, however, was to devise a means to secure a dragon for propagation within his consciousness space. Over the years, the matter he had collected had coalesced into a planet with normal gravity, albeit one that was entirely abnormal, a world reminiscent of the waterlogged realms depicted in interstellar narratives. An endless abyss of water, with a core formed from collected sands and stones, densely packed to maintain a stable temperature, situated perilously close to the sun, and revolving at a rapid pace, resulting in catastrophic tsunamis and tides, rendering it inhospitable to life. The only landmass was a towering cylindrical mountain, several tens of thousands of meters high, with life only able to exist within a crafted transparent dome world atop it, where the environment remained temperate year-round, teeming with microorganisms. Lakes, livestock, grass, and trees. Robin was the greatest predator among these animals, requiring no carnivorous creatures to regulate their numbers. The optimal conditions for reproduction had been prepared. Historical records indicated that dragons would automatically change gender when their population reached a critically endangered level. Thus, securing a breeding dragon would lead to a multitude of dragons at his command, complemented by his own Dragonstone fleet, ensuring no one could impede his conquering stride. As for the taming issue, Demon, confined in the war readiness caverns, had already fathered 34 children, with over 50 more yet to be born. Over the past 2 years, he had been provided with countless women of Valyrian blood, for the Dragon Lord's lineage would not suffer from genetic diseases due to inbreeding. Robin planned to send these offspring to the Dragon Planet to propagate humanity once they reached a certain age. Within his consciousness space, he was a godlike figure, poised to unleash them northward to effortlessly address the foretold calamity. Yet, some uncertainties lingered. What is magic? Without it, would these dragons grow? Could stolen dragon eggs hatch into dragons? He was not entirely certain. It would be prudent to capture a young dragon rather than an egg. For now, Robin could only take one step at a time, attempting to resolve these issues through trial and error. The stepstones were currently in disarray. Previously, the Dragonstone fleet could maintain a semblance of unity against common foes, but with the retreat of Dragonstone, various conflicts had come to light. In a bid to recover losses, every merchant vessel bound for the summer sea was thoroughly plundered and held for ransom, particularly those belonging to House Valerion. The losses for Driftmark were most severe, with 5 crucial trade routes, 3 of which traversed the Stepstones, jeopardizing the family's wealth. Rhaenys and Laenor had repeatedly taken to the skies on dragons for retribution. 2 months prior, this crownless queen's steed had been struck in the wing by a giant crossbow and was currently recuperating on Driftmark. The final ship of the 10 turbine steam warships commissioned by Dragonstone was nearing delivery, while Lord Corlys aimed to command a national fleet to restore order to the Stepstones, including the Dragonstone fleet. However, Viserys opposed this, asserting that the state could not afford to pour resources into that bottomless pit. Thus, during a Privy Council meeting, Prime Minister Otto erupted into a heated argument with Lord Corlys, who ultimately resigned from the position of Minister of Maritime Affairs in frustration. In truth, King Viserys had intended to invite Jason Lannister's twin brother, Tywin Lannister, to assume the role of Minister of Maritime Affairs. Yet Jason Lannister vehemently opposed this in internal meetings, for the kingdom's seas were far too tumultuous. The northern narrow sea was embroiled in conflict, while the southern stepstones were rendered impassable. Any action upon the narrow sea would not evade the scrutiny of the 5 naval bases at Dragonstone, and the Moreno family's influence was gradually encroaching upon the western seas. The Moreno family, leveraging their marriage ties with Old Town, was establishing a new naval base within Whispering Bay, with most of the mid-level officers hailing from House Hightower. Given the layout of this naval base, constructing 1 or 2 more bases along the western shore would effectively encircle Westeros. It was known that the nobles of Shield Islands had been negotiating with Dragonstone to lease an island as a naval base, seeking similar treatment to that afforded to House Hightower, but they had yet to reach an agreement. Once settled, the Shield Islands would border the western coastline, and the Lannisters had yet to devise a strategy for this evolving situation. Robin's conflict with Viserys was a well-known fact. At the very least, he needed to mend relations with the young Count for Duke Jason to contemplate whether to seek a position in the Privy Council. The 5 turbine steam warships, procured at great expense by the family, were still undergoing training at Lannisport, and the Lannisters were unwilling to become mere pawns in the King's balancing act. The Lannister lineage, stemming from a union between Andali adventurers and the ancient daughter of the kings of Casterly Rock, contrasted starkly with the King's own bloodline, which traced back to a legendary trickster of the heroic age, known as Lon. It was said that Lon wielded neither sword nor dagger but relied solely on cunning to swindle Casterly Rock from House Casterly. Thus, he would not foolishly serve as the King's pawn in King's Landing. Some speculated that Lord Corlys, the Sea Snake, discerned this reality, prompting his resignation from the Minister of Maritime Affairs. Previously, this position could have afforded the family political clout, aiding the king in balancing maritime powers, yet now, with House Valerion in decline and key trade routes lost, sustaining their fleet and crew expenses would become increasingly challenging. The Dragonstone fleet's withdrawal from the conflict at the Stepstones was undoubtedly a retaliation orchestrated by that young count, Jason Lannister, the Duke of Casterly Rock. Though possessing a rather haughty demeanor, had once witnessed the annihilation of 300 sailing warships during a naval exercise, rendering them utterly defenseless. He possessed a keen self-awareness. Not only was he unprepared to confront 30 turbine steam warships, but he had never even commanded 300 sailing vessels simultaneously, not for lack of means, but rather due to the burdens of maintenance. The Duke resolutely resolved to avoid such ill fortune. After imparting this lesson to his eager younger brother, Tywin, the latter dutifully composed a letter to the king, filled with expressions of gratitude and trust, while his actual course of action was to concoct various excuses to refrain from attending. Chapter 60. Arrival at King's Landing. King's Landing, the Iron Gate. The Iron Gate is one of the 7 grand entrances that encircle the city, situated on the northeast wall adjacent to Blackwater Bay, connecting to the northern part of Rosby. At this moment, throngs of people gathered outside the city walls, eager to catch a glimpse of the fabled dragon ships. Half the city's populace stood along the banks of Blackwater Bay, craning their necks in anticipation, with some unfortunate souls tumbling into the river due to the crowd's density. "It truly is a vessel forged of steel," exclaimed the citizens in astonishment. "It is enormous." As the ship approached the Iron Gate, 2/3 of its turbines ceased operation, resulting in an exceedingly slow pace. By the time the lively sounds from the shore reached their ears, the last turbine came to a halt. The sun was sinking low in the sky, and on the second deck of the Dragon Crystal No. 1, Robin stood amidst the crowd, absorbing the fervor of the people. As he yearned for a more visceral understanding of the true nature of war. "This enthusiasm is overwhelming," he mused. "Yet, I find it delightful." 100 sailors were tirelessly operating 12 winches, and a steel drawbridge was deployed ahead of the Dragon Crystal No. 1, wide enough for 3 horses to charge simultaneously. Designed for cavalry landings, the bridge lacked any protective barriers. Its far end rested directly upon the earth, where the ground was merely compacted soil, not paved, causing the iron bridge to sink deeply, with the muddy surface rising to knee-height above the bridge. The vanguard heavy cavalry disembarked first to clear the path, while the light cavalry behind dragged wooden planks to lay down on the uneven terrain, extending their makeshift roadway to the Iron Gate. Black-clad soldiers bearing family banners flanked the bridge, creating a grand procession. Robin forsook the prepared carriage, taking his wife, Alicent, by the hand as they crossed the bridge towards the Iron Gate, where most of the king's high officials had gathered, excluding only the monarch. The banner depicting a 3-headed red dragon on a black field, alongside the tiered white tower flag with flames atop a gray background, fluttered in the breeze. Clop, clop, clop. Otto, mounted on a grand steed and draped in a black cloak, awaited them at the city gate. At the forefront was Otto Hightower, flanked by the Minister of Finance, Lyman Beesbury, and the Minister of Justice, Strong Lannister. "My father is up ahead," she whispered to him. Allison broke away from his arm and dashed toward Otto, her face radiant with joy. Otto, aware from her letters that his daughter was with child, rushed forward to assist her as she stumbled. "Father, you are now a countess and expecting," he admonished, his face serious. Though he typically bore a stern expression, he soon softened into a smile. "You have grown, father-in-law. It has been 2 years since the wedding, and you have not visited Dragonstone," Robin remarked. "The affairs of King's Landing are demanding," Otto replied. Robin exchanged pleasantries with the court officials, and a robust knight in golden robes approached. "Who is this?" he inquired. Minister Lannister introduced Harwin, my eldest son. "Quite a sturdy lad," Robin observed. 100 knights, fully armored, surrounded the young count, and the carriage sped through the bustling flea market of King's Landing, heading directly towards the Red Keep's Maegor's Holdfast. The rhythmic sound of hooves echoed upon the cobbled streets of the political heart of the Seven Kingdoms as Robin peered through the carriage window, curiously admiring the surroundings. For he had never visited King's Landing before. The streets were lined with citizens, equally intrigued by the arrival of the Lord of Dragonstone. As tales of Robin's exploits had spread far and wide, as the carriage navigated through the narrow streets under the escort of soldiers, Allison regaled her husband with tales of various locales and their histories. It had been 2 years since his last visit, yet King's Landing had not changed significantly. Ahead, he noticed a hill overlooking the city, known as one of the 3 hills of King's Landing where the Targaryen family had once kept their dragons. The other 2 hills were Visenya's Hill and Aegon's Hill. The customs of the Silent Sisters were mentioned, as was the golden wedding of Duke Roga Baratheon and Queen Alyssa Valerion, celebrated atop the dragon's lair on the hill. Robin listened intently, recalling vividly the accounts he had read, finding the embellished narratives recounted by Allison quite engaging. "The architecture of Silk Street is impressive. Is it akin to Cloth Street?" Robin jested, fully aware that the street was infamous for its diverse brothels. "Perhaps," Allison replied, stifling a smile. "I may visit if time allows." After a lengthy journey, they finally beheld the Red Keep situated upon Aegon's Hill. The defensive gates had been swung open, allowing Robin and his retinue of 100 knights to enter, followed closely by 12 carts laden with gifts. The steward of the Red Keep, Lord Alan Caswell, and his wife came forth to greet them. Robin carefully assisted Allison down from the carriage, noting that the surrounding structures appeared to have undergone recent renovations. The once dark red stone now coated with a vibrant red dye, an undertaking that must have required considerable resources. Bran's keen eyesight caught a glimpse of movement, and at his urging, Robin looked up to see a woman peering out from an open window of Maegor's Holdfast. With silver hair and golden attire, she was intently observing their arrival. Though the distance rendered her features unclear, Robin recognized her as Princess Rhaenyra, and Allison too noticed the fleeting figure. "Welcome to you, Lord of Dragonstone, Lord Morin, and his lady wife, Miss Allison." Lord Caswell greeted them as they regained their composure. "It has been a long time, my lady." Allison smiled warmly, following him as they made their way inside. "The Queen and Princess Rhaenyra have both missed you dearly. Will Rhaenyra be present at the banquet?" Allison inquired. "I believe she might not be," was the reply. "Understood. I shall seek an audience with the Queen first," Allison signaled to Robin. "I know little about state matters." "Then watch your step," Robin advised, gesturing for Tilly to accompany a few maidservants behind them. "Lord Robin, this way please," Lord Caswell warmly directed them. The remaining knights and soldiers remained stationed outside, while Jorson and the chief swordsman, Bran, accompanied Robin into the palace of the Red Keep. Chapter 61. Conditions of choice in the throne room. King Viserys, adorned with the golden crown passed down from Aegon the Conqueror, presided over the Iron Throne in formal attire. He traditionally summoned the city's nobility only during significant events. 7 Kingsguards stood in a row, clad in their crimson armor, lining the aisles alongside the guests and their ladies. Robin approached slowly, followed closely by Otto, while the chief ministers discreetly mingled among the guests, sensing an unusual atmosphere. As he reached the king, Sir Laenor Valerion, captain of the King's Guard, boomed, "Before you stands Viserys Targaryen, king of the Undals, Rhoynar, and First Men, ruler of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm." Robin gazed at the king, pausing in silence before kneeling on one knee and clasping his knee in homage. Viserys managed to smile, visibly relieved, and personally assisted the young lord to rise. This young count wielded considerable military power, governing the lands of the New World and the Fingers, populated by a multitude from across the realm. With 5 naval bases anchored upon the waters, Viserys was keen to avoid conflict with him. Even a victorious outcome could leave Westeros in ruins. Their past interactions had been fraught with tension, and the young count exerted significant military pressure across the 7 kingdoms. No one understood his true intentions, initially speculating that he sought to claim the disputed lands by attacking the Triarchs, only to retreat and retaliate against Bravos, displaying a hint of capriciousness. Robin's willingness to come to King's Landing to assume the role of master of ships was a gesture of respect, signaling that Dragonstone still wished to unite under the Iron Throne, and that peace in Westeros could continue, with hopes that the king and his council would negotiate a favorable outcome. Lord Robin, King's Landing welcomes you. Thundered applause erupted around him. In gratitude for the king's esteem, Dragonstone presented a special gift. Jorson stepped forward, offering a parchment, which two Kingsguard gradually unfurled to reveal a detailed map of Westeros, marking the names and ruling families of all noble castles, from the Wall to Dorne, from mountains to rivers, even depicting the unfinished Blackwater River project as if it were completed. I am quite fond of this gift, Viserys remarked. In the Queen's ballroom, Viserys led everyone from the throne room to the first floor hall. This ballroom, situated within Maegor's Holdfast, primarily served royal banquets and dances, accommodating over 100 guests. Arch windows lined the walls, with the main source of illumination provided by whale oil candles, their flames flickering gently, reflecting brightly on the silver mirrors adorning the hall, casting a silvery glow throughout the room. The second floor featured a long corridor, with heavy walls adorned with exquisite wood carvings and lavish tapestries, while banners depicting the three-headed dragon of House Targaryen hung on either side of the grand entrance. This is Lord Morin, Robin, creator of Dragonstone, possessing innumerable fleets. A young man of great promise, the likes of which the Seven Kingdoms have not seen. The king's words brimmed with praise, as if he sought to sculpt Robin into the most perfect being in the world. Robin graciously acknowledged each compliment, waiting patiently for an opportunity to slip away from the crowd. The royal banquet featured an array of delicacies, including honey cakes made with blackberries and nuts, cured ham, bacon, breaded starfish, autumn pears, fried salmon, and a grand roasted pig. Beverages included sweet milk, mead, and low-proof golden sweet wine, while musicians wandered through the hall, playing flutes and harps. Robin savored a piece of roasted bear paw, leisurely enjoying it alongside a mild wine. The king's chef does quite well, he remarked after tasting. Opposite him sat Otto, the hand of the king, who incessantly introduced the nearby nobles of King's Landing, detailing their identities and relationships. How is he? Viserys quietly inquired, approaching with a cup of wine. The king's inquiry, though somewhat impatient, reflected the passage of time since his brother's reckless actions had incited his wrath. After 2 years, he had calmed, for they were, after all, brothers born of the same parents. Quite well, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the royal family will likely welcome more heirs this year. Robin replied candidly, understanding the implication behind the inquiry. What are your conditions? Viserys asked directly, catching Robin off guard at a wedding feast, a rather undignified moment. Robin had refrained from making this matter public, showing considerable deference to House Targaryen, especially since he was content in Dragonstone. The king was aware of his brother Daemon's confinement in Dragonstone, with his dragon Caraxes frequently circling above. Thus, he had dispatched the Kingsguard to check on Daemon's well-being, and the reports described a life of relative luxury, albeit lacking freedom. At this moment, Viserys realized Robin was biding his time for a proposal. I seek a title. Which one? Robin possessed many titles. The bane of pirates and smugglers, the master of the unsullied, Lord of Dragonstone, Warden of the New World, Destroyer of Bravos, King of the Narrow Sea, and Leader of the Order of the Stepstones. King of the Narrow Sea. Choose another. Acknowledging this title would imply Robin's detachment from the realm of Westeros, granting him autonomy from the king's rule, an equal footing, and raising questions about taxes. Then I demand the right to mint coins. Select another. Viserys shook his head, refusing without a second thought. Over the years, he had frequently dipped into the treasury, and if Robin gained the power to mint coins, he could indulge even further, despite not knowing how Robin would utilize it. Then I shall aid you in conquering Dorne. Should Robin succeed in claiming Dorne, not only could the desert sands be utilized to enrich the conscious realm, but he could also transform Dorne's environment on a grand scale, thus eliminating the need for further disputes over the contested lands, while simultaneously asserting control over the waters of Dorne. Although Dragonstone had a naval base there, it often faced minor incursions. When people thought of Dorne, they envisioned a desert. However, it was far more complex. Though Dorne was the hottest region in Westeros, characterized by rocky terrain, mountains, and aridity, the areas traversed by rivers boasted fertile lands. Even during the long summer, ample rainfall and other water sources sustained life, making Dorne habitable for humanity. Robin believed that, given his conscious realm advantage, subduing the Dornish through guerrilla tactics would be relatively simple. He could inundate all viable living areas with seawater, capturing one city per day and concluding the conflict within a month. He held the ultimate trump card to end the war at will, unafraid of provoking hostilities, thus rendering retaliation against Bravos unnecessary. In light of the unresolved crisis in the north, Dragonstone's primary objective remained the expansion of its influence and military might, particularly in recent years. The realm had nurtured a burgeoning population, whether in the New World or Dragonstone, with approximately 5 million souls nearing their limits. According to Robin's preliminary estimates, Westeros' total population approached 40 million, a figure derived from when the map of Westeros was drawn 2 years prior. Especially with the advent of formal medical practices and stable food prices, even with salmon prices tripling, they remained cheaper than prior to AC 117. Robin's vision for the future involved consolidating the resources of Westeros into a formidable force, step by step ascending to the position of Prime Minister and Protector of the realm. Initially seizing control of King's Landing, then undermining Viserys, ultimately governing the kingdom under the pretense of regency, and finally orchestrating a marriage alliance to replace the monarchy. Or reform the regime, everything hinged on the developments to come. Viserys' condition was unmistakably clear to Robin. It was leprosy. And he could not possibly live to the age of 69 like his grandfather, Jaehaerys. He speculated that this king had perhaps a decade or so left. And during that time, how much could his heir grow? As for the concern regarding whether the new king would break free from control after Viserys' demise, there was no need for alarm. Even the young Jaehaerys' commands held no legal weight before his formal coronation, and the timing of that coronation was entirely at his discretion. His relationship with Old Town was quite significant, and one could trust that the High Septon of the Starry September would not be as quick to expand as Viserys' deteriorating body. Robin never doubted that the king would be without a son. The current predicament was that Queen Aemma's health was failing. Regardless, he would inevitably have a son. And he was patient enough to wait. A prosperous Westeros aligned with Robin's interests, for no one understood economic development better than he did. Which was one of the reasons for his presence in King's Landing. This was something I would consider. Viserys was uncertain how Dragonstone would conquer Dorne, as even Aegon had failed to subjugate that land. Legally, Dorne had yet to submit to the Iron Throne. But it was evident that Robin intended to annex Dorne under the Targaryen banner, given its unique geographical significance. Once he gained actual control over Dorne, one would observe that the armies of House Moreno's would stretch from the north to the south of Westeros, complemented by the presence of a naval base, effectively sealing off the realm. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, no king had faced such overwhelming pressures, and although he was unsure how to respond, he knew he could not acquiesce. The seemingly thriving state of the kingdom was far more perilous than when the Valyrians sought to rally in defense of Rhaenys' Iron Throne. Fortunately, the Targaryen family still possessed numerous dragons, and the current youth had yet to secure their support. This was perhaps the most reassuring aspect for Daemon. He had no desire to choose between the three conditions presented to him. Viserys believed it would be better for his brother to remain in Dragonstone, where he was faring quite well, rather than risk trouble by releasing him. Spend some quality time with your wife these days. I recall you have yet to visit King's Landing, Viserys advised. The role of the Master of Ships served as the king's maritime advisor, tasked with commanding the royal fleet, attending council meetings, and overseeing the construction and maintenance of warships, recruiting sailors, and directing naval operations. However, the current situation revealed that the royal fleet was but a fraction of the size of the Dragonstone fleet. The king had expended substantial funds to acquire a fleet of turbine steamships, totaling 25 vessels, with the initial delivery being the king's order. Yet, the monthly maintenance bills for the royal fleet always caused Viserys distress during council meetings. Defeating sail-powered warships will suffice. Capturing smugglers in Blackwater Bay would be commendable. The king often allowed them to remain idle at Dragonstone, with the navy frequently on leave. Indeed, the royal fleet had become the second strongest in the world, being the largest fleet of turbine steamships outside of Dragonstone. Corlys had previously sought to mobilize the royal fleet to clear the stepstones and open trade routes, but Viserys had refused. Thus, as long as Robin was present in King's Landing, it was sufficient for him to fulfill his duties. Whether he held an official position was inconsequential, for he represented the kingdom's greatest peril. The Master of Ships' attire was still being tailored, as one knew that the tailors in King's Landing could not compare to those in Dragonstone. May I visit the Dragon Lair? Of course, why not? If you wish to go, I shall have Rhaenyra accompany you. It would do well for your relationship to mend, especially as you will often encounter one another in the council chamber. The vast political center of King's Landing was rendered remarkable merely due to the presence of dragons. Otherwise, would outsiders come to gaze upon those red edifices? I am immensely grateful. Chapter 62. Otto's conversation. The night was abuzz with activity, as the streets were lined with a plethora of goods, primarily inexpensive meats and exquisite items transported from Longjing City, enveloping the entirety of King's Landing in joy. He himself was akin to a human warehouse. The herbivores of the Dragon Star required periodic culling, for the acceleration of time within the realm of consciousness was exceedingly formidable. A moment's negligence could lead to a catastrophic overpopulation, disrupting the ecological balance, which would be a cumbersome endeavor to restore. The importation of goods from Longjing City served as a fade for the future, ensuring that even an influx of meat would not raise eyebrows among the populace. This marked the first occasion the citizens of King's Landing felt the benefits brought forth by the newly appointed Minister of Marine Affairs. 2 silver deer for a cow? The old man exclaimed in disbelief. Vendors managed to procure 3 cows from the turbine steam cargo ship docked at Blackwater Port, an unprecedented feat, as such large commodities were typically entrusted to affluent merchants. Yet, the merchants of King's Landing, despite their utmost efforts, could only secure 20,000 cattle and sheep. With the majority of the 6,000-strong city guard engaged in maintaining order, the port was now brimming with cattle and sheep. Due to the booming cattle trade, coal, iron pots, daggers, salt, and spices were swiftly sold out. Ingenious individuals purchased large numbers of cattle and sheep at Blackwater Port and immediately spread them around King's Landing, offering prices previously unseen in the northern regions, even during the summer. The turbine steam cargo ships could only reach Blackwater Port, given their deep draft, which posed a significant risk of running aground as they navigated the Blackwater River inland. No captain would dare take such a risk. Thus, the news of Robin Moreno's appointment as Minister of Marine Affairs began to radiate outward from King's Landing. That night, after the king announced the conclusion of the banquet, Robin departed the Red Keep with his wife. The sound of the carriage wheels rolling over the cobblestones echoed through the bustling streets of King's Landing, filled with the aroma of meat. Commoners were seen boiling large chunks of meat in iron pots, while those without pots fashioned skewers for grilling, with a few children eagerly awaiting the meat to cook. Thanks to the years of affordable salmon supplied by Longjing City, many children had been born in King's Landing, a phenomenon linked to the standardization of medical practices. Medieval medicine was woefully underdeveloped. In the early years, Robin had expended considerable wealth to invite scholars, midwives, and experienced veterinarians to compile a manual on childbirth and maternal knowledge, filled with numerous case studies and anatomical illustrations. Robin primarily contributed the anatomical diagrams, illustrations of organ distribution, and annotated images of arteries and veins. The book's graphic realism was so striking that some individuals with peculiar tastes even, upon receiving the report, Robin's mother insisted that her son's name not appear in the printed editions. Who knew how the information would circulate, and whether it would lead to questions about his extensive knowledge, potentially branding him as a peculiar individual, considering he was already involved. He decided to include remedies for common ailments like colds, fevers, dysentery, and chills. Robin had often suffered from poor health. The coastal winds were harsh, and he occasionally caught colds. When a scholar suggested mercury saunas and bloodletting as treatments, he was taken aback. Unexpectedly, the book continued to expand, leading to significant updates every month. To date, over 800 individuals in Longjing City had contributed to this monumental work, which had grown to encompass a wide array of common and rare diseases, documenting every experience and anecdote. The latest medical achievement in Longjing City was the ability to administer glucose to sustain life and transfuse matching blood types to those who had lost significant amounts of blood. Following the Green Bride incident, salmon products had all reverted to their original prices, rising threefold, and large-scale processing ceased, eliminating mass exports. Over 2 years, the Longjing workshops had been reduced from 300 to a mere 20, maintaining the supply to Longjing City and the New World. It was not merely an act of retribution. The financial reports from Longjing City indicated a steady decline in profits from salmon products, accounting for less than 1/10 of total profits each month, while salaries and tax expenditures consumed 1/3 of total expenses. After much deliberation, Robin ultimately decided to eliminate the salmon processing business. However, the number of individuals employed in salmon processing was substantial. To prevent unrest within the territory, most production equipment and supporting facilities, including oversized pressure steamers, Longjing jars, and large smoking machines, were auctioned off to the highest bidders. Using the proceeds to compensate those laid off, the captain set sail to the New World for supplies, and Robin saw no reason to refuse. After all, the salmon remained in the caves, and the frozen salmon was still priced as before. Robin merely dispatched 300 soldiers for patrols, along with a contingent of tax collectors, and otherwise relinquished control. The processing of salmon in the New World provided livelihoods for many, with families engaged in individual salmon processing. Men who had retired from the workshops continued their work in transportation, while women and children remained involved in drying and curing the fish. Due to the competition, the export prices of salmon from the New World remained closely aligned with previous levels, and the quality was even superior. Merchants, in pursuit of higher profits, typically sold the fish at prices 3 to 4 times their purchase cost, leading to a gradual increase in grain prices in King's Landing. A convoy of hundreds of cavalry escorted a 4-wheeled carriage to the entrance of a grand mansion situated in the affluent upper district of King's Landing, near the old city gates, home to many wealthy individuals, including prosperous merchants. The vicinity around the old city gates boasted convenient transportation and thriving commercial activity, making it a favored residence for affluent traders. Although Longjing City was wealthy, it did not engage in the lowest tier of retail, focusing instead on controlling the supply and transportation ends. Consequently, the Moreno family in King's Landing possessed only a few properties and a plethora of storage warehouses. It was only when the king personally visited Moreno Castle to extend an invitation that Robin consented to become Minister of Marine Affairs. Allison, brimming with excitement, had long been familiar with King's Landing and had arranged for a residence to be purchased early on. Previously, she had lived with Otto in the Prime Minister's tower. Did you agree to release Demon? The man seated before him was none other than Otto, the hand of the king. In the reception room, Robin met with his father-in-law. During the banquet, Otto had refrained from eavesdropping on the conversation between Viserys and Robin, but now he was inquiring about it. No, Robin replied, appearing quite indifferent. That's good. Demon is impulsive and violent. Releasing him would undoubtedly be detrimental to you. I am aware of that. Currently, everything happening was well within Robin's grasp, though the person sitting opposite him in the carriage was somewhat unexpected. What do you intend to do next? Of course, I am here to assume the role of Minister of Marine Affairs. Robin yawned, stretching languidly. Otto set down his wine goblet, his gaze reflecting a complex mix of emotions. This son-in-law seemed to have his own agenda with every step he took. Despite his withdrawal from the Stepstones, he had inadvertently exacerbated the chaos in that region, prompting the Sea Serpent to finally take action and venture to the battlefield. The supplies you brought have earned you the goodwill of the people of King's Landing. The realm is fortunate to have my presence, Robin asserted. It is the good fortune of the people of Westeros. I cannot comprehend what you stand to gain in King's Landing. The king was not foolish. He perceived the situation clearly, albeit with a hint of indecision. I concur with your perspective. According to the information I have received, Corley's progress has not been smooth. The people of the Tri-Cities Alliance have retreated into their caves, and their trebuchet operators are relentless, resulting in a fiercely contested battlefield. Otto spoke in a low tone. That is to be expected. He lacks robust logistics and sufficient material support. What is your opinion on this matter? Are you concerned for the nation and its people? Robin inquired. I am the hand of the king, standing at the center of the scales. In truth, my allegiance does not lie entirely with the Targaryen family, oftentimes. I merely serve as a mouthpiece for Viserys. Otto is acutely aware of this, being the second son who wields the authority of the king. Allison has invited you to Dragonstone on several occasions to act as an advisor, yet you have not accepted. Otto chuckled softly at this, recalling that nearly all of his spies in Dragonstone had been captured and redirected to serve Allison. The realm still requires my presence, as you are well aware that politics necessitates a delicate balance. Fear not, Dragonstone shall always welcome Hightower, for my library is in need of a steward. Should the kingdom no longer seek my counsel, I shall contemplate your offer. When do you suppose that might be? Perhaps when Prince Baelor is able to walk, Robin jested, only to find that Otto responded with utmost seriousness. After a moment's contemplation, Robin mused, is it the child yet to be born to the queen? The name Baelor is known to but a few, as the king has organized a tournament for the unborn child, yet has not publicized the name. Is it the scholar's judgment that it is a boy? Robin inquired with skepticism, for even in the past, such matters could only be discerned through ultrasound or hormonal analysis. It is merely the king's speculation. The scholar has never claimed that the queen carries a boy. I had thought we were encountering yet another peculiar method of validation. There is far too much that lacks credibility. Robin felt at a loss for words, recalling that the king had summoned you a month prior to the birth, expressing his desire to have the finest scholar assist in the delivery. I am not a scholar in that domain, Robin retorted, casting a sidelong glance. If a girl is born, shall we then attach a little appendage? I certainly will not partake in such matters. Robin harbored doubts about the king birthing a daughter, leading to a rivalry between two women for the Iron Throne. This seemed rather plausible, though unbeknownst to him, he was already altering the course of the future. Ha ha. Otto could not suppress a chuckle, though it gradually faded, replaced once more by a serious demeanor. The scholar adorned with a silver necklace holds your authored manual on childbirth in high regard, primarily due to your esteemed name, which brings the king much reassurance. Chapter 63. The Rules. Upon the heights of the Rhaenys Hills stands a magnificent structure resembling a colossal nest, known among the Targaryens as the Dragon Pit. Here dwells the royal dragons, a vast cavern adorned with an expansive bronze door, wide enough for 30 knights to ride through side by side. Between two hills, Rhaenyra rides alongside Robin, who is seated in a carriage, traversing the straight and silent Sister Street. Soon, the carriage arrives at the formidable outer walls of the fortified city. Their conversation remains sparse, limited to essential greetings, and Rhaenyra's eyes reflect a hint of animosity, though Robin remains indifferent, aware that mere words would not sway Demon. For dragon keepers stand guard at the cave's entrance, armed with long spears, clad in soiled linen tunics, emanating the pungent scent of sulfur and niter. My lord, we shall wait outside, one of the elder keepers respectfully states. Rhaenyra strides in, calling forth her steed. Syrax, Subsequently, the beast, adorned in dark yellow scales, steps hesitantly through the entrance, having grown nearly half its size since 5 years prior. A deep, gravelly dragon roar suddenly reverberates in the ears of all present. Directed at Robin. The dragon is not your pet from a zoo. You have seen that for yourself. Is there not another? Robin inquires. Recalling the presence of another dragon named Dreamfire, a slender, pale blue female adorned with silver stripes, once the mount of Princess Rena, daughter of Aegon I. You seem rather knowledgeable, but if you have the courage, why not venture in to see? Rhaenyra dismisses him, commanding Syrax to leap from the hilltop, swiftly soaring above the heads of the onlookers before vanishing into the skies. Syrax is growing rapidly, the elder dragon guard informs Robin. Rhaenyra possesses the right to be unfriendly towards him, yet they are merely skilled servants, closer to the Targaryen bloodline. In past years, Count Albert had sent envoys to converse with these dragon keepers regarding the habits, preferred foods, and environments of the dragons, especially Syrax. How amusing. To think of oneself so highly, Jorson scoffs. Now the king seeks our lord to serve as the master of ships. What face does she present to us? Perhaps you could enlighten us on the knowledge of dragons? Robin proposes. My lord, it is my duty, but currently, only Dreamfire resides in the dragon pit. May I see Dreamfire? My lord, unless absolutely necessary, it is best not to approach. When Jaehaerys ascended the Iron Throne, I attended to Dreamfire, and her temper is volatile. Even feeding her requires caution against her flames, the elder dragon guard explains, his tone firm. The guards, having received the king's orders, wish to impart a sense of intimidation from these ancient beasts to extinguish any inappropriate thoughts, yet without Targaryen blood, entry remains perilous. What else might I observe? Robin inquires. Attempting to comprehend the situation. The dragon pit has a long history. What can I behold? May I view the dragon eggs? Robin coldly asks. The elder keeper, with an apologetic expression, responds. 3 days prior, the princess personally transported the dragon eggs from the dragon pit to Dragonstone. Robin nods, his frustration mounting. Very well. This visit has yielded nothing but a dragon's roar and the cold demeanor of a young dragon. Dragons symbolize power, and for mortals, merely catching a glimpse is a rare privilege. As he turns, a young man with short hair approaches, wielding an extraordinarily long spear, an air of inexplicable arrogance about him. Robin, already simmering with anger, finds himself confronted by this insignificant figure, the weight of years and power surging forth, an invisible pressure enveloping the young man, who suddenly freezes. Tell him, where does the power lie? The voice remains steady, as if engaged in casual conversation. Suddenly, the chief swordsman, Bronn, shifts silently, taking 3 steps forward before driving his slender blade precisely through the young man's throat. As Bronn returns to Robin's side, the young keeper realizes too late that he has been struck, clutching his throat, rendered speechless, his eyes pleading for help from the elder keeper nearby, before collapsing to the ground. Fool, the elder dragon keeper staunchly declares, signaling to another keeper not to approach. To offend the master of ships is to die justly. He bellows, swiftly concluding the matter. He understands all too well that killing one is no different from killing 4 in the eyes of the young lord. This arrogant youth, believing himself noble for merely feeding dragons, deserves no sympathy. With a resigned sigh, the elder keeper finds himself reticent, knowing he cannot speak freely. To mock a lord who has slaughtered 3 island cities is a grave error, for he is the most powerful noble beneath the king. This death will likely be in vain. Robin, having lost interest in remaining, turns to leave. In accordance with the customs of Dragonstone, Jorson tosses 7 copper coins from his pocket, a fee for the disposal of the body. Everything transpires swiftly. By the time the dragon pit guards, clad in black steel armor, emerge from within, the fallen keeper has already bled out, lying silent on the ground. Chapter 60. For the first court session under a radiant sun, the daily royal council convened. Thus, I suggested the need for a standardized pricing system, as at times even the silver stag merchants were at a loss on how to approach me, ultimately resorting to presenting a handful of dragon crystal coins. While Viserys peeled his egg, he engaged in jovial conversation with the ministers, who had small plates of bread and cutlery laid before them. The meeting addressed trivial matters such as theft, patrons refusing to pay, children resembling neither parent, and the appearance of poachers in the royal forests, issues too minor for such a council. Robin, harboring certain preconceived notions, believed that the royal council ought to deliberate on matters of great significance to the 7 kingdoms, where each action would carry substantial weight. However, upon reflection, it became evident that the king was not merely the sovereign of the 7 kingdoms, but also the administrator of the crownlands. It appeared that the king had a greater inclination to entertain thoughts on petty grievances or sensational news. Rhaenyra, adorned in a gown of dark gold, hurriedly lifted her skirts as she made her way toward the king. Rhaenyra, you are late, the king chided. The wine for my lords has run dry. What have you been up to these past few days? To the king, Rhaenyra's arrival seemed a welcome intermission, and he prattled on without pause. I went to visit mother. Winera dutifully poured wine for her father. Viserys caught a familiar scent and drew her closer for a sniff. Did you ride a dragon? Subsequently, Winera, serving as the royal cupbearer, filled each minister's goblet, and when it came to Robin, she subtly mixed lemon water with the wine. My esteemed minister of the sea, why do you remain silent? He inquired. As I am new to the court, I ought to listen more to the esteemed voices present. He spoke humbly. Haha. No need for formality. Feel free to voice your opinions, laughed the others. Robin gazed at Viserys, choosing not to speak hastily, instead waiting a moment before rising. Since I am invited to speak, I shall keep it brief. At present, the efficiency with which you all manage affairs is rather lacking. It is my belief that matters worthy of the king and the state's high officials should pertain to significant issues affecting the Seven Kingdoms or the populace in various aspects. Instantly, murmurs erupted among those present, transforming the royal council into a cacophony of voices. Is this what you call formality? This is clearly a reprimand for failing to perform adequately. Otto interjected, the king is not merely the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms. He is also the lord of King's Landing and the Crownlands. For the king, these matters hold great significance, and only his majesty has the authority to adjudicate. His words resonated with the king, who nodded in satisfaction. This was the reason for the king's approval of Otto, a distinguished figure from the era of Jaehaerys, who continued to serve as the hand under Viserys. Robin displayed a contemplative expression, nodding slightly, and spoke in a calm tone. I am not suggesting that certain matters lack importance. Every word and action from all of you here is of great consequence. Should we not document these as valuable records and evidence? After speaking, the Minister of the Sea looked at Master Malaros before turning to the king. Robin's suggestion left everyone present, except Otto, utterly astonished. The ministers exchanged glances, some wishing to commend the proposal but refraining from voicing their thoughts, fearing the records would reflect mere idle chatter from the king without any substantial outcomes. This proposal is quite commendable, remarked Malaros. Is there any difficulty in implementing it? He stroked his smooth head, seemingly in a quandary. Finally, Otto, the king's hand, spoke on his behalf. Your Majesty, I believe we can do without every detail. We may streamline it, perhaps by indicating support or opposition. Robin, displeased, elaborated on his suggestion. Furthermore, the king and his ministers ought to operate transparently, making decisions in accordance with the kingdom's laws, allowing the populace to be informed of the considerations taken by the ministers. Is there anything wrong with this? This is simply adhering to the law. I believe Princess Winera would be a fitting candidate to maintain these records. This is an excellent proposal, Winera. Do ensure you are not late in the future. The king readily agreed to this innovation, as it was his daughter who would be recording, assuring that her accounts would portray him in a glorious light. After Robin resumed his seat, he stood again, raising his goblet filled with drink, for he had detected an unsettling aroma. There is one more matter. I believe the court's ceremonial officer should face repercussions. Your Highness, the mixture of lemon water and wine is rather unpalatable. Robin poured the liquid onto the ground, revealing its yellow hue. Winera, how could you make such an error? Quickly pour Robin another glass, the king admonished. No need. I fear the next might contain saliva. A splendid idea, Winera retorted, pouting. Winera, the king barked, clearly agitated. As the atmosphere grew tense, sensing the need to redirect the conversation, Otto proposed discussing the upcoming tournament for the crown prince. I am most eager, Viserys exclaimed, visibly excited, even clapping his hands on the table to shift the topic. Is the naming day predicted by the scholars reliable? Malaros replied. The manual of birth has been validated over many years, and the scholars unanimously believe the birth will occur during the tournament. If your Majesty still harbors doubts, Malaros grinned at Robin. Asking me is less reliable than consulting a lunar chart. One cannot expect a diner to guide the chef. Robin declined to shoulder the blame, noting that the book provided no guidance on distinguishing between boys and girls. The Minister of Finance produced a backup treasury ledger from his robes and respectfully presented it to the king. Your Majesty, might we consider reducing the expenses for the tournament? The scale of this event is quite grand. We could postpone it until after the child's birth. The king casually flipped through the pages, reaching the final tally of 1.2 million golden dragons, then perused the detailed accounts, confirming the accuracy of the sums. Lyndon Bisberry, after much deliberation, expressed for this tournament. The treasury has been nearly depleted of half a year's taxes, placing immense financial strain upon us. If we could wait for the next tax collection, these issues would resolve themselves. However, the project connecting to the Blackwater has already progressed significantly, and halting it is not an option. Most lords and knights are already en route to King's Landing. Sending them back would be quite Otto, well aware of the substantial expenditures, understood that he was merely the king's assistant, not the keeper of the royal purse. The tournament shall proceed, Viserys declared, setting the tone firmly. Rescheduling was out of the question, and cutting cost was vague at best. primarily due to the hefty sums allocated for prizes and the provision of free meals for participants during this period. Before the conclusion of the tournament, my son will be born. The entire nation shall celebrate his arrival. Robin gently tapped the table, his voice barely audible. Your Majesty, the Dragon Crystal Bank is willing to provide a special loan for this tournament. Dragonstone will continue to supply goods and the necessary armor and weapons at reduced prices until the tournament concludes. I too hope for this to be a grand celebration. After all, the funds would merely be a loan, likely recouped through future taxes, thus posing no loss. Linman Bisberry, relieved that a resolution appeared within reach, expressed his gratitude. The citizens of King's Landing thank you for your generosity. The Minister of Finance had contemplated borrowing, but upon learning it was for the royal family, the Dragon Crystal Bank promptly closed its doors, as the credits of House Targaryen and House Valerion were considered the lowest tier. Both families had records of broken engagements. This was common knowledge. The option of the Iron Bank was also not viable, given Braavos' current predicament. The Northern and Southern Guardians, who are vassals to the king, have been approached for financial assistance, which may entail certain political costs. The appointment of Tywin Lannister as the Minister of Maritime Affairs was a calculated decision, although Viserys was quite reluctant about it. On the day Robin arrived in King's Landing, he opened up a large supply of food at low prices, but by the next day, prices returned to normal. The royal family seized this opportunity to allocate funds for the purchase of 3,000 cattle and sheep to be kept in the royal gardens. While meat was abundant, there was a significant deficit in other areas. We cannot predict the gender of the child. Mailer was unwilling to guarantee that the king would have a son, and threw out. The scholars had not provided the king with such information. Of course, without evidence, the scholars would not make a judgment. Mailer, the Grand Maester, felt at a loss. Muttering to himself, "No, these are mere fantasies of yours." He did not openly deny it, as a son would indeed enhance the scholar's authority. Thus, he turned away from the king. "I am quite certain the queen is carrying a boy," declared the king, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Robin, uninterested in the conversation about the child's gender, considering it a private matter of the king, focused instead on Rhaenyra, who seemed somewhat preoccupied. "My heir will soon resolve this series of troublesome matters," the king remarked, prompting Robin to snap back to attention, raising an eyebrow and question, "Troublesome matters? Me?" In truth, Robin had no connection to these issues. Viserys was referring to the dispute over the Iron Throne. After several miscarriages by the queen, the ministers advised the king to name a new heir. For instance, Otto suggested Rhaenyra, while the king could replace her with a son when one was born. Corlys recommended his wife, Rhaenys, and then suggested the king remarry Lena to produce a suitable heir, which greatly angered the king. Is there anything else? The king did not enjoy court sessions, unless matters truly required his decisive intervention. As the tournament approached, the security in King's Landing deteriorated. Leonor, the Minister of Justice, stood up, and his son was the commander of the city guard. He was the primary responsible party. Halwyn Strong, draped in golden robes, stepped forward, thumping his chest in assurance. "Your Majesty, I will arrange for additional patrols to ensure public safety during the tournament. Demon never made me worry about these things." Viserys suddenly interjected, casting a pointed glance at Halwyn. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I will lead an unprecedented crackdown on all criminals in King's Landing." Halwyn believed this was a motivational push, as he commanded the city guard. Yet he was not the king's brother, and could not lead the gold cloaks to combat crime without prior approval from the king to avoid unsettling the city's nobility. Robin clearly understood the king's intent. Rather than being angered, he smiled at Viserys. "Thank you, Your Majesty. As you wish, I believe Demon would also enjoy this tournament." The king's eyes widened in surprise, his cheeks betraying his astonishment. He quickly recalled that he had not agreed to those 3 conditions and admonished Robin not to presume. The troubling aspect was that should the king acquiesce, Dragonstone would undoubtedly secure what they desired. He regretted mentioning Demon. Rhaenyra approached Robin to refill his cup, suddenly interjecting, "Will Uncle participate in the tournament?" This question drew everyone's gaze, plunging the meeting into an oddly tense atmosphere, with others silent, like mutes observing each other's reactions. No one welcomed Demon's return to King's Landing. "See, the princess is concerned for her kin," Viserys remarked awkwardly, smiling. "My cup is empty, come refill it." Rhaenyra picked up the wine jug from the table and poured a glass for her father, her gaze fixed intently, as she was quite fond of her uncle, who always brought her gifts upon returning from the Narrow Sea. "This matter is not so simple. There are many complexities involved, Rhaenyra," the king explained to his daughter slowly. "Uncle Demon is—" No. Demon often does not come home, and he likely won't return this time." Viserys interrupted, his tone lowering, suppressing the excitement of the tournament, addressing both Rhaenyra and Robin. "Let's not discuss this. Next topic." Viserys gestured to Otto, eager to move on, wary of Robin's intentions. The morning meeting concluded swiftly, with the king departing the council chamber, leaving the royal ministers to deliberate on specific matters. some of which would have to wait until the following day. After the assembly, Renner awaited him outside, as anticipated. Shall we take a walk? Though her demeanor remained somewhat unfriendly, it was significantly improved. At least there was no aggressive attitude now. Robin crossed his arms, slightly lifting his chin. He was not surprised by Rhaenyra's presence and shook his head. Perhaps she had waited too long, for Rhaenyra had changed into a fitting tight black gown, adorned with the Targaryen family crest embroidered in gold threads at the neckline and silver dragon motifs on her arms. Her tall, slender figure and graceful posture appeared exceptionally elegant, with her silver hair cascading down her chest. After admiring her for a moment, he replied, "I wish to dine. I am busy." "I invite you," she offered. "No. Alicent is still waiting for me." Within the Red Keep, there was a garden with towering cedar trees and low bushes. At one side of a small wall stood a massive fishleaf tree with vibrant red leaves, beside which was a grapevine now laden with fruit. Alicent, dressed in a modest flowing gown, sat under the tree, waiting. The grapes were not yet ripe, yet she savored them. "Weren't you waiting for me to eat?" Robin inquired, squatting down. "One is my best friend, and the other is my husband. I hope you can have a proper conversation here," Alicent offered, providing an opportunity for private discourse. "Very well, since my lady suggested, let us converse." Robin leaned against the tree, idly toying with fallen leaves that resembled maple leaves from a past life. "I know my uncle is in your hands. How can you ensure his return?" Rhaenyra asked anxiously. "I have already presented conditions to your father, if he does not agree. There is little I can do." "Surely your demands are too steep. What are the conditions?" "The narrow sea, the right to mint coins." "Dorn, any one of these I could relinquish for his release." Rhaenyra thought to herself that these were not within her power to decide, and even if they were, she would not concede. "I know you have long desired a dragon egg. I can offer you one," Rhaenyra proposed, presenting her bargaining chip. "I am not the foolish sea lord who cannot discern value. You wouldn't be offering me a fossilized dragon egg, would you?" His eyes conveyed disdain, as though he could see through her intentions. Upon realizing her scheme had been uncovered, her face flushed. Suddenly, Robin had an idea. Why not try to deceive Rhaenyra? After all, there was no risk in trying. Nowadays, dragon eggs were on Dragonstone. Rhaenyra's seemingly petulant behavior indeed foiled some of Robin's plans. "However, if you provide me with a viable egg, not only could Demon return, but I could also assist your father in pacifying the Stepstones." "What a splendid affair that would be. Wouldn't you agree?" "Nothing but a dream." "You are delusional," Rhaenyra retorted, hands on her hips. "TSK, then there is nothing to discuss. Shall we speak further?" Alicent inquired tentatively. Robin offered no reply, merely holding tightly on to his wife as they departed. "Rhaenyra, see you in the evening." Alicent turned her head and winked. Chapter 65. King's Landing. The health of His Majesty the King is robust, and Queen Emma is expected to give birth during this tournament, heralding the most fortuitous news for the stability of the realm. Even the resurgence of hostilities from the Stepstones pales in significance compared to this event. At this moment, nobles and lords flock to King's Landing incessantly. The streets of the city, always bustling with activity, are now thronged to the brim, filled with riders upon horseback, two-wheeled carriages, single-wheeled carts, vendors leading cattle and sheep, and the merchants and travelers making their way to King's Landing. Pairs of gold-clad guards are ubiquitous, clad in black armor, patrolling the alleyways, iron staves never out of hand. Commander Garwin Storm, of the City Watch, personally participates in the patrols, ensuring that any disturbances are swiftly quelled and that those who cause trouble are detained until after the tournament, when they will be judged accordingly. The dungeons, now filled to capacity with offenders seeking to incite discord, leave most prisoners curled up in corners to rest. The chief warden under the Minister of Justice complains that they have captured every scoundrel in King's Landing, leaving no room for an additional soul. On the very first day of the tournament, even the interrogation chamber on the 4th level is overflowing with criminals. The warden suggests releasing a number of those with lesser charges to create space, but Leonor disallows it, instead proposing that certain noble offenders be transferred to the dungeons of the Red Keep for confinement. In the Weaving Street, exquisite bolts of brocade and silk are sold in abundance. On Flower Street, sacks of flour are piled high in warehouses and shops, with guards stationed at every doorstep. During this time, spending a little to safeguard one's possessions seems prudent, for despite the presence of the gold-clad guards, should a crisis arise, it would ultimately require funds to manage. The most lucrative business belongs to the courtesans of Silk Street, where even ordinary-looking women dare to demand a silver stag for their services, while others charge exorbitant rates. The marketplace is rife with opportunistic traders, as steam-powered cargo ships ferry goods to the sea, allowing those willing to pay to load their wares aboard. Once disembarked, the responsibility lies solely with the buyers. A ship carrying 300 cattle can be emptied in mere moments, often taking just a single meal's duration. Aside from a few goods, most merchandise comes from the nearby Crab Island Naval Base, with a short route allowing steam cargo vessels to shuttle back and forth between Crab Island and King's Landing up to 8 times a day. The day after the newly appointed Minister of Marine Affairs took office, he released the long-neglected Crab Island and commenced the construction of defensive fortifications, facing little opposition regarding his establishment of a base in Blackwater Bay. Subsequently, he replenished the site with a substantial stock of finished goods from the realm of consciousness. Whether on Steel Street, Hook Alley, or Mud Road, vendors sell roasted meats and ale. As these locations are closer to the tournament grounds by the Blackwater River outside the King's Gates, prices for food have soared to 3 times their usual rates. While discarded offal and stale meat are consumed by the stray dogs whose bellies swell, street vendors call out, offering skewers of roasted lamb and fish. As the cost of living in King's Landing plummets to levels not seen in 2 years, regardless of wealth, people seize the opportunity to stockpile food. Driven by rumors, true or not, that cheap, unprocessed food will only be available during the tournament, and once it concludes, prices will rise again, igniting a fierce greed among many. They are willing to mortgage prized possessions and lavish estates, leading to the rapid expansion of Dragonstone Bank's operations in King's Landing. Fresh lamb, he shouts. For fresh meat is undoubtedly more delectable than that which has been left overnight. Soon, passers-by are drawn to the enticing fare, swiftly purchasing it all. For the common folk, the grand events unfolding in the upper echelons of society often become the subject of their idle chatter, though the Queen has yet to deliver the heir. The discussions among the populace grow increasingly fervent. The most debated topic revolves around the gender of the newborn prince and the timing of his arrival. Even betting pools have emerged in the gambling dens, prompting the gold-clad guards to strike with force, apprehending offenders on the spot and confiscating their funds. Such folly in jesting about the Targaryens is met with swift retribution, as the guards, led by Daemon, are seldom inclined to exercise restraint, resorting to clubs until their captives wail in despair, only then dragging them back to the dungeons. The commander of the City Watch senses impending chaos in King's Landing during this period. In a royal council meeting, he advises the king to deploy a contingent of royal knights to maintain order. The influx of visitors far exceeds his expectations, with daily estimates suggesting that the population may swell to a staggering 2 million, even residing in a mansion by the old city gate. Robin feels the commotion of the recent days. To alleviate some of the pressure from the crowds, Robin proposes that all who enter the city under the auspices of Lord Bisbury be required to pay a tax. The elder's eyes light up at this suggestion, though the king fears it may taint the tournament's reputation. However, seeing even Otto's approval, he acquiesces, stipulating that the entrance tax be levied only during the tournament and abolished immediately thereafter. In private, Minister of Justice Leonor approaches Robin, hoping that goods transported from Dragonstone do not unload at Blackwater Port, but instead dock along the coastline of King's Landing to Roby's. Robin readily agrees, however, to prevent grounding. He personally funds the construction of 3 artificial floating bridges made from wooden vessels. As for customs duties, it falls upon the customs officers under the finance minister to board each ship and inspect them one by one, much to the elder's ire. Initially, cooperation for the tournament was meant to be a simple estimation, but this has become a cumbersome task, fraught with the potential for countless oversights. With the implementation of these 2 measures, the flow of population into King's Landing decreased by 1/3, gradually stabilizing over time. Chapter 66. The Tournament at the Blackwater River Arena. The royal tournament commences. The 7-tiered grandstand is already teeming with spectators, as nobles invited from across the kingdom eagerly anticipate the inaugural jousting competition. The king, adorned with a golden crown and clad in a black and red dragon attire, rises to address all present in the arena. Welcome, everyone. I am aware that many of you have traveled from distant corners of the realm to partake in this grand event, enduring long journeys. At that moment, Rhaenyra, draped in a dark red gown embellished with golden dragons, stealthily glides to the front, lifting her skirt as she seats herself beside Alicent. The king notices his daughter's movement and pauses momentarily before continuing. But I assure you, this will be the most magnificent tournament in the annals of Westerosi history. And it shall not disappoint. 800 illustrious knights shall compete here for the title of champion. All of these knights are valiant and unmatched throughout history. He further proclaims, on this momentous day, there are even more auspicious tidings. I am thrilled to share the joyous news that Queen Emma has begun her labor. The crowd erupts into enthusiastic applause, and Robin joins in, exclaiming, the Knights of the Vale are unparalleled. He loudly congratulates the knights hailing from the Vale, representing them most fervently from the VIP section. A quarter of the knights below respond with fervent cheers. The Knights of the Crownlands are even more formidable. Rhaenyra jumps up, inciting even greater acclaim from the audience. Due to their proximity, a significant number of knights from the Crownlands are participating. While the Vale boasts a thriving tournament culture from the frequent contests held in Dragonstone, producing a plethora of knights alongside those from the Riverlands. The 3 regions collectively account for half of all contestants. Robin turns to find his spot has been usurped and is left standing behind his wife. What are you doing here instead of assisting your mother? He queries, wishing to subtly divert her. I can do nothing there, Rhaenyra responds. Her attention now fixed on the arena. May the seven grant good fortune to all participants, concludes Viserys, as two knights eagerly charge at one another. The first bout features Ser Criston Cole, who unseats his opponent after 2 rounds. The crest emblazoned upon the defeated knight's shield depicts a fleet-footed hunter in red on a green background, heralding from House Tarly of the Storlands. The victor gracefully rides to the stands, bows, and exits the field. Who is he? Rhaenyra inquires, already familiar with House Tarly, but curious about the winner. Ser Criston Cole of House Cole hails from the Storlands, a formidable knight frequently placing in the top 10 of tournaments, Alicent elaborates. As she often substitutes for Robin at the Justs in Dragonstone, awarding victors, and thus familiar with his sigil. I have never heard of House Cole, Rhaenyra remarks. Turning to her friend. The young squire who fell earlier is betrothed to the daughter of Count Strickland. Is he the son of Count Mace? Alicent recalls snippets of the family history, noting that a member of House Mace once served as the Minister of Justice in Aegon's council. Their seat, Stonehelm, lies east of the Mace Peninsula, facing the narrow sea and belonging to the Crownlands. Indeed, once he is knighted, a wedding will follow. Rhaenyra is well versed in the young knights of the Seven Kingdoms, as her father, Viserys, has tirelessly sought information on noble heirs from various regions in pursuit of a suitable match for his daughter. Their conversation meanders. I believe it will occur within a month or 2. How do you know? Because Miss Allery's burgeoning belly can no longer be concealed. Rhaenyra reaches out to touch her friend's abdomen, prompting a shared laugh. Robin is deeply impressed by the victor, Criston Cole, acknowledging that the jousting tournaments in Dragonstone have devolved into a chaotic melee of aberrations. For a normal man to break into the top 10 is commendable. Yet he feels disheartened knowing that the first aberrant knight amassed great wealth in Dragonstone, leading to a surge of similar beings settling there. Robin has seen many knights ranking high in the contests and harbors no expectations for this royal tournament, unless a miracle occurs. The top 30 will be dominated by that crowd. He understands well that on horseback, their opponents stand little chance. A realization reinforced by his encounters with many aberrant knights in his order in the New World. A knight clad in black armor approaches the stands. His visor lifted to reveal a middle-aged man with salt and pepper facial hair. Princess Rhaenys Targaryen. I hereby request the token of the uncrowned queen. Princess Rhaenys, daughter of Prince Aemon. The third son of King Jaehaerys and Lady Jocelyn of House Baratheon shares a cousinly bond with Barros Baratheon, who expresses his discontent over her failure in the contest for the Iron Throne. Rhaenys rises with a knowing smile, glancing at her cousin, the king, who responds with a gracious smile, unaffected by the exchange. Meanwhile, Corlys is engaged in naval battles at the Stepstones, facing a dire situation reminiscent of the previous struggles of the Dragonstone fleet. Unlike before, however, the Sea Snake's steam warships number only 10, and any lapse in vigilance could lead to ambushes. 3 ships have already returned to the New World for repairs, as only there are large docks capable of such work. Uncle. Robin waves at him, and Barros Baratheon nods in acknowledgement. Rhaenys adorns the lance with a garland, wishing him luck. With fortune's favor, I shall surely triumph. Old uncle. Your luck may not run high. Your focus must extend beyond the knight upon the steed. The steed itself warrants your attention, Robin muses silently. His opponent's shield bears the emblem of a multicolored horse standing upon a black stone, representing House Cook of Dragonstone, among the earliest knights to be sworn in. Otto Hightower. With his lean visage, wears a solemn expression. After a moment, he quietly advises the king, given his recent remarks, the Baratheon Duke ought to be reprimanded. Let him speak. It will not alter the line of succession. Let him be, the king replies amiably, not taking the matter to heart. He believes time will validate his reign as worthy of the blessings inherited from King Jaehaerys. Moreover, the voting from the Great Council has already demonstrated the Lord's support for him. A few dissenting voices are to be expected, and he sees no reason to be vexed. As Rhaenys resumes her seat, she conceals her smile, interpreting the incident as an affirmation of her own worthiness, dismissing it as inconsequential. Upon realizing the overwhelming vote count, she has entirely relinquished her claim to the Iron Throne, recognizing that further discourse is futile. Is that your uncle? Rhaenyra inquires, having long believed Robin's mother to be from an obscure branch of the family. As the former Moreno lands were quite desolate, they may share a close bond. Robin suddenly recalls his father and promptly ceases the conversation. Unaware of the underlying context, Rhaenyra leans closer to Robin, whispering, he is just like you, both audaciously rebellious. She is no fool. The title of the uncrowned queen is rather direct. What are you two discussing? Alicent asks, intrigued by their exchange. She called me audaciously rebellious. Robin gestures with open hands. Rhaenyra. Alicent scolds, grasping her friend's hand. They are only 15 or 16, and there is no conflict of interest between you, especially since you have grown up together as friends. Though she has endeavored to mend their relationship, her efforts appear to yield little success. The tournament begins. Rhaenyra abruptly shifted the conversation, harboring a lingering sense of guilt towards Alicent. A visit to Dragonstone would suffice to accomplish a significant milestone in her life. The very origin of this matter. Thud, thud, thud. The rhythmic beating of drums resonated as two knights surged forth. Bang. Everything seemed to unfold normally for Mikey Cook. Yet to his astonishment, Duke Boromund Valerion was felled in a single strike, unseated during the very first charge. Now, his leg appeared as if it had fractured upon impact. The lance slipped from his grasp and lay in the arena's center, while he leaned on the scabbard of his sword for support, struggling to rise with a pronounced limp. His eyes, obscured beneath a distorted helm, betrayed a barely concealed embarrassment. Nevertheless, his posture remained dignified, and after a brief respite on the ground, he made no move to continue the joust, instead signaling to two attendants to assist him to the side. With victory seemingly assured, applause erupted from the crowd, including the king, who rose to his feet. The knight emerging from Dragonstone appeared somewhat lacking, and the emblem upon his armor bore the personal endorsement of the Lord of Dragonstone himself. What a pity, the knights from your realm seem rather unimpressive, Rhaenyra scoffed, seizing every opportunity to belittle Robin. Only Alicent looked at her husband with a perplexed expression. What was happening? A first-round elimination? Had all the flamboyant equestrian skills from Dragonstone been forgotten? Ahem, perhaps it was a matter of unfamiliarity with the terrain. Robin wore an awkward smile, maintaining his composure beneath the surface, concealing any signs of distress. The dilemma was that he had not issued such commands. However, Alicent was not one to question her husband's judgment. She mused that it was reasonable for the lance tournament on Dragonstone to feature protective nets, encouraging bolder tactics. After a moment, Robin discreetly beckoned the nearby guard, Jorson, to inquire whether this decision had originated from him. Nonetheless, the Cook family was known for their sense of propriety. Make a note of this. Do not publicly reward him, but consider offering him a private token of appreciation, he instructed quietly. Many of the vassals below were competent fighters, yet he had few subordinates with astute minds. He recalled Mikey Cook, though he had not had the opportunity to meet him after his lack of notable achievements. Besides, Mikey Cook was not his soldier, but rather his vassal, making it inappropriate to assign him a military position. Chapter 67 The Birth of the Crown Prince. The tournament in the arena unfolded over several rounds, the most intriguing match being that between Sir Criston and Sir Garwin Hightower. Despite Princess Alicent bestowing a floral crown upon her brother, he was unceremoniously unseated in mere moments. However, the charade of the enigmatic knight, Criston Cole, met its demise as Hakon Graham, the professional knight from Dragonstone, made his entrance. Hakon, whose name means the chosen one in the common tongue, was originally known as Hakon Snow, a bastard from the north. He honed his equestrian skills in Dragonstone, adopting a new name, and his lineage is rumored to have ties to House Stark. Most knights who make a name for themselves in the tournament possess extraordinary abilities. The proximity to the north has resulted in a predominance of shapeshifters, granting them a significant advantage over ordinary riders. Yet, when confronted with fellow shapeshifters, they must rely solely on their own prowess, for not all shapeshifters can control their steeds. In truth, only the most powerful among them can transcend their forms and bond with animals, allowing for a remarkable synergy between rider and mount. It appears my fortune has run its course, Sir Criston mused, a bitter smile upon his lips. He had previously secured victories against shapeshifters, though those had been against novices seeking experience. Nonetheless, he bore no trace of fear, his gaze steadfast upon his adversary. As the two steeds entered the arena, Hakon Graham's white warhorse stood calmly, awaiting commands, while Criston's black stallion fidgeted restlessly, its hooves scraping the ground. Little Blackball, how can you know unless you try? The Cole family crest, easily recognizable, depicted 10 black orbs against a vivid crimson background, a symbol of acknowledgement from formidable knights. Albeit only regarded with moderate esteem among ordinary riders, both knights raised their lances high, aiming at one another. The competition intensified, as a scholar whispered urgently into the ear of Prime Minister Otto, who nodded in response, discreetly relaying the news to the captivated king. The knights from Dragonstone offered a refreshing novelty to the king. Each subsequent contender, save for the first, effortlessly triumphed over their opponents, elevating the spectacle to new heights. The king's countenance darkened, his spirits plummeting, and he lost the desire to continue watching, rising to depart with the scholar. Robin noticed the king's exit, and Otto turned, signaling for Robin to follow. Alicent and Rhaenyra, however, remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding drama behind them, immersed in the excitement of the tournament, laughing and conversing. In Maegor's Hold, the Queen's chamber had transformed into a birthing room. Both the king and queen possessed their own quarters. Yet Queen Emma often shared the king's bed, accounting for numerous pregnancies and miscarriages over the past decade. The queen's chamber was now filled with two maidservants clad in simple dark red gowns, adorned with the distinct garb of the Red Keep, their heads covered, holding neatly folded bedding while they awaited the queen's cries of labor, which filled them with trepidation. Maidservants scurried back and forth, carrying bowls of blood. Emma's silver hair lay strewn across the bed, her consciousness slowly fading as the king rushed to her side. What is happening? Your Grace. The fetus is in a breech position. All attempts to correct its orientation have failed, and the queen has exhausted her strength for labor, Master Melrose reported hastily. Wasn't everything executed according to the birthing manual? How could this occur? The gods often create unforeseen circumstances. Listening to Emma's agonized cries, he turned to his wife and the scholar. Do not just stand there. Think of a solution. We have administered a considerable amount of poppy milk. Increasing the dosage could endanger the child. The queen is remarkably strong, but I fear it may not suffice. At these words, Viserys felt a surge of anxiety. Emma, I am here. It will be all right. It hurts so much. I do not want to give birth. The queen, in her pain, began to voice her desire to surrender, uttering incoherent words. You will be fine. Viserys could only offer solace to his wife, feeling helpless regarding the fate of their child. Master Melrose pulled the king aside, discussing the necessary course of action. In the face of a difficult birth, a father must sometimes make a choice. Speak, Viserys urged. It may require a sacrifice, one life for another. Perhaps the child still has a glimmer of hope, Melrose suggested. Viserys immediately comprehended the implication of performing a caesarean section to save the child. Although the birthing manual briefly mentioned this procedure, it lacked detailed guidance, particularly in an era lacking advanced antiseptic techniques and with the risk of severe blood loss. Moreover, there was a cautionary tale of Alyssa Valerion, who had previously employed this method to deliver Lord Boros Baratheon, Robin's uncle, thus suggesting a greater feasibility. Seven hells, Melrose. Is it a boy? Melrose pressed the king to make a swift decision, as time was of the essence, and the last resort might soon become irrelevant. Frequently glancing at the weary Emma, Viserys hesitated, struggling to articulate his thoughts, his lips trembling with unspoken words, his eyes reflecting guilt. Can you guarantee the child's safety? Melrose could not provide such assurance. Regardless, we must act immediately, otherwise we can only rely on the gods. Perhaps that esteemed healer from Dragonstone might have a solution. He is well versed in human anatomy, and what the scholars have recently studied. If we had his guidance, Melrose sought someone of substantial weight to share the responsibility, eager to gather more assistance. Where is he? Fetch him at once. Viserys erupted, his fury drawing the attention of all present. Otto, observing from the sidelines, scanned the room, puzzled. He had already hinted at the gravity of the situation. Why hadn't anyone summoned the necessary individuals? He promptly descended the stairs in search of his son-in-law. Meanwhile, Robin found himself below in Maegor's hold, bantering with the Kingsguard brothers, Ser Harlech and Ser Erlich. Having not entered alongside the king, he was neither invited nor instructed to enter the king's private chambers. Can the king distinguish between you two? The king's security was primarily managed by Ser Laenor Valerion and Ser Harold Westerling. What criteria determine the selection for the Kingsguard? My lord, there are no absolute standards. It ultimately depends on the king's personal will. Does that mean a knight could suffice? Perhaps, but it is likely frowned upon. It would tarnish the reputation of the White Knights. Oh, so what you just said about the king's will. The two Kingsguard exchanged glances, choosing to disregard him. Their primary duty was to protect the king from harm and threats, offer counsel in times of need, and maintain silence when not required, standing ready to defend his honor. I have one more hypothetical question. If two members of House Targaryen were to face the trial of 7, could you, as proxy knights, exercise your own judgment to support one side? My lord, such a scenario is absolutely impossible, the younger brother, Erlich, interjected, unable to contain himself. I was merely posing a hypothetical. Robin noted the distinctive curls of his mustache, a method to distinguish between the twin brothers beyond their facial expressions. My lord, please do not ask any further. Your swords. Lord Robin, the king requests your presence. A voice rang out from the hall. Urgent and insistent, Ser Laenor Valerion had discovered the pivotal figures engaged in idle banter below. Above, the arduous labor determining the fate of the kingdom continued, leaving the elder knight, who had witnessed Viserys' growth, nearly overwhelmed. We shall continue this conversation another time. Lord Robin, the king requests your presence. Ser Laenor's tone brooked no refusal. Yes. Very well, let us converse again later. Robin leisurely turned around and ascended the stairs at a measured pace. His nonchalance ignited a fire of urgency within Sir Ryan Redwyn, who awaited him anxiously upstairs. My Lord Robin, the situation above is dire. I apologize for my rudeness, but allow me to carry you up, the old knight implored, unable to contain his impatience. Robin, perplexed, recalled how they had barred him from entry moments ago, now claiming an urgency that seemed contradictory. He scrutinized the elderly figure before him, whose white hair and beard signified his advanced age, feeling a tinge of embarrassment at the thought of being carried. Jorson, he called softly. Understanding immediately, Jorson stepped forward and extended his arm. Utilizing Jorson's support, Robin quickened his pace. Not due to inability, but to avoid exacerbating the pain in his chest. Sir Ryan observed their speed and deemed it insufficient. Thus, he hastened to assist, lifting Robin between them, propelling him upwards with urgency. At that moment, all eyes in the Queen's birthing chamber were fixed upon Robin, awaiting the scholarly explanation from Master Melrose regarding the complications. Breech presentation? Robin inquired as he approached the perspiring Queen, now resting with her eyes closed. Confirming the abnormal fetal position, he noted the absence of severe hemorrhaging. We have exhausted all methods outlined in the manuals to correct her posture, Master Melrose added. Thus, you have decided. Robin's gaze fell upon a tray held by a maid, upon which lay a dissection knife. What solution do you propose? King Viserys asked, his tone laced with urgency and a hint of desperation. Rapid thoughts raced through Robin's mind as he contemplated how to maximize this opportunity. Safely extracting the child was a trivial task for one endowed with the ability to navigate the realm of consciousness. Could saving an heir to the kingdom warrant a dragon egg? He mused, sensing the impracticality of such an exchange. The notion of exposing his ambitions felt rather brazen. He gestured for the king to step aside, away from the birthing bed. The right of coinage, Robin whispered, proposing his terms. Are you certain? Viserys pondered, his mind racing under the pressure of the moment. More stable than your Iron Throne, Robin asserted with unwavering conviction. No, instead, relinquish the dominion of Dorne. Release Prince Daemon immediately, and you must re-swear your fealty to me, Viserys countered, attempting to negotiate. Very well, your majesty, contemplate your options, Robin replied, resolutely striding toward the door. To expect such a significant return for nominal assistance was an overly ambitious endeavor on the king's part. He had deftly seized upon Viserys' vulnerability. It was not Robin who was desperate. Wait. Agreed. Can both mother and child be safe? Viserys called out just as Robin neared the threshold. Indeed, in Dragonstone. We pride ourselves on integrity, Robin reassured him, confident in his mastery of the realm of consciousness. Fully aware that Viserys had no time to discern the implications of mocking the royal family's repudiation. Then, no need to release Daemon? Viserys attempted to lessen the terms. Robin merely shook his head, remaining steadfast. As Robin's foot nearly descended the staircase, Viserys was compelled to relent. He had no comprehension of the mysterious methods Robin possessed to ensure their safety, but he had no alternative. Ultimately, they reached an agreement. Robin's loyalty would henceforth be pledged to the newborn prince, Baelon Targaryen. However, an additional stipulation was imposed. The prince must survive until he could personally receive the fealty pledge from the Lord of Dragonstone. Otherwise, the prior agreement would be nullified. To maintain stability for the kingdom, Viserys had no choice but to accept that Dorne would ultimately fall under the rule of House Moreno. Though he had declared himself the ruler of the Seven Kingdoms upon ascending the Iron Throne, the tenuous relationship between Dorne and King's Landing had persisted, lacking substantial ties, with taxes failing to reach the southernmost lands. Was this not a reclamation of lost territory? Viserys consoled himself with this thought, fully aware that Robin's ambitions extended far beyond this agreement. Yet the turmoil of the future seemed trivial compared to the birth of the heir. Thus, the nominal sovereign of the Seven Kingdoms and the de facto king of the Narrow Sea concluded their transaction with understated finesse, granting the Lord of Dragonstone a pretext for the annexation of Dorne, fulfilling the unachieved unity of the conqueror Aegon, a rationale arguably more compelling than the initial invasion of the Sisters Isles. Consequently, Dorne, occupying nearly 1/8 of Westeros, was on the brink of engulfment in war, while its inhabitants continued their petty raids upon the richer, greener lands of the north and west. White curtains rose on all sides, obscuring the view around the birthing bed. Robin commenced his task, a delicate knife poised between his fingers, before extending his oiled hand to forcefully navigate towards the infant's breech. Found it. No, that's the little boy, Robin exclaimed, startled, nearly faltering. His objective was to locate and sever the umbilical cord. Failure to disconnect would result in the consciousness realm treating them as one entity, thereby consuming them entirely. As Queen Aemma endured the agony of childbirth, her gaze remained fixated on Robin's head, the only sight available from her position. She sensed the movement of his hands, which were now in a flurry of activity. King Viserys, growing increasingly anxious, attempted to approach but was steadfastly restrained by the loyal Sir Jorson. Your Majesty, with all due respect, it would be best if you refrained from looking, Jorson advised quietly. After a brief interval, Robin withdrew his hand. In a heartbeat, the infant transitioned from the womb to the realm of consciousness and then into reality, yet the anticipated wail did not erupt. The child lay eerily silent, though appearing alive. Robin remained unfazed. As a former preemie, he had experienced birth firsthand and understood the complications at hand. He quickly opened the infant's mouth, discovering it obstructed by thick, dark green meconium. Queen Aemma, sensing an abrupt void within her, felt the child's presence in Robin's hands. Yet the silence of the infant's cries plunged her into despair. Having endured multiple pregnancies without bearing a healthy heir, her emotional wounds festered, leaving her spirit teetering on the edge of collapse. The weight of exhaustion and renewed disappointment overwhelmed her, causing her to faint. Oh dear, Robin sighed inwardly, noting the additional complication arising before he had resolved the first. This was unexpected. Upon reflection, he had not removed any additional components, amniotic fluid, placenta, or child. Very well, we may unveil the curtains now, he announced to those outside. Now preoccupied, Robin recognized that the infant's airway had become obstructed. He needed to retrieve the blockage into the realm of consciousness. King Viserys rushed in, first sprinting to Emma and grasping her cold hand. Seeing her motionless, he feared she had perished, sorrow immediately washing over his face. During this time, Master Melrose had diligently examined the queen multiple times, noting no wounds on her abdomen and a weak but steady breath. Drawing from his extensive experience, he concluded that the exhausted mother was slowly regaining consciousness. Your Majesty, rest assured, the queen has merely succumbed to extreme fatigue, the scholar reported hastily. Subsequently, Master Melrose began directing the maids to tend to the queen, ensuring her care was attended to adequately. He was acutely aware of his previous shortcomings and now endeavored to demonstrate the necessary professionalism in the aftermath. Upon hearing that the queen was unoccupied, the king swiftly concealed his troubled expression and turned his attention to the long-anticipated heir. Your Majesty, you have arrived just in time, Robin remarked as he caught sight of the king. Please, open his mouth, Your Majesty, and take a deep breath. Yes, just like that. Robin guided the bewildered king through the process. A few more times, with more force. Following Robin's instructions, the king inhaled several times over the baby's mouth and nose. The infant was quite small, and there was minimal obstruction. After 3 or 4 attempts, Viserys successfully cleared the airway. When Robin sensed the moment was right, he gently tapped the baby's soles and back. The tiny form curled within the soft blanket of Robin's hands finally let out a resounding cry. Balon Targaryen was born in the year 112 AC, embodying the hopes of the entire realm for peace and succession. Chapter 68. The Crown Prince's enfeoffment. A piece of joyous news emanated from the Red Keep within King's Landing, prompting nationwide celebrations. After a 10-month pregnancy, Queen Emma Arryn gave birth to a prince. On the day of his arrival, the entirety of King's Landing erupted in cheers. For he was the undisputed male heir of House Targaryen, the ruling dynasty of Westeros. As the first in line to the Targaryen throne, Emma Arryn's son had the Vale as his natural supporter. His father, King Viserys, kept a vigilant watch over his newborn son, fearful of any potential harm, even neglecting the small council unless urgent matters required his royal decree, leading to Otto seldom encountering the king in his usual pursuits. Feeling indebted to Queen Emma, he made an effort to spend time with her during this period, as the nobles of the realm came to pay their respects to the prince, who was barely a month old. Families sent congratulatory gifts, including gilded swords and finely crafted wooden steeds. The most thoughtful among them was the noble House Arryn, led by Lady Jenny of the Eyrie, who presented a wooden eagle sculpture large enough for an adult to ride, inspiring others to follow suit with golden lions, silver wolves, and crimson roses. House Valerion gifted a model of the sea snake, a ship of great historical significance. Otto, the Hand of the King, contributed a historical tome of Westeros, richly illustrated and painstakingly authored by the learned scholars of the Citadel. Meanwhile, the tale of Robin's midwifery transformed into whimsical fables, with some absurd versions claiming that he merely patted Balon's backside and uttered a prayer to the Seven, causing the infant to turn on his own. Endowed with miraculous powers, other renditions depicted him as a saintly figure, effortlessly pulling the child into existence, a narrative linked to Emma's casual conversations with her daughter. Regardless, it was acknowledged that the queen endured a difficult labor, as Master Melrose candidly confirmed in his correspondence to the Citadel. As for the details of the birth, he remained perplexed. The queen bore no wounds and recuperated swiftly, ultimately attributing it to the blessings of the Seven. Nonetheless, most regarded it as mere entertainment. It was well known that the Lord of Dragonstone had previously proclaimed, "I do not believe in the Seven, nor in the old gods. I believe in none. Those who defy my order shall believe in the sun." By believing in the sun, he referred to the excruciating punishment of exposure, wherein fate was determined by the heavens. In any case, the maritime minister of King's Landing not only possessed the capacity to wage war, but also displayed acumen in matters of procreation. The outcome was that Robin's signed manual of procreation circulated once more across the 7 kingdoms, gaining validation from the Citadel, further solidifying the author's authority and leading to heightened sales. Nobles recognized that this manual was not solely for scholars. The health knowledge contained within could also be beneficial for their own womenfolk. Thus, the newborn Targaryen child soon received gifts in abundance, enough to warrant an exhibition of the sigils of the 7 kingdoms. Amidst this, Robin's offering was a vibrant set of modular blocks, allowing for the construction of various castles. a recent innovative product from Dragonstone, which displeased the king, as it bore no trace of House Moreno and seemed to serve as mere advertisement for Balon. In the council chamber, the hour grew late. Robin strolled into the hall, noticing all the members of the small council gathered. With only his signature remaining on the attendance ball, all eyes turned towards him. King Viserys appeared resplendent, while Queen Emma donned an exquisite silver gown, her silvery hair cascading down her slender waist, seated close to Viserys' left hand. This session of the council included her presence, leaving Robin somewhat perplexed. Had Corley suffered defeat? He mused as he took his designated seat, awaiting the king's address. Since learning that Robin had saved her mother, Rhaenyra's demeanor towards him had softened. She respectfully poured him a glass of lemonade before returning to her position to record the meeting's proceedings. Juggling her duties as both cupbearer and scribe, the small council convened to discuss matters concerning the crown prince. The king glanced at the queen and then at the maritime minister Robin, nodding slightly before stating candidly, "I wish to officially infect Balon after the tournament." While the lords of the realm are gathered in King's Landing. Tomorrow? Robin inquired. Indeed, Queen Emma affirmed on behalf of her husband. This is your undisputed heir, Otto interjected. The king's mouthpiece. Though it may seem somewhat hasty, the timing is indeed opportune. Scanning the room, it was evident that this meeting had been convened specifically for him. Is the kingdom's treasury not a concern? Robin asked the finance minister, subtly indicating to the king that this diverged from prior agreements, which had stipulated the prince would be infeft upon reaching adulthood, now a premature 14 years. I refuse. It is merely a ceremony of loyalty. A banquet with a few ravens. Otto began to explain, but Robin promptly interrupted, noting that the Duchess of the Eyrie was also present in King's Landing, with the Vale offering substantial support. Those present recognized that Robin was rejecting the oath of fealty to the crown prince. However, this was quite reasonable. Dragonstone belonged to the Vale, yet Robin had never sworn fealty to the Duchess of the Eyrie. Queen Emma exchanged a knowing glance with Viserys, seemingly anticipating this, and subtly urged Otto to speak. To maintain the kingdom's stability, it would be greatly regrettable if the maritime minister were to be absent. So, Robin pressed, seeking his own interests. Your Majesty, in recent years, the borderlands have faced repeated assaults from the Dornish, leaving countless citizens displaced. During the conflict at the Stepstones, Lord Corlys discovered a significant number of Dornish masquerading as pirates, plundering passing vessels. Otto laid the groundwork for the king's subsequent proclamations. Maritime issues? In the interest of preserving the kingdom's stability and maritime peace, Dorne has become unable to govern itself. If left unchecked, the savage vipers will spread inland, exacerbating chaos. Upon finishing his statement, Viserys rose, with the queen promptly following suit, and Otto hastily stood as well, joined by the justice minister, the commander of the guard, the finance minister, the maester, and the maritime minister, all rising in unison. The atmosphere grew solemn and grave. I have decided, in the name of the Iron Throne, to fulfill the unfinished endeavors of my ancestors. The naval forces of the Six Kingdoms in the royal fleet shall be unified under the command of the maritime minister, calling upon all knights and lords of the realm to achieve the unification of Westeros. Viserys' voice resonated throughout the silent hall. Regarding the conquest of Dorne, only Otto was unperturbed, having previously discussed this with the king during an emergency small council meeting, where the latter had suggested full support for the war. Old Town, being in close proximity to the Dornish borders, harbored a strong disdain towards them, and attacking Dorne would garner significant backing from many lords, particularly the Gardner family of the Reach. To alleviate the king's concerns, Otto suggested that the worst outcome would be that Dragonstone's land campaign would falter, leaving Dorne a scorched wasteland, which would, in fact, benefit the Targaryen reign. At this moment, the small council members exchanged incredulous glances, astonished that the indecisive king had summoned the courage to declare war. Prior to this, the king had consulted them individually regarding the situation in Dorne, and they had all provided responses based on their understanding. Robin's utmost aspiration regarding the royal family was to provide a pretext for military intervention. To his surprise, the king displayed remarkable magnanimity by allowing him to mobilize naval forces from various regions. Although the combined strength of these forces amounted to less than one-fifth of the Dragon Crystal fleet, this endeavor represented a unified campaign. While a single family taking the field could be condemned as an act of aggression, the involvement of a coalition bore an entirely different significance. It was a righteous undertaking. At your command, your Majesty, Robin declared. As you desire, the lands of Dorne shall embrace the faith of the Seven, and the history of every castle in the desert will forever chronicle the greatness of this moment, heralding the unifier, Viserys I. As the Lord of Dragon Crystal and head of House Moreno, Robin offered a slight bow once more, fervently assuring, Dragon Crystal is steadfast in its commitment to honor, as it is as vital as our very lives. Balon Targaryen, I shall vow to eternally defend his rightful place, irrespective of what the future may hold. Having obtained what he sought, Robin was untroubled by the prospect of extolling the king's virtues. Chapter 69. The Prince of Dragonstone. In due course, an entire night passed, and the month-long tournament concluded in the morning. The prince had also been born nearly a month prior. In the throne room, at noon, King Viserys, adorned with a golden crown, sat upon the Iron Throne, clad in a black fur coat intricately embroidered with delicate golden patterns, depicting the iconic three-headed dragon of House Targaryen. The atmosphere in the hall was heavy and solemn as the king, wielding the ancestral sword Blackfire, cast a regal gaze upon those assembled below. Before the four kings' guard, a silver-haired woman cradled the quiet heir, Balon, standing on the steps before the Iron Throne, her shoulder graced by a small black dragon. She faced the arriving guests and vassals with a smile. Queen Aemma looked down upon the sea of prominent nobles from across the seven kingdoms, many of whom awaited outside the throne room, their numbers swelling from the stairways. Just yesterday, the dragon egg from Balon's cradle had successfully hatched, and it was announced by the king that its name was Vhagar. This heralded a splendid beginning, prompting applause from the assembled lords. As the hatchling first beheld Aemma, her Targaryen blood fostered an innate affinity, and thus Vhagar showed no aversion to Queen Aemma. Then, the king called upon the first name from the list, Lord Robin Moreno. The Earl of Morena stood at the forefront of the royal court, closest to Queen Aemma. The brown-haired minister of the sea donned the blue garb of his house and bore a Valyrian steel sword. He appeared young yet composed. The king, having invested considerable effort, rightfully placed him at the forefront, and none doubted his status as he was the first to rise and pledge his oath. His wife, Lady Alicent Hightower, stood beside him, dressed in a simple light blue gown, her figure showing little change after a month. He stepped forward along the central aisle of the throne room and knelt on one knee. I, Robin Moreno, Earl of Morena, Lord of Dragonstone, pledge my loyalty to King Viserys I and his established heir, Prince Balon Targaryen. I vow to defend the right of the heir to ascend the Iron Throne. Let this oath be witnessed by all guardians of the realm. Robin's vow was confined to this sentiment. As long as there was no dispute over succession, Dragonstone would not interfere. He was a powerful lord beneath the king of Westeros, a crownless king of the Narrow Sea. And the weight of his words was not to be underestimated. He glanced at King Viserys upon the Iron Throne, then rose and offered a slight nod to Queen Aemma before closely observing the hatchling. Lord Robin Moreno, there is no need for excessive courtesy. I must also express my gratitude for your assistance, Queen Aemma said, unexpectedly acknowledging Robin as Balon's surrogate father before the assembly. Robin, caught off guard yet not surprised, glanced at the king and accepted this role, recognizing its potential benefits. Realizing the advantages outweighed the disadvantages, he laughed heartily and pinched young Balon's cheek before returning to the ranks of the courtiers. Upon rejoining his peers, Robin maintained a serene demeanor, disregarding the murmurs of congratulations that followed him. The distance from the throne to the assembly was substantial, and King Viserys remained unaware of the discussions below. He cleared his throat, signaling Otto to continue. Next to step forward was Boromund Baratheon, the Duke of Storm's End, who possessed the kingdom's second greatest military strength, thanks to Dragonstone. He commanded a 3,000 strong storm knights and 3 steam-powered warships, a feat not all could afford. Robin's ability to sustain Dragonstone stemmed from his conscious space, while Storm's End relied on taxation. In the context of medieval productivity, the Storm Knights were an impressive force, capable of rapidly expanding their ranks in times of war. I, Boromund Baratheon, Lord of Storm's End, head of House Baratheon, swear by the Seven to remain loyal to King Viserys and I, Rickon Stark, Duke of Winterfell. The lords approached one by one, kneeling to pledge their oaths. After each lord stood, Queen Aemma would turn to showcase the sworn protector. Though most were captivated by Vhagar, the swearing-in proceeded smoothly, with Balon remaining remarkably well-behaved. Interestingly, Otto, as Hand of the King, also participated in the oaths of fealty. The last of the minor nobles hurried in from outside the throne room, marking the conclusion of the ceremony. I, Viserys Targaryen I, King of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the first men, sovereign of the 7 kingdoms and protector of the realm, hereby declare Prince Balon Targaryen as the Prince of Dragonstone and heir to the Iron Throne. With that proclamation, all nobles lowered their heads in respect and acknowledgement. At last, the lengthy ceremony of bestowing the heir had come to its conclusion. My lords, a grand celebration will follow shortly in the Godswood. Chapter 70. Conversation. Robin harbored a profound aversion to the sacred woods of the Red Keep, perpetually feeling as though the visage of a face carved into the great fish was incessantly observing him. Born in the Five-Finger Peninsula, he had grown accustomed to managing affairs amidst the howling sea winds. The peninsula was an extension of the valley, and beyond the treacherous Bight Bay lay the sparsely populated north. There, the chimneys of workshops once belched white smoke day and night, and the constables patrolled in uniform white linen, while the cacophony of cawing crows passed by in droves at dusk, with fish lanterns burning throughout the night along the roads. King's Landing presented a starkly different tableau. It was a veritable metropolis, albeit one devoid of any coherent planning. The red-roofed houses proliferated chaotically, and even the designated thoroughfares required noblemen to clear the way with whips. Families in the flea-ridden quarters replicated products from Dragonstone, and the chasm between the affluent and the impoverished was immense, rendering social mobility exceedingly arduous, a stagnant pool. Robin knew he could find Allison here. She relished reading beneath the trees. Although she had lived in Dragonstone for merely 2 years, she had spent over a decade growing up in the Red Keep. The dappled sunlight danced upon her chestnut hair, and the rustle of her fingers over the pages filled the air. She lifted her gaze to him. "Robin," she inquired, her tone laced with curiosity, "has the morning council ended so soon?" "Indeed," he replied. "Today's meeting concluded unusually early. It was merely a discussion regarding expenditures, and Sir Lyman expressed that he wished to contribute not a single copper." He approached, seated himself on the grass, and embraced her shoulders as they leaned against the fish. "That must be the king's intent," she noted, perceptively sensing her husband's discontent, yet chose to disregard it. "Must we truly initiate a war? Apart from Dragonstone, no one favors conflict." Allison was perplexed. The kingdom had enjoyed peace for far too long, and the sudden declaration of war against Dorne was astonishing. The primary avenue for advancement in Dragonstone was through military exploits, and without a few heads to claim. The commanders of the training island and the army berated the inefficacy of the Dragonstone fleet, having languished for years in a stalemate at the Stone Steps Isles. With retired knights and soldiers from the training island, "Too many believe you will become another Rhaegar," she remarked. "Aegon, I was far more decisive. You might be overestimating your own capabilities. Does no one believe I would usurp the Iron Throne?" Robin chuckled. "Would you?" She countered. "What does your father say?" Robin removed the cold silver insignia of the Sea Lord from his chest, scrutinizing it in his palm. "We have no dragons," Allison mused aloud. "Dragons bring Targaryens closer to divinity. The world has witnessed their might, and none would dare oppose them." Robin shook his head. "There are indeed matters I must attend to, for the sake of our family's continuation." "Why?" she asked. "Do men's desires for land know no bounds?" The ownership of vast estates was a vital symbol of noble status and rank. The scale and quality of land often correlated with a noble's prestige and influence. More and better land signified higher social standing and greater power. Allison's education had been one of a lady, destined to marry a lord and manage his castle. She had long held a poor opinion of Dorne, a land of deserts and heat, where fresh water was worth its weight in gold. What purpose lay in conquering such a place? Moreover, it was too distant from Dragonstone, separated by the narrow sea. Robin frowned. "It is not that I covet that land." Shifting the topic, he asked, "Do you know the Stark family's saying? Winter is coming?" Allison closed her book, perplexed. "Yes," Robin nodded. "That is the Stark family's motto. Every noble house possesses its own adage. Yet theirs is somewhat peculiar. What relevance does it have to us?" Allison understood that family mottos were typically passed down through generations, serving as guiding principles or standards for conduct, or prayers in times of adversity. Some boasted of honor. Others emphasized loyalty and integrity, and still others swore allegiance to faith and courage. Only the Starks were distinct in their expression. After a moment, he spoke again. "There are certain matters I wish to discuss only after you have borne our child. Since you wish to know, I shall share them with you today." "What?" Allison's face lit with anticipation. "This world hangs in peril. It is not as we perceive it. A calamity looms over all," he said with solemnity. "Is it the long winter?" She blurted out. In Allison's understanding, the most recent winter had been in 59 AC and 60 AC, accompanied by plague and shaking sickness. What relation did this have to Dorne? "Not that," he replied. "Are you aware of the White Walkers? The White Walkers beyond the wall. You've heard too many tales from your old nurse. The White Walkers, like the children of the forest, have long been absent for over 8,000 years. Scholars would assert they never existed. No living soul has ever laid eyes on them." Allison spoke lightly, though a chill ran down her spine. For her husband's demeanor suggested he was not jesting. "Fear not," Robin reassured her, "for I am here. Before this morning, I beheld the prophecy passed down through Aegon, inscribed upon the ancestral Valyrian dagger of House Targaryen." He grasped Allison's hand. "This war is merely the beginning. Honestly, I harbor no grand ambitions. If it were my choice, I would remain in my Dragonstone, quietly fulfilling my duties as a lord, raising our children. However, dear, the world is ever-changing, sometimes. Excessive strength breeds envy, viewed as a threat." Their eyes met, and she spoke. "Robin, is this news true? The records from the Citadel mention that Dragonstone can withstand the White Walkers. I believe these are not mere fabrications. The land of eternal winter remains a mystery, with scant information available. Yet, there is no need for undue concern. I shall manage this calamity. Is it fate that grants me the title of Lord of Dragonstone? Sometimes I ponder whether I have come to this world with a certain purpose." He felt a belief in the words of the witches of Dragonstone, sensing his destiny unfolding toward prophecy. "When the time is ripe, I shall lead our forces northward." regardless of the nature of the calamity beyond the wall. I must uncover the truth. He gazed at the pale bark of the heart tree and its russet eyes, his thoughts profound. And what significance does attacking Dorne hold now? Allison Post. The Bloodgate stands formidable and solitary. With the strength of Dragonstone's fleet I understand, yet I remain apprehensive. I require a buffer zone. Until we have witnessed the White Walkers, all is mere conjecture. Their arrival will surely herald a brutal winter, and Dragonstone lies too close to the north. I am convinced that this king will likely expend Dragonstone's strength before any disaster unfolds. Dorne's deserts are enveloped by mountains, making it difficult for the White Walkers to traverse. At worst, they may retreat by ship to Essos. Allison nodded. I comprehend your thoughts, but can we truly conquer Dorne? She expressed her concerns, that his land even Aegon never subdued. If necessary, I shall intervene. I have reviewed the strategic plans from the general staff. They are feasible. Is there aught I can do? Allison asked, knowing he required familial support. Robin gazed at her with deep affection for a while. Then do assist me in bearing a son. She nodded, a smile blossoming on her face. I speak earnestly, he continued. She genuinely wished to share some of Robin's burdens. If you wish to aid me, then keep a watchful eye on the trade of Dragonstone. If you have questions, consult Scholar Oliver. He understands my style. I wish to devote my energies to military matters. Allison nodded in agreement. Allison truly yearned to share her current joy with Rhaenyra. At long last, she found herself engaged in a role that was far less tedious. Previously, she had been shadowing Elena, learning the intricacies of tax reconciliation, a task she found profoundly unappealing. Each day was a relentless confrontation with an endless array of numbers and an unceasing stream of invoices. Since her arrival in King's Landing, her responsibilities had shifted. She now focused solely on liaising between Dragonstone and King's Landing regarding tax matters. With a workload reduced to merely 30 pages of verification each day, rendering her days significantly less monotonous. Have you chosen a name for the child? If it is a boy, let him be called Kale, and if a girl, then Illyriana. The meanings of these names are profound. One signifies formidable strength, while the other embodies the noble lineage of eternal legacy. Chapter 71, Dorne Merry. Robin sat at the head of the dining table, the morning sun streaming through the castle windows, illuminating the serene dining hall. At his left sat a girl with flowing brown hair, Allison, who was relishing her breakfast, which included honeyed caviar, eggs, white bread, biscuits, milk, coconut juice, and creamy corn soup, along with blackberry jam. Across from Allison sat another girl with brown bobbed hair. So you came alone? Mary inquired. Though time had passed, Daenerys's hair had yet to return to its original state, a process that would require years. Yet the girl now bore a semblance of maturity. She dipped her bread into the caviar and took a bite, her cheeks puffed out. I came with the fleet, she replied. Oh, it was quite safe all the way here. When I tied my hair up on the road, the guards stared at me for ages. Calling me Lord Robin, Mary made a face. Lord Robin, she teased in a peculiar tone. That was the city guard, Robin noted, observing the disapproving expression on his elder brother's face, who had been watching her intently. I informed Mother before I left. She knows I am here. Robin chuckled helplessly and patted her head. That essay notification, ISNT it? Mary, King's Landing isn't as secure as Dragonstone. Those who wish to assassinate me have likely already set out. In a few days, I must send you back. Don't. You can't protect me? Mary protested. Next, I have to deal with maritime affairs in the Seven Kingdoms, a vast ocean, a desert, one conflict underway, and another on the horizon. Ignoring her, Robin pondered that in the upcoming war in Dorne, the Dornish would undoubtedly resort to every means possible for revenge and assassination. Sister, Mary glanced at Allison. Then I shall move to the Prime Minister's tower to sleep with you. Haven't you always wanted me to stay in the Red Keep? Allison suggested. The grand mansion by the old city gate was far less secure than the Red Keep, and Robin had repeatedly advised her against the back-and-forth journey. All right, I agree. What about your studies? Robin countered. She shrugged. There's still swordsmanship class. I can ask Master Brian to teach me. What about your academic studies? Sister can teach me. She is too busy. Please, my dear sister, Mary said, darting over to Allison, hugging her from behind and resting her head on her shoulder to charm her. I have time, Allison replied. You're quite resourceful, Robin remarked. The Red Keep, with its walls isolating King's Landing, had ample guards to ensure safety, alleviating his worries. He nodded as Allison and Mary engaged in light conversation. Months slipped by in an instant. It had been 6 months since the prince's tournament. In the year 113 of Aegon's reign. Morning. The sun shone brightly. The light was so blinding that one had to squint while gazing into the distance from atop a horse. The steel gates of King's Landing, through which Robin had entered the city, now bid farewell to the soldiers about to embark on their expedition. The sound of steam turbines echoed as steam warships and cargo vessels laden with food, war horses, and troops departed from Blackwater Bay. 7 fleets of Dragonstone escorted 300 cargo ships southward, and from above, the steam rising created a mist over the bay. A contingent of knights clad in splendid black lacquered armor arrived at the city gate, halting their steeds. Leading them was a young knight draped in black. A metal ship insignia pinned to his left breast, his demeanor as serious as ever. This knight was none other than Robin Moreno, Count of Dragonstone. The royal ministers and the lords of the realm stood by the riverbank, watching the departing warships, their hearts stirred with envy and nostalgia. Robin recalled the last farewell during the Siege of Bravos, yet this time he was embarking under a different identity, as the protector of the Seven Kingdoms, initiating a campaign of unprecedented scale, surpassing any battle ever waged on the continent of Westeros. The coalition of 6 kingdoms comprised nearly 120,000 troops setting forth to reclaim Dorne, while the knights dispatched from the realm numbered only 30,000, the remainder consisting of stored food supplies. One could not help but marvel at the Lord's swift response. It had taken a full 6 months from the call to arms to the commencement of action. Following deliberations among the Iron Throne and the Royal Council, command of the mobilized soldiers was entrusted to their lords, who would ultimately share the spoils of captured cities based on their contributions. Thus, all the lords were inclined to muster more troops. Otherwise, how could the realm possibly send 430,000 soldiers? This urgency arose from Dragonstone's preparations for an incursion into the desert, prompting the king to hastily issue a royal decree to prevent Dragonstone from monopolizing the entirety of Dorne's territory. Indeed, Dragonstone's ruthless strategy of population displacement proved effective. Having relocated 300,000 people in 6 months, the resistance gradually waning. Similar to previous conflicts in Dorne, this time both commoners and nobles resolutely resisted the incursions of Dragonstone in the name of House Targaryen. After incurring some losses, the Dornish coastline fell entirely to Dragonstone's soldiers, with Lemonwood, Sunspear, and other coastal castles captured, leaving only the old, weak, and women behind. The command staff had anticipated this, planning to transport all remaining inhabitants to a small island in the Stepstone Isles, thereby completely clearing the desert. Numerous letters from the borderlands urged surrender. The long-standing bloodshed between Sunspear and Highgarden had carved a deep chasm. The coalition from Highgarden, familiar with the Prince's Pass, reassured that surrendering would not strip them of their family's dominion over their castles. Thus, Blaemont near the Prince's Pass was the first to capitulate. They witnessed Dragonstone's cunning strategy of depopulation, progressively occupying all habitable areas without needing to distinguish between resistors and non-resistors, capturing all inhabitants, turning coastal villages into ghost towns, and obliterating all available water sources and food supplies. A vast vacuum began to extend into the interior, steadily advancing, resupplying soldiers with abundant resources. The Dornish could not fathom why, despite their wealth, they sought to seize the land upon which they depended for survival. The Prince's Pass now stood wide open, as the River Bay coalition formally besieged Highgarden. Once this stronghold fell, they could unite with the Dragonstone soldiers attacking Starfall, thus completely severing Dorne's external routes and alleviating the need to transport vast supplies through the Prince's Pass, as maritime resupply was far more convenient and plentiful than land routes. Not all military endeavors proceeded smoothly. A contingent of 3,000 Dragonstone soldiers rashly advanced and fell into an ambush, suffering heavy losses before reinforcements could arrive. The Dornish excelled in employing poison, where even minor wounds could prove fatal. However, this ambush cost the Dornish prince a significant number of elite soldiers, nearly all perishing to a volley of crossbow bolts during the charge, had it not been for the depletion of their arrows. The Dornish prince's daring assault would have inspired his men, resulting in a desperate close-quarters battle yielding some victories. Following this battle, the Dornish prince placed a bounty on the heads of the Moreno family, particularly after learning that Robin's head was worth a mere 10,000 golden dragons, prompting him to offer a tenfold reward for the heads of his adversaries and those who resolutely resisted. The princess' promises might not be easily fulfilled, as locating him was another matter altogether. However, presenting the head of the Dornish prince in King's Landing would undoubtedly secure a reward, as Robin's accumulated reputation over the years was not in vain, estimating Dorne's population at around 1.7 million, with limited habitable land. He commanded his army to scour the populace along the water sources. The three-headed red dragon banner fluttered atop the city walls, while the warships displayed the emblems of various noble houses. News of favorable developments in the battle ahead invigorated the coalition forces, dispelling fears of the anticipated heavy losses. With spirits soaring, all rallied fervently towards the battlefield. Chapter 72. Sunspear is composed of Shadow City, Sandship Castle, and the triple curved walls. It is situated at the easternmost tip of a sandy peninsula, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides, with Shadow City adjacent to its west. The triple curved walls encircle the castle and meander within Shadow City. The sequentially arranged triple gates provide a convenient route directly into the inner city. Visitors can traverse the triple curved walls to reach the old palace without the need to wander several miles through the labyrinthine town. The Spear Tower and the Sun Tower rise majestically from the old palace, symbolizing the spear of House Martell and the sun of Lady Olenna. The dark brown sandship castle, originally the ancestral fortress of House Martell before Nymeria's landing in Dorne, has now become part of Sunspear. Its shape resembles a grand ship turned to stone, washed ashore. Now, the entire city lies in ruins as the Dragonstone fleet launches an assault according to the plans laid out by the command center. 300 turbine steam freighters are equipped with catapults, relentlessly bombarding the castle day and night. The Dragonstone soldiers refer to this assault as Black Rain, as colossal obsidian spheres, larger than round shields, descend from the heavens, each strike creating a breach in the castle walls with their terrifying kinetic energy combined with gravitational force. Upon impact, the Dragonstone orbs disintegrate into dust and rubble, engulfing Sunspear in a cloud of debris. After 7 days of bombardment, a section of the triple curved walls has been flattened into a straight line, having the advantage of the fortifications and bringing the attack directly to the old palace. The organized 1st Infantry Division, consisting of several independent squads, launches assaults, with a stark disparity in equipment between the two sides, from range to close combat. Including crossbows that a single soldier can operate, capable of firing 100 small bolts in succession for 3 rounds. Should the Dornish gather in large numbers, they would face a barrage of fire. The resistance at the triple curved walls lasts less than a day, and the Dornish are swiftly subdued. The 1st Infantry Division is tasked with besieging the old palace, capturing 700 individuals, leaving 300 to escort them, while the remaining 3,000 commence their operations. The Dragonstone method of marking achievements involves branding and numbering the bodies of the slain enemies, with dedicated personnel assigned to handle verification. During wartime, all commanders strive to undertake offensive tasks, as the bodies of the fallen represent the currency of class ascension. The number of kills achieved by a squad is distributed among all its members. The squad leader possesses the authority to select soldiers from the new recruits, who undergo monthly assessments of physical fitness, reflexes, and endurance, with the top performers being quickly chosen, while the remaining candidates continue training until, after 3 attempts, those not selected are forcibly removed from the recruits, their worth reduced to mere silver stags, equivalent to wages. It is common for a squad to consist entirely of individuals from a single region, but this does not extend to the entire infantry division, as the quota for squad leaders is balanced by the command center, ensuring a diverse representation from the local inhabitants of the Five Fingers Peninsula, the Northmen, the Vale folk, the Dothraki, the citizens of King's Landing, and the Riverlands. The Dothraki are fewer in number, as they tend to be selected by the heavy cavalry due to their upbringing on horseback, while the heavy cavalry remains adrift at sea. The Spear Tower is shattered, and the Sun Tower, due to its robust circular structure, is pockmarked with countless craters. The 2nd Infantry Division takes on the primary assault on the old palace, borrowing all crossbows from the 1st Infantry Division. In a single afternoon, 3 million arrows are unleashed to suppress the defending enemies. Finally, before sunset, Sunspear is completely captured. The first stronghold is officially seized, and a vast amount of supplies and fresh water are unloaded by the sailors into the city. The 2 infantry divisions, totaling 10,000, continue to eliminate external foes and escort civilians, while the nobles are separated and sent to King's Landing. The 1st Infantry Division discovers that Shadow City, outside Sunspear, is also deserted, with no one able to reveal the whereabouts of the Dornish lords and princess. They believed they could replicate the conquests of years past, under the impression that Dorne would remain their territory. However, they were mistaken. This news reaches King's Landing, prompting Robin's response to evacuate the entire populace at any cost, transporting them to the isolated Stone Steps Islands, where their survival conditions must be ensured, as he finds them useful. The 2nd Infantry Division then advances towards the private residence of the Dornish prince, the Flowery Gardens, located 3 miles west of Sunspear along the beach, separated by a coastal road. Unexpectedly, there is no resistance encountered here. The complete defensive system and residence remain intact, with only women and children left behind. 2 days later, in the afternoon, the shores of Dorne are filled with people, mostly refugees driven from their homes by Dragonstone soldiers. Their abodes have been destroyed, their wealth plundered, forcing them to flee. Herded like cattle, they board turbine steam freighters bound for a desolate island 30 miles from Sunspear, part of the Stone Steps Islands. Such scenes unfold throughout Dorne, persisting for a year, with the number of Dornish needing transport dwindling as the war reaches a definitive conclusion. In July of AC 113, at King's Landing, the Royal Council convenes. Sir Lionel, once a formidable captain of the King's Guard, is now ailing, and may he find peace in his departure. The king reflects solemnly. Indeed, Your Majesty, we found him peacefully passing in his dreams, Otto replies. Rhaenyra Targaryen fulfills her duties as cupbearer, elegantly attired in a cream-colored gown. The Silent Sisters have begun preparing his remains. Lord Melrose, the successor captain, is Sir Harold. And we hope to swiftly finalize this election to fill the vacancy left by Sir Lionel's passing. Are there sufficient candidates? The king inquires casually. Your Majesty, there is a plethora of talent in Westeros. The King's Guard will soon be restored to full strength, Otto assures. Thank you, lords. I have invited several esteemed candidates, all of whom have passed the fair assessments, Sir Harold responds. Otto nods in acknowledgement. Robin rises to report to the council on the war. As this is a campaign initiated in the name of House Targaryen, and he bears full responsibility, naturally, he will share the latest favorable developments regarding the conflict. The war in Dorne is nearing its conclusion, although the prince and princess, accompanied by their retainers, continue to plot attacks. I anticipate the conflict will end within the next 6 months. It is merely a game of cat and mouse, with the prey already ensnared in the trap, a matter of time. Very well, the king nods. Over the past year, he has been well aware of the progress of the war in Dorne. The Lord of the Sea Department has not faltered in the face of the Conqueror's challenges, advancing steadily, and due to the vast resources required for the war, the economy of Westeros has become exceptionally vibrant. The taxes collected are swiftly repaying the gold dragons borrowed for the Prince's Tournament. There is a matter concerning the Targaryens. Robin states as he produces a letter and gestures for Rhaenyra to take it and present it to the king. A Dornish noble, unable to endure a life of hiding, has voluntarily surrendered and divulged certain secrets. Under his guidance, the 1st Infantry Division excavated in the deserts outside Sunspear for 2 months, unearthing over 3,000 skeletons, ultimately discovering the most significant one. Based on the marks left on the bones, scholars preliminarily conclude that the deceased endured torment before their demise. The leader of this endeavor belongs to the Euler family, and the remains identified are those of Rhaenys Targaryen, the wife of the Conqueror Aegon. The situation has escalated beyond the involvement of a mere infantry captain. Viserys quietly reads the account of the Euler family and the scholar's conjectures, his expression transforming into one of intense fury. Dorne harbors not only venomous snakes, but also a multitude of deceitful liars who ought to have their tongues severed. Dyrwilla serves as the envoy from Dorne to King's Landing. According to royal records, she once recounted how Queen Rhaenys was crushed after her fall from the Great Dragon. Now, tangible evidence has presented itself. The body is en route to King's Landing, while the remains of Maraudis are displayed at the Martell Sandship Fortress as a trophy of war. This is their history, as the entire desert succumbs. The bones of this legendary dragon are now set to be returned to King's Landing by the Dragon Crystal Fleet, which possesses both the time and resources to do so. I see. Are those families involved in this matter? Viserys returned the letter to Rhaenyra, indicating that she should read it. Indeed, based on the families implicated. One of my captains has apprehended and interrogated individuals, confirming that the mastermind is Princess Morella Martell, who gathered most of the lords to assert their resolve against the Targaryens. That yellow toad is truly capable of such deeds. The king seethed with rage. We require an equal reprisal. We must demonstrate our strength. Rhaenyra spoke, then turned her gaze towards Viserys. Although the king did not share this letter with the other lords present, most had surmised its contents. However, when it came to matters pertaining to the Targaryens, Otto remained silent, and others followed suit. I believe we must take some action to signify. Rhaenyra glanced at her father's countenance, feeling a twinge of uncertainty, fearing it might appear brutal. The king nodded, soon resolute. Such actions from the Targaryens must elicit a response. Indeed, the Dornish must feel the wrath of the Dragon King. Those families, aside from the Martells, remain in hiding, while the others have been thoroughly subdued. Robin reported to the king, "Bring them all to King's Landing. I wish to execute them in the presence of all the realm's lords." "As you wish. They shall arrive within 7 days." Robin felt that this news was highly advantageous for himself. When the time was right, he would go to the Stepstones to assimilate the population of Dorne into the consciousness realm, with the royal family now moving to eliminate the Dornish nobility. It further provided justification for conquering Dorne. Chapter 73. The Royal Guard. As the Royal Council had just concluded, Sir Harold led Princess Rhaenyra to observe the selection of the Royal Guard, tasked with safeguarding the royal family. The king, evidently preoccupied, was not in the mood for such deliberations, leaving the responsibility squarely upon Rhaenyra's shoulders. She stood on the second floor, gazing down at the knights assembled below, while Sir Harold produced a nightingale statue to represent these knights from across the realm. Sir Desmond Caron, a distinguished knight, stepped forward, hailing from the city of Night Song. He had participated in the campaign against the city of Blaemont. What are his accomplishments? Rhaenyra inquired. The selection of the Royal Guard does not hinge on such matters. Your Highness, Sir Harold cautioned. I appreciate your unwavering loyalty to the king, sir, Rhaenyra retorted dismissively. Given the kingdom's current state of warfare, I require knights with practical combat experience. Robin approached from behind Rhaenyra, producing a tattered cloak statue, half of which was damaged. Sir Haken Greymead, who secured third place in the Prince's tournament, is a shapeshifter capable of commanding animals and fought in the Battle of the Stepstone Isles. Sir Harold announced as Haken stepped forward. From the north? Rhaenyra asked. Once, but now he belongs to Dragonstone, Robin shrugged. The Royal Guard is not a mere spectacle. He realized that since the princess was not impressed, his recommendation would bear little weight. Initially, he had hoped to insert some of his own men into the ranks, but that seemed increasingly unlikely. Sir Lyman Valerion, a statue of a valley eagle, was presented. The son of the Earl of Driftmark, Sir Harold introduced. He was the champion of the Vinehall tournament, triumphing among 23 knights, and was knighted at the tender age of 18. Which of these knights possesses real combat experience? Capturing poachers does not count. Sir Harold sighed in resignation, nodding. Personally, he favored Sir Desmond Caron, as the strategic position of Knight Song was pivotal for curbing Dorne's advances. As for whom to defend? Naturally, it was the one standing behind the princess. Most knights with battle experience are serving the kingdom in Dorne, he continued. However, there is one, Sir Criston Cole, who returned from Dorne not long ago. Son of the steward of the Earl of Blackport, Sir Harold explained, as Criston emerged. The knight, with olive skin and long, flowing black hair, wore a gold-threaded coat adorned with 10 small black balls, cradling a spiked iron helmet in his arms. He positioned himself centrally, so the princess could see him clearly. Welcome, Sir Criston. You have witnessed the battles of Dorne. Indeed, Your Highness. On the Dornish frontier, I served as an infantryman alongside the soldiers of Dragonstone for a year, following Sir Alan Targaryen's assault on Prince's Pass. The siege of High Point lasted 6 months, during which I claimed the lives of many Dornishmen. Subsequently, I was knighted. Rhaenyra nodded with satisfaction, noting that this knight possessed a certain charm. I choose Sir Criston Cole, she declared, turning to depart. As they journeyed back to Maegor's Holdfast, Sir Harold explained to Rhaenyra. Selecting the Royal Guard is also a means of consolidating allies for the king. There is no need to rush your decision, Your Highness. More knights with combat experience will return once the war concludes. Sir Criston is indeed exceptional, yet many others surpass him, such as those from Driftmark, who are vital for countering the Iron Islands threats, and Knight Song, which serves as the first line of defense against future incursions from Dorne. These knights are merely tournament competitors and lack the gravitas required for protection. Your father needs a battle-hardened knight to advise him on military matters, someone who comprehends the intricacies of Dragonstone's defenses. Knight Song is merely a city, after all, not impregnable. Sir Harold was somewhat taken aback by the princess's understanding. From this perspective, Sir Criston indeed seemed fitting, as he bore the least affiliation with Dragonstone. Unlike many knights whose families had significant interests tied to the castle, this suggested the princess was cognizant of the kingdom's most profound vulnerabilities, which lay within King's Landing. Undoubtedly, the princess is wise. Let us expedite the arrangements for Sir Criston's investiture, Rhaenyra said with a smile, feeling a sense of pride as she realized this was the first time she had made a decisive choice. Chapter 74. The king and the heir. In the corridor of Maegor's Holdfast, King Viserys gazed down with a complex expression. Below lay the Godwood, flanked by a row of Kingsguard, while further afield, the city watch clad in golden cloaks stood vigilant beyond the castle walls. Since the outbreak of war between House Targaryen and Dorne, the internal defenses of the Red Keep had been significantly bolstered. Princess Rhaenyra hurried down the staircase, her gown gathered in her hands as she sought her father in the corridor. In the gardens, a silver-haired boy crawled upon the laid carpet, chasing after his bonded black dragon, the creature exhibiting a remarkable understanding, returning to tease him when he paused his pursuit, perhaps due to the tradition of close-kin marriages. The Targaryen family bore a propensity for madness. King Jaehaerys, too, had once remarked that whenever a Targaryen was born, the gods tossed a coin into the air, choosing between madness and greatness. Yet, whether mad or great, one could not be a dull-witted child. Maelor, the master of whisperers, surmised that something had gone awry during the fetal development, though it was also possible that magic was the cause. To this day, the mystery of how Balon was conceived persisted, with Robin's clandestine assistance during the queen's childbirth lending some credence to the speculation. For half a year, the king had either visited the sept to pray for him or summoned esteemed scholars for remedies, all to no avail. The bizarre treatments inflicted psychological trauma upon the young Balon, causing him to burst into tears at the mere sight of a scholar's robe. Sir Harold stood guard beside the king, accompanied by 2 other Kingsguard brothers, while Sir Criston had arrived with the princess, thus ensuring 4 Kingsguard surrounded them. Rhaenyra, dressed in a chestnut velvet gown with her golden hair woven into long braids, wore a silver-gray necklace around her neck. Your Highness. The Kingsguard greeted her as she approached Viserys, prompting Harold to step back. Father? Viserys turned, locking eyes with Rhaenyra before he spoke slowly. I once believed Balon would be the heir of my dreams. I would have devoted myself to teaching him the secrets of power, revealing the perils of our kingdom, and imparting the guardianship of our family. I was certain he would surpass me and ultimately guide the people of Westeros beyond that prophecy. Rhaenyra listened quietly, her gaze fixed on her younger brother below, where the little boy repeatedly attempted to leave the pristine carpet only to be returned to the center by a maid. Do you know why the Targaryens can command dragons? Viserys asked, his eyes focused intently on Rhaenyra's violet ones, which made her momentarily uncomfortable. Father, you are acting quite strangely today, she replied with a laugh. Answer me, the king insisted, his face serious, as if he were eager for a response. It is important. What do you believe is our relationship with dragons? Rhaenyra pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Dragons represent our truest selves. Oh, elaborate. She raised her eyes to meet her father's, her mind racing to formulate her thoughts. The blood of House Targaryen is imbued with magic. This is our proof of being able to command dragons. Each dragon grows alongside its rider, and they share a profound connection. Their temperaments reflect our innermost selves. It is more akin to a bond between family. Are you aware of how the world perceives the Targaryens? The king inquired. Everyone says the Targaryens are closer to the gods than mortals, for we can command dragons. Without dragons, we are no different from any common folk. Viserys nodded in agreement. Indeed, the belief that we can command dragons is merely an illusion. We are truly mastering our own hearts. If we cannot control ourselves, it becomes a catastrophe. The power of dragons is beyond mortal manipulation. It brought about the doom of Valyria. If we cannot learn from history, it will also spell disaster for the future. Rhaenyra's face was filled with confusion. You must understand this to become a king. Or a queen. What? Rhaenyra exclaimed, incredulity etched on her features. Did he just imply that she would be named heir? I am sorry, Rhaenyra. The kingdom must not fall into the hands of just anyone. The anyone referred to Robin, who, since becoming the master of ships, had seen the kingdom flourish. The influence of Dragonstone had permeated every noble house through maritime power. You have inherited your mother's finest traits, Viserys declared, his gaze resolute as he grasped her hand. I firmly believe you will become a great queen. Rhaenyra stepped back, shaking her head. But, you have a son now. She glanced toward her brother, who was awkwardly attempting to stand, Queen Aemma patiently guiding him with comical movements. His capabilities are insufficient for inheriting the kingdom. If anyone believes him fit, they must harbor dark intentions, she retorted. Yet, all the lords of the realm have pledged their fealty before the Iron Throne, including Robin. After over a year of conquest in Dorne, Robin's power had surged once more, his territories and influence expanding exponentially. Half of Dorne's prosperous cities had fallen under the control of House Moreno, and the naval superiority of the Dragonstone fleet allowed them to assault cities along the coastline without the need for arduous marches through the Boneway or Princess Pass. The coalition of 6 kingdoms dominated the southern borders of Dorne, reaching down to the Sulphur River, with contentious claims over the jointly besieged Starfall and the Hellgate. Robin sought to exchange control of Starfall for Hellgate, but the lords, unlike the king, disagreed. Hellgate's strategic position made it a formidable fortress, with the Sulphur River directly connecting to it. If Robin secured it, 2/3 of Dorne would fall into the hands of House Moreno. Apart from House Martell and their loyalists, most lords and heirs in Dorne had faced execution by fire in King's Landing for the sins of their ancestors, with the number of those implicated reaching the thousands. The king, in his mercy, allowed them the choice of guarding the wall or facing death. Ser Harold informed me that your decision to choose Ser Criston for the King's Guard stemmed from your awareness of the dangers within the kingdom, Viserys noted. Rhaenyra was about to speak. That is commendable. You caused me much worry as a child, he remarked with a knowing smile, prompting Rhaenyra to smile in return. I was foolish back then. Had I not left in anger, I must admit, I now feel somewhat. Viserys shook his head, his voice calm as he continued. I was not entirely unaware of the events of that time. There were considerations. At the time, I merely sought to disrupt the alliance between Moreno and Valerion. However, if you had married into that family, it would have created yet another maritime power, thus adding another layer of risk. House Valerion would have perceived another opportunity to lay claim to the Iron Throne. As demon abducting Lena was my intention, he revealed the truth of that past. Rhaenyra was left speechless, and Viserys continued, Rhaenyra, this is your first lesson. Politics is a complex and ruthless system, fraught with struggles for power, family feuds, alliances, and betrayals. Looking back, it is fortunate that the Morenos were difficult to manage without dragons. I shudder to think what would have transpired had they possessed dragons. Viserys spoke gravely, taking her hand in his. My daughter, my heir, now you must choose your allies wisely. Whoever they may be, I will support you. Rhaenyra's expression remained conflicted. Viserys leaned forward, noticing the necklace adorning his daughter's neck, crafted from Valyrian steel. He recalled it as a gift from Daemon, bestowed in celebration of his niece's mastery over Syrax. After a prolonged contemplation, he mused that once you were wed, Daemon would return and one day serve as your hand of the king. While Daemon may not possess the qualities of a king, I firmly believe you do. The Targaryens of this era require his presence. Dragons are the cornerstone of our dominion, and the Targaryens must unify against external threats. Rhaenyra remained inwardly unsettled. And once she had absorbed this information, Viserys finally revealed to her some long-held secrets. There is one more thing I must convey to you. It may be challenging to grasp, so listen attentively. Our history, as it is told, begins with Aegon gazing from Dragonstone across Blackwater Bay, where he beheld a stretch of unclaimed, fertile land. However, it was not ambition that drove him to conquer this territory, but rather a dream of dragons. Daenerys once foresaw the fall of Valyria, and Aegon too had a prophecy. He envisioned the end of the world of men. It commences with a dreadful winter advancing from the distant north, where Aegon beheld the ultimate darkness brought by the chilling winds, harboring entities that would annihilate the realm of the living. When this winter arrives, Rhaenyra, all of Westeros must stand united against it, for humanity to endure. A Targaryen must ascend the Iron Throne, a powerful king or queen. We must consolidate the strength of the realm to combat the cold and darkness. Aegon named this vision the Song of Ice and Fire. Ultimately, Rhaenyra pressed her lips together, meeting Viserys' expectant gaze, pausing momentarily before nodding in understanding. Viserys chose not to delve further into this subject. This secret, passed down from the time of Aegon, has been shared orally between kings and heirs. Now, you must ensure the continuity of this secret. It is the reason for Baelon's loss of the crown prince. Rhaenyra, this is your responsibility, Viserys implored. You need only prepare for succession. I will manage the rest. Chapter 75. The Dispute at Court in September 113 AC. 2 months had elapsed since Rhaenyra uncovered the secret of House Targaryen. Robin's carriage traversed the gates of the Red Keep, as it had done countless times before. However, today's atmosphere was peculiarly subdued. He sensed that the court meeting would inevitably broach the topic of replacing the heir apparent. To Robin, the Red Keep held no secrets, particularly with the birds of the Godswood, ever vigilant, observing every subtle movement within. The great doors of the council chamber swung open. 7 knights, cloaked in white, stood behind the king, and all the royal advisors had gathered. Your Majesty, good morning. Viserys, clad in a black velvet robe adorned with crimson embroidery and draped in a shimmering golden cloak, wore a forced smile as he nodded, clearly struggling to maintain composure. With Robin taking his seat, the proceedings commenced. In light of Prince Baelon's health, the king had resolved to replace the heir. Otto, having just received the news, merely articulated the matters at hand on behalf of the king. I have an objection. Robin immediately rose, declaring, I cannot, while the heir I protect remains, kneel to pledge allegiance to another, regardless of who she may be. The council had scarcely begun, yet Robin's reference to she was unmistakably aimed at Rhaenyra, who was conspicuously absent from her role as cupbearer and scribe. Everyone present was acutely aware of who the intended replacement was. The Minister of Finance, Lord Beesbury, concurred. The princess, but Robin shot him a cold glare, leaning forward with hands planted firmly on the table, demanding, You too have sworn an oath in the throne room. At that moment, the archbishop had yet to anoint the new heir with holy oil. Thus, the king retained the authority to change the heir. Master Melos interjected. Is this appropriate, Minister of Justice? Lord Leonor Strong remained silent, prompting Robin to fix his gaze upon him, hoping the minister would adhere to the law and support his stance. The laws of the realm were established to better govern the lands of Westeros. This was an internal affair of House Targaryen. Since I am unqualified to discuss this matter with the realm's protectors, why convene this court meeting? Would it not be more fitting to issue a notice instead? Robin found the Earl of Leonor's rationale laughable. Prince Baelon is the sole heir, a legitimate son born of wedlock. He surveyed the room, articulating each word to defend Baelon's interests. Historically, there had been no precedent for a queen since the conquest. If precedent were to be cited, the Grand Council of 101 would have been unnecessary. Robin's audacity was palpable, suggesting that should they dare to establish a new heir, he would support Rhaenys. The notion of a broken oath was illegal, compounded by the ancient traditions of Westerosi inheritance law. His words left no room for rebuttal, and silence enveloped the chamber. Seeing Robin dominate the assembly, Viserys hastily gestured to Otto. My lord Robin, please be mindful of your station. You are merely the king's maritime advisor. His Majesty's willingness to listen to all present is already a marked show of respect. As Prime Minister, Otto felt compelled to speak, asserting that the king's decision regarding the heir was an internal matter of House Targaryen and that the king would act as he deemed fit. Robin shot a look of reproach at his father-in-law. Do you possess no sense of honor? I am Baelon's foster father, having acknowledged this in the throne room. It is my duty. The court devolved into chaos, with Robin engaged in a verbal duel against the royal ministers, one asserting the king's rights while the other emphasized the oaths and legality involved. Balon ascending to the throne would be immensely advantageous for Robin. The boy may have suffered severe injuries at birth, rendering him physically uncoordinated and mentally impaired, and Robin, lacking medical expertise, could do nothing to alter this fate. It was evident to all that Prince Balon was ill-equipped to wield the power of a king. Your obstinacy suggests you have little regard for his majesty, remarked the elderly Lord Beesbury, rising from the council table to counter Robin. I could resign from my position as maritime advisor, but Prince Balon cannot be replaced. The arguments within the chamber had reached a crescendo, yet Robin maintained the upper hand. During this tumult, Lord Leonor Strong proposed a compromise, that Balon would inherit upon Viserys' death, with the throne subsequently passed to his sister, Rhaenyra. Robin readily accepted, recognizing that years lay ahead, and it seemed the king would soon name a new heir. Should the king insist on a change, Robin was powerless to prevent it. Would he truly wage war for a child? The absence of gratitude left him in a most difficult position. The king promptly voiced his dissent, primarily concerned that after his demise, Rhaenyra would lack the capacity to navigate the political landscape alone. If she were not the heir, there would be little justification for establishing her authority prior to succession. Enough. The king's voice boomed, resonating against the stark stone walls, and the room fell into an immediate hush. Since Lord Robin is unwilling to accept a new heir, the oaths in the throne room need not be taken. The king had anticipated Robin's opposition but had not expected such fervor. Thus, he decided to embrace the chaos. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra stood quietly at the back door, resembling a statue, listening intently. In pursuit of support from Driftmark, the Valerians were among the few families privy to the news of the heir's potential change. She recalled her Aunt Rhaenys' counsel. Your father is overly eager and naive. He will remarry for political balance. Another queen will bear a new heir, who may emerge from either Casterly Rock or Storm's End. Everything follows a certain order, although your current brother may be unsuitable. The son of the new queen will grow up, and all will anticipate a male heir to the throne. These events lie far in the future. Your immediate concern is that boy of your age, for he is the most challenging to manage. His influence could sway all of Westeros, while your actions will only bring him endless trouble. Should the status quo persist, when your father passes and Balon is crowned, he will inherit what you can never provide. We have dragons, 10 of them, Rhaenyra retorted. Indeed, dragons may be the sole means to counter his ambition. Yet, it is best not to resort to them, for the kingdom would pay dearly in flames. Are you prepared for that? These words echoed in Rhaenyra's mind, lingering long after the court meeting had concluded, leaving her momentarily disoriented. Chapter 76. Miracles. Torrential waves, reaching hundreds of meters in height, surge upward under the influence of gravity, while chaotic storms ravage the sea. From an extraterrestrial perspective, colossal whirlpools perpetually formed, their edges whipped by terrifying gales. Lightning, pulsating in shades of violet and measuring several dozen meters in diameter, struck the ocean's surface, unleashing towering columns of mist that soared high into the air, permeating the atmosphere with a briny scent. Even more unsettling was the sudden crystallization of seawater into sharp ice shards, which twisted into grotesque shapes and instantaneously froze everything in their vicinity. This was the realm of Robin's consciousness, the Dragon Planet, where the only sanctuary for life was the transparent dome world meticulously crafted by Robin for the sustenance of existence. Over the years, the cylindrical mountains had accumulated materials, transforming into a small island nearly the size of the Valyrian Peninsula, rising 12,000 meters above sea level. Encircled by dense rainforests, it boasted lush prairies, lakes, and rolling hills, basking in perpetual spring-like conditions with minimal temperature fluctuations. Herds of cattle and sheep grazed leisurely on the grasslands, while nimble rabbits flitted like animated pom-poms through the verdant underbrush. Wild chickens laid eggs in the piles of dried grass, and flocks of crows scoured the skies in search of sustenance. The population of carnivorous animals was alarmingly sparse. Since the passing of Count Albert, the scale of the beast park had remained static for public viewing, with surplus creatures dispatched en masse to the Dragon Continent. The entire planet resembled a vast, ominous prison, where unknown dangers loomed outside of the Dragon Continent, rendering the remaining areas inhospitable to life. Beyond the Mercury sphere, liquid meteors orbiting the sun suddenly altered their trajectories, converging into a dense swarm of meteors that began their descent toward Mercury, a staggering 150 million kilometers away. After a protracted journey, they struck the planet with meteoric force. The first meteor crashed into the ocean, instantly generating a towering water column that reached the clouds, creating a massive depression in the sea. The powerful shockwave radiated outward from the impact point, sending terrifying giant waves rippling across the surface. On the opposite side of the planet, monstrous waves crashed against the Dragon Continent, the highest spray barely reaching the land's midpoint. Thus, more meteors followed suit, causing the ocean's surface to erupt in a cacophony of colossal splashes as countless white blooms of foam unfurled. The waters churned violently, with waves from varying impact points colliding and compressing into towering tidal surges that soared to heights of tens of thousands of meters. These surges, akin to enraged behemoths, surge forth in all directions, churning the sea into chaotic whirlpools. The extreme temperatures generated by the collision of meteors and seawater caused rapid vaporization, engendering vast quantities of white steam that intertwined with the splashing ocean, obscuring the sky and enshrouding the maritime expanse in chaos and gloom. The air was thick with the acrid scent of sulfur, mingling with the briny aroma of seawater and the charred remnants of burning meteors. The thunderous explosions, the roar of the ocean, and the howling of meteors intertwined in a symphony of destruction. Robin's formless consciousness hovered high above the dragon continent, surveying the devastation. Only a small portion of the rainforest had succumbed to the onslaught of the waves. The sands of the Dorne Desert were swept into his consciousness space, revealing granite, basalt, and traces of oil and coal beneath, while fertile soil covered the remaining areas, where he transplanted trees and grasses into the dragon continent. But from whence did all this arable land in his consciousness space originate? The Dragon Crystal City procured dry soil from external sources, each barrel valued at 1 dragon crystal coin. This trade created millions of job opportunities, leading to the recent excavation of a third of the neck swamp, unveiling the dense bluish-gray or grayish-white clay beneath. The New World was reluctant to accept such unsuitable soil for cultivation, offering a meager price of 1 dragon crystal coin for 10 barrels, a laborious endeavor without reward. Conversely, 1 dragon crystal coin could be exchanged for a salmon in the New World's mines, with its value remaining stable and anchored. In recent years, significant events unfolded in Westeros. In October AC 113, Rhaenyra was established as the Princess of Dragonstone, and apart from the north, Dragon Crystal City, and Storm's End. The major nobles of the realm pledged allegiance to her anew, particularly the newly emerged nobles from the recently conquered Dorne. In March AC 114, Rhaenyra's nationwide tour concluded after 6 months of matchmaking, stabilizing Dorne. Robin arrived in Dorne after a 7-day journey to commence environmental transformations. In May AC 114, Viserys himself journeyed to Driftmark to discuss his daughter's marriage, confirming that Laenor Velaryon would wed Rhaenyra Targaryen 2 months later. The long-vacant position of Master of Ships was reassigned to Corlys Velaryon. In July AC 115, the Duke of Storm's End, Barros Baratheon, traveled to King's Landing to swear fealty to Princess Rhaenyra. In October AC 115, the king remarried, taking as his wife Cassandra, the 12-year-old daughter of Lord Barros, born in AC 103. As Robin transformed the environment in Dorne for 6 months, Viserys corresponded frequently, seeking to reclaim Daemon through the minting rights, which had become nominal. As the circulated small-denomination dragon crystal coins were more popular among the populace and utterly impossible to counterfeit, devoid of quality issues, who could carve within the crystal? Ultimately, an agreement was reached. Upon Rhaenyra's ascension to the throne, she would declare her brother Prince of Dragonstone, which did not contravene Baelon's claim to the throne. The vow to eternally defend Baelon's right to inherit the Iron Throne remained intact. It was not that Prince Baelon lacked a claim, but rather he had fallen behind in the sequence of events. Robin surmised that this audacious notion must have originated from his father-in-law Otto. Having reached this juncture, Robin reluctantly acquiesced, stipulating that he would only swear fealty upon Baelon's coronation. During Robin's construction efforts, 6 infantry regiments totaling 30,000 troops encircled him for protection. Their primary task was to clear all living beings within a 10-mile radius while the inner perimeter was secured by the King's Guard, ensuring the safety of the Lord of Dragon Crystal City. Dorne was vast, and many Dornish people remained hidden, particularly the Martell family, who had seemingly evaporated from existence. The once barren yellow desert transformed in an instant into shimmering lakes, their crystalline surfaces reflecting the sky above. As flocks of ducks splashed like shards of jade upon the water, lush trees surged upward around the lakes, their leaves rustling gently in the breeze. Fish thrived within the waters. Am I dreaming? Is that a herd of wild boars? The infantry members stood transfixed, their throats constricting with disbelief. Some, devoid of any faith, were nonetheless awestruck by this extraordinary metamorphosis. Once it became evident that this was not a mere illusion, one soldier knelt instinctively, pressing his face against the newly sprouted grass, greedily inhaling the fragrant, moist earth, murmuring that the Lord of Dragon Crystal City was the creator. This is the might of the divine. We are witnessing a miracle. A voice, hoarse with emotion, rang out, igniting a tremor among the ranks. This spectacle stunned every member of the infantry. They could scarcely comprehend how, within a single day, lakes and forests had emerged from the land. Even the devout followers of the Seven within the military began to waver in their beliefs. Ultimately, all knelt in the most reverent posture toward Robin, even though as the commander of the Dragon Crystal City infantry, he was seldom seen by the youthful lord. With most dealings conducted through the command staff, some attempted to inquire, but the King's Guard, composed of former Unsullied, paid them no heed. Only during drunken revelries did Jorson and the officers let slip the truth. I have known all along that I serve a god. Even when the Five Fingers Peninsula was a barren wasteland, I understood. You fools, where do you think the seemingly endless salmon comes from? Chapter 77. Dragon Eggs in the Dragon Crystal City. At Moreno Fortress, a woman clad in a black velvet hooded robe adorned with crimson silk was halted in her tracks. Two men accompanied her, unarmed, cradling a container resembling a metallic lid, seemingly holding something of great importance. I have urgent matters to discuss with Lady Allison, she proclaimed. Her pale, milk-like hand extending to present a black dragon crystal token to the guard who obstructed her path. The token was engraved with the name Robin Moreno, beneath which lay the emblem of the White Tower. Please wait, the guard replied, stepping away to make an announcement. The token held by Robin was a sign of trust, allowing its bearer, under suitable circumstances, to command a fleet. Only 9 such tokens had been distributed by Robin, signifying immense power and influence. With the Lord of Dragon Crystal City away in Dorne, the management of the city fell squarely upon Allison's shoulders. Robin's mother had always refrained from interfering in Allison's affairs, preferring to spend her days leisurely wandering the city with her grandson, Carell, enjoying afternoon tea with visiting noblewomen while discussing matters concerning their husbands. In the hall on the 3rd floor, a maid served each of them a glass of lemonade. Maisalia, are you not monitoring Bravos? Maisalia had long been employed in the intelligence department, possessing extraordinary intellect and keen insight. She navigated the intricate power struggles with ease, adeptly leveraging various information and relationships to fulfill her ambitions, rising from being Elena's assistant to the deputy head of the intelligence department. This is a dragon egg, Maisalia declared. Allison rose from the council table as a servant lifted the lid, releasing a wave of sulfuric scent and warmth. The first egg was deep green, its surface adorned with bronze spots of varying sizes and shapes, shimmering like stars against a verdant backdrop as the angle of observation shifted. The second egg, a pale milky white, radiated purity and gentleness, with evenly spaced golden stripes winding intricately across its shell. The third egg, black and enigmatic, bore dark red waves and spirals upon its surface. These dragon eggs were substantial, about the size of a human head, requiring both hands to hold securely. Allison's fingers glided over the dragon egg's surface, which felt incredibly hard, its exterior covered in minute scales that were densely arranged, smooth to the touch, yet slightly raised. Allison had encountered dragon eggs before. Rhaenyra had once taken her to view the eggs beneath Syrax. Who was aware of this? She inquired. This was acquired from an auction in Bravos, amidst numerous attempts on our lives, and spies from King's Landing were certainly involved. It is evident that all who should know, do know, Maisalia replied after a brief pause. I understand now. Your contributions are significant. What do you seek? In May of the year 107 AC, I was dispatched by the Prime Minister to gather intelligence on Dragon Crystal City. Maisalia now revealed her complete honesty. The one who sent her has since become the mistress of Dragon Crystal City. Her silence had been an endeavor to validate her worth. I shall compose a letter for verification. Upon learning of the 3 fossilized dragon eggs, Robin's response was merely to ensure their safekeeping, regarding them as mere collectibles. He did not believe he could hatch dragons, as he understood these 3 to be from Dreamfire, the second clutch of eggs laid by Princess Rhaenyra. The first clutch having produced 2 dragons, one of which was the Red Queen Melia's in the Bloodborn College. After a year of transformation, the eastern region of Dorne was no longer a desert. Utilizing the ability to harness material from the realm of consciousness, the City of Divine Grace, located at the confluence of the Greenwater River, Vance River, and the River of Calamity, had been hollowed out, giving rise to a lake now known as the God-made Lake. This lake was constructed in the shape of a gourd, its depths profound, with its surface area exposed being less than 1/10 of its deepest point. Despite Dorne's generally arid climate, torrential rainstorms occasionally occurred. When such storms struck, they were often fierce, unleashing torrents of rain that rapidly drained away due to the sandy terrain and high evaporation rates. The environment had undergone a remarkable transformation. The God-made lake could now capture and store water efficiently, collecting rainwater effectively. Situated in the south, Dorne was characterized by a hot, dry climate, with prolonged exposure to sunlight and scant precipitation. The scorching sun beat down relentlessly, creating an ambience reminiscent of a furnace. Within this landscape lay an island known as the Divine Abode, where Robin planned to construct a family fortress, a project anticipated to take over a decade. However, he was not in a hurry. Environmental transformation was inherently a lengthy endeavor. In the era of Dawn, Dorne had coastal regions and several rivers, with the land near the Greenblood River and its tributaries being relatively fertile, capable of sustaining a certain population and agricultural production. The central region, however, remained a vast desert, illustrating that the eastern part of Dorne had succumbed to the encroachment of the desert, while the climate near the rivers was suitable for human habitation. Thus, Robin excavated an intricate network of canals around the God-made lake to irrigate the surrounding land. Additionally, he erected 3 dragon crystal walls in the western desert, each standing 300 meters high, effectively blocking the sands and winds. Following the construction of the dragon crystal walls, the temperature differential between day and night intensified. During the day, temperatures on the dragon crystal mountainside soared rapidly, gathering hot air in a high-temperature zone, while the rainforest side remained relatively cool, resulting in convective currents that occasionally created small tornadoes and strong winds, establishing a natural barrier that was difficult for ordinary folk to traverse. At night, temperatures in the desert plummeted quickly, while the rainforest remained warmer, causing hot air to flow from the rainforest towards the desert, establishing a temperature gradient near the walls. Water vapor condensed on the walls, eventually coalescing into streams that returned to the rainforest. The outflow of water from the God-made lake ultimately found its way to the Dragon Crystal Mountain. Thanks to the presence of the Dragon Crystal Mountain, the frequency of rainfall in eastern Dorne increased, gradually returning to a more normal state. By April of the year 116 AC, the transformation of Dorne was complete. During this time, Robin would return home every 6 months. Alicent was pregnant once more, now 8 months along. Meanwhile, the continent formed by meteor showers on the Dragon Planet had stabilized after 150 years. During this period, the Creator had used his immense power to reshape the meteor land, which he referred to as the Origin Continent. This continent spanned 3 times the area of the Dragon Continent, exhibiting a basin-like structure, designed to maximize land area while minimizing material consumption. The outer elevation stood at only 3,000 meters, ensuring that the colossal waves of this planet only ever reached half that height, thus averting cataclysmic disasters. The Origin Continent was heavily forested, and without the use of a transparent dome, Robin had allowed a group of robust Dornish individuals to test the environment, with no issues arising thus far. Before returning home, Robin spent 3 days transferring over 800,000 Dornish people residing on the Stone Steps archipelago into his realm of consciousness. This event caused an uproar in the outside world, with news spreading like wildfire across the continent of Westeros. Everyone seemed to have found some explanation, labeling the Lord of Dragon Crystal City as an evil sorcerer who could only manifest miracles through the mass sacrifice of Dornish people, as no other explanation seemed fitting. In 117 AC, Alicent gave birth to another son, whom they named Saran. The name resonated with the valley's reverence for honor and chivalric traditions, and his mother was not surprised. It was customary among nobility. As he grew, he would manage the army in place of his brother, which was a commendable choice. During this time, the Citadel sent numerous inquiries seeking the truth, and Robin welcomed them all, promptly sending these individuals to the Origin Continent for knowledge importation. In the outside world, more than a month had passed, yet in the realm of consciousness, a decade had transpired. The scholars who completed their teaching tasks were finally released. Faced with inquiries from the Citadel about his recent whereabouts, the noticeable aging, and his newfound prowess with a spear, which seemed to suggest increased violence, they speculated whether he had sacrificed his lifespan. However, the scholars who returned merely denied any such claims, asserting that Robin was not an evil lord. When pressed further, they advised their peers to inquire for themselves, cautioning them not to regret their inquiries. Ultimately, 2/3 of the scholars from the academy have aged considerably. Some have chosen to permanently reside in the Origin Continent, having formed deep attachments over the course of a decade, establishing families there. The only notable discord lies in the realm of gender equality, where the local customs are exceedingly fierce. In an unprecedented move, the Academy proposed a long spear martial arts tournament, which garnered majority support through voting. Even King Viserys, upon hearing of this in King's Landing, found it utterly absurd. Is it normal for them to abandon scholarly pursuits in favor of wielding long spears? Chancellor Melrose, confronted with this dilemma, was equally perplexed, attributing the phenomenon to the influence of the Sevens tournament from Dragon Crystal City, believing it to be the Academy's attempt to keep pace with the times. Many scholars who have ventured to the Origin Continent remain tight-lipped, merely stating that the Dorne people have journeyed to a wondrous land, not as a form of sacrifice. Even in solemn historical records, it is noted, boundless abyssal waters, violet lightning stirring colossal waves, and amidst this chaos, a land exists where spring reigns eternal, devoid of harsh winters or sweltering heat. The Dorne people proclaim this to be their dreamt homeland, where many have chosen to remain forever. Chapter 78. The Origin Continent. One here lies a shallow sea, where sunlight pours down from above. The shores of the Origin Continent are adorned with swaying coconut palms and lemongrass, while various algae and ferns thrive in wild abandon. Time flows swiftly as the Dorne people have cultivated their lives here for 5 or 6 generations, transforming the wilderness into a land of abundance in just over a century. Expansive aquatic plants resembling water lilies gently float and sway with the waves. To the Doran, Robin is akin to a deity, possessing unparalleled power. Every 100 sunsets, This invisible god graces the land, bringing advanced technologies and emissaries to disseminate knowledge. Can you see me? Robin's consciousness glided along the beach, inching closer to the crowd, astonished by the peculiar atmosphere surrounding him. Not only was it here, but countless white threads in the sky were converging toward him. He extended his ethereal awareness to touch the forehead of the individual emanating the strongest white threads, sensing their emotions, reverence, faith, and trepidation. From his perspective, he appeared as a formless light, like God. The nobles, trembling with unease, prostrated before the divine figure. Robin observed the man in the purple robe with a serene demeanor. What had transpired during his brief absence of half a month from the origin continent? Why this sudden change? He had been occupied recently, accompanying his 2 younger sisters in search of suitable marriage prospects. Ultimately, a boy from the Braithwood family captured Maylee's interest, a venerable lineage endowed with formidable military strength. Yet, to the Moreno family, this was not deemed powerful. Such matters were trivial. Political alliances held little significance for the Moreno family, as long as Maylee was content. Her older brother would lend his support. Inspired by successful unions, several smaller families dispatched their heirs in pursuit of matrimonial alliances. Sherlyn, born in AC 100, now found herself at AC 117, 17 years of age. One more year until she met her internal standards for marriage. Even her mother could not sway her decision. For early childbirth was detrimental to women, despite the prevalence of noble girls marrying at 12 or 13 during this era. Robin's consciousness soared with the crowd's direction, unaware of whether their assumed deity favored or disdained them. Thousands of steps were lined with people. Some were invisible, yet could sense an ethereal presence. As the welcoming procession arrived, they too knelt and worshipped. A grand palace stood ahead, housing a statue dedicated to Robin, crafted by the hands of the origin people as a gift to their god. This statue, sculpted from a single block of an unknown white stone, resembled a relief more than a traditional idol, positioned before a circular window facing the sun. It depicted a figure radiating endless brilliance, appearing to don a shroud of white, its features obscured. Each observer perceived Robin's visage differently, with only one devout believer insisting that the god possessed a human form, attempting to convey its specifics through art. When the stonemason inquired about the god's name, no one could provide an answer, leading to disputes during the 100 Kings Conference. The Doran, upon arriving at the origin continent, quickly formed tribes, and within a century, their population surged dramatically. Step by step, they established their own nations across the origin continent, culminating in a total of 100. During this tumultuous period, wars erupted as each nation sought to annex more territory, stabilizing only when mutual destruction became untenable. Subsequently, these 100 nations intertwined through marriages, delineating their spheres of influence. Whenever a new power emerged, it faced collective suppression, leading to the prosperity of the origin continent. Some referred to Robin as the god of wishes. For every 100 days, he would return to collect offerings, hundreds of thousands of cattle and sheep, while granting a modest wish. Kings who sought immortality or the salvation of others found their requests unfulfilled, leading learned men to speculate that the offerings were insufficient. One king once presented 100 pairs of young lovers, yet the god did not accept them. Throughout this period, Robin fulfilled 17 wishes for the origin people, constructing a grand circular canal and erecting 3 tiers of wave barriers on the origin continent. He transported a freshwater iceberg from Salmon Planet to arid lands. Most of his contributions pertained to hydraulic engineering or large-scale projects. However, matters of resurrection or eternal life, touching upon the mysterious, were beyond his purview. Some referred to him as the sun god, as he descended from the heavens, likely residing within the sun itself, his form radiating light, a scholarly interpretation. Others called him the bull god, due to a particular fondness for bovine offerings. After years of dispute over his name, with Robin absent for over a decade, the kings grew anxious, and most eventually agreed to designate him as the origin god, appending their signatures: origin god, creator god, god of wishes, water god, sun god, unique god, bull god. The construction of the temple spanned 19 years. When the temple was finally completed, Robin returned, solidifying the belief among the origin people that this was no mere coincidence. Millions of origin people prostrated at the temple steps, addressing Robin as a god. He approached the towering white statue, its base inscribed with dense text. At the top was the common tongue of Westeros, detailing Robin's contributions to the origin continent, his greatness, and his mystique. Below, varied languages described him, and despite a century of turmoil and evolution leading to a complete disconnection from the original Westeros culture, a new language and script had emerged. Nevertheless, the common tongue of Westeros remained unchanged, for it was the sole language the origin people could employ to communicate with their god. As he absorbed the information contained within the white threads, he discerned countless prayers, please, and anticipations directed toward him. Robin soon understood that this resembled a form of belief. Let us call it the power of faith. He felt a stirring within, attempting to absorb it. In an instant, the cacophony of countless voices resonated in his ears, overwhelming him with a torrent of thoughts that nearly drove him to madness. After a considerable pause, he sensed a shift within himself, as if his consciousness had gained a heightened perception of the external world. He was uncertain, but dared not attempt further. Yet, if he did not absorb this energy, the white threads would gradually dissipate. He believed that matter could only transform, but never vanish into thin air. What would become of the power of faith once it faded away? A thought surged within him. Would these dissipated energies converge in a singular location? Since the essence of faith was inherently spiritual, it must encompass a wealth of information. Might the accumulation of information, coupled with appropriate guidance, give rise to a collective consciousness? This notion left him feeling somewhat disoriented. He had perused numerous historical tomes from Westeros, where many tales and prophecies, widely believed or rumored, ultimately manifested in some form, whether by coincidence or not. Chapter 79, The Origin Continent 2, Outside the Temple. The sacrificial ground lies to the left of the temple, encircled by a colossal wall that resembles the sunken terrain of the Origin Continent. Within this enclosure, millions of sheep congregate, resembling a vast sea of white, dense and unending. The Origin god circled the sacrificial ground, causing clusters of white dots to vanish into thin air, revealing the yellow-brown earth beneath. Outside, countless cattle and sheep were cast into the chasm of the new world, plummeting to their demise in a realm of ice and snow. Deep and frigid, where thick layers of snow blanketed the valley floor like a pristine white quilt. As the flock descended, some sheep were instantly buried beneath the snow, leaving only faint traces on the surface. Others landed upon icebergs, producing dull thuds before lying quietly. Some, having collided with their companions, merely broke a leg and lay there, wailing as they awaited their end, soon to be overshadowed by the continuous descent of their fellows. Gradually, the bleeding in the valley diminished until it ceased entirely. Ultimately, an ice block storm swept through, burying the dead sheep, transforming the chasm into a natural refrigerator, until Robin opened his eyes to signal the conclusion of his task. Only then did the royal guard release a signal, allowing the workers, previously barred from entry, to come forth. Hundreds of teams surged through the pre-designated passage in the chasm, approaching the fallen livestock, with the subsequent task entrusted to them, as workers from the New World would process and sell them within a year. Since the inception of the Origin Continent, locating animal populations had become far more convenient than in the Dragon Continent. Beside the temple columns, the disappearance of the cattle and sheep in the sacrificial ground was but a fleeting moment for the king and the nobles, who, despite having witnessed it many times, remained awestruck. The sun cast no shadow upon the Origin god, while a group of maidens paraded exquisite offerings before the deity. Intricate wooden carvings, jeweled daggers, uniquely shaped stones, historical tomes. The kings knelt beside the colossal columns of the temple, presenting rare items to attract the deity's attention. A robust man obstructed the light as he stood before the god, straining to drag a massive creature far larger than himself to the platform before the temple. It was a golden python, measuring over 20 meters in length, capturing the deity's attention. Robin harbored no particular thoughts, merely marveling at the snake's size. Who would have thought that serpents here could grow to such proportions? The consciousness circled the snake, scrutinizing it closely, but ultimately deemed it unremarkable. Gazing at the lifeless giant upon the platform, a notion to test the power of faith arose within him. Should it be revived? Robin inscribed this query in the air. The common tongue of Westeros swiftly translated by attentive onlookers. No, 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 this is a tribute to you, the man hastily denied, believing the god had misinterpreted his intention. At that moment, a multitude of spectators outside the temple witnessed the inscription, and the atmosphere erupted into fervor. Everyone understood that the golden serpent the man had dragged was undoubtedly deceased, but the god possessed the power to resurrect it. Robin disregarded the man, his gaze drawn to the immense threads of faith surging toward him, eager to comprehend the utility of this faith. He channeled the white threads recently absorbed into the body of the golden serpent. Amidst the terrified gazes of the kings, the serpent's head suddenly twitched, displaying signs of revival. Oh! The surrounding monarchs erupted into chaotic exclamations, tinged with a hint of excitement. The golden serpent's eyes, once clouded, now showed signs of life, and Robin keenly observed its wounds gradually healing, albeit at a snail's pace. However, as the faith threads depleted, the serpent fell back into a state of near death, and the assembled crowd could no longer provide the faith required for its resurrection. Through this experiment, Robin gleaned insights into the nature of faith. The greater the collective belief, the more reality could be altered by the will of the masses, thus influencing fate. With so many believing in his ability to revive, this was the extent of the miracle he could achieve. He realized that the stronger the creature, the more faith was necessary for revival. Perfectly resurrecting a single being could take decades to accumulate, and in a place like Westeros, it would require centuries of faith. Yet, the serpent's gaze seemed amiss. Further investigation was warranted. The revived golden serpent lasted only 200 breaths before succumbing once more to death. No one attributed its failure to the god's inability to revive the snake, but rather to the inadequate offering presented. The deity was omnipotent, and the incomplete revival of the golden serpent was surely the god's design. Mortals should not presume to fathom divine intentions. The exhibition of offerings continued. This time, the man's tribute contained several chests of gold, a first of its kind, likely accumulated over generations from the sands of time. Gold held immense value to the people of the origin, only being used to adorn the crowns of kings and precious artifacts. State your desires. Robin casually inscribed upon the ground. The origin continent did not circulate gold coins, instead utilizing the dragon crystal coins provided by Robin, primarily to unify the monetary market, fostering economic prosperity and societal advancement, ultimately leading to increased productivity. The man knelt, beseeching, O supreme origin god. West of the arduous river lies the land upon which the Leek tribe depends for survival, now divided among 3 nations. I implore you to deliver a just judgment and return the land to. Your nation shall exist for a century, the man rejoiced, akin to a child. The deity had granted permission. The kings of the 3 nations, daunted, immediately asserted their role as mere guardians of the Leek tribe, with no intentions of aggression. Meanwhile, beneath the temple, the throngs erupted with tears of joy. Their suspicions were confirmed. Gold was indeed a precious substance to the deity. Previously, they had focused solely on offering exquisite gold ornaments of minimal value, which had failed to resonate with the origin god. Now, with chests of gold, they could secure divine protection. This presented a new avenue for restoring their nations. Over the years, countless small tribes had been forcibly absorbed, and now it seemed this god possessed the ability to resurrect the deceased, igniting ideas among the kings. As the display of offerings concluded, a nearby priest knelt, his solemn visage reflecting reverence, his gaze deep and tranquil, bearing the weight of devotion to the deity. In the tongue of Westeros, he recited before the unseen light. Esteemed origin god, as the origin continent develops, the current land can no longer sustain our agricultural and survival needs. The priest articulated a lengthy discourse. Robin understood. The resources of the origin continent were beginning to dwindle, and the population was outpacing the available land, leading to a dire imbalance. The power of faith is an unscientific entity, a universal wishing force. It can entirely disregard the laws of reality, brutally yielding desired outcomes without concern for the specific processes involved. Robin was prepared to harness this miraculous power, intending to forge divinity through the power of faith. With the origin continent facing challenges, such a bountiful granary was indispensable, and the population must continue to grow. The power of faith required further experimentation. Not enough land? Robin pondered for a moment. Expanding the territory was impractical. He had already stripped the Dorne deserts bare, and further excavation would be unwarranted. Insufficient land resulted in inadequate food production. Food? Then he would continue selling salmon, which had been stored for centuries, perfectly suited for their needs. In 100 days, all nations must prepare a mine. I will fill it with food. Robin inscribed this message on the ground before vanishing from sight. Salmon? The kings and nobles exchanged bewildered glances. With only 100 days to act, they hastily mobilized the populace to commence excavation projects while simultaneously gathering gold, a substance favored by the deity. Chapter 80. The Temple. As the days unfolded, time progressed to the year AC 120. Following Robin's return from Dorne, the past 3 years have seen Dragon Crystal City bustling with construction, with statues and altars dotting the territories governed by the Moreno family. Westeros continued to flourish. With affordable food, fabrics, and coal, and Dragon Crystal City even instituted free educational programs, the cost of which was negligible, with all learners using a common textbook detailing the history of the origin god. The faith in Dragon Crystal City is remarkably intricate. Followers of the faith of the Seven constitute merely 1/3 of the total believers, and the spread of the origin god's doctrine is confined solely to the lands ruled by the Moreno family. The faith of the Seven perceives this as a dire threat, prompting the archbishop and various bishops from across the regions to advise King Viserys. Ultimately, the king consented to allocate funds annually for the construction of 77 new churches across Westeros, excluding the North and the Iron Islands, primarily to propagate the faith of the Seven and facilitate free learning of the common tongue of Westeros, albeit with differing texts. In the context of the various factions funding the initiative, the content of the first book designed for learning the common script contained biases, comprising 3 main sections. The first part included simplified prayers and historical accounts from the Seven Stars Bible, extolling the greatness of the Seven. The second part detailed the impact of each Targaryen king on Westeros, with particular emphasis on Jaehaerys and Viserys, occupying half the text. The third part briefly narrated the histories of the local noble families based on the church's location. In summary, this adeptly balanced the interests of all parties involved, ensuring the church's establishment. Strictly speaking, the faith in the origin God does not constitute a religion, as there is no complete doctrine, no church, only a solitary statue, an ethereal figure radiating endless light. The singular tenet is that the origin God is the one true deity, accompanied by a book aimed at understanding the origin God. Much like the Titan of Bravos, people marvel at its grandeur and ponder its construction and significance. The strongest belief in the origin God is found in Dorne. As the legions and navy stationed in Dorne gradually retired, Dragon Crystal City provided excellent benefits for these veterans. Those choosing to retire locally received a substantial plot of land sufficient to sustain 10 individuals, though they only possessed usage rights, paying an annual fee of 100 dragon crystals. This land was exempt from taxes, and as long as it was not left fallow, the Moreno family would not interfere with the crops grown. Dorne, devoid of lords, was overseen only by a sheriff and a garrison, most men being retired members of the navy and infantry. Dragon Crystal City seemingly procured a multitude of women resembling the Dornish, pairing them with the veterans. These women not only spoke the common tongue of Westeros, but also communicated in a peculiar language understood solely among themselves. Each month, they received allowances directly from the Lord of Dragon Crystal City, sufficient for a modest living. They worshipped the origin God, fervently praying before the statue daily, proclaiming it to be the one true deity. Dragon Crystal City is situated on Finger Island of the Five-Finger Peninsula, with a neighboring isle known as Nipple Island, formerly belonging to House Aaron, named for its prominent stone peaks. Now, Nipple Island has been renamed God Island, with its rocky hills sculpted into a grand effigy, which Robin publicly declared as the origin God. Beneath it lies a narrative of the origin continent and the peculiar belief in 100 kings. To bolster credibility, Robin published a history of the origin continent, excluding references to Dorne, which captivated many with its compelling tales and ongoing updates, resulting in brisk sales. The Temple of the Origin God resides within the statue, spacious enough to accommodate 20,000 individuals. The entrance is located at the statue's navel, requiring an arduous climb from the base to enter, or alternatively, one could ascend via a cargo passage using a steam-powered iron ladder. The vicinity of the statue is patrolled by the Royal Guard, rendering any exploration of the temple's true appearance nearly impossible. Since Robin discovered the power of faith, his life's trajectory changed irrevocably. He neither sought to expand his family's influence nor to bolster his military, but rather became fervently devoted to constructing altars and statues. Initially wary of the calamities in the north, he was later compelled to seize the Five-Finger Peninsula, invade the Sisters Islands, and eventually annex half of Dorne, continuously enlarging his dominion. Now, he acquires boundless resources from the origin continent. Armies and finances are mere external possessions, while the deeper understanding of faith's power ensnares him further. Frequently, Robin isolates himself within the Temple of the Origin God, regarding it as his experimental domain. Though termed a temple, it is, in reality, a vast cage, intricately designed in a circular fashion, comprising 12 levels with complex passages and mechanical devices for controlling beasts. Death row prisoners, giants, spiders, and various peculiar creatures inhabit the iron cells on the 12th level. The temple's construction was intended for the study of the power of faith. He remains indifferent to the origin God worship in Westeros, merely setting it in place. Presently, he feels exceptional, free from the need for sustenance, rest, or sleep, dedicating all his time to absorbing the power of faith. As long as he proceeds slowly, the information within the faith's power does not significantly affect him. The primary source of his faith power stems from the millions of followers on the origin continent, whose burgeoning population, due to centuries of stored resources, necessitated the release of some into Westeros. The Dornish of the origin continent and those of Westeros now belong to entirely different epochs, separated by 500 years. The presence of the divine has ensured a stable development, free from large-scale conflicts, as traces of the past have been erased after 30 to 40 generations. The Lord of Dragon Crystal City has delegated numerous affairs to Alicent, vanishing from the notice of the nobility. In Robin's eyes, the affairs of mortals pale in comparison to the significance of divinity. Despite the absence of their lord, Dragon Crystal City continues to develop in an orderly manner. With the war strategies planned by the Advisory Council, naval matters overseen by Commander Thomas, and economic concerns addressed through Robin's occasional ventures to retrieve offerings from the origin continent to supplement the New World, while also observing the latest technological advancements. To the outside world, he seemed to have vanished entirely, inaccessible to anyone, including his wife and mother. The guard stationed at the temple observed the increasingly enigmatic Lord of Dragon Crystal City, noting a peculiar change in his eyes, which appeared to be turning blue. Chapter 81. 3 years of memories. The current state of Dragon Crystal City is indifferent to the presence of Robin. For 3 years, he has neither engaged in military affairs nor issued any directives. However, Allison cannot afford such detachment, as she is Robin's wife. Since the birth of their second son, Saran, she has effectively become the de facto leader. Even with her father, Otto, aiding in the management of Dragon Crystal City, Robin remains hidden on the Isle of Gods. Over the years, the relationship between Dragon Crystal City and King's Landing has significantly improved, particularly after attending the second anniversary celebration of Aegon, the son of Viserys. Born to Queen Cassandra Valerion. By bloodline, Robin is Aegon's distant uncle, though their connection is quite tenuous. Queen Aemma, after her stay in Belron, experienced 2 pregnancies, both of which ended in miscarriage. After a year on the Isle of Gods, news from the New World has surfaced. The frozen meat from the Vale of Sheep has been depleted and requires replenishment. Under his command are various enigmatic individuals summoned from Aspi, ultimately confirming that the dissipated power of faith takes on a form referred to as magic by sorcerers. Conducting experiments is remarkably costly, and with a plethora of nautical logs, Robin must comprehensively understand the laws governing the mystical realm, particularly concerning the wondrous creatures at the world's edge. The area north of the wall remains relatively safe, yet the continent of Sithorios is an enigma, housing a species of long-winged lizard that does not breathe fire, closely resembling the dragons of House Targaryen. Scholars speculate that it may have been genetically modified by the blood sorcerers of Valyria. Robin has confirmed that the amount of magic a mortal can contain is exceedingly limited. The blood magic employed by the blood sorcerers lacks the capacity for genetic fusion, appearing merely as a means of communication. In his brief summation of the world's magical phenomena, Robin notes that typical practitioners of the arcane arts possess abilities such as elemental control, prophecy, shape-shifting, resurrection, and disguise. Among these, prophecy and resurrection generally necessitate a priest to commune with the divine. Elemental control and disguise can be achieved through the manipulation of magical power combined with other methods. To enable their bodies to bear greater magical energy, practitioners often undergo physical transformations, which accounts for their often unsettling appearances. Despite having discerned certain patterns, countless mysteries remain unexplained. The destruction of Valyria and the catastrophic eruption of the 14 flames, which annihilated numerous dragons, appears to bear the hallmark of divine intervention. Yet, where have the gods vanished? For instance, the lizard folk of the land of the Nightingale and the winged inhabitants of the City of Wings, who possess leathery wings allowing them to soar like eagles, pose further questions. The last emperor of the Dawn Empire, the Bloodstone Emperor, married a tigress, an anthropomorphic being, proving that genetic fusion indeed exists, albeit unbeknownst to the masses. Throughout these 3 years, Robin has been diligently gathering intelligence regarding the lands north of the Wall, the Shadowlands, and the Land of Eternal Winter, uncovering only half of a black stone altar, impervious to damage. The finely crafted steel of Dragon Crystal City shatters upon striking it, compelling him to merely sketch its shape for later study. Nevertheless, he has acquired crucial information. Operatives returning from their missions have captured some ancient wild men from the Shadowlands, who divulged vital intelligence. It seems that the black stone altar has existed since his childhood, though its size was only half of what it is now. He suspects that the Land of Eternal Winter in the north harbors others, with the altar merely serving as a fade. The ancient legends do not clarify whether the others arrive with the cold, or if the cold is a consequence of their presence. They manifest in fog or blizzards, only to vanish when the skies clear. They shun sunlight, yearning for darkness, yet some tales assert they herald the night. The old nurse has recounted stories of the others for far too long, with no conclusion in sight. It is too late to alter these narratives. But that is inconsequential. He will address it once he ascends to godhood. At an opportune moment, Robin is inevitably intercepted by his wife Allison, who possesses her own sources of information. Presently, he wishes only to quietly pursue his research into divinity. Aboard the turbo freighter number 77 en route to the New World, the ship cuts through the sea breeze. Clad in a simple gray woolen cloak secured with a silver belt, Robin has maintained this attire for 3 years. With tears glistening in her eyes, Allison rushes towards her husband as though propelled by an arrow the moment she steps aboard. Robin approaches and embraces her, holding her close for a moment. "What are you doing? Will you not return with me?" she pleads, dressed in a modest light blue dress, neatly tied, exuding an air of innocence. Her eyes, filled with earnestness, rest on his shoulder as she speaks anxiously. She is taken aback to discover that, under the sweltering sun, her husband's physique seems more robust than before, as if strengthened. "I have my own important matters to attend to," Robin replies, shaking his head as he savors the softness of her form before him. Having wielded power since the age of 6, managing the family estate on behalf of his father, by the year 117 AC, he has been engaged in governance for 14 years. For the past 3 years, he has devoted himself to his pursuits. relishing this state of immersion. The prospect of returning feels daunting. You are the Lord of Dragon Crystal City, Allison insists. Robin gently places his hand on her face. Contemplating for a moment before responding, you have performed admirably these past 3 years. I harbor no grievances. Listen, I am delving into the secrets of the world. Once I have completed my quest, I will have ample time to spend with everyone. But until then, everything remains unknown. The topic of divinity offers little to discuss with his wife. Secrets? Allison's thoughts drift to their previous conversation in the sacred wood. Is it about the others? Should we not be forming an army to confront the impending danger? That is a concern for a distant future. This is not a war for mortals, Robin counters. To this day, she remains unaware of his endeavors, which have kept him shrouded in mystery on the island for 3 years. So, you intend to remain on the island? Allison frowns. Your vassals hardly recognize you anymore. Count Moreno, we must return home today, regardless. My duty lies in the fog tower, tending to our sons. If you do not wish to be this count, I shall take Kale to Eagle's Nest to receive his title. Allison's words are laced with frustration. Yet she regrets their harshness and discreetly glances up at him. She notices his gaze momentarily sharpening, as if genuinely contemplating her words, which causes her heart to race. He is aware that she is jesting, yet he remains unfazed. He is too young. He will grow. Suddenly, thoughts of his mother, Maylee, Elena, and Shirin, as well as his son, Kale, who should now be 6 or 7 years old, flood his mind. Robin smiles briefly before masking his expression once more. 0. Do not head to the New World just yet. Return home, commands his commander of the Royal Guard. Like before, they bear no names, yet now they possess the freedom to choose their code names, symbolizing a fresh beginning. After a family feast concludes, Allison hurriedly pulls Robin upstairs. 2 sleek figures glide across the velvet bed, where the woman, typically shy, unexpectedly emits high-pitched cries. Once their union is complete, she turns and crawls atop him, feeling the rapid thumping of his heart. A chill envelopes her, prompting Allison to draw the warm blanket up to her chin, silently observing her husband. She perceives a marked change in him, akin to gazing upon the cold visage of a statue of the Seven. The aftermath of their passionate encounter leaves her lower body aching, and she yearns for another child. It has been 3 years since the birth of Saran. She is still youthful enough to bear him another son. The king has welcomed a son named Aegon, yet his egg has not hatched, with the queen believing that Rhaenyra deliberately chose a bad egg. Rhaenyra is pregnant again, yet she hopes this time it will not be a child with dark hair. Do you think the previous child resembled him? She gazed blankly at her husband, her voice laced with uncertainty. Lannister, perhaps? It seems improbable for 2 silver-haired individuals to produce a dark-haired offspring, yet it remains a possibility, particularly since they have both hatched their own dragons. But if not his, then whose could it be? Strong? The commander of the King's Guard, perhaps? Demon now holds the title of commander of the City Guard, serving as the master of laws since my father's passing, while Laenor has ascended to the throne. And what of the queen? Robin of course refers to Queen Cassandra, the rightful mother of the kingdom's most legitimate heir, Aegon, who would never settle for obscurity. He has persistently accused her of bearing a bastard. And what of Balon? He remains much the same, though now capable of solitude. His vigor has grown swiftly and can already carry him aloft, yet he remains confined within the dragon's lair. Allison gradually recounted the significant events that had transpired in the kingdom over the past 3 years. In truth, he held little interest in the disputes among the royal family. He merely engaged in the conversation, intrigued by Allison's enthusiasm as she spoke of such statues.